Adam took a seat by the table and conjured his grimoire and a feathered quill. He then hurriedly started to jot down the insights that he had just received. It was a very peculiar phenomenon, like a burst of inspiration that comes at the most unexpected of times. However, insights related to the way could only be achieved when a magus became one with the world on a spiritual level. Such moments were extremely rare and very short-lived. However, at that moment, a magus will have learned and comprehended what would have taken them perhaps years to master. The youth dipped the feather quill in ink, and then his hands started to dance across the pages of his grimoire. Mana is the natural extension of the way, the underlying principle that governs the world. It is not about casting supernatural spells or defying the laws of nature, but about understanding and attuning oneself with the natural order of the universe. The youth had a solemn expression on his face as he continued to write. He paused and dipped the quill in ink before writing again. What is effortless action? It is not about doing nothing, but about doing things more effortlessly. Adam paused for a moment, his eyebrows furrowed as he mumbled, the way of effortless action, but what does that truly mean? He closed his eyes to think for a moment. The next moment, his eyes lit up and he started writing again. Let things happen the way they happen, and not how I want them to happen. Let go of expectations and outcomes. Stop acting against the natural current of life. The youth paused, leaning back on his chair. He thought back to the time he spent inside the soaring river's secret plane, the time when he had entered a trance-like state and advanced to the organ stage. He tried to deeply recall that feeling. At that point he didn't know, but he had inadvertently entered a state of effortless action by going with the flow. I see, the youth muttered in realization. So that's what it was. Adam focused on his grimoire again, once again beginning to write. Magic, on a spiritual level, is closely linked to the concept of effortless action. I must act in harmony with the way and allow things to happen naturally, without force. Magic is not about manipulating external forces, but cultivating inner virtues. Not power, but wisdom. Adam gently put the quill down and closed his eyes. Within his body, he could feel the mana resonating with the insights that he had just consolidated. He could feel the mana running smoother than ever. Much to his shock, he felt that his mana channels had become more cohesive, bringing him another step closer to mana liquefaction. Amazing, the youth exclaimed. He couldn't understand how a single moment of epiphany could lead to such drastic changes. Is the study of magic about accepting the natural order of the world? Is it about understanding my place within this world? What truly is magic? I see. At that moment, the youth finally understood what would take other magi countless years to understand. It is the path of self-discovery, self-improvement, and ultimately self-mastery. Adam remained seated for a long time, digesting the information that he had just unveiled. It was almost as if a new door had presented itself before him, and he had just taken the first step. The path of a magus was not just uncovering the secrets of the universe, it was also a journey of revealing the secrets of the self. Realizing this, the youth couldn't help but sigh. The more I learn, the more I understand how much I don't know. The way of magic is truly boundless. He then glanced at the notes he had just written down and pondered to himself, perhaps I should start maintaining a journal entry from now on. I don't know why, but I feel like keeping a journal would help me reflect on myself better. The youth started to stroke his chin and mumbled, and if magic truly is a journey of self-discovery, then writing journal entries could maybe allow me to better understand myself, and perhaps even my place in this world. He paused for a moment before smiling. It doesn't hurt to try. Adam then glanced at the hourglass kept beside him on the table. Watching the grains of sand slowly fall down, he thought to himself, I still have some time left before I go to bed. Might as well study that pattern. The next moment he closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to his spirit sea. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself hovering right above the white lotus. He lowered his head and saw the island like lotus standing proud in the middle of the vast sea. The waves came gently crashing on the 3 verdant leaves, making for quite a mesmerizing and tranquil scene. Ever since he realized that the overhead view of the lotus resembled the flower of life, he carried out great research on it. After all, if he could utilize the white lotus as magical focus, then he could certainly use the pattern of the flower of life as the model component, making it far more efficient to use his spiritual power as fuel to cast certain spells. This geometric pattern, the flower of life, consisted of multiple evenly spaced, overlapping circles. And these circles were arranged to form a flower-like pattern with a hexagonal symmetry, each circle indicating interconnectedness. The fact that the white lotus displayed the pattern of the flower of life came as a massive surprise to Adam. After all, he had read about this geometrical pattern in many arcane textbooks. It held great symbolism across various cultures since times long past. The flower of life is considered a symbol of sacred geometry, the youth began, representing the fundamental elements and the structure of the universe. Adam paused for a moment, his eyes shining with deep curiosity. Oh, Lotus, just what secrets do you hold? It had been 4 months since the orcs had declared war on the people of the Southern Federation. Despite the great casualties on both sides, the battle continued with full force. As the war dragged on, the atmosphere in all three Magi camps was grim and weary, yet there was a sense of steadfastness that lingered in the air. The once vibrant colors of the Magi's robes had faded, paralleling the toll that the constant cycle of blood and spells had taken on them, both physically and mentally. Faces that were once filled with determination and resolve now bore traces of fatigue and sorrow, yet they persevered. Despite the hardships, the Magi of the Southern Federation remained united in their cause. The bonds of camaraderie that they had formed since the early days of the war had only strengthened with time. This kept their spirits up in the darkest of times. The losses had been significant on both sides. The orcs fought for land and resources, dreaming of a better world to come for their future generations, whereas the Allied forces fought not just for victory, but also for the freedom and safety of their lands. However, in wars there were no winners, only survivors. Each side believed that their cause was just and that their actions were justified, but in the end, the true cost of war was paid in lives lost. In the dark of the night, the twin moons, Selene and Luna, cast their soft, ethereal glow over the eastern camp. Countless campfires had been lit up within the camp, and the Magi gathered around it, finding solace in each other's company. They shared jokes and laughter, finding moments of joy and friendship in the midst of war. As they looked at the stars and the twin moons, they hoped for a better tomorrow. The night was darkest just before dawn. Amidst the chatter and chuckles, the sound of deep and loud snoring could be heard in a certain tent within the camp. Valerian was lying on his back and deeply sleeping. Every time he breathed in, his furry tummy would bloat, and every time he exhaled, he would snore cutely. The little guy's sleeping posture was completely unlike a cat, or a dragon for that matter. If anything, he resembled a man gone off to slumberland after a heavy bout of drinking. Perhaps he had picked up this habit from his big brother, Adam, who, at the moment, was sitting inside a large barrel full of bubbling, crimson water and gazing at him in a speechless manner. What's wrong with this kid? He's always sleeping nowadays. Adam thought to himself as he gazed at Valerian's tummy rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Seeing such a hilarious scene, the corner of his lips couldn't help but twitch. No, wait, this is not funny. Why is he always sleeping? Is something wrong with him? Although the youth didn't know much about dragons in general, he was sure that these mighty magical creatures didn't spend the majority of their time sleeping. Moreover, this phase had also just begun recently. Valerian would spend the majority of his time inside Adam's spirit sea, sleeping on the White Lotus. Whenever he came out of his spirit sea, he would eat meat and then sleep some more. Adam started to stroke his chin and wondered, is it because he's just an infant and still needs a lot of sleep? But then his eyes narrowed and he thought of another possibility. Or is he just lazy? Thinking of this, he conjured a beast core from his earring and chucked it at the little guy. POW, the beast core struck the little guy on the head, causing him to gradually open his eyes and wake up. Mayu, Valerian looked around, wondering what just hit him. When his gaze fell on the crystal beast core, he lazily stretched out his paw and grabbed it. Then he opened his mouth and started chomping on it. Adam was flabbergasted. Does this brat only think about sleeping and eating? Valerian had already eaten the beast core in a matter of seconds and was about to sleep once again, but before he could, Adam called out to him, Val, what is up with you? Why are you sleeping all the time? Are you sick? Valerian languidly turned his head to glance at Adam. He then yawned loudly at the same time, sending a mental transmission to the youth. Brother, you're too noisy. With that said, a gray light flashed and the little guy dove into his spirit sea. Adam was stunned for a very long time. Did he just? The next moment, he shifted his consciousness to his spirit sea. There, he saw the little guy comfortable snuggling between the pristine white petals of the lotus. He was about to reprimand Valerian, but when he saw how tranquil the young dragon's expression was, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His lips curled up into a doting smile, fine sleep. The youth glanced at the little guy, and then at the island-sized white lotus that the latter seemed to be so attached to. He had asked him once, why do you always like to be around the lotus? Because I like it, the young dragon had said at the time. Adam deeply looked at Valerian and the white lotus, pondering the infinite mysteries of their origins. But the next moment, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. He opened his eyes and saw that Edward and Lisa had entered his tent in the outside world. The blue-eyed youth glanced at the wooden barrel full of crimson liquid that Adam was bathing in and chuckled. Oh, what's this? You've begun bathing in wine now. Adam rolled his eyes. I've quit wine for the time being. Edward and Lisa had dumbfounded looks on their faces, wondering if they had heard wrong. The latter asked in disbelief, you quit drinking wine? Why? Adam shrugged. I'm detoxing. Edward squinted his eyes, not really believing his friend's words. He knew just how much Adam loved wine. He stepped closer to the barrel and scrutinized the liquid inside. Really, seeing Edward about to dip his finger inside the crimson liquid, Adam muttered with an amused look. Careful. However, Edward didn't bother about the warning. but when he dipped his index finger inside the liquid, his eyes widened and he hurriedly jumped backward, screaming in agony, What the hell is that?" The skin on Edward's index finger was slowly raised. Following that, his flesh was torn open, revealing the surface of his finger bones. When the youth glanced at this injury, he was completely shocked. "What the hell is this?" Adam put his elbow on the barrel's chime and rested his chin on his palm, muttering in a bored manner, "I told you to be careful. You just don't listen." Lisa gazed at Edward's injured finger with wide eyes. Then she looked at the barrel full of crimson liquid that Adam was immersed in. Just a simple dip in that liquid destroyed Eddie's flesh and muscles, yet Adam is bathing in a barrel full of it. The blonde young lady thought in disbelief. "Adam, just what the hell is that thing?" she blurted out. "And how the hell are you bathing in it? Are you crazy?" Adam glanced at the crimson liquid below and chuckled. "This is something the old man made." Then he looked over at Edward, who was about to pour some healing potion over his finger, and advised, "That won't help." "What do you mean?" Edward replied as he winced in excruciating pain. "Just dip that finger back inside this medicinal bath. I'll explain the rest later." Edward stared at Adam with a dumbfounded look, wondering if he was joking with him, but seeing the youth's serious expression, he couldn't help but loudly gulp. "Why, you sure?" he asked in apprehension. "Yeah," Adam nodded. "Just do as I say." Edward took a deep breath and then walked toward the barrel, clutching at his wrist. Then he hesitated for a brief moment before finally dipping his injured finger back inside the barrel. The moment his finger came in touch with the crimson liquid again, he went through another round of agonizing pain, but at the same time, he could also feel an itching sensation on his finger. This was because his injury had already started to heal at a mind-boggling speed. Edward's jaw dropped when he saw the flesh mend itself back, followed by the skin. A few moments later, when he took out his finger from within the liquid, it was completely healed. If anything, he felt as if this finger felt better than before. "Just what sort of potion is this?" he asked in shock. Even Lisa, who watched the whole scene play out, had a dumbfounded expression. "The main ingredient for this medicinal bath is a type of mushroom called the blood fungus," Adam began. "Have you guys heard of it?" The couple shook their heads. This wasn't surprising. After all, the blood fungus was an exotic ingredient and extremely rare. Even most herbalists in the Southern Federation hadn't heard of it, much less magi who had never dabbled in potion making before. Anyway, this thing supplements the mana in one's body and blood. It makes the blood more vigorous and increases one's strength. But still, Edward protested. "Why do you have to go through such inhumane pain?" This is ludicrous, but his next words got stuck in his throat when he glanced at Adam's calm and collected expression. He had firsthand experienced how agonizing the pain was. Moreover, he had only dipped his finger. But Adam had everything below his chest submerged inside the barrel, yet the youth didn't even flinch. After being speechless for a few moments, Edward asked suspiciously, "Adam, are you a masochist?" "Shut up." Adam rolled his eyes. "I've just gained a tolerance for this." "How does this work?" Lisa took a step closer to the barrel, glancing at the crimson liquid with curiosity and apprehension. Adam scooped up a handful of the liquid in his palms. As the liquid cascaded through the gaps in his fingers, he explained, "This solution enters the body through the pores and thoroughly scrubs the flesh and bones, vitalizing them." When observed closely, Edward and Lisa could indeed see that the crimson liquid was burrowing its way into Adam's hands. However, unlike what happened to Edward, the rate at which Adam's flesh and muscles were getting destroyed was very minuscule. It was barely visible to the naked eye. "Why aren't you getting as injured as I did?" Edward asked, his face full of grievance. "It's simple, really," Adam smiled. "I've been doing this for months now, and although the blood fungus that I've used has become comparatively potent with each bath, I've gained an abnormal amount of resistance to it." Edward and Lisa were silent for a long time, wondering just how much the youth had to go through to endure the hellish pain, especially when this pain increased significantly with each bath. "But why go through all this?" Lisa asked softly, her face marred by discomfort. She couldn't imagine herself going through such inhumane pain, nor could she imagine her close friend going through it. Adam recalled the words Berger had once said to him. His lips parted and he muttered those words of wisdom during Mana Foundation. "A magus is a bowl in the making. Only after you cross this rank can you fill the bowl." He paused for a moment. Seeing that his friends were paying rapt attention, he continued, "No matter how much you pour into a bowl that's weak and incomplete, it will simply leak out and waste your efforts. This medicinal bath creates a cycle where my flesh, muscles, and bones are slowly destroyed, and then healed immediately after." Adam raised his hand and clenched his fist. Feeling the immense power coursing through his veins, he smirked. "By going through this cycle as many times my body allows it, my foundation becomes stronger and more resilient. The bowl becomes complete," Lisa muttered in realization. Suddenly, she thought of another possibility and couldn't help but be stunned. "Wait, you said you're going through a detox and then there's this medicinal bath, don't tell me." Adam nodded with a faint smile. Even Edward could put two and two together and realize what Adam's intentions were. He couldn't help but ask incredulously, "But isn't this too early?" I mean, you're only 20 years old. No, forget that. Don't you have to go into a long period of isolation? Hee hee, Adam chuckled in amusement. I don't. I've been preparing for this moment for years now. Whether I go into reclusion or not doesn't matter. Edward and Lisa were stunned, not being able to speak a word for a very long time. They stared at Adam as if he were some kind of monster. The next moment, Edward's eyes flashed with resolve as he clenched his fists and asked, "Will going through what you're going increase my success rate?" "Well, you don't really have to worry about your success rate," Adam replied, hinting at Edward's S-rank talent. "However, it doesn't hurt to have solid foundations. Then I will do it." Edward nodded with a solemn expression. "Me too," Lisa chimed in. Adam chuckled. "All right, I will make you guys a less potent version of this medicinal bath." He paused for a moment before asking, "By the way, what did you guys come here for?" Lisa realized that she'd completely forgotten about what she had wanted to speak about. It couldn't be helped after all. After witnessing the bizarre scene of what transpired earlier, anyone would fail to recollect what was on their mind. She glanced at Adam and spoke with a grim expression. "We've received intel on our next mission." "What about it?" Adam asked. Lisa took a deep breath and stated, "It's going to be a long-term mission, and a difficult one at that." The sun slowly rose over the horizon, dyeing the sky in a shade of orange and pink. As its warm rays touched the eastern camp, the camp started to slowly come alive. Magi bustled about, preparing for their missions. Some gathered around a large campfire, sipping on steaming cups of tea and discussing strategies. Others were visiting the marketplace, making sure that they had stocked up on all the necessary items they would need. The northern exit of this large camp, a group of magi consisting of 3 dwarves were gathered, seemingly waiting for someone. Beside each of them stood 3 massive blue boars. These magical beasts were the dwarves' familiars. They were a sight to behold. The blue boar was a creature of immense power and beauty. Its fur was a deep blue, shimmering in the morning light like the surface of the ocean. Long, curved tusks protruded from its snout, gleaming with a cold glint. "Oi, Farrell," a stout dwarf called out. "This group that we're teaming up with, you've worked with them before, yeah. How are they?" Farrell glanced at this dwarf and nodded. "They're strong all right, especially the man called Adam." "Oh ho," another dwarf, one with a relatively skinnier physique, mused. "Is this the one that you always talk about? The one that outdrank you?" Farrell harumphed. "He only outdrank me because it was wine we were drinking. That ugly bastard refuses to drink ale with me." Suddenly, the orange-haired dwarf thought of something and added, "I must remind you both that human is very much a prankster, but when it comes to business, there's no one better you can rely on." "Prankster." The stout dwarf burst into laughter. "There's nothing that can get through my thick skin. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's what I thought too," Farrell muttered inwardly, his eyebrows twitching, recalling the times Adam had made him cry with words alone. The next moment, he saw a tall shadow loom over him. Then he heard a familiar voice. "Ha, you guys said Farrell will be here." Adam stood right behind the dwarf with his hand above his eyes, looking around intently. "But where's he? I can't see him." Farrell's lips twitched as he turned around and glanced at the youth. "You ugly bastard." Oh, Adam was taken by surprise when he lowered his head. "There you are, you ginger midget. I almost didn't see you there." The 2 magi deeply stared at each other, almost as if they would fight any second now. But the next moment they burst into laughter and clasped each other's forearm. "Long time no see, Adam," Farrell grinned. "Keek, indeed, indeed," Adam laughed out loud. As the 2 friends started to chat with each other, the 2 other dwarves standing behind Farrell glared at Adam. "Human, you dare make fun of our heights, calling Farrell a midget. Apologize this instance." Farrell turned around to look at his friends with a dumbfounded look, thinking to himself, "Whatever happened to your thick skin?" Adam glanced at the other 2 dwarves with raised brows. He looked at them for a long time before placing his hand on his chest and slightly bowing. "I apologize." "Hoo-hoo, that's better. At least you know when to back down." The dwarves were satisfied with Adam's apology, but their words got stuck in their throats by what the youth said next. Adam had a sincere look on his face as he continued, "I apologize, I cannot hear you from down there." The dwarves were speechless. Then they started to flail around their hands in annoyance. You son of a troll, ugly human, I'll fight you." Adam couldn't help but raise his head and chuckle sinisterly. Kekek, it's a joke, it's a joke." But then his face turned solemn. Or is it? It took Farrell a few minutes to calm his friends down. Although the 2 dwarves were seemingly angry at Adam, they actually preferred this way of banter compared to the usual condescending looks that they received from other humans and elves. Besides, they didn't feel any ill will from the raven-haired youth. If anything, they could feel a strange sense of reliability from him. Like many races, the origins of the dwarves were lost in the passage of time. All that remained were legends and myths. Some said these species were molded from the very earth itself. Others believed that they originated from the heart of the world. What was common amongst all these myths was their relationship with the magical element of earth. Dwarves displayed a strong affinity for earth magic. Similarly, they were also very sensitive to others who had a very grounded presence. Surprisingly, this human youth had a very strong connection to the element of earth. The dwarves could feel it. Adam naturally exuded an aura of calm and stability, much like the ground beneath one's feet. Soon, Farrell introduced his two friends to Adam, Edward, and Lisa. The ginger-haired dwarf pointed at the slightly chubby dwarf. "This right here is Balron." Then he pointed at the skinny one and added, "And this is Durjan." Adam adjusted his black pointy hat and smirked. "This illustrious one is called Adam Constantine." Edward and Lisa placed their hands on their chests and politely introduced themselves as well. After everyone had got to know each other, they prepared to depart. The dwarves got on their respective blue boars, whereas Edward and Lisa rode together on Aquila. Seeing Adam ride a white fox, which was Lisa's familiar, Farrell couldn't help but mock, "What's this? Can't ride your cat." Before Adam could reply, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared. He glared at Farrell with his topaz eyes and then growled at him, "Rower." Farrell's heart instantly melted seeing Valerian's actions. He couldn't bring himself to make more fun of the adorable cat. His expression then turned solemn as he glanced at the trio. "Our mission this time is to take care of a small group of enemy scouts that have been spotted up north. The mission is dangerous and will take us a long time to complete. If there's anything you still need to do, you better do it now." "We're good." Edward gave a thumbs up. "All right then." Farrell urged his blue boar to move. "Let us depart." Balron and Durjan followed after Farrell. Edward and Lisa were the next ones to leave. Adam, however, stood at the camp's exit for a moment, causing Ania to turn her head and glance at him in confusion. "Hold on, girl." The youth gently rubbed the fox's head. He then expanded his sphere or resonance to the maximum output, looking for someone. Finally, he was able to sense the familiar mana signature. Adam's lips curled up into a wicked grin as he thought to himself, all those enchantment spells weren't a waste after all. "All right, let's go." He patted the white fox before dashing toward the depths of the murky mountains. Adam and the rest of the Magi rode atop magical beasts as they dashed through the dense jungles of the murky mountains, their forms silhouetted against the dim light filtering through the dense canopy overhead. The forest around them was alive with the sound of the leaves rustling, branches creaking, and the occasional growls of ferocious beasts hiding in the distance. Sinister shadows danced between the trees, bringing a sense of foreboding as the group continued to traverse the damp and uneven terrain. Hee, Balron chuckled lightly. "This is the advantage of moving with a large group of familiars." Durjan nodded in agreement. "At the very least, those individual corrupted beasts won't dare to come near us. Even though the majority of the rank 1 beasts had been corrupted by the orcs, they were still afraid of death. Thus, they wouldn't do something that would guarantee their demise. Of course, it was a different matter if they were forced to do so with certain artifacts, such as the horns that the orcs used when they lay siege to the border strongholds. The familiars of this group of magi moved gracefully through the underbush. Despite their large beastly size, their steps were silent. This sight was both beautiful and fear-inspiring. Adam was the one with the greatest sensory abilities amongst this group of magi. Hence, he was tasked with leading the group. Every time he discovered any large group of ferocious beasts through his sphere of resonance, he would alter his group's route toward their objective. As they slowly made their way into the heart of the murky mountains, they noticed that the atmosphere had turned heavy. Countless towering trees had their branches seemingly reaching out to them, trying to grab them. Moss and fungus clung to their trunks. Meanwhile, the forest floor was carpeted with thick layers of dead leaves and undergrowth. The smell of damp earth and rotting vegetation filled the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and blood. After all, the concept of survival of the fittest applied most in a treacherous region such as the murky mountains. The group of magi could feel goosebumps on their skins. Even Adam, who always acted playful and lighthearted whenever he could, had now adopted an extremely solemn expression. In a place where every breath they took came with a promise of danger, the group of magi had to constantly be on high alert. The more they ventured inside the jungles, the more Balron and Durjan were surprised, because till now they hadn't come across a single large group of magical beasts. They had only dealt with a handful of beasts, but that was about it. Balron, while glancing at Adam's broad back, whispered to Farrell, "How far can he sense?" Farrell shrugged. "Not sure, but it sure ain't small." He then glanced at his dwarven friends and smirked. "He's pretty reliable, no? Hee, I told you." The two dwarves couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. As the group rode deeper into the forest, the temperature started to gradually drop. The touch of cool air sent shivers down their spines, causing them to pull their cloaks tighter around themselves. The light within the forest was also growing dimmer, indicating the arrival of nighttime. Suddenly, Adam's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Seeing this signal, the rest of the Magi's expressions turned solemn. This meant that a large group of beasts was ahead of them. Confrontation was unavoidable. After counting the number of beasts up ahead, Adam's shoulders slightly loosened. He glanced back and instructed, "No worries. Continue to press forward." Edward and Lisa, who were riding together, nodded. They had full trust in Adam's decision-making. However, the dwarves were slightly puzzled. Even Farrell hesitated for a moment, before finally choosing to trust the raven-haired youth. Balron and Durjan glanced at each other, exchanging puzzled looks. The former then asked Farrell, "Should we prepare for battle or not?" Farrell replied with a serious expression, just do as he says. The next moment, the group heard a series of menacing growls coming from the near distance. When they squinted their eyes to focus their vision, they saw a pack of thunder hyenas straight ahead of them. When these beasts heard the sound of footsteps coming their way, they hurriedly turned their gazes and glanced at the group of approaching magi with bloodshot eyes. The next moment, yellow lightning crackled on their bodies as they rushed in their direction with immense killing intent. Don't stop, Adam calmly instructed the group as he began weaving a series of hand signs. After sacrificing the material components, a dozen bright magic circles materialized above him. From them, orbs of pure mana took form and shot in the direction of the pack of hyenas. Rank 1 spell, Magic Missile. The dozen magic missiles streaked through the air, their paths intertwining in complex zigzag patterns. Each spell glowed with a fierce intensity, lighting up the area around it in a resplendent light. They homed in on the pack of thunder hyenas with unpredictable trajectories and deadly accuracy. The thunder hyenas, known for their speed and reaction speed, were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. None of them could keep track of the magic missiles that were coming their way. Before the beasts knew it, the magic missiles tore through their skull and brains, instantly killing them on the spot. Seeing such a scene, Balrun and Durjan were flabbergasted. If it wasn't for them riding their mounts, they would have already frozen in place for a very long time. Balrun glanced at Durjan and asked, "You saw that?" "Why, yeah," stuttered the skinny dwarf. "I see." While the two dwarves were reeling in from the shock, Adam had already cast another spell, Magus Hands. A dozen spectral hands shot out toward the corpses of the beasts. They burrowed inside their carcasses and yanked out the beast cores. Then they brought these cores back to Adam. From the beginning to the end, only a few seconds had passed. Yet the result was the enemies were dead, and the group of magi didn't have to pause for even a moment. Valerian jumped and snatched 2 beast cores from the Magus hands. He ate one and gave the other one to Aeneas to eat. Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but faintly smile. The young dragon isn't that greedy after all. He then secretly glanced at the back. Through his sphere of resonance, he could sense a small group of people covertly following them. Adam's lips curled up into a cold smile. "Come, I'll be leaving a nice present for you." The magical familiars traversed expertly through the dense forest, slowly closing in on their mission objective. The group of magi had been traveling non-stop for days, only stopping by for a couple of hours every night to rest. After days of travel and combating the dangers that lay dormant in the murky mountains, the group had finally arrived before a clearing. Adam, who was at the forefront of the group, raised his hand, gesturing for the rest to stop. In the distance, they were finally met with the sight of a squadron of enemy orcs. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they gazed at the orcs' brutish forms clad in crude, leather armor and wielding sharp yet jagged weapons. "What do we do?" Edward whispered as he shifted his gaze from the orcs to Adam. Adam remained silent for a long time before replying. "Have Lisa come up with a plan." He then turned around and looked deeply behind his group, his gaze seemingly crossing hundreds of meters. "I'll scout the perimeter once again and lay some traps." Farrell frowned. "You think more enemies might arrive?" Adam glanced at him, his lips curling up into a faint smirk, something like that. With that said, he got off Aeneas and dashed toward the forest on foot. Everyone glanced at his departing back for a moment, thinking that he was just being cautious about laying traps as a contingency. After all, they had already surveyed the area and confirmed that the enemies they were after were in front of them. They only thought that Adam was being extra vigilant, but they weren't surprised. That's how Adam was. But none of them would have guessed that while they were searching for the enemies up ahead, they were actually being covertly followed by another group from behind. It couldn't be helped after all. The group that was following them was extremely discreet and had phenomenal tracking methods. Adam would have never found them if it weren't for his sphere of resonance. The youth's black cape gently fluttered behind him as he vaulted from one tree to another. Adam had a grim look on his face as he thought about his pursuers. "Last I checked, there were 6 people following us, but I can't scrap the possibility of there being more of them." He jumped down from the branch of a towering tree, activating the ring of lightfall. His descent slowed down and he gracefully landed on the ground like a feather. The youth then conjured a quill from his earring. Following that, he coated it with a layer of pristine white mana. Then he glanced at the tree trunk beside him, and with a deft hand, started inscribing small runes on it. With the help of runic formations, a magus could borrow power from nature itself. Magi who specialized in runic formations were known as runesmiths. Adam had very superficial knowledge about runes. However, it was enough for him to use them to lay traps. These traps would only work if he had the element of surprise with him. The attack output of these traps wasn't all that great. The youth had a solemn look in his eyes as he continued to carve small runes on one tree after another. Every time his quill danced across the bark, the symbols he left behind pulsed with magical energy. As he continued to work, the forest seemed to quiet down, seemingly witnessing his work of art. After he had carved sufficient runes on the trees and the ground, he paused and looked around, satisfied with his work. "Good," he nodded. This will make sure that the magical mechanisms activated upon their deaths don't lead back to me. The next moment, he weaved a series of hand signs. Following this, the runes around him glowed softly, casting ethereal lights on the surroundings. A few seconds passed and the lights dimmed. Then the runes merged with the tree trunks and the ground, completely hiding from sight. Unless someone heavily scrutinized these areas, they would never find the runes. This should be good, the youth mumbled, his lips curling up into a faint grin. Then his eyes narrowed, the grin on his face widening. Now, onto the next layer. A group of magi stealthily made their way through the deep forests. Their expressions were a mix of hesitation and resolve, their eyes darting around for any hidden dangers around them. They all wore similar cloaks, carrying the same insignia on their chests, the Gracie family. Young Master, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, glanced at the brown-haired youth traveling with them in the center of their formation. It's been close to a week now. The sudden absence of so many magi is sure to raise some concerns back at the camp. Kevin couldn't even hear the words that this man was saying. His attention was on something else entirely. A crazed and desperate look flashed in his eyes from time to time as Adam's words continued to repeat inside his mind. Cripple, spineless, trash. These words and the face of the raven-haired youth had been constantly haunting him for the past weeks. So much so that he couldn't stop himself from leaving the camp when he heard that his mortal enemy was going on a long-term mission. This was the perfect chance for him to finish things, or so he thought. If he were of sound mind, he would have never tried to do something like this. But how would he know that he was under the effect of spells, causing him to make irrational decisions? Master, young master. Kevin suddenly snapped out of his daze and glanced at the man calling out to him. What? The middle-aged man nervously gulped. That won't headquarters question us about deviating from our mission and following this group. Shut your mouth, Kevin growled. Just do as I say. I'll worry about the rest. The man deeply looked at Kevin's borderline maniacal expression. In the end, he could only helplessly nod. Your wish is my command. But suddenly, the ground beneath them pulsated, and the runes carved on it glowed ever so slightly. Following that, earthen tendrils shot out from the ground and immediately coiled around the legs of three unfortunate magi. Then, the runes carved on the nearby tree trunk hummed with energy. The next moment, dozens of wooden spikes emerged from the trees and shot toward the three immobilized magi, viciously impaling them. The middle-aged man who was leading this group grabbed Kevin's collar and hurriedly drew back. It's a trap, he screamed in panic. Retreat, retreat. From the moment the earthen tendrils had shot out from the ground and wrapped around the Magi's legs, to the moment the wooden spikes had shot out from the tree trunks and impaled them, merely a couple of seconds had passed. Yet in those few seconds, three Magi had been instantly immobilized. Now they lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and unable to move an inch. What the hell? Kevin shrieked in fear, crouching on the ground and looking around in apprehension. Is there an enemy attack? Is it Adam? It has to be him. The Magi of the Gracie family immediately protected the youth, getting ready to cast defensive spells. However, the middle-aged Magi from earlier, the one with the receding hairline, waved his hand and stopped them. Easy, lads, I don't sense any enemies or beasts nearby. He calmed them down. Looks like we've walked into someone's trap. Someone's trap? Kevin glared at the man. Hyatt, I'm telling you it's Adam's doing. Hyatt glanced at Kevin and couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes for a moment, but he was a loyal magus of the Gracie family. Hence, he lowered his head immediately and respectfully replied, I understand, young master. Then he glanced at the three Magi who had walked straight into the trap, and suddenly his pupils constricted. The Magi had already died. Hyatt then looked at the wooden spikes and his eyes narrowed. The tips of these spikes were coated with a faint purple liquid. Poison, no wonder. He then looked around at the remaining five Magi, including Kevin, and solemnly muttered, we must be careful from this point onward. We don't know how many traps the enemy has set for us. Then he glanced at Kevin and added, protect the young master at all costs. Yes, sir. The rest of the Magi spoke in unison. Kevin suddenly conjured an arrow from his space-type storage ring. Glancing at the arrowhead that was stained with dried blood, his lips curled up into a demented grin. No matter how many traps you lay, no matter where you are, I will find you and I will kill you. Edward, Lisa, and the three dwarves stood atop a thick branch and gazed at the orc camp in the distance. After observing their activities for the better half of the day, they confirmed that there were no more than 10 orcs present. Farrell stroked his thick ginger beard and mumbled, what do these pigs want? That's what we're here to find out, innit? Durgan shrugged. Lisa's eyes squinted as she ventured a guess. They're here to gather intelligence, that's for sure. But what exactly? Either they're here to gather resources or assess our weaknesses. Suddenly, a voice drifted into their ears out of nowhere, causing all of them to be stunned and immediately turn around to fight. Seeing the weapons pointed at him, Adam raised his hands in surrender, chuckling, relax, it's me. Damn you, Farrell grumbled as he lowered his war hammer. Stop sneaking up on us while we're behind enemy lines, you ugly fool, hee hee. Adam rubbed his nose in embarrassment. My bad, my bad. Did you finish what you were doing? Edward asked, lowering his spear. Adam nodded. Then he glanced at the small orc camp in the distance. So what have you guys planned? Ambush and gather intel, Lisa replied with a grim expression. Not bad. Adam nodded as he stroked his chin. When do we attack? A cold glint flashed through Lisa's emerald eyes. When they've gone to sleep, of course. Selene and Luna had risen high up in the sky, casting their silver rays over the murky mountains. The air was thick with the sound of snoring and the firewood crackling in the dwindling campfire. The orcs, tired after a day of hard work, had lowered their guards and gone off to deep sleep, unaware of the imminent dangers that lurked in the shadows. However, there were still a couple of orc warriors that stood on night patrol, but they didn't pay much attention to their surroundings either. After all, they would have never expected a group of magi from the allied forces to have ventured so deep into the murky mountains, and as for the corrupted beasts, they wouldn't attack them. Adam and his group silently crept through the underbrush. Their silhouettes had merged with the darkness, and their steps produced no sound whatsoever as they slowly approached the camp. 10 orcs were currently present in the camp. 6 were asleep, while 4 remained on guard duty. Adam glanced at the people behind him and nodded. Edward, Lisa, and the dwarves stealthily made their way into the tents, aiming to assassinate the orcs in their sleep. Meanwhile, Adam approached the nearest orc who was on patrol. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless light as he sneaked up behind him. Then he sprang forth and immediately grabbed the orc's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. The orc was stunned, his pupils darting around in panic. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a scar-filled hand holding onto a shiv and stabbing toward his neck with lightning speed. Adam stabbed the orc's throat multiple times, then silently lay the corpse down on the ground. Then he snuck behind the next orc and did the same. Just when he was about to attack the third one, the burly creature turned around at the last moment. When the orc gazed at Adam crouching behind him with a bloody shiv in hand, it froze momentarily. But that was all the time Adam needed. He bolted forward and viciously thrust his weapon straight through the enemy's lower jaw and into the brain. Fear and shock flashed through this orc's eyes before they gradually turned dim. He coughed a mouthful of blood and his eyes rolled over. Before long, this orc had also fallen, sharing the same fate as his allies before him. It didn't take long for Adam to take care of the final orc patrolling the camp. After making quick work of the orcs, he gradually made his way to all the tents. He opened the tent flaps, peeking inside. He saw that all the orcs had been murdered in their sleep. Seeing all the enemies die instead of feeling relief, Adam couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, this isn't all this way too easy. Hey, Adam. Suddenly Farrell called out to him from one of the other tents. Come here, take a look at what we found. The youth walked toward the tent where everyone had gathered. They stood before a table filled with all sorts of parchment papers. Lisa was holding onto one of the parchment papers and struggling to read. It was the language of the orcs. She was not very proficient at it. What does it say? Adam asked, his expression grim. If I'm reading this correctly, Lisa began, then this scouting group had been ordered to come here and set up a supply line from a nearby lake to their settlement. These guys should be the first batch to arrive here. The frown on Adam's face deepened. That's it. Yes, that's pretty much it. Lisa nodded. Ha ha ha. Balrun laughed out loud. Then doesn't that mean we've completed our mission? Durjan also broke into a chuckle. Ho, let's head back to the eastern camp and drown ourselves in wheat ale. Wait, Adam gestured for them to stop speaking. Do you hear that? Everyone was puzzled, wondering what Adam was talking about. A few minutes of silence ensued, and then they heard it. Rumble. The ground beneath them started to tremble. First it was slow, then gradually it picked up force. Now it felt like an earthquake. Everyone rushed out of the tent and looked around. Their gaze then fell in the direction they had come from. There they saw a sight that filled them with dread. In the distance, amidst the vast expanse of the towering trees, a cloud of dust and dirt rose into the air. The ground shook beneath whatever was approaching them. Whatever it was massive. Adam couldn't help but involuntarily gulp as fear gripped his heart. Not again. Adam and the rest stood in the clearing, gazing in the direction in which they had come from, their faces filled with fear and panic. In the distance, an enormous storm of dirt and dust rose through the expanse of the trees and into the night sky, blotting out the twin moons. The ground beneath their feet quaked and the sound of deep thundering filled the air. Adam's back was drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at the dust storm. From the look of it, something massive was coming their way. He couldn't help but blurt out in shock, not again. The group's journey so far had been quite harmless. But for the first time since they'd ventured so far into the depths of this ominous region, they felt that they were actually in the murky mountains. What is that? No way, it's so huge. The dwarves, Farrell, Balrun, and Durjan were trembling in their boots. Even their blue boars standing beside them were shuddering in fear. Meanwhile, Edward, Lisa, and their respective familiars had completely frozen in shock. As the storm drew closer, the group of magi could make out the silhouettes of enormous creatures moving within it. Gradually, as the dust parted, they realized in abject terror that it was a massive herd of bison. Rock bisons. Adam's heart sank. The rock bison was a majestic creature of magic. It was a rank 1 magical beast, towering in strength and size. Its appearance was similar to that of a regular bison, with a massive body covered in thick fur. However, what set the rock bison apart from its regular counterpart was its hide, which was literally as tough as a rock. The hide of a rock bison served as a natural armor, protecting it against not only the environmental hazards of the murky mountains, but even the greatest of attacks from other rank 1 beasts and even magi. Legend has it that the hide of a rock bison was imbued by the very magic of the earth itself. Despite its formidable appearance, however, the rock bison was a gentle creature known for its docile temperament. However, when the herd of bison migrated from one place to another, anyone who stood in their way was instantly pummeled below their hooves. The only way to deal with a herd was to avoid it. The herd of rock bisons dashed out of the forest, their gigantic forms kicking up clouds of dirt and dust as they charged toward the clearing. Their hooves pounded against the grass, creating a thunderous sound that echoed through the towering trees. This was the brutal environment that the Magi had found themselves in. This was the horror of the murky mountains. At every step of the way, there was a promise of danger waiting to be fulfilled. This was the reason why the orc species tried so desperately to claim lands belonging to the Southern Federation. Adam's mind worked at lightning speed as he thought of his next course of action. He was sure of one thing, however. They could not engage with this massive herd of rock bisons. His gaze fell on Aquila, who was growling in the direction of the approaching beasts. The youth's eyes lit up, but soon, disappointment flashed in his eyes. There are only so many people that Aquila can carry, damn it. His eyes shone with resolve as he roared, "Edward, take Lisa with you and fly away." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Edward solemnly nodded as he grabbed Lisa's wrist and pulled her toward his familiar. However, the blonde young lady protested with tearful eyes. "What about Ania?" "Don't worry," Adam assured her. "She'll be safe with me." Lisa's lips opened and closed several times. In the end, she glanced at her familiar and instructed, "Follow Adam. Do whatever he says." The white fox growled in acknowledgement before running to Adam's side. The latter hurriedly got on her back as he instructed the dwarves, "Hurry, ride your boars and get as far away as possible." "Understood." The dwarves mounted their respective blue boars in panic and sped in the opposite direction of the herd, each of them taking different escape routes. Adam cast one final glance at his friends and hurriedly stated, "Return to the camp. Don't linger in the skies for too long." "Be careful," Edward muttered solemnly and urged Aquila to take flight. Once in the air, Lisa looked down and screamed as tears fell down her face. "Adam, Ania, you both must survive." Adam could barely hear her over the deafening sound of footsteps all around him. As he rode on Ania's back and bolted out of the clearing, he could feel the herd behind him getting closer and closer. His heart pounded wildly. He felt as if it would jump out of his chest. Fear gripped his heart as he knew he couldn't outrun them. The herd of rock bisons moved with such grace and speed that it betrayed their sizes. Their massive horns and thick fur glistened in dirt and sweat, and soon, before Adam knew it, the herd had already caught up to him. At the last moment, the youth gritted his teeth and weaved a series of hand signs in a moment of desperation. He forcefully moved the spiritual power residing within his spirit sea and tried his hardest to borrow the power of the White Lotus. "It's now or never," he roared in his heart. For a brief moment, his black pupils seemed to reflect otherworldly patterns that shimmered with pristine white light. Rank 1 spell, Dingy Illusion. The next moment, Adam was overcome by agonizing pain that seemed to stem from the depths of his soul. The water in his spirit sea surged like tidal waves as it listened to his call. "Ahhhhhhhh." The youth's eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed. He and Ania were covered in a layer of mist for a brief moment. When the mist disappeared, all that remained was a rock bison. The spell, Dingy Illusion, was supposed to be stationary, but right now it was moving about flawlessly. Right at that moment, the herd of rock bisons had arrived. Sensing that it was just another one of their species running in front of them, the herd parted and flowed past Adam like a river around a stone. Adam tried his best to endure the brutal headache and maintain the spell. The massive forms of the rock bisons brushed past him without harming him in the slightest. It felt like forever as the youth continued to maintain the spell. Just as the last of the bison passed, Adam couldn't hold on any longer and deactivated the spell. A layer of mist covered the rock bison again. When the mist receded, the bison was replaced by Ania and Adam, who was sitting atop her, clutching at his forehead. The youth took large mouthfuls of air as he started bleeding from all of his facial orifices. Despite the searing pain coursing through his mind, he had a broad grin on his face. I did it. The magical focus. It worked. The forest around him had now calmed down. Only the sound of his ragged breathing echoed in the air. He tried to recall the feeling that he just had right now. It was instinctual, but he had done it. Spiritual power. Adam's body shuddered in excitement as he realized the unprecedented feat he had just accomplished. It can be harnessed. However, this moment of victory didn't last for long. Sitting atop a branch, right above Adam, A shadowy figure patiently waited for the right moment to attack him. And a moment later, the figure's 4 yellow eyes flickered with crazed bloodlust and bouts of sanity as it bared its fangs and pounced on Adam. After the herd of rock bisons had passed, the forest regained its peace, albeit momentarily. But the air was thick with the scent of earth and dirt. The herd of magical beasts that had just passed had kicked up a storm of dust that hung in the air like a thin blanket, greatly reducing one's visibility. While Adam was reveling in the fact that he had just managed to inadvertently use spiritual power to cast a spell, a 6-legged panther was prowling atop a tree branch, greedily eyeing him. This magical panther had sleek black fur that shimmered in the moon's dim lights filtering through the dense canopy. It moved with silent grace along the thick branch, its 4 yellow eyes fixated on Adam, who was seated atop Ania. Unlike other beasts corrupted by the orcs, however, this panther seemed as if it was struggling to maintain its sanity. Its 4 eyes flickered between manic and rationality, yet it could not help but give in to its raw primal instincts. The moment it had confirmed that Adam's guard was down, it made its move. The panther's muscles tensed as it gauged the distance between it and its prey. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the panther soundlessly pounced on the youth. Adam, after having utilized his spiritual power to cast the last spell, was now going through a soul-rending headache. His vision was blurry as blood continued to seep out from his eyes. The pain to the soul was extremely excruciating for him despite having gone through so much pain before. Just as he was trying to recover, warning bells started to ring inside his mind. He had deactivated his sphere of resonance earlier because of the toll it was taking on his mind, so he couldn't sense the impending danger. But at the last moment, his survival instincts kicked in. He knew if he didn't move, he would die. When the panther's claw was mere inches away from slicing his head off, Adam abruptly leaned to the side as fast as he could. Dodging the attack was out of the question, so he could only go for the next best option. However, despite his attempt, the beast's claws ripped the youth's jugular vein, tearing a large chunk of flesh from the neck area. Gah! Adam grimaced in agony as he miserably fell off Ania, blood gushing out of his neck like a fountain. As he thrashed about on the ground, he caught a glimpse of the attacker. The 6-legged panther soundlessly landed on the ground. After having failed to kill Adam, it viciously waved its claw and swatted Ania away. That one attack carried such great strength that the white fox was flung into the distance for several meters, before it crashed against a large boulder and miserably fell to the ground, wincing in agony. Such great strength. The youth had a dumbfounded look on his face as he thought of a terrifying possibility. A rank 2 beast, the panther, after having gotten rid of the white fox, coldly gazed at Adam. It circled around the youth instead of immediately attacking him. Despite the advantage the beast had, it didn't haphazardly go for the kill. The human in front of it gave off a very dangerous aura, so it maintained distance, patiently planning for its next move. Something's wrong, Adam thought to himself as he clasped his neck injury, trying to stop the blood from flowing. He struggled to get to his knees, extremely vigilant of the attacker. If it was a rank 2 beast, it would not have been corrupted by the orcs yet. Its strength is close to that of a rank 2 beast. Could it be? Adam thought of another possibility. He squinted his eyes, trying to sense the mana fluctuations coming from the beast in front of him. As I thought it's about to advance to rank 2, no wonder it seems so level-headed compared to the other beasts I've come across. Is it resisting the corruption? Adam's speculations were on the mark. The 6-legged panther had been on the verge of advancing to the next rank when the orcs had begun their invasion. Because of that, it was not completely corrupted by the artifact. The youth's expression was extremely grim as he gazed at the panther that was approaching him stealthily. 6 legs, 4 eyes, Adam mumbled under his breath. A hexaclaw panther. A hexaclaw panther was a creature of the dark. It was a solitary hunter that stalked its prey silently through the shadows before launching a swift and deadly attack. It was very much like an assassin. Adam struggled to get to his feet and face off against this formidable magical beast. He conjured a healing potion from his earring, uncorked it, and was about to apply it to the injury on his neck. But right at that moment, the panther made its move. It bolted forward and raised its paws at Adam, intending to finish him off this time. However, Adam had been waiting for this moment. The act of taking out the potion and healing himself was just a feint. The moment the panther was within range, Adam's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. He dropped the vial and weaved hand signs at insane speeds. Just as the magic circle in front of him was about to form, it shone unsteadily before completely breaking apart. Erg! Another wave of pain washed over his soul, causing Adam to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. He profusely bled from eyes and nose, his mind in complete chaos. What's happening to me? Why can't I cast? That was all the time he had to think. The panther had already appeared in front of him and viciously swung its paws. Slash! The beast delivered a deep gash, starting from the injury on the youth's neck down to his waist. Adam's robe, which was imbued with defensive magical properties, was effortlessly shredded by the beast's sharp claws. His flesh and muscles were slit open, making his ribs and organs visible. The youth's eyes dimmed as he listlessly fell backward. A puddle of blood formed beneath him instantly as he weakly glanced at the approaching panther. Inside his spirit sea, Valerian roared helplessly as he flapped his wings and levitated above the white lotus in his draconic form. He could sense that Adam was in grave danger, but for some reason, he wasn't able to exit the youth's spirit sea. Ever since Adam had used the white lotus as the magical focus and his spiritual power as the fuel to cast the spell, his spirit sea was in absolute chaos, preventing Valerian from traversing out of it. It was an apocalyptic scene inside. Waves thrashed about violently as if his spirit sea was going through a major violent storm. "Brother," Valerian roared to the skies, pearls of tears streaming down his scaly face. Autist in the real world, the hexaclaw panther had already appeared before the youth. It growled menacingly, slowly opening its maw. The next moment, it bit down on Adam. Adam's mind was in absolute chaos. He just couldn't comprehend why he wasn't able to cast his spell just now. His vision was blurry, and he could faintly see the menacing appearance of the hexaclaw panther in front of him. The beast slowly opened its maw, which was filled with razor-sharp teeth. "Is this it for me?" Feeling the clutches of death slowly squeeze around his neck, unprecedented terror gripped Adam's heart. A drop of tears slowly trickled down his bloodied face as he saw the panther's jaws inch closer toward him. He thought to himself with deep regret, I don't want to die, Val, old man." Suddenly, ROARR, a streak of white light bolted from the distance and viciously slammed against the panther. Adam's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. He knew exactly what had happened just now. Capitalizing on this opportunity, he gritted his teeth and reached for his earring. In the near distance, he could hear the sound of beasts fighting one another already. "Enia, hold on." He conjured one healing potion after another and started to chug them down like there was no tomorrow. At the same time, he also poured a large amount of it on his deep injury. A few meters away from him, a fierce battle unfolded between Enia and the hexaclaw panther. The white fox lunged, its sharp claws slashing through the air, aiming for the panther's flank. However, the six-legged panther was highly nimble. Shadows swirled around its legs as it effortlessly dodged Enia's attack. It circled around Enia at great speed and swiped its own claws. The fox whimpered in pain as she was hurled into the distance yet again. There was a deep claw mark on her torso, dyeing her white fur a deep crimson. She was no match for her opponent. Despite knowing that she was weaker than the hexaclaw panther, she attacked it without regard for her safety. Although Adam was not her master, she had known him since she was a cub. To her, Adam was no different than family. So when she saw that the raven-haired youth was on the verge of death, she pounced on the panther even if it meant that her own life would be in danger. The panther ignored the grievously wounded Adam and slowly approached the white fox. From time to time, it stopped in its footsteps and crazily shook its head, the red light in its eyes flashing unsteadily. It was not its way to fight a prolonged battle, but due to the corruption of the orcs, it was forced to kill. Ideally, the panther should have already escaped after failing to assassinate Adam the first time around. However, it felt deeply compelled to finish the human off. As it rebelled to maintain its sanity, Adam had already got to his feet, albeit after great struggle. After applying dozens of healing potions to his injury, a thin layer of scar tissue had formed over it already. At the very least, he wasn't losing much blood like before. However, his mind was still in complete disorder. He clutched at his forehead, trying to desperately endure the soul-rending pain. For some strange reason, the pain had significantly increased after he had tried to create the magic circle for the spell just now. "My spiritual power has become highly unstable. Could it be because I forcefully tried to use the lotus as the magical focus?" He thought to himself in alarm. If this was true, then he would not be able to cast any spell. Not anytime soon, at least, if I can't use spells. Adam's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the panther slowly making its way toward Enia. His vision was blurry, but he could still make out that he didn't have much time to save the fox. The next moment, he gritted his teeth in rage and rushed forward. Grrr. The panther growled with immense bloodlust, its eyes overcome by madness. The more blood it saw, the more it struggled to regain its sanity. All it saw in his vision was the injured white fox waiting to be eaten. That's all that mattered to the panther. However, being a beast that was on the verge of advancing to rank 2, it could still maintain slight level-headedness from time to time. Just as it was about to go in for the kill, it sensed great danger to its life. Its yellow pupils contracted, and it hurriedly turned its head to the side. All it saw was a palm coated with pristine white mana enlarging in his vision. Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike. At the last moment, the panther managed to jump backwards so as to minimize the damage from the attack. However, it was still dealt a devastating blow. Boom! Adam gathered all his emotions and momentum and thrust his palm at the beast's torso, sending it flying away. The hexaclaw panther smashed through the thick trunks of a couple of trees and miserably bounced on the ground a few times, before finally stopping after dozens of meters. One shot was all it took. Now the beast's ribs had cracked and its internal organs were heavily damaged. It spurted out mouthfuls of blood as it struggled to get to its feet. The madness in its eyes was instantly replaced by fear. It turned its head weakly and saw its prey coldly glancing at him from the distance. The sheer amount of killing intent and bloodlust he radiated sent shivers down its spine. Slowly, it got to its feet. It cast a fearful glance at Adam one last time, before turning around and fleeing with its tail tucked between its legs. Adam was overcome by absolute fury. He was on the verge of dying just now, all because of that six-legged panther. He wanted to give chase and kill the damned beast in this instance. However, when he turned around to look at Ania whimpering in agonizing pain, all his rage vanished like smoke. He rushed toward the white fox and knelt down beside her. He gently lifted her head and placed it on his lap. Then he took out a couple of healing potions from his earring and fed it to her. Ania nodded her head ever so slightly, her eyes flashing with relief. She thought she would really meet her end tonight. However, she was glad that she had made it out alive. The youth made her drink as many healing potions as she needed. Furthermore, he also applied healing paste and other balms to the injury on her torso. After making sure that she was healthy enough to move again, he asked her, "All right then, are you ready to go on a hunt?" Ania growled with killing intent, her eyes flashing with wild savagery. "Good girl," Adam smirked as he dotingly rubbed the fox's head. He got on top of her and scrutinized her injury once again. After making sure that his weight wasn't worsening the fox's injuries, he nodded to himself, then his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Let's go kill that panther." In the dead of the night, under the soft and cool glow of the twin moons, Adam and Ania dashed through the dense forest, their expressions grim and full of rage. Adam's upper body was bare. His clothes had already been destroyed in the last battle. As he rode atop the majestic white fox, the muscles on his back rippled with power. His torso was filled with scars, big and small. Moreover, the biggest scar that he had stretched from his neck all the way down toward his waist. This was the injury left behind by the hexaclaw panther. He had never been so close to death as he was earlier in the fight just now. Ever since this war with the orcs had begun, it was one bad thing after the other for him. Things never went according to Adam's plan, and as a result, he had to rake his brains to get out of his predicaments. However, even he would have never expected things to go so awry. Things had taken such a drastic turn that he had nearly died on more than one occasion. If it wasn't for Ania, he would have truly died. Thinking of the culprit behind all this, his bloodshot eyes flashed with unbridled rage and killing intent. He urged the white fox to pick up speed and follow the bloody trail left behind by the panther. "I won't stop until I've ripped your heart out, you damned beast." The forest around the two was alive with the sound of the rustling leaves, the creaking branches, and the distant cry of nocturnal beasts. Nia, despite being heavily injured, moved with such grace that her paws barely made a sound as they touched the forest floor. Furthermore, Adam also made sure to continue to heal her wounds as they chased the enemy. After a long time, the young man and the fox were able to see a familiar beast in the distance. Its black fur was stained with blood, and it was limping through the underbush. Its movements were labored, however. It was still fast enough to escape from them. Adam urged Ania to run faster. The wind whipped against his face as they slowly closed the distance. As they drew closer, the panther sensed their approach. It turned around and let out a guttural growl that sent shivers down Adam's spine. However, the youth resolved himself and continued to charge ahead. He endured the splitting headache and gritted his teeth. "I'll kill you no matter what." With a burst of speed, Ania leaped forward, closing the distance in a matter of seconds. As soon as the panther was within range, Adam's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint and he jumped off the fox's back. He gathered a large amount of mana and coated it around his fist. He drew his arm back, and as soon as he got close to the panther, he launched a destructive punch. Die, boom. At the last moment, the panther managed to dodge the attack by relying on its superior speed. Despite being grievously injured, it still managed to evade Adam's blow and sped off into the distance. The ground underneath trembled slightly as dust and debris flew in all directions. A small crater was formed where Adam's fist landed. When he realized that he had missed his target, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, ugh." But immediately after, he dropped to his knees as he clutched at his forehead. His eyes, ears, and nose were still dripping with blood. The sequela from having used his spiritual force to cast a spell earlier still remained, and it seemed to be getting worse with time. However, he just couldn't let the panther go. He raised his head and looked in the direction the beast had escaped to with his bloodshot eyes. The next moment, Ania approached him and nudged her head against his face in concern. I'm fine." He slowly stood up and got on the fox's back before resuming the chase. After close to an hour, Adam and Ania finally managed to catch up to the panther again. However, this time, the youth didn't recklessly attack. Instead, he patiently waited for the opportune moment. Adam stealthily followed after the beast for another hour. Finally, the ladder had led him to a cave entrance, hidden by a curtain of ivy and moss. Is this where it resides? The youth's eyes narrowed as he saw the beast limp inside the cave. It seemed that the chase had dealt a great blow to the panther after being injured by Adam. However, the same could also be said about Ania. She was panting heavily, and it seemed that she would pass out any moment. When Adam noticed this, his heart ached. Did I make a mistake coming here? But the next moment, his eyes flashed with determination. He recalled the feeling of being on death's doorstep, all because of that six-legged panther. Recalling that desperate moment he was in earlier, his entire being was filled with anger. He got off Ania and then slowly walked toward the cave entrance with her. He glanced at the white fox and whispered into her ear, "Just a little more. We can finally rest after we've taken care of the beast." Ania nodded her head ever so slightly. Although she was greatly exhausted, she still wanted revenge just like Adam. Within a few minutes of entering the cave, they heard the soft whimpers of the panther ahead of them. It seemed that the beast was in deep pain. Hearing this, Adam's bloodshot eyes narrowed and he hastened his footsteps. Finally, he came upon a spacious chamber. Its ceiling had a large, gaping hole in it through which moonlight filtered in, illuminating everything underneath. The hexaclaw panther weakly lay at the center of the chamber, licking its wounds. When Adam saw this, his lips curled up into a wicked grin. "Found you." Without waiting a moment longer, he gathered mana in his hands, turned them into the shape of claws, and pounced at the injured panther. However, when he got closer, his gaze fell on something else, causing him to abruptly stop in his footsteps. A moment later, the mana around his hands dissipated. His eyes flashed with hesitancy as he lowered his head. Adam's fists clenched and unclenched several times. In the end, he helplessly muttered under his breath, "Damn it." The hexaclaw panther weakly lay in the dimly lit chamber, its black fur glistening with a sheen of blood and sweat. Its torso was heavily injured and blood gushed out of it endlessly, forming a small puddle beneath. Broken ribs could be seen jutting out of its flesh. This was a result of the panther's battle with Adam earlier. One shot was all it took for it to reduce to such a miserable state. With slow and labored movements, the beast extended its tongue and licked its wound. The saliva of magical beasts had coagulant properties far more potent than regular beasts. As the panther slowly licked its wounds, the saliva created a protective layer over it. This reduced the risk of infection and promoted healing. Its eyes continued to flicker with a crazed, crimson light. However, right now it was far less compared to before. The fear of death had washed over its whole being after the earlier skirmish with the raven-haired youth, causing it to retain a great deal of its sanity. The fear of death was a terrifyingly strong emotion, after all. From time to time, the beast would turn its head and look behind. Then it would resume licking its wounds. Suddenly, the panther's ears twitched as it looked toward the entrance of the chamber. Its eyes narrowed, wondering if it had been followed here. While it was being chased by Adam, it had focused all its attention on escaping. Hence, it was not sure if it had been followed here. Moreover, it was also struggling to resist the corruption on its way here. If it had given up resisting, the corruption would have taken hold of it, and it would then be compelled to fight Adam. This would have been no different than walking to its own death. The panther's eyes flashed with fear and panic as it intently gazed at the entrance of the chamber. The next moment, when it saw the familiar human and white fox enter, its heart sank. Adam's lips curled up into a wicked grin as he lay his bloodthirsty eyes on the beast. "Found you." He gathered mana in his hands and immediately pounced on the injured panther. This was the perfect opportunity to kill the beast. But when he got closer, his gaze fell on something, or rather someone, behind the hexaclaw panther, causing him to falter in his footsteps. Behind the wounded panther lay two cubs cuddled side by side. Their tiny bodies rose and fell with the rhythm of their breathing. Their fur was short and less vibrant compared to their mother's. Moreover, their legs were very little, no bigger than a human's fingers. It was clear that these two cubs were only recently born. When Adam's gaze fell on the hexaclaw panther's newborn offspring, tumultuous waves rose inside his heart. His eyes flashed hesitantly as he slowly lowered his hands, the mana around them gradually dissipating. The mother panther, with great struggle, got to her feet and stood before her cubs. Although she was too injured to fight at the moment, she still growled at Adam. She was ready to lay down her life. Nothing would stop her from protecting her children. Adam's fist clenched and unclenched many times. He lowered his head and intensely gritted his teeth, struggling to come to a decision. He had come all the way here, intent on finishing off the panther that had nearly killed him and Ania, but now that he was greeted by this scene, he could not bring himself to act. Even Ania, who had been filled with rage on the way here, could only stare at the panther and her cubs with complicated emotions. In the end, she turned to look at Adam, seemingly waiting for his decision. When Adam thought back to the battle he had just gone through against the panther, his eyes flashed with immense anger and hatred. He raised his head and viciously glared at the panther, but then he saw the two cubs behind her. They had already woken up by the sudden commotion and were looking at him with curious and innocent eyes. The rage inside Adam was gradually replaced by a feeling of guilt and helplessness. Can I really kill the panther and leave her cubs orphaned? Will the cubs be able to survive without their mother? The hexaclaw panther sensed Adam's hesitation and let out a low growl, seemingly warning him to stay back. At the same time, she was also highly vigilant of Ania, who was standing beside the youth, ready to attack any moment. Meanwhile, Adam was going through a deep inner turmoil. He was torn between revenge and compassion. Then his eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he raised his hand and coated it with mana. This caused the panther to panic and immediately get ready for battle. But the next moment, the mana around Adam's hand dissipated once again, and he weakly fell to the ground, kneeling and panting. I can't do it. The youth could not bring himself to kill the panther, nor could he bring himself to get rid of her cubs. His shoulders slouched and his heart was filled with complex emotions. He then raised his head and glanced at the panther, who was looking back at him with surprise and confusion. The human and beast gazed at each other for a very long time. Finally, Adam got back to his feet and turned around. Ania were leaving. With that, he walked out of the dimly lit chamber. Ania glanced at the youth, then back at the hexaclaw panther and her cubs. In the end, she turned around and followed after him. The panther deeply gazed at Adam's departing back, her thoughts a mystery. She then lay back down on the ground and started nursing her cubs, but she still maintained a vigil, afraid that the human would go back on his word and attack her and her cubs. Outside the large chamber, Adam and Ania walked through the cave tunnels in silence for a long time. After about a few more minutes of looking around, the youth picked up a hidden spot and decided to camp out here for the night. He and Ania were too injured and exhausted. They needed to rest. He was not worried about the panther coming to attack them. The beast was too weakened to do that. As he grabbed healing potions from his earring and applied it on his wounds, he noticed Ania was staring at him. He glanced at her and smiled wryly. "You think I shouldn't have let her go?" Ania softly growled before weakly laying down beside the youth. Adam shook his head and started gently rubbing the fur on the fox's head. He stared in the direction of the large chamber in a daze and muttered under his breath, "Some things are more important than killing and revenge. I would not have been able to live with myself had I killed them." His weary eyelids started to feel heavy as he felt intense fatigue wash over him. A night full of battle and giving chase to the panther for hours on end had taken a heavy toll on him. He slowly closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. "I hope I made the right choice." Within Adam's spirit sea, the storm raged with intense fury. It still hadn't abated ever since Adam had used spiritual power to cast the spell. Although there were no clouds or sun within the youth's spirit sea, strangely enough, the entire place had turned dark and gloomy. Valerian had been flying around aimlessly in this ethereal space, trying to get out, but no matter what he tried, he just couldn't. Something was preventing him from doing so. Why is this happening? Why can't I get out? The young dragon thought to himself in worry as he flapped his wings and flew around the place, glancing at the tempestuous waves down below. After a long time, he flew toward the white lotus and slowly landed on it. As soon as his paws touched the white petals, his giant draconic body slowly transformed back to his cat form. "At least that feeling of impending danger I felt is no longer there," he thought to himself in distress. "Brother, I hope you're all right." In the outside world, Adam massaged his forehead in agony as he rested with his back against the cave wall. He had planned to rest for the night and recuperate his strength, but the soul-rending headache was preventing him from doing so. Forget practicing a session of mindfulness, he couldn't even fall asleep. "Damn it," he grumbled under his breath. "How long do I have to bear with this?" His mana reserves were only at half of full capacity, but that wasn't what he was worried about. It was the fact that he couldn't utilize his spiritual power for the time being. Moreover, spiritual power was required to cast spells, meaning he didn't have access to any of the spells in his arsenal at the moment. Of course, he could still cast the ones that didn't require a model component, but those ones weren't useful in battle. Although he did feel that he had recovered his spiritual power a tiny bit after resting for half the night. As he clutched at his forehead, trying to alleviate the pain, he thought to himself bitterly, "Had I known that the price for using spiritual power to cast a spell was going to be so severe, I would have never tried it in the first place." Now he was far behind enemy lines with no access to his magic spells. He couldn't help but deeply come to regret his decision. But at the same time, if he hadn't done what he had and cast an advanced version of Dingy Illusion, perhaps he and Ania would have already been pummeled to death under the hooves of the rock bisons. Thinking of Ania, the youth turned his head and glanced at her. The white fox was sleeping peacefully. The arduous ordeal from the night before had taken a steep price from her. Despite all the potions she had consumed, her injuries still hadn't healed completely. Then he thought about the hexaclaw panther that was resting not far from him. He glanced in the direction of the large chamber where the beast and her cubs lay. In the end, he shook his head and heaved a helpless sigh. Suddenly, he heard a commotion coming from outside the cave entrance, causing his ears to twitch and a deep foreboding feeling to well up in his heart. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he ventured a guess. "That's right, it can only be one person." To think that he would find me when I'm at my weakest. Damn it, all my plans have failed. His lips curled up into a bitter smile as he muttered under his breath, "Oh, fate, must you toy with me so much? It's one misfortune after the other." Adam didn't even need to go out and confirm what the source of the sudden commotion was. He knew it in his heart. It could be none other than Kevin Gracie. After all, who else would come all the way out here to the depths of the murky mountains? But now, the youth was in a great dilemma. Should I kill him now, or remain hidden, or escape? When he had left for this long-term mission, he had cast several enchantment spells on Kevin and lured him out here. His plan was to get rid of this nuisance once and for all. He was sick and tired of Kevin making things difficult for him at every turn. For that very reason, he had set several traps for Kevin and his party, hoping that they would fall for it and die. This would ensure that the magical mechanism that Adam was so vigilant against didn't lead back to him. But even he couldn't have expected a large-scale herd of rock bisons to suddenly appear out of nowhere and ruin his plans. He was sure that the herd of bison must have set off all the traps. This led to Kevin making it out alive and following him all the way out here. But how did he manage to track me down so far? Did he divine my location? But how? Adam thought to himself, his expression turning grim. He started to habitually stroke his chin and thought about his next course of action. Now that he's come all the way here, must I really kill him? But if I kill him directly, that magical mechanism will activate and it will put me in a world of trouble. Adam was heavily conflicted. Moreover, the searing headache prevented him from thinking too deeply. He massaged his temples and gritted his teeth in annoyance. If I let him go, I'll never get another opportunity like this. Damn it, what should I do? He knew he didn't have long and that he had to decide quickly. In the end, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he came to a decision. Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands. The next moment, he took a deep breath and conjured a few things from his earring. But first, I need to make certain arrangements so that I don't die later. In front of him were a feathered quill, a small bottle of ink, a blank piece of parchment paper, and finally a bronze whistle. The youth glanced at the bronze whistle and scoffed. Everything would have been so easy if I could just summon you and make you fight all my battles. But I can't. He grabbed the feather quill, dipped it in ink, and began writing a letter to a certain someone. As his hands hurriedly danced across the parchment paper, he helplessly muttered, "I didn't want to be indebted to that guy, but I have no other choice." The space in front of Adam started to saturate and distort as the portal to the spirit world slowly mended itself back. The youth glanced with hopeful eyes as the small, shadowy figure jumped inside the portal and left. After the portal closed and everything returned to normal, Adam couldn't help but sigh. He lowered his head and muttered under his breath, "I hope it won't be too late." The following moment, his eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed in them. He turned his head toward the cave entrance. He could hear the familiar voice of Kevin and a few other people he didn't know. "It's about time I finish this." He turned to look at Ania peacefully sleeping beside him. He stretched his hand to wake her up but paused midway. He hesitated for a brief moment before retracting his hand. "Little Ania, you rest while I go take care of the pests. It won't take long." The youth slowly got to his feet while supporting himself against the cave wall. His countenance twisted in pain as he desperately endured the headache. Just as he got up, his nose started to bleed. He wiped it with his hand and sniffed hard. Then he slowly made his way toward the cave entrance, his face filled with ruthless determination. A few dozen meters away from the cave entrance, a group of 4 magi stood with extreme vigilance. As Adam had speculated, they were indeed from the Gracie family. The one leading them was none other than Kevin Gracie. He was currently crouching before a large bowl filled with a strange silver liquid. There was also a blood-stained arrow floating on the surface of the bowl, its arrowhead pointing toward the cave entrance. "Heh, finally found you," Kevin flashed an evil grin. This arrow had been with him since he returned from the Soaring River secret plane. This arrow, at one point, had been used by a female elf to injure Adam and had his blood on it. Kevin had used the same arrow to divine the youth's location within the secret plane. Now he had done it again. "Young master, we shouldn't stay here for long," Hayat spoke with slight nervousness. "I had noticed quite a few magical beasts prowling in the distance." Kevin glanced at the middle-aged man with narrowed eyes. However, this time he didn't berate him. He knew that the man was right. They had come too far into the depths of the murky mountains. Moreover, they had also lost half the men in their group. Thinking back to the herd of rock bisons whom they had managed to narrowly avoid, his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, when he glanced at the cave entrance and envisioned the injured Adam licking his wounds inside, he felt that it was all worth it. On his way here, he had seen plenty of remnants of battle where a magus had been present, so he was very certain in his speculations that Adam had been involved in a battle and had been grievously injured as a result. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to hole up in this cave. "Don't worry, Hayat." Kevin got to his feet after he threw the liquid inside the bowl and kept it and the arrow back inside his space-type storage ring. "Once we're done with Adam, we'll retreat." Hayat deeply glanced at the young man. In the end, he lowered his head and respectfully replied, "I will assist you to the best of my capabilities. "So will we," the other two magi also deferentially stated. "Good." Kevin's lips curled up into a malicious smile. "That's what I like to hear. But don't give him an easy death. I want him to suffer." But the next words got stuck in his throat when he heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside the cave. He hurriedly turned his gaze toward the cave entrance as he subconsciously took a step back, his body trembling in fear. The rest of the magi also watched with bated breaths. The magus they had been chasing for almost a week now would finally show himself. A few moments later, a lone figure walked out of the cave. The young man stood barefoot at the cave's entrance. He wore tattered, loose black pants and his upper body was bare, displaying his chiseled, muscular physique. Scars, big and small, riddled his blood-stained body. When the magi of the Gracie family glanced at the long and deep scar running diagonally across his torso, their pupils constricted and only one thought echoed in their minds. How did he survive that injury? Adam crossed his arms and coldly glanced at the enemies in front of him. Although he was severely injured, he would never show it to them. He had to put up a strong, intimidating front. He raised his chin and arrogantly spoke to the group, "Just the four of you." Kevin was so frightened of Adam's dreadful appearance that he couldn't even muster the courage to speak. Seeing this, Hyatt stepped forward and angrily roared at Adam, "You dare look down on us, you filthy bastard. You already have one foot in the grave." He then glanced at his subordinates beside him and spoke loudly, "Don't be fooled by his false bravado. He's just one man. There is absolutely nothing to fear." Hyatt then turned back around to glance at Adam. Then, his eyes widened. All he saw was a scar-filled hand clenched into a fist enlarging in his vision. Hand of Doom, one hit, splurt. Hyatt's upper body was instantly obliterated, blood and pieces of innards splattering all around. Everything had happened so quickly that Kevin and the other two magi were momentarily frozen. And then, unprecedented fear gripped their heart when they laid eyes on Adam, who was now standing in front of them. Hyatt's blood had drenched the raven-haired youth from head to toe. He looked at Kevin and the other two magi one by one. Seeing the fear in their eyes, his lips curled up into a devilish grin. Despite enduring the soul-rending pain assaulting his mind, his momentum was through the roof, heavily weighing down on his enemies. He took a step forward as he began his slaughter. "Come, let me devour your souls." Adam's eyes blazed with uncontrollable cruelty as he walked toward the nearest magi. He emanated a palpable bloodlust and killing intent, causing the man in front of him to suffocate. However, this magus from the Gracie family was also a veteran in his own right. He was only frozen for a split moment before calming the turbulent emotions raging inside his heart. He felt like he was in the presence of a demon from the abyss. The man gritted his teeth and hurriedly cast hand signs despite his body trembling in horror. However, Adam had already arrived before him with his insane speed. Although the youth couldn't cast spells, nothing was stopping him from using magic combat techniques. The Stellar Steps was a set of mobility techniques from the Astral Tyrant manual that gave Adam superior speed compared to his peers. Not only could this footwork technique be used in tandem with the Phantom Dance, but it could also be used independently, like what Adam had done just now. His moves were unpredictable and made him look like a specter that had suddenly arrived in front of the Gracie family magus. Adam coldly glanced at the man before him, his eyes flashing with indifference. He viciously grabbed the man's palms with his left hand, preventing him from completing the physical component of the spell. Wait, the man panicked, seeing Adam appear in front of him like a ghost. However, the youth didn't give him a moment of respite. With a resounding crack, he shattered the bones in the man's hands with his raw strength alone. Then he raised his right palm, coated it with a layer of his pristine white mana, and mercilessly thrust it into the man's chest. Kuek, the magus coughed out a mouthful of blood straight onto Adam's face, but the latter did not care. Adam indifferently stared at the man until the light in his eyes slowly dimmed and he lifelessly leaned against him. Right at that moment, the other magus had already finished making preparations for his spell. He glanced at Adam with fearful eyes and screamed, "Die. Rank 1 spell, Hail of Thorns." A dozen thorns, no bigger than a human's hand, materialized out of the magic circle and rained down on the youth. Adam, however, didn't panic in the least. His gaze was calm as he stared at the thorns coming toward him. He didn't run. He simply moved the corpse of the magus he had just killed and placed it in front of him. Since he couldn't use defensive magic spells, he might as well use the corpse of his enemy to barricade himself from danger. One by one, the thorns lodged themselves deep inside the corpse. Only a few managed to brush past the corpse, however. All they did was slightly graze Adam. He wasn't injured in the slightest. Well, of course, from the physical and mental injury that he already had before he started fighting. Damn it, the magus who had just cast the spell, nervously cursed under his breath after seeing that he hadn't managed to damage the youth. Subconsciously, he started to retreat and began preparing for his next spell. The next moment, however, his hand movements abruptly stopped when he saw the corpse of his comrade in front of him suddenly fall to the ground. What was shocking was that Adam, who was supposed to be hiding behind the corpse, was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? He blurted out in fear and panic. Here, a cold voice suddenly drifted into his ear. It came from behind him. The Magus body shuddered when he felt a warm hand grab his neck from behind, tightly gripping it. No, 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 wait, his words were cut short when Adam savagely separated his head from his body, yanking it out along with the entirety of his spine. The scene was so gruesome and blood-curdling that Kevin, who saw this take place, instantly fell to the ground, his eyes widening in fear and disbelief. He had never expected Adam to be so ruthless. Monster, only a single word escaped his lips as he glanced at the raven-haired youth grab the body of the Magus in one hand and the head that was attached to the spine in the other. Adam slowly turned his bloodied face toward Kevin, his lips curling up into a smile. However, this smile was countless times terrifying for Kevin. When he saw that smile on Adam's face, he hurriedly crawled backward. Stay away from me, you demon," he screamed in absolute terror. "I said stay away from me. Stay away." Adam slowly walked toward Kevin, the smile on his face widening. "You came all the way here to meet me, and now you want me to leave." He then shook his head in disappointment. As I thought, he glanced at Kevin and deviously smirked. "You're a spineless trash, after all." When Kevin heard that term coming straight from Adam's mouth, something inside him snapped. For the past few weeks, these words from Adam continued to ring inside his head. It was to such a point that he couldn't even sleep most nights. Now that he directly heard it from Adam, he gnashed his teeth in rage. His eyes turned bloodshot. "What did you just say?" This was the true horror of the School of Enchantment. Even after the spell had been cast, it would leave a deep psychological scar on the target, making them act irrationally when they saw or heard certain signals. Adam's lips parted and he muttered every word clearly enough for Kevin to hear. "Cripple, spineless, trash, you." Kevin got to his feet in a hurry and lunged toward the youth. "I'll kill you." Because of a few cognitive cues that Adam had implanted deep inside Kevin's subconscious through the help of enchantment spells, all the fear that the latter was feeling was suddenly replaced by unbridled fury. Kevin couldn't help but feel compelled to attack Adam after listening to those words. Seeing Kevin rush toward him, Adam sneered. The next moment, he raised his hand and delivered a tight slap to the brown-haired youth, causing him to miserably fall to the ground. Kevin spat a few teeth away, then glared at Adam. Before he could hurl insults at him or get to his feet and attack him, he felt agonizing pain radiating from his knees. Crack, crack, Adam had already appeared before him and brutally destroyed his kneecaps. Arg! Kevin opened his mouth wide and screamed in excruciating pain, but his screams were soon cut short. Crack, crack, this time Adam had stomped on his elbows, thoroughly decimating them. Gawa! Kevin roared again, however, he was interrupted once more. Adam had gently stabbed with his finger at a certain point at Kevin's neck, causing the latter to be unable to use his vocal cords. "That's much better." Adam nodded. Seeing Kevin's eyes trembling in fear, Adam felt very satisfied. "You sent those assassins after me in Hand City. Then you tried to kill me inside the secret plane. All for what? Just because you were an insecure little shit." He slapped Kevin a couple of times and taunted, "Why don't you reply? Cat got your tongue." Tears started to stream down Kevin's eyes. He knew his death was near. He couldn't help but be overcome by deep regret. But a few moments later he thought of something, and the regret in his eyes was instantly replaced by a crazed glint. "What's that unhinged look on your stupid face?" Adam asked with raised eyebrows. His lips then curled up into a smirk. "You think I don't know about the Soulmark retribution?" Kevin's eyes widened in shock. Adam coldly chuckled. "Don't worry. After I'm done with you, I'll deal with your whole family as well. I'll make sure you're not alone on your journey to hell." Kevin's shock, however, was once again replaced by a deranged look as he glared at Adam. The latter frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. The following moment, he slowly weaved hand signs and gathered whatever spiritual power he could muster to create the magic circle with great cost to his injuries. Blood dripped from his eyes, ears, and nose as he prepared the spell. Although this was unnecessary, he would rather see Kevin die like this than any other way. After finishing all the spell components, the youth pointed his finger at Kevin. Rank 1 spell, summon hellish flames. The next moment, plumes of black flames were conjured beneath Kevin, drowning every inch of his body. Kevin writhed in agony as the flames swallowed him whole. He wanted to scream, but no voice came out of his mouth. In the end, he could only hatefully glare at Adam while his flesh continued to melt. Soon, his muscles were scorched, followed by his bones and organs. Adam's lips curled up into a satisfied smile as he watched Kevin burn to death by his family's own spell. The black flames were reflected in his eyes for a long time as he continued to enjoy the scene of Kevin dying a slow and gruesome death. He felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he felt incredibly content. Right after Kevin died, a white light shot out from his body and burrowed inside Adam with unimaginable speed. The latter could only helplessly stare at it. He knew he couldn't avoid it. This was the magical mechanism that he was so vigilant about. Seeing it enter his body, he couldn't help but sigh. The black flames burnt for a long time until nothing remained of Kevin's corpse, except. Adam frowned when his gaze fell on the metallic arm that Kevin had been using in place of his missing arm. This thing managed to survive those black flames. The youth muttered in astonishment. He took a step forward, wanting to examine this object, but suddenly his pupils constricted, and intense warning bells started ringing inside his chaotic mind. He had never felt such a threat to his life before. On the metallic arm, strange runes started to glow with an ominous red. And soon, before Adam knew it, the red light had completely drowned him. BOOMM. Bright red runes glowed on the surface of the metallic arm that Kevin had left behind after his death. The fact that this arm could survive the black hellish flames meant it was a very powerful object, far more powerful than a rank 1 spell. With a loud roar, the metallic arm lit up with a blinding light. The explosive energy that it released formed a vortex of destructive force. Boom! Adam's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the cold touch of death loom over him yet again. He knew that something had gone terribly wrong. His heart was gripped by panic as he realized the grave danger he was in. "Damn it, I can't escape this explosion," he screamed in his heart. The explosion expanded rapidly, incinerating everything in its path. Since Adam was standing only a few meters away from the source of the explosion, he could feel his skin already beginning to burn. Adam's eyes blazed with anger and defiance. "I refuse to die," he roared to the skies. His dark pupils flashed with a ruthless light, and the next moment, he gathered an enormous amount of mana around his palms and stretched his hands in front of him. The mana in his hands started to spiral rapidly, creating 2 giant whirlpools similar to shields. As the 2 swirling shields of mana overlapped one another, the mana started to intensely oscillate, blocking and deflecting the fiery explosion before him. Hand of Doom, Great Barrier. Adam gritted his teeth as the skin all over his hands started to slowly peel and burn away. Despite that, he increased the mana output to the maximum, rapidly emptying his reserves. He couldn't use defensive spells. This technique from the Astral Turret Manual was all that stood between him and death. AARRGGGGHHH. He roared madly, his eyes turning bloodshot. Slowly, the explosion that had covered him started to brush past him. The moment the waves of fire touched the large swirling shield of mana, they were deflected and went around him. It was as if the fire bent around Adam as soon as it touched the spiraling mana shield. As Adam's mana output increased, the vortex of mana in front of him got larger and larger until it blocked everything in front of him. Yet, being in the center of the explosion, Adam wasn't unharmed. Just as the explosion died down, the youth's mana was also depleted entirely. When the smoke cleared, he could be seen standing at the center of a large black crater. His body was charred and emitting smoke. His pants were scorched, clinging to his burnt flesh. The ground beneath his feet was filled with steaming debris. Adam's eyes were murky and he stood there motionlessly. His lips parted and he exhaled a cloud of black smoke. He turned around, wanting to go back to the cave. But as soon as he moved, his body weakly staggered and he fell down face first. His eyelids slowly shut and his breathing became labored. He had managed to survive, but for how long? The violent explosion had shattered the seemingly tranquil forest. The blast had sent shockwaves through the trees, causing the branches and leaves to rustle and the birds to take flight in a panic. A large blackened crater served as the epicenter for the devastating explosion. The entire area was covered by scorched earth and burning vegetation. Within the cave tunnels, Enia was peacefully sleeping as she recovered from her injuries when suddenly her eyes snapped open as she heard the large explosion outside. Startled, she looked around and realized that Adam wasn't around her. Fear gripped her heart as she thought of a terrifying possibility. She hurriedly got to her feet and rushed out of the cave. The scene which greeted her eyes next caused her to howl in grief. At the center of the black crater, Adam lay unmoving, his entire body emitting smoke and his skin burned to a crisp. She rushed toward him and nudged her head against his face, trying to wake him up, but she received no response. Tears streamed down her furry face as she desperately tried to move Adam. Suddenly, her pointy ears perked up and she looked toward the forest in alarm. The disturbance caused by the explosion earlier had attracted plenty of beasts nearby. Creatures of many shapes and sizes emerged from behind the trees, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirst and madness. Seeing this, Enia's body trembled in fear. However, she overcame the terror gripping her heart and stood before Adam's body, menacingly growling at the beasts. Wolves, bears, tigers, and other corrupted magical beasts slowly approached the center of the black crater, their eyes flashing with killing intent and immense hunger. Enia was terrified at this sudden turn of events. Despite that, she didn't move. She had to protect Adam at all costs. She bared her fangs and growled in a threatening manner, trying to scare away the beasts. However, it was all futile. The magical beasts continued to approach her. Then all of a sudden, a loud and resounding roar echoed from the direction of the cave entrance. Enia hurriedly turned around and her heart sank. The Hexaclaw Panther had once again appeared. Despite her being heavily injured, her curiosity was piqued when she heard the sound of an explosion earlier. When she came outside and saw Adam lying motionless on the ground, her eyes narrowed. She started to intensely salivate from her maw as she slowly approached the youth. Enia shuddered intensely. Now she was being attacked from all sides. Not to mention, the hexaclaw panther was a beast that was on the verge of becoming a rank 2 magical beast. Her legs trembled, yet she held her ground. The white fox threateningly glared at the panther, hoping that she would refrain from attacking, but the panther didn't stop. With the sudden involvement of the panther, the other corrupted beasts stopped in their footsteps. They could feel it in their bones. They were no match for the 6-legged beast. But when they laid eyes on Adam's burned and battered body, they were overcome by murderous intentions. They couldn't resist the temptation. Surrounded by all sides, Adam and Aenea's lives hung in a delicate balance. The hexaclaw panther was the first to arrive before them. She glanced at all the corrupted beasts in front of her. Then she gazed at Aenea, and finally at Adam's charred body. Following that, she flashed her sharp and jagged teeth and rushed forward with blazing savagery. Roar. At another location deep within the jungles of the Murky Mountains, a group of magi dashed through the undergrowth with solemn expressions. The air was thick with the sound of battle as these magi continued to cast spells at the magical beasts all around them. Maintain formation. The leader of the group roared as he hacked his sword at the beasts in front of him. Quick rotations. Injured ones fall back. Switch to formation B. The man had medium-length black hair, and his pupils were light brown in color. From how his team was efficiently performing against the beasts, it was certain that this magus had great experience and leadership skills. He wore ostentatious robes which were covered by a white cloak with golden embroidery at the seams. The insignia on the white cloak was that of the Gracie family, and this man was Morden Gracie. He and the other magi of the Gracie family had received a mission from headquarters to eradicate a den of magical beasts in the western direction of their camp. It had been a week since they'd arrived here. Until now, their mission progress was pretty smooth for the most part. Under the leadership of Morden, there had been 0 casualties till now. This spoke volumes about his strategic prowess. As this group of magi advanced, the underbrush suddenly rustled ominously. The next moment, a sounder of black boars emerged from the shadows, their tusks gleaming with a cold light. With a bloodthirsty guttural growl, the corrupted beasts launched themselves at the Gracie family magi. Under Morden's leadership, the group effortlessly took out their enemies. Bolts of lightning materialized out of their fingertips and small orbs of fire rained down on the beasts, instantly burning them. However, with every creature that fell, 2 more seemed to take its place. But the magi were fearless in their advance and responded with a flurry of spells. Within a few minutes, all the corrupted beasts had been already taken care of. Furthermore, there still hadn't been any casualties amongst the group of magi. Lord Morden is truly a great commander. If it weren't for our lord, most of us would have already died. Truly, Lord Morden is a magus among magi. One by one, everyone started to fawn over Morden. Although they said such flattering words, there was indeed some truth to it. Morden had a stoic expression on his face, however. Inwardly, he felt greatly satisfied by the praises from his subordinates. He glanced at them and flatly stated, "Stop dawdling around. Quickly retrieve the beast cores and other necessary loot from the corpses." "Yes, my lord." The magi respectfully replied in unison and hurriedly started looting the carcasses. Morden coolly glanced at his subordinates as they did their jobs. Suddenly, his space-type storage ring trembled ever so slightly, and the following moment a small, copper lantern about the size of his palm shot out from it. Morden's expression froze when he realized what this item was. Soulmark lantern. His heart sank. Who does this belong to? A Soulmark lantern carried the spiritual power signature of a magus. Its main usage was to let the holder know about the life status of the owner of the signature. Morden always carried with him the Soulmark lanterns containing the spiritual power signatures of people close to him, such as his elder brother, Oswald Gracie, and his son, Kevin. In fact, all the important people from the Gracie family had left their marks on Soulmark lanterns. In the event that any one of them died, the other members of the family would be immediately notified. Not only that, but the lantern would also guide them to the murderer. Morden's heart was gripped by intense nervousness and fear as he held the tiny, copper lantern in his trembling hands, trying to ascertain which Gracie family member's mark it had. A few moments later, he finally learned who the mark belonged to. "No!" he screamed in sheer agony as he dropped to the ground. His eyes turned bloodshot as tears endlessly streamed down his face. He gritted his teeth so hard that his gums turned bloody. Then he clenched his fists and repeatedly slammed them on the ground. "No, no, no, no," he roared in anguish. My son, it can't be." He raised his head and glanced at the dense canopy with lifeless eyes. He clutched at his chest and wailed in overwhelming grief. "My Kevin, it cannot be, no, it cannot be." The other magi of the Gracie family were greatly startled when they saw Morden break down emotionally all of a sudden. They glanced at the small lantern clasped tightly in his hands and realized that someone close must have died. Moreover, hearing the name of their young master come out of their lord's mouth, they confirmed their speculation. Instead of coming forward to comfort him, they stood at a distance and lowered their heads. They then secured a tight perimeter around Morden, shielding him from any potential threats. After a long time, Morden had cried until he could not cry anymore. All that remained now was a cold and expressionless face. He gazed at the copper lantern in his hand and softly muttered, "My sweet boy, have you left me as well?" Then his eyes flashed with killing intent as a tempestuous rage bubbled within his heart. He put Mana inside the lantern, and a few moments later, a small white orb of light surfaced from the lantern. The tiny orb of light circled around the lantern a couple of times and then shot into the distance. But my lord, what about the mission?" Amagus tried to meekly protest, but instantly shut his mouth when Morden glanced at him with unbridled bloodlust. Morden didn't speak a word, but his intentions were clear. Soon, everyone started following where the light orb led them. Morden, who was at the forefront of the group, thought with immense anger and grief, "Whoever you are, I will kill you." In a dimly lit chamber, Adam slowly opened his eyes. His vision was initially blurry but gradually gained focus. "I'm alive." The moment he gained consciousness, the sensation of pain radiating throughout his body overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Ugh, he couldn't help but groan in agony. His pupils darted around as he glanced at this familiar place. "Where am I?" The next moment, he saw two tiny creatures slowly make their way toward him and stand right beside his face. Then they leaned over and cutely glanced at him. When Adam saw them, he was stunned. "Why, you guys?" These tiny creatures had 4 yellow eyes each that shone with curiosity as they glanced at Adam. They only looked at him for a few moments, before opening their mouths and starting to lick his face. Meow. Adam awoke with a start, his senses slowly returning to him. His pupils darted around and he glanced at the familiar cave chamber he found himself in. "Isn't this?" The next moment his body began to throb with pain immensely. No, to be precise, it was always hurting, but he only just started feeling the sensation when he came to. Even the slightest of movement sent waves of agony through his burnt skin and flesh. He winced as he tried to sit up, but he could not. In the end, he could only helplessly look around as he desperately tried to endure the pain. But this place it can't be. The following moment, 2 furry little creatures approached him. They stood on each side of his face, glancing at him with curious eyes. When Adam saw these adorable creatures, he confirmed that he wasn't just seeing things and that this place he was in was indeed the place he had come to a while ago. "You guys," the youth's words were interrupted when the panther cubs pounced on his face and licked his cheeks. Meow. Adam was first stunned, but then he realized what must have transpired after he passed out. A faint smile gradually bloomed on his face as he felt the ticklish sensation on his cheeks. But soon his smile faltered. Memories of that dreadful explosion flooded his mind. The blazing heat, the blinding light, and the harrowing pain. Everything came back to him, causing his entire body to tremble subconsciously. He remembered the feeling of being engulfed by those destructive flames, the overwhelming sense of helplessness he felt in the face of death. Recalling all those gruesome memories, he couldn't help but involuntarily clench his fists. Kevin, that sly bastard, no wonder he was acting so psychotic before he died. Despite the pain and fear, Adam felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had made it out alive. That's all that mattered. Wincing in pain, he was slowly able to sit upright. Then he glanced around at the cave. A few meters away from him, Enia was sleeping soundly, recuperating from her injuries. Seeing her alive and well, Adam heaved a sigh of relief. Then his gaze fell on the other side of the chamber. There a figure was lying on the ground, staring at him from the shadows. The creature's 4 yellow eyes sometimes flickered with an ominous red light. Adam was filled with complicated emotions. "You saved me." The Hexclaw Panther let out a soft growl. Then her eyes narrowed before finally closing. Adam deeply stared at the other side of the cave where the beast had just been. Earlier, he could make out her presence, but after she closed her eyes, it seemed like she had entirely vanished. Truly a creature of the shadows, Adam marveled. Grrrrrrr. Another soft growl could be heard from the other side before everything turned tranquil, except for the excited meows and purrs of the 2 panther cubs who were running around Adam. The little fellows were very energetic, to say the least. Not only did they play around with Adam, but they also climbed over the slumbering white fox and started jumping on her back. Of course, Enia was deeply asleep, so she didn't notice it. Or perhaps she did but didn't care. Adam couldn't help but smile warmly watching them play. He then turned his attention back on himself, examining his gruesome wounds. His hands trembled as he gently poked his burned and blistered skin, feeling the raw flesh underneath. The pain was intense and he couldn't help but wince and suck in a breath of cold air. As the youth examined his injuries, he couldn't help but loudly gulp when he realized just how extensive they were. He slowly raised his hand and touched his face. Feeling the charred skin there as well, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "I was already bad looking to begin with. Now I've become even uglier than a troll." After examining the injuries all over his body, he came to the conclusion that although it appeared bad, it wasn't actually that bad. The youth mused to himself, "Healing potions will fix my injuries for sure, but the burn marks are going to stay on my skin permanently, I'm afraid. Not unless I go to that lady back in Moon City." But that is impossible at the moment. He rid himself of such thoughts and deeply sighed. I'm just happy to make it out alive. All he had to take care of now was the soul-rending headache that still hadn't abated. This was a major concern for him. Moreover, using the spell on Kevin seemed to have slightly worsened his injury, but it was all worth it. He sneered as he recalled drowning Kevin in black flames and killing him with his own spell. Then he glanced at his injuries again and decided to begin the healing process. His eyes flashed with newfound determination as he conjured a set of sanitized bandages, healing potions, balms, ointments, and other things he'd require. This should do for now, he muttered softly. When I've recovered a little more, I can brew more potions. Thankfully, my earring isn't damaged or I would have been truly screwed. It also helped that he had a vast quantity of herbs and other ingredients in his earring. Moreover, he also needed to get back to the eastern camp as soon as he possibly could. There, yet another battle awaited him. Mew, Valerian cried loudly as he tightly hugged Adam. It had been a week since he was stuck inside the youth's spirit sea. Only today was he able to finally get out. As the little guy's furry paws gently squeezed around Adam's neck, he sent a mental transmission full of sorrow. Brother, forgive me I wasn't there for you. I was so worried, Mew. Adam gently patted the young dragon's head and comforted him. It's all right, Val. It wasn't your fault. Mew Valerian sniffled. Why couldn't you get out of my spirit sea, though? The youth asked with a frown. It's never happened before, has it? Valerian wiped the tears from his face, then glanced at Adam with a grim expression. I don't know what happened, but a week ago your spirit sea suddenly descended into chaos and everything turned dark and gloomy. Adam's eyes narrowed. Descended into chaos. Explain. The young dragon nodded solemnly and continued. It felt like I was in the middle of a storm. The sea was churning massive waves all around me, and even the lotus was acting strangely. Adam's heart skipped a beat. What did it do? Valerian shook his head and replied with lingering fear. I'm not sure, but it kept trembling from time to time. I don't know what you did in the outside world, but your spirit sea has never been so turbulent. For a moment, I thought I was forever going to be trapped there. Adam gently lowered Valerian and placed him on his lap. Then he started to stroke his chin and deeply ponder. Using my spiritual power to cast the spell truly had more drawbacks than I'd initially realized. It had been a week since his confrontation with Kevin. Since then, he had been silently recuperating inside the Hexaclaw Panther's cave. During this time, much to his surprise, he realized that he wasn't able to access his spirit sea. This greatly alarmed him. Although for some strange reason, he was able to enter the mysterious space of the White Lotus. But thankfully, today he was finally able to visit his spirit sea. At the same time, Valerian was also able to come out of it. Is this some sort of defense mechanism by the Lotus? He thought to himself. How strange, but thankfully my mental injuries have already been healed. His spiritual power had recovered faster than he had expected. He could only attribute this to the White Lotus. His mind didn't feel as chaotic as it did a week ago. It felt fresh. But most importantly, he now had full access to his spiritual power, meaning he could finally access his magic spells. Thinking back to the time when he only had to rely on his magic combat techniques, Adam couldn't help but sigh. A magus without his spells is like a swordsman without his sword. He then glanced around at the large chamber. Enia had mostly recovered and was playing around with Valerian. The two panther cubs were currently being breastfed by their mother on the other side of the chamber. Throughout the entire time, the Hexaclaw Panther didn't approach Adam. She silently gazed at him from the distance. Adam felt that she was most likely trying to resist the corruption and didn't want to come near him. The youth conjured his grimoire and a feathered quill. Then, he started jotting down his experience when using spiritual power to cast the spell. Although this came at a great cost to him, he believed that at certain perilous moments it could become his greatest trump card. However, the quill in his hand silently hovered above the pages of the grimoire. Adam couldn't think of anything to write. When he had used his spiritual power as fuel, he was under the threat of death and in an extremely desperate situation. He had only managed to do it instinctively. Damn it, the youth cursed under his breath. I can't even recall that feeling. He raised his head and glanced at the twin moons through the large clearing in the chamber. Selene and Luna were hiding behind a string of thick clouds, seemingly teasing him. Adam glanced at them and smiled wryly. Must I always be at death's doorstep to be able to use my spiritual power? He stared at the moons in a daze for a few moments. Then he kept away the quill and the grimoire, sighing to himself, forget it. Then he slowly got to his feet and made his way toward the other side of the chamber where the panther and her cubs lay. Seeing him suddenly approach her, the panther went on high alert and got on all fours, threateningly growling at him. Her cubs, however, cutely ran toward Adam and started circling around him in joy. Seeing this, Adam chuckled. He then glanced at the mother panther, ignoring her threatening glare. My attack did quite a number on you, huh? Adam chuckled as he glanced at the panther's torso. That area hadn't completely healed yet, and a few broken bones were still jutting out of the flesh. The youth crouched down beside the panther. Then he glared at her. Sit down, grrr, the panther growled in defiance. Adam raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. What's that? Wanna go at it again? The panther's body shuddered when she recalled that devastating palm thrust from the youth. In the end, she whimpered and obediently sat down. Good. Adam nodded, then he took out a bunch of healing potions and bandages from his earring. As he started treating the panther, he began, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Take good care of the kids, all right. The panther softly growled in acknowledgement. I'll leave enough food and water for you three. It should last you months, he spoke as he gently wrapped the panther's wound. Refrain from going outside the cave. Things are about to escalate very soon. The panther glanced at him deeply. A moment later, she nodded. After treating her injuries, Adam took out a large amount of raw meat that he had prepared for himself for when he went out on missions. He kept the meat in a corner of the chamber and cast certain spells on the containers, ensuring that the food didn't get spoiled. Then he took out a dozen large barrels of water. After making all the preparations and making sure that the panther and her cubs would be taken care of for the next few months, the youth finally went to sleep. The following day, just as the sun rose above the horizon, Adam departed from the cave, riding on Ania's back. They walked around the large black crater where the explosion that almost took Adam's life had gone off. He glanced at the crater with a cold expression, thinking of the repercussions he would have to face later. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. I did what I could. No need to dwell on the past. Finally, Ania, Valerian, and Adam made their way toward the eastern camp. Before entering the deep forests, Adam made the white fox stop. He then turned around and glanced at the panther and her cubs standing at the cave entrance. Seeing that, he smiled warmly. And farewell. The hexaclaw panther growled lightly. Meanwhile, her cubs seemed to be very emotional. It would appear that they had grown close to the youth in the time he had spent inside the cave. Adam cast one final glance at them before turning back around and urging Ania to dash forward. As he moved through the dense forest, he turned his head and glanced in the general direction of Moon City. I hope you aren't late. Adam's entire body had been wrapped in bandages, except for his face, which was covered in post-burn scars. He looked unrecognizable and extremely hideous, to say the least. He wore a dark cloak that fluttered behind him in the wind as he rode atop Ania through the dense forest. Valerian was sitting on the fox's head. He refused to go back to Adam's spirit sea this time. He feared that something would happen again, and he wouldn't be able to assist the youth. The white fox's powerful strides created a rhythmical thud against the ground, accompanied by the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of twigs and branches underneath. It seemed that Ania had fully recovered from her injuries. If anything, after receiving Adam's professional herbal treatment, she seemed to have become even stronger. As they dashed through the forest, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting spotted dots on the forest floor. They inhaled the rich, earthy scent of the jungle and the sweet fragrance of the wildflowers and berries. Birds chirped melodiously, their sound mingling with the soft buzzing of the insects. It was a soothing atmosphere, but that was only on the surface. The danger lay hidden in the shadows. Adam had an extremely grim expression on his face as he slowly approached the eastern camp. It had been a week since he had departed from the panther's cave. He thought to himself in nervousness, I hope they aren't late. About an hour later, the trio finally emerged from the forest and came across a large clearing. Seeing this familiar scene, Adam's shoulders involuntarily loosened. At the same time, his eyes turned solemn. It feels like forever. Before him lay the largest-scale Magus camp. It was still in the wee hours of the morning and was hence bustling with activity. Even from a distance, the youth was able to smell the aroma of grilled meat. The smell wafted into his nostrils, causing his stomach to grumble in hunger. He had given away most of his rations to the panther and her cubs. He barely had anything to eat on the way here. Adam led Ania toward the entrance of the camp, where a few magi had been stationed. Halt, who goes there? A burly man stepped forward, spear in hand. When he looked at Adam's burned face, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He couldn't even begin to imagine what the youth had gone through to receive such a ghastly injury. Adam dismounted and took out his identification token along with other papers from his earring. Then he handed it to the guards. The guard checked the documents thoroughly, trying to confirm that the person in front of them was the same as the person on the papers. After all, Adam looked vastly different than he used to. It took close to half an hour for the Magi to confirm Adam's identity, after which he was finally allowed to enter the eastern camp. After walking past the boundary of the camp, Adam gently patted Ania's head and spoke warmly. Little Ania, head back to Lisa, okay? Ania took a step forward and nudged her head against the youth's chest. Seeing this, Adam smiled and hugged her. He then whispered in her ears, let Edward and Lisa know that I'm all right, but tell them not to come look for me. The white fox deeply glanced at the youth with her emerald eyes. Adam emphasized his last sentence, you must tell them not to come close to me, you understand. Ania nodded with a growl. Good girl. Adam ruffled the fur on the fox's head. Tell them I'll come find them later. Now go. Ania turned around and slowly jogged away, making her way through the maze-like camp. Adam then glanced at Valerian, who was sitting on the ground beside him and gracefully licking his paw. You too, Val Mayu. The little guy was perplexed. Why me? He protested. Adam crouched and gently patted the young dragon's head. I don't want to risk it. Valerian lowered his head, feeling extremely helpless. He already knew what was going to happen. Adam had already informed him. Despite knowing he couldn't help the youth at all, he was a mighty dragon, yet he was powerless. Adam bent over and kissed Valerian's head. It's going to be all right, just trust me. Valerian meekly nodded with tearful eyes. Then he too turned around and walked away, disappearing amidst the crowd. The youth looked at Valerian's departing back for a long time. Then he stood back up and walked toward his tent. He journeyed through the camp, his heart pounding wildly. To say that he wasn't scared would be a lie. His back was against the wall. There was nothing he could do now. He had already made his arrangements. Now all he needed to do was wait and let things play out. Adam finally arrived at his tent. He raised the tent flaps and entered. Looking around, he didn't find anyone else. Seeing that, he breathed a short sigh of relief. After entering his tent, he couldn't help but pace around in panic, wondering when they would come. He had never felt so nervous about anything. It couldn't be helped. His life was on the line, after all. In the end, he simply decided to sit down and practice a round of mindfulness. Worrying about it isn't going to help me. Might as well try to do something productive. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and began revolving the 5 elemental codex. Gradually, his mind felt at ease. A vortex of barely visible mana had only just begun to form around him when all of a sudden, it vanished. Adam opened his eyes and glanced at his tent entrance. He could hear the sound of hurried footsteps as well as the enraged sound of people talking coming from outside. "They're here," he muttered solemnly, his fists tightly clenching. The following moment, a white orb of light flew inside the tent. Then his body trembled ever so slightly and a similar white orb emerged from within him. Soulmark Retribution. The 2 orbs of light circled around each other before finally merging into one. Then they flew toward Adam and covered him in a thin layer of white light. Seeing all of this take place, he could only lower his head and helplessly sigh. The following moment, the entrance to his tent was viciously torn open, and more than a dozen furious magi of the Gracie family stormed in. The one leading them was none other than Morden Gracie. When Morden's gaze fell on Adam, who was bathed in the white light, his bloodshot eyes blazed with fury. A moment later, when he realized the identity of this person, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "It's you." Unbridled anger and hatred flashed in his eyes, and he charged at Adam with blatant murderous intent. "I'll kill you." Initially, Morden didn't realize who the person sitting in front of him was. Adam's face was covered in burn marks, and he looked vastly different from before, after all. Even his friends would take a moment to recognize him, let alone Morden, who had only met him once. But when he realized that the youth in front of him was none other than the one who had crippled Kevin inside the secret plane, everything started to make sense to him. His eyes flashed with rage and hatred as he pounced on Adam. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Adam was sitting cross-legged on the ground, calmly glancing at Morden rushing toward him with immense killing intent. Inwardly, however, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He had no plans to retaliate. If he did, there was a chance that it could backfire against him later. He didn't want to risk it, so he expressionlessly watched as Morden grabbed him by the throat and smashed him against the ground. Huek the youth gasped for air, but the next moment Morden raised his fists and viciously hammered it down on his face over and over again. "Bam, bam, 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 you dumbass," Morden roared as he kept hitting the youth. "How dare you kill my son? How dare you? You took away my everything. I'll kill you." Morden continued to rain down his fists on Adam. Blood splattered everywhere as the youth's light groans constantly echoed inside the tent. His face was bruised and battered. His lips were torn open from the attacks and his nose had long since broken. Yet he didn't utter a single word. He silently suffered all of it. "Endure it," he screamed inwardly. The rest of the magi of the Gracie family who had entered the tent were now beginning to feel great discomfort seeing this scene unfold in front of them. They had expected Adam to harshly fight back, but here he was, quietly taking the beating. If this went on for long, they feared the youth would soon die in the hands of their lord. The magi exchanged nervous glances and then nodded. "My lord, please stop. At this rate, you'll really kill him." Morden's subordinates hurriedly grabbed him and tried to separate him from Adam. However, the middle-aged man was extremely adamant. "Piss off, or I'll have you all killed as well. Get off of me, you filthy mutts." He glared at them, causing them to step back in fear. Morden then turned around and coldly stared at Adam with crazed eyes. He raised his bloodied fists and began bombarding him with punches once again. "Die." Adam's vision was becoming blurry and he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Despite that, he didn't fight back. "Endure." "Endure." "Endure?" Suddenly, his eyes flashed with an eerie light and he glared at Morden. The man was greatly taken aback and he involuntarily retreated a few steps. His heart was gripped by fear when he gazed into Adam's abyss-like pupils. But the next moment, he was overcome by even more fury as he rushed forward and started stomping on Adam's face. "You filthy commoner, dare look at me that way. Just die." A large number of people had already gathered around Adam's tent after they heard the loud commotion. When they entered and saw what was happening, they were stunned. They hurriedly stepped forward and tried to defuse the situation. Infighting was prohibited by the higher-ups after all. This was a rule that everyone had to strictly abide by. But when these people learned from the Gracie family magi about what had actually transpired to cause Morden to act this way, they were even more shocked. A magus could still get away with infighting by receiving some light punishment, but the punishment for killing an ally was death. In an instant, the looks that everyone was giving Adam had turned from pitiful to animosity. They were in the middle of a war against the orcs. Any magus, regardless of their power or race, was a valuable asset to the allied forces. To kill a fellow ally was an utterly despicable act. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a tall man with a medium build made his way through. The aura he was radiating caused the people around him to take a step back and lower their heads out of respect and fear. Rank 2 magus. The man had a head full of black hair and facial hair of the same color. His eyes were brown in color, and his appearance, although stern and unforgiving, had a striking similarity to Morden's. "Hold your hand, Morden," said the man with a cold expression. The moment Morden heard this voice, he turned around and looked at this newcomer. Tears streamed down his face as he softly muttered, "Brother Kevin, he's dead." Oswald closed his eyes, seemingly trying to contain the raging tempest within him. His hands clenched so tightly that blood dripped from his palms and dropped to the ground. "I know," he said. The next moment, he opened his eyes and gazed at Adam, who was lying motionlessly on a puddle of his own blood. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, "Bring him out." Morden gnashed his teeth in rage. "How are we going to deal with him?" "We," Oswald began, "are not going to deal with him." "What does that mean?" Morden blurted out in anger. "Is this because of his teacher?" Oswald placed his hand on his younger brother's shoulder and comforted him. "Rest assured, brother. Justice will be served." He then glanced at Adam with narrowed eyes and added, "I've already informed the other higher-ups in the camp of Adam's crimes." But Morden hesitated for a moment and spat through gritted teeth. "His teacher is Lord Berger, a rank 3 magus." "So what?" Oswald sneered. "We're at war and every soldier must follow the rules. Besides, Lord Berger is a gnome. He doesn't have a say in the matters of us humans." He paused for a moment before continuing, his words filled with coldness that made everyone shudder. "Adam Constantine will be publicly executed." The sky was dotted with heavy gray clouds, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the eastern camp. The air was thick with unease as a large number of magi gathered outside Adam's tent. Hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd as they talked about how Adam had committed the grave crime of taking the life of an ally. To say that these people were repulsed would be an understatement. Suddenly, the flaps to the tent opened and Oswald Gracie, the rank 2 magus, stepped out. His expression was cold and indifferent, yet the raging fury in his eyes could not be hidden. When the magi saw him, they all bowed in respect. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder just which unfortunate fellow it was that had killed someone related to a mighty rank 2 magus. After Oswald, his brother, Morden, walked out of the tent, his fists dripping with blood. Of course, the blood didn't belong to him. Finally, about a dozen magi of the Gracie family stepped out of the tent, their expressions full of rage. One of them was viciously holding a bloodied and battered young man by the hair and dragging him through the ground. When the crowd's gaze fell on this young man, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The youth's clothes were shredded, exposing his heavily burned skin. His face was completely swollen from all the beating he had received just now. He was drenched in blood and cut an extremely sorry figure. Yet his eyes were calm and shone with defiance. When Morden saw this look in Adam's eyes, he was truly enraged. He stomped toward him and delivered a vicious slap to him in front of everyone. Then he grabbed him by the hair and screamed at his face, viciously taunting him, "You're about to die, boy. You hear me? You'll be made an example of. Let the world know what happens when you dare to go against the Gracie fam." Oswald immediately interrupted his younger brother and spoke in a louder tone, "Let this be a lesson to all. This is what awaits those who commit the crime of killing an ally. The allied forces will never stand such heinous behavior." He paused for a moment, making sure that everyone around was listening to him. "Betrayal will not be tolerated. Justice will be served." Everyone glanced at Oswald with grim expressions. Then they gazed at Adam, who was lying motionlessly beneath Morden's foot. There was no pity in their eyes whatsoever. Their expression ranged from contempt to hatred. Not one person was sympathetic toward him. A moment of silence ensued. And then the crowd erupted in a frenzy. "Death to this traitor, off with his head, he deserves to die." Seeing such a reaction from the crowd, Oswald nodded his head ever so slightly. Then he began walking toward the headquarters at the center of the camp. Meanwhile, Morden ordered his men to tie a rope around Adam's neck and drag him through the mud. As Adam's face scraped against the mud and dirt, he could hear the chatter of the crowd around him. Their words carried sheer disgust and disapproval. Despite everything he was going through, he was expressionless, and only one word echoed inside his mind: endure. Suddenly, a loud commotion was heard from the front, and another group of magi made their way through the crowd and confronted the Gracie magi. This new group was being led by two rank 2 magi. One of them was a burly magus with fiery red hair that was tied into a ponytail. He stomped toward Oswald and grabbed the latter's collar with blatant hostility. "What the hell do you think you're doing to one of my men?" Esmond roared in fury. When word got to him about the situation between Adam and the Gracies, he knew for sure that this despicable magus family was once again up to no good. After all, they didn't quite have a good reputation in the Southern Federation. He was certain that these people were conspiring against Adam. Oswald's eyes narrowed, and he radiated vast killing intent toward the red-haired man. "Let go of me before I cut your hands." However, the words got stuck in his mouth when he saw another magus, a female with auburn hair and light blue eyes, point her sword at his throat. "Answer him before I cut your head," said Professor Kimberly, her voice laced with an icy chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Oswald deeply glanced at the woman. Then he muttered with a cold voice, "Adam Constantine is guilty of taking the life of my nephew, Kevin Gracie." "Lies," Esmond screamed. But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief when a blinding white light shone around Adam after Oswald had cast a hand sign. Esmond knew exactly what this signified, and he couldn't help but mutter in shock, "Soulmark retribution. Now get the hell out of my way." Oswald spat through gritted teeth as he pushed the man away. All the color seemed to have been drained out of Esmond and Professor Kimberly's faces when they saw the white light appear around Adam. They knew exactly what that meant. "Adam, you," Professor Kimberly spoke with a trembling voice. Adam weakly glanced at her and then at Esmond, but didn't speak a word. The evidence was right there in front of everyone's face. Even if they were rank 2 magus and wielded immense strength, there was nothing they could do about it now. Regardless of power or status, a soldier could not disobey the military code. Esmond and Professor Kimberly could only helplessly stare as the Gracie family magi dragged Adam away. On their way to the headquarters, they were confronted by yet another group of people, the magi of the Roy family. However, they too were helpless in the face of clear evidence presented by Oswald Gracie. As the group made their way to the center of the camp, more and more people started to gather and follow them. When they learned about the reason for this development, they were filled with loathing toward Adam. Soon, the magi of the Gracie family had arrived at camp headquarters. There, an execution stand had already been prepared. As the crowd parted and made way for this group, Adam raised his head and looked ahead. Seeing what awaited him, he couldn't help but nervously gulp. A tall and foreboding apparatus stood atop the execution platform, its razor-sharp blade gleaming with a cold and unforgiving glint. The guillotine. With great struggle, Adam then turned his head in the general direction of Moon City, his eyes flashing with urgency and anxiety. "Damn it. Where are you?" A shiver ran down his spine when Adam's gaze fell on the guillotine. He could feel a tangible chill emanating from the blade. This instrument of death emanated a natural and suffocating aura of death that made anyone who gazed at it look away immediately. Adam then turned his head in a certain direction, his eyes flashing with nervousness. Has he still not arrived? The next moment, Morden yanked the rope tied to the youth's neck, causing him to choke intensely. "There's no one coming to save you, boy." He then came closer and coldly whispered, "Not even your teacher." Adam's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the middle-aged man. For the first time, there seemed to be a ripple of emotion forming in his dark pupils. Morden astutely noticed this and muttered with a maniacal grin, "That's right. You thought Lord Berger could save you." The youth deeply looked into the man's eyes and then lowered his head. Seeing his defeated expression, Morden couldn't help but feel satisfied. He then glanced at his subordinates and coldly ordered, "Bring him up." The group of magi from the Gracie family pushed Adam toward the platform's staircase. The wooden steps creaked under their feet as they climbed. Adam stumbled a few times, his knees hitting the wood with a painful thud. At this point, his entire body was bruised from the relentless beating that Morden had given him. Even a slight touch would send pangs of pain radiating all over his body. However, the magi didn't care if he was hurt or not. They yanked him by the rope and dragged him toward the guillotine placed at the center of the platform. As they stepped closer, the details of the guillotine became even more pronounced to Adam. Its blade gleamed with a menacing light under the rays of the early morning sun. The stalks below, where his head would be placed, were stained with dried blood. Adam's heart pounded within his chest, and his mind raced as his pupils darted around, seemingly looking for someone. But once again he was yanked by the rope tied to his neck and dragged toward the guillotine. There were a few other rank 2 magi standing on the platform as well. They wished to take this opportunity to remind all the magi what the consequences of betrayal were. Oswald had already spoken to them beforehand and had this execution platform readied. If it were up to him, though, he would have much preferred to torture and kill Adam with his own hands. However, the other rank 2 magi had disagreed. They wanted the youth to be publicly executed so as to send a message. If the magi of the Allied forces could be generously rewarded for their bravery and service, they could also be punished for their wrongdoings. Adam glanced at these magi standing beside the guillotine and confirmed that he didn't know any of them. But that didn't stop these magi from gazing at him with utter hatred and loathing. The act of killing an ally was too big of a crime. A large crowd had gathered in front of the execution platform. Amidst this crowd, Edward, Lisa, and Valerian were watching the scene unfold with anger and trepidation. Edward's teeth were clattering in anxiety as he saw Adam's miserable appearance and how he was being manhandled on the execution platform. He had never thought he would see his close friend be humiliated so badly, that too in public. However, humiliation was the least of Adam's worries right now. Damn it, Edward cursed under his breath, his eyes spewing immense anger. Those Gracie scums. Lisa, on the other hand, was already in tears. As she gazed at how badly Adam had been beaten, she couldn't stop herself from sobbing. Not to mention, the person behind all this was the same person who had murdered her father. She looked at Morden Gracie, her eyes gleaming with utter hatred. Despite all the rage welling up inside her, she couldn't do a thing. Enia had already informed her about what had transpired in the jungles of the Murky Mountains after they had been separated. She couldn't believe that Kevin had managed to track them down so far. When she learned that he had met his end at the hands of Adam, she couldn't have been happier, but her happiness was short-lived. She glanced at Edward and nervously muttered, Adam told us to stay away from him, he must have a plan, right? Edward shook his head, I don't know. He went silent for a few moments, then his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If things don't go according to his plan, I'm stepping forward. You can't, Lisa blurted out, her heart gripped by terror. Edward turned his head and looked right into her eyes. I must. Lisa's eyes reddened. Her lips opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't speak a word. A few moments later, she wiped the tears from her eyes. Now her pupils flashed with resolve. I'll come as well. Meanwhile, Valerian, who had been seated on Edward's shoulders all this while, coldly glanced in the direction of the execution platform. In his heart, he had already decided that in the worst-case scenario, he would transform into his draconic form and fly away with Adam. At this point, he didn't care about his identity being revealed to the world. Meanwhile, on the wooden platform, the Magi of the Gracie family had already forcefully placed Adam's head within the stocks. Despite being only moments away from death, the youth didn't speak a word. He simply lowered his head and looked at the wooden planks underneath. On the surface, he was expressionless, but only he knew of the tumultuous waves raging inside his heart. At that moment, Oswald Gracie stepped forward. He glanced at the crowd present and declared loudly, Magi of the Southern Federation, we stand here today to enact justice. This Magus, this traitor, has committed the most heinous of crimes. He has taken the life of a fellow Magus. For this, he must pay the price. Everyone in the crowd roared in agreement and started hurling insults at Adam. They couldn't wait to see his head chopped off. No one liked a traitor, after all. Oswald continued, his tone carrying a great depth of righteousness. May this serve as a reminder to all. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Justice will always prevail. Then he glanced at Morden and gave him the signal. Morden's eyes flashed with hatred and cruelty as he glared at Adam. Count yourself fortunate, for this is a painless death. The crowd suddenly fell silent, the air thick and suffocating with the tension of the impending doom. Adam's heart beat faster and faster with each passing moment, and terror flooded his veins. He could feel it through the vibrations in the guillotine that the sharp blade was slowly rising and would fall any moment now. For a brief moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the crowd, Edward and Lisa had already brandished their weapons and were about to rush toward the platform. Valerian's yellow pupils had narrowed, and he was about to transform into his draconic form and start wreaking havoc. Just when the cold blade was about to fall, a gust of wind blew and an unfamiliar Magus suddenly arrived on the execution platform. He glanced at Morden Gracie and solemnly stated, loud enough for everyone gathered to hear, on behalf of the King of the Nightingale Kingdom and the representative of the humans in the Southern Federation, I order you to stop. With the sudden arrival of this stranger, everyone who had gathered around the execution platform was stunned. This was completely out of their expectations. However, no one was more shocked than the rank 2 Magi present, the reason being that they weren't able to notice the arrival of this Magus until the latter had made his presence known. They scrutinized this newcomer, their expressions a mix of surprise, curiosity, and even fear. It was a middle-aged man whose appearance was remarkably plain. He had the kind of face that would seamlessly blend in any crowd. His features were forgettable average height, ordinary build, and black clothes that were indistinctive. However, despite his bland exterior, there was an unsettling aura about him. It was as if this man was enshrouded in a cloak of death and darkness. Even standing still, he exuded an aura of ferocity. Coupled with the undetectable presence that the man had displayed earlier, the rank 2 Magi standing atop the execution platform immediately realized that he was an assassin. As they thought of that, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. After all, it was very likely that if this man were to attack any one of them, even in broad daylight, they would never be able to realize it until after they were attacked. Oswald Gracie was flabbergasted by this man's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked by what the man had just said. What did you just say? The man didn't reply to him. Instead, he cast his cold glance at Morden, who was sneakily trying to pull the lever of the guillotine blade, trying to kill Adam. When Morden's gaze met his body froze. The next moment, he fell to the ground, his body covered in a layer of cold sweat, trembling incessantly. When he locked eyes with the man, Morden could feel countless daggers stabbing at him from all directions. He knew for a fact that had he continued what he was doing, he would have instantly died. After taking care of Morden, the man turned his head to look back at Oswald. On behalf of His Majesty, King Arnold III, he proclaimed, "I order you to stop the execution of Adam Constantine." The entire place descended into silence upon hearing the words of his mysterious magus once again, and then the crowd erupted into a flurry of shocked whispers. What's going on? A representative of His Majesty has arrived. The execution has been stopped. What does this mean? Oswald's eyes narrowed, and he immediately walked toward this newcomer. What proof do you have that you've been sent by the... His words were interrupted when the man showed his identity token that had the insignia of the Nightingale royal family on it. Oswald hesitated for a brief moment before bowing his head. The other ranked 2 magi standing on the platform also followed suit after they recognized the man's token. Meanwhile, Adam, who had been still paced underneath the guillotine's blade, heaved a long sigh of relief. His shoulders loosened, and he immediately started taking large mouthfuls of air. He was under so much pressure just now that he had actually forgotten to breathe. He weakly raised his head and glanced at the magus dressed in black. Then his lips curled up into a smirk. At the same time, the magus felt Adam gazing at him almost instantaneously. He turned his head and glanced at the youth. Then he nodded his head ever so slightly. The man then turned his attention back to Oswald. With a swift motion, he conjured a scroll bearing the king's seal and unfurled it. Then he spoke with an authoritative tone that overwhelmed the loud chatter of the crowd. His Majesty has decreed a full pardon for Adam Constantine. He began. The circumstances of this young man's actions have been reviewed, and it has been decided that his life will be spared. What? Oswald blurted out in shock and anger. That cannot be. He then pointed his finger at Adam and roared, "That boy has killed my nephew in cold blood. How can His Majesty pardon him?" Not just him, even the rest of the Magi couldn't believe their ears. The evidence couldn't be any clearer. It was a fact that Adam had taken Kevin's life. After all, it was nearly impossible for anyone to tamper with the results of the soulmark retribution technique. "Are you questioning His Majesty?" the man asked with narrowed eyes, the aura around him instantly turning cold. "And no, that's not what I meant." Oswald panicked and hurriedly bowed once again. The man ignored him and shifted his attention back to the scroll. He began reading it once again. "It has been brought to our attention that the main culprit behind this is not Adam Constantine, but Kevin Gracie." He then glanced at the crowd and continued, "You must all be aware of the sacred agreement reached by the forefathers of the 4 major races in the Southern Federation." When Oswald heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. And not just him, the rest of the Magi present were also beginning to understand the meaning behind the magus words. The man's next words further reaffirmed their speculations. Any enmity formed within the Soaring River secret plane cannot and will not be carried out into the outside world. He paused for a moment before continuing. All conflicts are strictly restricted within the boundaries of the secret plane. However, Kevin Gracie had violated this rule. Despite being sent on a mission to the eastern region of the Murky Mountains, Kevin had broken all protocol and secretly followed Adam in order to seek revenge. The man then turned to look at Oswald and spoke with a cold expression. "You do know what this means, don't you?" Oswald's body trembled, and a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. The reason as to why all conflicts were restricted within the boundaries of the secret plane was to prevent the unnecessary bloodshed birthed by the endless cycle of revenge. But that is exactly what happened now. "Ensure that His Majesty's will is followed," the man flatly muttered. "Understood." Oswald gritted his teeth so hard that his gums turned bloody. In the end, he could only reluctantly nod his head. "I understand." The black-robed man nodded. The next moment, his body started to dissipate into wisps of shadows. Under the stupefied gazes of everyone present, he slowly vanished. At the last moment, before he completely disappeared, the man glanced at Adam and sent a mental transmission. "His Majesty said he really liked the wine you sent to him." Suspended high in the air, bathed in the golden rays of the radiant sun, countless majestic islands lazily floated through the clouds. The atmosphere was abundant with rich mana, and one could hear the distant roars of legendary magical beasts elegantly flying in the distance. On a certain island, a young boy sat on the edge, dangling his legs with a playful expression. His eyes were filled with curiosity and wonder as he tried to grab onto the clouds that passed by him. "Pay attention to what I'm about to teach you, child," said a wizened old man, sitting cross-legged beside the youth. The old man's white beard cascaded down to his chest. His eyes, though clouded with age, shone with otherworldly wisdom as he doting glanced at the boy. "Yes, teacher." The boy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with excitement. To understand the way, the old man began, you must learn to shed your old self. Oh no, the boy thought in boredom, trying to resist the urge to roll his eyes. He's yapping about the way again. Like a snake shedding its skin, you let go of your past self, the old man continued as he stroked his long, white beard. Only then can you become one with the way, the essence that flows through all things. The boy had a solemn expression on his face, pretending to be in deep thought as he kept nodding from time to time. I see, become one with the way. He then glanced at the old man and asked with a tilt of his head, but teacher, I'm only a rank 1 magus. Can't you teach me how to throw fireballs? Ha, foolish boy. The old man shook his head with a sigh. There are billions of magi out there in the lower planes, thinking only research and studying will lead them to a higher path. They do not know about the significance of the way. If they did, they would have soared through the skies, reaching unprecedented heights. Alas, the frog in the well does not know the vastness of the ocean. But I'm only a rank 1 magus, the boy pouted. Yes, child. The old man gently patted the boy's head. Mana Foundation is just the beginning, but it is also the most important rank. He paused for a moment before continuing, for the seeds you sow in this rank will be reaped when you advance to mana liquefaction, mana vortex, mana core, and so on. But I want to learn the fireball spell, the boy grumbled. The old man couldn't help but laugh. Well, for that you need to first become a rank 2 magus. Okay, the boy's eyes lit up. Tell me what I must do. Finally able to grasp the boy's attention, the old man warmly smiled. The journey from mana foundation to mana liquefaction transforms the magus, both physically and spiritually. But how do I do that, teacher? The boy asked curiously. How do I transform? You must find your way of magic, the old man smiled. Your journey to the top will be filled with danger and hardships. You must be willing to endure the pain and the suffering. The boy's eyes flashed with nervousness. What kind of suffering? Will it hurt? Yes, my child, it will hurt. The old man gently patted the boy again, but pain can be our greatest teacher if we choose to learn from it. The child turned silent as he lowered his head, glancing at the clouds passing by underneath his feet. Look at that majestic dragon. The old man pointed into the distance. Look how it gracefully soars through the skies like it is one with the world. Every magus, regardless of their species, has found their own way of magic. You too must find yours. But the boy's lips quivered. How do I do it? What if I fail? The old man's lips parted and he gently muttered, to succeed you must fail. When you let go of who you are, you become what you might be. Adam opened his weary eyes in a daze. He slowly raised his hand and began massaging his temples. Another dream. He paused for a moment before shaking his head slightly, thinking to himself, no, it's one of the memories I absorbed. This one was of the expert's childhood. The youth slowly sat up on his bed, looking around at his tent, which felt familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. Beside him, Valerian was peacefully sleeping. But when he got up, so too did the young dragon. What is it, brother? How are your injuries? Do you feel better? The little guy asked in concern. More than 2 weeks had passed since the incident where the members of the Gracie family tried to publicly execute Adam. A lot had happened since then. Firstly, public opinion had vastly changed ever since Adam was pardoned by the King of Nightingale. Due to this, light was shed on how Kevin Gracie had violated the sacred agreement and gone after Adam to take revenge for what had transpired within the secret plane. The Magi of the Allied force learned that Adam had only done what he had as an act of self-defense. But more importantly, people now knew of the relation that the youth shared with the mighty rank 3 magus, Arnold Nightingale III. As for the Gracie family, they were vilified. They did not have a good reputation to begin with. Couple that with what had transpired 2 weeks ago at the camp. No magus tried to come close to them. Adam gently patted Valerian's head. I'm fine, Val. The little guy looked at the severe burn marks all over Adam's body with a pained expression. Inwardly, he couldn't help but curse himself for being so useless. Don't worry. Adam sensed Valerian's inner turmoil and hugged him warmly. I told you already, it wasn't your fault. Mayu the young dragon put his furry paws around Adam's neck and sobbed. Adam could only shake his head and continue to comfort the little guy. At the same time, he thought about the memories he had just relived in the form of a dream. What is my way of magic? In the depths of the murky mountains, a large group of orcs rode atop their magical beasts, slowly making their way toward the eastern camp of the Allied forces. The one leading this group was a lanky orc with red and white war paint smeared on his face. His facial expression was extremely vicious and his eyes shone with a cruel light. This orc was none other than Gorgo. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he raised his hand, instructing the group behind him, halt. Then his cold gaze swept across the area in front of him. Come out. A few moments of silence ensued, and then another group of magi wearing hooded cloaks appeared from behind the woods, making their presence known. When Gorgo realized that the magi in front of them were all humans, his eyes flashed with a murderous light and he brandished his twin daggers. Kill them all. However, the next moment, a hooded figure stepped forward and stated, My little birds tell me you have great enmity with Adam Constantine, and that you seek revenge for what he did to your tribesmen. Gorgo's eyes narrowed. Who are you? I'm the same as you. The figure slowly raised his hood, revealing his identity to the orc, someone who seeks revenge. The identities of the magi from all renowned magus families were already known to the important members in the orc species that resided in the Murky Mountains. So when Gorgo saw this man's face, his pupils constricted as he immediately recognized him. It's you. After more than 5 months of relentless fighting, the war with the orcs was finally drawing to a close. The magi could feel it in the air, the thick tension that seemed to be growing with each passing day. The magi of the allied forces had already regained most of the lands they had lost at the onset of the war. Now, only a couple of border strongholds remained to be liberated. However, despite their victories, there was no celebration. Not yet anyway. For they knew that the final battle that would decide the outcome of this war was not far away. In the eastern camp, the air was thick with a mixture of hope and dread. The expressions on the faces of the magi were etched with fatigue, yet there was also extreme determination flashing in their eyes. The once vibrant and enthusiastic energy seen in the camp during the early days of the war had now been replaced with grim perseverance. Magi could be seen bustling in the marketplace around the central headquarters. They were buying material components for their spells, gearing up for battle, and stocking up on other resources they would require. Compared to before, however, there were considerably fewer magi in the eastern camp. This was a given. After all, there had been far too many casualties. The shadows of the fallen magi seemed to linger in every nook and cranny of the camp, serving as a constant reminder of the high cost the allied forces had paid. Despite the gloomy atmosphere, however, there was an undeniable sense of camaraderie permeating the camp. Over the last few months, the magi had grown close to each other, forming deep bonds that could only be forged through experiencing life and death battles together. As the sun slowly rose over the horizon, groups of magi started to depart one after another. Most of their missions were now concentrated toward the north. The surrounding areas had mostly been cleared of magical beasts and other threats. Within a certain tent, Adam was sitting cross-legged on his bed and practicing a session of mindfulness. His shoulders were relaxed and his expression was tranquil. The air around him pulsated with the rhythm of his breathing. A vortex of mana formed with him at the center. If one observed closely, one would see 5 different colored, barely visible motes of light being sucked inside him. As Adam revolved the 5 elemental codex, the mana from the 5 fundamental elements were extracted from the surrounding, fusing together and traveling through his mana channels. After a long period of time, the vortex of mana around the youth subsided and he slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were deeper than ever and flashed with a blinding light. He lowered his head and sensed the mana channels within his body that were teeming with rich mana. I'm close. The youth's lips curled up into a faint smile. I just need that final push. In more ways than not, Adam was very fortunate during this war. Had it not been for the contant battles day in and day out, he would have not been able to progress as quickly as he had. The constant expenditure and replenishment of his mana reserves during the war had expedited his advancement. Not only that, but it also honed his battle skills and made him a proficient warrior. Adam started to stroke his chin, deep in thought. It is said that the advancement from mana foundation to mana liquefaction is a complete transformation on 2 levels, physical and spiritual. Normal magi go through a long period of isolation to completely cleanse their body. Then, they begin connecting their mana channels and work toward forming their spirit sea. The youth's eyes glazed over as he thought back to his recent dream. What exactly did that expert's teacher meant by magi reaching unprecedented heights by becoming one with the way? Why did he tell that expert to find his way of magic in order to transform? How can I find my own way of magic? But suddenly he thought of another thing, his expression turning strange. What about the countless other magi that haven't tapped into the philosophy of the way? I'm sure they hadn't found their way of magic when they became rank 2 magi. Could it be that perceiving one's own way of magic can bring about unexpected benefits to a magus? And that the earlier this is done, the greater the benefits. Adam's eyes flashed with understanding and he muttered under his breath, I see. But all this is still contingent on me finding my way of magic. The memories of the experts that he had absorbed were vast, yet they were fractured. There was only so much that he could glean from the disorganized memories. Just as he was pondering, the flaps to his tent fluttered open and a small group of people walked in. Adam turned his head and glanced at them with a smile. Is it time for us to leave? The next moment, his eyebrows rose in surprise as he glanced at the tall and burly young man who was standing behind Edward and Lisa. Jonathan spoke with a toothy grin. How are you injuries, Adam? Not bad. Adam shrugged. But how come you're here? Lisa, who was standing at the front, replied instead. John's team has been grouped with us. Edward chimed in, but we haven't been assigned to move up north with the main army. Adam slightly frowned. The decisive battle draws near. I'm pretty sure it's going to take place in the heart of the Murky Mountains, somewhere near the orc settlements. The vast majority of the Allied forces have been assigned to advance north. Given our achievements in the past, I was sure they would ask us to do the same. Ah, who knows what the higher-ups were thinking? Jonathan waved his hand. But this is better for us, no. We just have to go to a border stronghold and take it back from the orcs. The danger is significantly lesser compared to the main battle up north. Adam remained silent for a while. In the end, he nodded. Indeed. He then glanced at Lisa and asked, "When do we leave?" "As soon as you're ready," replied Lisa. "All right then, let's head out." Adam got up from his bed and packed up his things before departing with the group. At the headquarters in the center of the eastern camp, within a dimly lit room, two figures looked out through the window and watched Adam's team leave the camp. "You think the other rank 2 magi will notice this sudden change in mission assignments?" one of them asked. "It won't matter," the other replied. "By the time they do, it would already be too late." "What about the rank 3 magi?" A long moment of silence ensued before a reply was heard from the second person, his tone laced with confidence. "Hess, we included that young orc in our plans, didn't we?" A group of 6 magi departed from the southern entrance of the camp and slowly made their way toward the lands belonging to the Southern Federation. The group consisted of 2 teams. The first one was Adam, Edward, and Lisa. The other was Jonathan and the 2 other people who were on his team. One was a middle-aged man named Elvlin, and the other was a young man in his early 20s named Dudley. These 2 men had been teamed up with Jonathan ever since the Magi of the Allied forces had set camp within the Murky Mountains. They had gone through many dangerous situations together and had since formed a sort of fellowship with one another. Adam, as usual, was riding atop Aeneas. Meanwhile, Edward and Lisa were together riding Aquila. As for Jonathan and the rest, they were on their respective familiars. The forest was alive with the sound of birds chirping and small creatures rustling about in the underbrush. The smell of damp earth and fragrant wildflowers permeated the air. Furthermore, there was also the stench of blood. These were the ominous jungles of the Murky Mountains, after all. This was a place where danger lay hidden at every corner, so our objective is not the city of Misken itself, but a small settlement near it. Adam asked with a solemn expression. "That's right." Lisa, who was riding beside him, nodded. According to intel, Misken is one of the 2 strongholds that is still under the control of the orcs. If these 2 cities are liberated, the war is practically won. Then what about the large battle that is to take place back up north? Jonathan chimed in from behind. "If I'm not wrong, that is just to deal a massive blow to all the magi within the orc population." Edward ventured a guess that he felt was not far from the truth. Adam remained silent, his expression grim. His lips then parted and he muttered solemnly, "Anything can happen in war. We can't say for sure what the outcome will be until the war is over." "You're right," Lisa nodded. "Anyway, what's the name of this settlement we're headed to?" Adam asked, "And what exactly is our mission objective?" "It's a town named Amai," Lisa began. Her voice was loud enough for everyone in the group to hear. "This small town has become a critical supply base for the enemy." Edward added, "We need to infiltrate and get rid of the enemy forces." "What about the strength of the enemy?" asked Jonathan with a pensive look. "Less than a dozen orcs," Lisa replied. "This information is based on the scouts sent by the Magi in Misken. The information is further verified by a rank 2 magus, so I believe this is very accurate." "And what about the corrupted magical beasts?" "All of them are busy attacking Misken," Lisa muttered as she read over the parchment paper that detailed their mission objective this time. "There could still be a few beasts loitering around Amai, so we need to be careful." Everyone else nodded. Then Lisa passed over the parchment paper for everyone to go over once again. Adam suddenly turned around and glanced at Elvlin and Dudley. He deeply stared at them for a while, his eyes narrowing. "You guys have been really quiet since we left camp," the raven-haired youth stated with a slight smirk. "Feeling nervous today?" Elvlin, the older of the 2, turned his attention toward Adam and laughed anxiously. "Truth be told, our team has never participated in such a dangerous mission before. And this mission, it is far too important." Dudley chimed in with a vigorous nod. "That's right, Adam. It's just the 6 of us. The enemies outnumber us, and who knows how many corrupted beasts are there in the vicinity of Amai." "You guys," Jonathan turned around and glanced at his teammates with a sigh. "Don't lower the morale like that. I told you before, didn't I? Adam and his team are very strong, so don't worry too much." Elvlin and Dudley could only helplessly nod, but the fear and panic in their eyes didn't subside a single bit. Adam glanced at the 2 people. In the end, he could only shake his head with a sigh. He would have much rather preferred to be teamed up with Farrell and the other 2 dwarves, but ever since he'd returned from that last mission, he hadn't heard anything about them. As the group of magi rode through the forest, the atmosphere between them was one of nervous anticipation. They knew they were on a mission of great importance. Their mission's success would determine if the city of Misken would be subsequently liberated by the Allied forces. The stakes were high, and the weight of this responsibility pressed heavily on their shoulders. Despite all that, their eyes flashed with determination. On the day after they left camp, after having traveled non-stop and only stopping to rest at night for a couple of hours, the trees began to thin. The group was almost near the forest edge. They had arrived at the border where the Murky Mountains met the lands of the Southern Federation. After more than 5 months, they had finally returned to their homeland. However, it was a far cry from what they remembered. The once lush and vibrant landscape was now filled with destruction and ruin. The fields where golden wheat crops used to once sway gently, pulsing with life, were now charred and barren, disheveled from the remnants of war. Adam and the rest of the Magi's expressions turned extremely solemn when they looked at what lay ahead of them. Corpses of both allies and enemies, mostly corrupted beasts, though were strewn across the land. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of death and decay, mingling with the scent of blood and smoke. Lisa's hands involuntarily covered her mouth as she gasped. "W, what happened here?" Adam's countenance twisted in intense fury as he spat through gritted teeth. "War." The next moment, he urged Ania to run further inland, toward the small town of Amai. "We must hurry. The quicker this war is ended, the sooner we can rebuild our homeland." Edward, Lisa, and the rest looked at each other. Despite their overwhelming sorrow, there was a spark of resolve brilliantly flashing in their eyes. They exchanged hopeful glances before following behind Adam and Ania. If they were quick enough, they would reach Amai by sunset, and if everything went well, they would have achieved their objective by tomorrow's sunrise. However, in life, things seldom go according to plan, but it is in those unexpected twists and turns that we find our true strength, that we find courage, that we find our way. The sun dipped over the horizon, and the twin moons, Selene and Luna, slowly arose in the night sky. Their ethereal rays cast a faint and eerie glow over the town of Amai. In the dark of the night, Adam's group silently moved across the uneven terrain and approached this town. The familiars they were riding soundlessly traversed the grassy land, blending seamlessly with the shadows. The sound of leaves rustling and the occasional hooting of the owls filled the air, making the atmosphere grow heavier. For some reason, a palpable sense of foreboding started to settle over the group, causing them to be highly alert of their surroundings. As they slowly approached the outskirts of the town, the group paused, crouching behind the dilapidated boundary walls. Adam, who was leading the group, signaled for everyone to halt. Feeling something amiss, he expanded the area of his sphere of resonance to the maximum output. The next moment, his eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, "Empty." His sphere of resonance could not detect the entirety of Amai, but whatever he did sense turned out to be empty. Of course, he could sense a large number of supply crates carrying weapons and rations hidden within buildings. This wasn't surprising, however. The town was used as a supply base for the enemy forces, after all. But what truly surprised him was the absence of the enemies. He could not detect orcs, nor could he detect any corrupted magical beasts. "What is it?" Lisa asked in a hushed tone, her expression grim. Adam turned to look at her and then at everyone else. "I don't sense anyone inside." Everyone was taken aback. Some heaved soft sighs of relief, while others felt highly suspicious. The youth observed everyone's expression before speaking. "My detection range can only cover about half of Amai. If there are enemies, they are most likely on the other side of the town." Evelyn and Dudley, who had never before worked with Adam, were stunned speechless. They had heard from their teammate, Jonathan, that this raven-haired youth's sensory ability was outstanding, but they didn't know it was this great. To say that they were shocked would be a major understatement. As everyone absorbed this newfound information, Adam looked around him with an extremely solemn expression. A gust of wind blew, its faint whisper through the trees seemingly producing a mournful tone. It was almost as if nature itself was warning him of the great danger ahead. "What is this feeling?" The youth clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding inside his chest. For some reason, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. His pupils darted around, his sharp gaze looking for the source of this unease. But he couldn't find any. The entire place was quiet, too quiet. Not just Adam, the others felt it too. Edward glanced at him and asked with an extremely serious expression, "What should we do? Should we retreat?" He was never one to shy away in the face of danger. But he couldn't help but have this foreboding feeling coursing through his veins. It kept getting intense with every moment. "I say let's get this over with." Evelyn suddenly chimed in, causing everyone to look at him. "We can't return empty-handed now, can we? Since it is a small group of enemies, let's deal with them as quickly as possible." "I agree," Dudley added nervously. If we don't do our jobs here, then it is likely to greatly affect our allies in Misken." When everyone heard his reasoning, they couldn't help but think that this young man was absolutely right. Especially Edward, he couldn't help but feel ashamed of his suggestion earlier. They were given a big responsibility to shoulder. If they didn't carry out their duties, then it would have a domino effect and impact not just the battle in Misken, but also the entire war. Adam glanced at these two people that he had met for the first time. Their bodies were trembling in apprehension and there was fear in their eyes. Despite that, they wanted to complete the mission. Realizing this, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "They're right." The next moment, a plan of action slowly began to form in his mind. He thought for a few moments and then glanced at everyone, instructing them, "So here's what we're going to do. We'll split into 2 teams and thoroughly investigate the northern half of Amai. Then we regroup and investigate the southern part." Understood, everyone solemnly nodded. Adam then glanced at Jonathan and his team and went into deep thought. Neither of you have sensory abilities, right? He knew that his friend Jonathan didn't. His question was actually directed at Evelyn and Dudley. The pair shook their heads in slight embarrassment. No worries, I'll go with you too then, he said. Then he glanced at Jonathan. You join Edward and Lisa. Then he turned to look at Lisa and instructed, you will take on my role and take Ania with you as well. After your investigations are over, meet us at the central town square. After hammering out a few other details, the squad of 6 divided into 2 and went their separate ways. One group was led by Adam, while the other was led by Lisa. As Adam led Evelyn and Dudley through the abandoned and damaged streets of Amai, he extended his sphere of resonance to the maximum and looked for any clues it could possibly find. Stay sharp, he instructed the pair following behind him. Something doesn't seem right. Evelyn and Dudley nervously gulped and spoke in unison. Understood. Suddenly, Adam's pupils constricted as he felt something in the detection area of his sphere of resonance. He hurriedly turned around and looked at the alley they had just passed by. Evelyn and Dudley were shocked by Adam's sudden reaction. The former asked in alarm, W, what did you find? SHHH, Adam put his finger to his lips. Then he signaled the pair to ready their weapons and silently enter the alley. The pair glanced at each other and then nodded. Soon the 3 entered the dark alley, their expressions extremely grim. They looked around the quiet cobblestone passageway with great vigilance. But a few moments later, their expressions turned strange. They had already reached the end of the alley, yet they couldn't find anyone. Elvin, who was standing at the forefront, was perplexed, wondering if Adam had made a mistake. He turned around and stated, there's no one here. But the words got stuck in his throat after seeing the dreadful scene unfolding behind him. Dudley was looking down in confusion and fear at the bloodied hand that was piercing out from within his chest. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and before he could even take a glimpse at his murderer, the light in his eyes dimmed and he died. Evelyn's body trembled in absolute terror as he shifted his gaze from his dead comrade to the murderer. Adam, UY. Adam threw the corpse to the side. Then he glanced at Evelyn with cold and indifferent eyes and asked with a murderous tone that sent chills down the latter's spine, what are the Gracies planning? Adam waved his arm, causing the drops of blood to splatter across the cobblestone ground. He slowly walked toward Evelyn, his expression twisted in anger and bloodlust. From the moment they had left the eastern camp, he had already realized that Jonathan's teammates were suspicious. Although they didn't show it, he knew. Adam was highly sensitive to other people's emotions. More often than not, he could accurately glean their intent and sometimes even their superficial thoughts. He could sense that these 2 harbored evil intentions toward him. No matter how hard they tried to conceal it, it was clear to Adam. Immediately, he suspected that the Gracie family was behind them. He already knew that he was walking into a trap, but he also knew that this could be an opportunity to get rid of his enemies once and for all. Thus, he patiently waited for Evelyn and Dudley to make a move or even the Gracie family magi to appear on his long journey here. He even purposely showed many openings, but nothing happened. They didn't show up. Neither did these 2 attack him. It wasn't until he reached the vicinity of Amai that he realized that this could very well be the place where his enemies must have laid a trap for him. However, upon detecting his surroundings with his sphere of resonance, he found that no one was there. This caused him to be extremely apprehensive. The fear of the unknown was overwhelming, after all. Thus, with no other options, he decided to beat it out of Evelyn and Dudley, who, according to him, had great chances of working for the Gracie family. He was certain, because at this point there was no other person or family for that matter who had an irreconcilable enmity with him. There was only one. As Evelyn watched Adam slowly walk toward him, his eyes trembled in horror. The murderous aura emanating from the youth deeply suffocated him. It weighed down on him so heavily that his knees buckled and he weakly fell to the ground. WW, what's the meaning of this? Meaning, Adam coldly sneered. That's what I should be asking. Tell me what the Gracie family is planning. I promise I'll make your death quick and painless. Evelyn's teeth clattered in fear. W, what you're doing is wrong. It's wrong. It is a crime to kill your allies. I'm past that point already, replied Adam as he looked down upon Evelyn. If you're not going to answer, then just die. With that said, he straightened his right palm and coated it with a layer of pristine white mana. Then he viciously thrust his palm toward the middle-aged man's chest, aiming to kill him in one shot. Evelyn's life seemed to flash across his eyes as he saw Adam's attack enlarging in his vision. With his back against the wall and nowhere else to run in the end, he decided to spill everything. Wait, I'll tell you. Adam's fingers stopped less than an inch before Evelyn's chest. He glanced at the man with cold eyes and ordered, first throw away your holding bag. Evelyn took large mouthfuls of air, his body trembling incessantly. His back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. No, to be precise, his entire body was covered in sweat. With trembling hands, he reached for his holding bag that contained every material component for his spells. Then he threw it to the side. He looked up at Adam and desperately pleaded, P, promise me. Shut your mouth, the youth cut him off. Speak. What are those bastards planning? And no, Elvlin nervously gulped. He gathered all the courage he could muster and muttered, "Promise me you'll let me go after I've said everything. Promise me you won't kill me." Adam deeply looked into Elvlin's eyes. "I'll know if you lie." "I won't lie." Elvlin hurriedly spoke. "Fine, I'll let you go." The youth lowered his hand and took a step back. He then signaled for the man to speak. Elvlin's shoulders involuntarily relaxed when he saw Adam take a step back. He took a deep breath and then began. Morden Gracie approached me, and he glanced at his dead comrade's corpse and paused for a moment, terror flashing in his eyes. Then he continued. He approached me and Dudley a few days before we left the camp. Our mission was to make sure you arrived at Amai. As Elvlin continued to divulge the information, Adam's expression turned grave by the second. He thought to himself in alarm, Morden wanted me to come here. That can't be all. And when the battle began, we were tasked with fighting you after you stopped paying attention to us. Elvlin chose his words wisely. What battle? How many of you are here? Adam spat through gritted teeth, his eyes spewing anger. They are waiting for you here. Elvlin gulped. I don't know how many magi and beasts are here, but... Beasts? Adam's eyes narrowed. Elvlin nervously nodded. Why, yes. His eyes turned tearful and he begged, I swear that's all I know. Now please, you must keep your end of the bargain. Adam lowered his head, his fists clenching and unclenching over and over again. Due to his hair covering half of his face, Elvlin wasn't able to clearly see the intense fury blazing in his abyss like black eyes. Tell me, he asked, what did they promise you in return for this betrayal? Elvlin remained silent. Answer me. Adam glared at the man with his bloodshot eyes. The middle-aged man couldn't help but flinch, his body trembling in horror as he blurted out, Path to rank 2. They promised us a place within their family ranks and a mana extraction method to advance to mana liquefaction magus. Hearing his answer, Adam was stunned momentarily. Then his lips curled up into a wry smile, the things we do for the pursuit of power. The next moment his eyes narrowed and a vicious glint flashed in them. He raised his palm, coated it with mana, and struck toward the man's chest once again, taking the latter by surprise. You said you'll let me go, Elvlin screamed in grievance as he felt the clutches of death sinisterly coil around his being. His words were cut short when Adam's palm stabbed straight through the man's heart. The youth looked Elvlin dead in the eyes and coldly stated, Yes, I did say I would let you go. He retracted his arm and watched as the life in Elvlin's eyes slowly faded away, to the afterlife. After making sure the man was dead, Adam hurriedly turned around and made his way toward his friends. He had already taken care of the minor problem. This minor problem could have turned into a major one if he hadn't dealt with it beforehand. Now all that's left is to take care of those bastards, the youth thought to himself. But what did he mean by those beasts? I don't see any here. Could they be on the other side of the town? And how many? He expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum once again. But this time when he did, he froze in his footsteps. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror gripped his heart. Impossible. Moment Adam released his sphere of resonance, he was frozen in terror. The north part of Amai, which had been completely empty, was now flooded with magical beasts. His eyes widened in surprise. This can't be. Where did they come from? Earlier when he had scoured the place, he was sure that there were no life forms in this part of the town. So now when so many beasts appeared out of nowhere, he had a dumbfounded look on his face. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he thought of another possibility. Don't tell me. He slowly lowered his head and directed his sphere of resonance to penetrate underground. The sight that greeted him caused him to shiver. All this while, he had gotten used to only using his sensory ability to investigate things on the surface, but he had never once thought about the possibility of the enemy hiding underneath the surface. This oversight had caused him to be in a very precarious situation. So many at a single glance, he could make out hundreds of beasts making their way to the surface. The vast majority of the buildings had underground entrances through which these beasts were ascending. In but a few moments, Adam had already been surrounded by the corrupted magical beasts. Seeing the crazed and bloodthirsty look in these beasts' crimson eyes, Adam's expression turned solemn. His fists clenched involuntarily. These beasts are very coordinated. Someone's controlling them. Could it be that the Gracie family has colluded with the orcs? The fact that these despicable magi would join forces with the enemy to deal with him caused Adam to be furious. Those damned bastards. The youth spat through gritted teeth. Without waiting for another moment, the corrupted beasts rushed toward the youth in a frenzy. They opened their maws wide, displaying their sharp and jagged teeth. They were ready to devour him. Adam's face grew cold. He turned his head in the direction where his friends were, his heart pounding with anxiety. The next moment, he conjured a pair of pitch-black gauntlets from his earring. As he donned them on his hands, their tip gleamed with a sharp glint. Then he coated his gauntlets with a layer of pristine white mana and pounced on the beasts in front of him. I'll kill you all. The twin moons hung heavy in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the town of Amai. Ominous shadows danced between buildings and the sound of guttural growls could be heard. Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan dashed through the streets of the town, their faces etched with fear and panic. One moment, the entire place was deserted. The next moment, they were surrounded from all sides. Things had taken such a drastic and quick turn that they were caught off guard. "Watch out," roared Edward as a large group of poisoned toads suddenly appeared in front of them. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he coated his spear with a layer of blue lightning. The next moment, he thrust his spear and unleashed a flurry of stabs at the beasts in front of him. The blue-eyed youth's attack destroyed the wave of poisoned toads charging at him. Their bodies were charred, and one could still see lightning dance on the surface of their skin from time to time. Their howls of pain were drowned out by even more beasts that rushed toward them. Lisa waved her staff, and dozens of thick vines shot up from the ground and created a sturdy wall in front of them. She glanced at Edward and Jonathan, her expression extremely grim. "We must head to the marketplace. The streets there are narrow. We can use them to funnel and bottleneck the beasts, killing them one at a time." There was no escaping this situation. The skies were dotted with corrupted flying magical beasts, or a couple of them would have already escaped with Aquila. Now the only way out was through. Edward and Jonathan solemnly nodded after they heard Lisa's plan. As they rushed toward the marketplace, Jonathan couldn't help but ask in concern, "What about Adam and the rest?" "Don't worry about him," Edward assured. "No matter what happens, he'll make it out alive," Lisa chimed in. She then glanced at Jonathan and added, "Your teammates will be safe with him. Just trust him." "I know." Jonathan nodded after a brief pause. After a long time of sprinting through the deserted town, they finally arrived at the marketplace. Lisa's eyes flashed with hope. "Hurry, let's head that way. We'll make our stand there." The narrow streets here leading to the town's central square created the perfect checkpoint. It was the ideal place for their desperate defense. As they continued to fight the waves of beasts, it felt like forever had passed. Despite their best efforts, the onslaught seemed endless. However, there was nothing else they could do. They could not give up, for if they did, they would die in the maws of these vicious beasts. Atop the town keep, the tallest structure in Amai, two figures were standing, glancing at the battle taking place below them. Their cloaks fluttered behind them in the wind. Their expressions were that of indifference as they watched the brutal bloodbath happen. One of them turned toward Adam's direction and saw him maul through the horde of magical beasts with unmatched ruthlessness. Everywhere the youth went, he would leave a trail of corpses. "He has truly exceeded my expectations." "No wonder you went through so much to deal with him." "Heh," the other person sneered. "He's quite the handful. I didn't think he would be able to find the traitors in their group." A moment of silence ensued before the first person spoke. "If those two had managed to backstab them when their guards were down, it would have been very easy for us." "It doesn't matter now," said the other person. "Let them expend all their strength on the beasts. Then the orcs can take care of them." "Indeed, we can't directly kill Adam or Edward for that matter. Who knows? The people behind the two might have used a soul-mark retribution on them." "Precisely." The two figures watched on as Adam slaughtered his enemies and slowly made his way toward his friends. On the other hand, Edward, Lisa, Jonathan, and their respective familiars were also beginning to get the upper hand despite sustaining grievous injuries. The figure standing atop the town keep then glanced in another direction and saw Gorgo leading a group of orcs and slowly approaching the group. Seeing this, his lips curled up into a cruel smile. "It's time we end this." He then raised his head and glanced at the night sky. His lips parted and he spoke in melancholy, "Kevin, tonight we will have finally avenged you." The battle continued for hours, and the twin moons slowly started to dip across the starry night sky. Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan were in a perilous situation. There were mounds of corpses strewn around them. Despite sustaining heavy injuries, the trio continued to slaughter away. They didn't have any other option. They knew that if they gave up, nothing was stopping them from meeting their ends. Aquila and Aeneas, who had to bear the brunt of the majority of the attacks, were so wounded that they could barely participate in the battle. It had come to a point that they had now instead become a hindrance to the trio. As for Jonathan's familiar, a Terra bear, it had long since died at the beginning of the battle. This caused the youth to receive a severe blow, both physically and mentally. After all, the bond between Amagus and their familiar was quite a special one. They were intrinsically linked to one another. Either of them died, the other would face extremely severe repercussions. Thus, when Jonathan's familiar died during the battle, he felt as if he had lost his own life. This immediately weakened his fighting prowess to a vast extent, yet he continued to fight the enemy. His heart was overcome by grief and anger at the loss of his familiar, but he didn't back down. He fought the enemy with even more resilience. Lisa desperately swung her wooden staff and battled the beasts that were rushing toward her. She had already quit casting spells as it would require a large mana expenditure. Having fought for so long, her mana reserves had become very low. The blonde youth's emerald pupils darted around as she continued to fight the corrupted beasts. Fear gripped her heart as she gradually started to realize something. The intel from Misken said there were less than a dozen orcs in this town and barely any magical beasts in the vicinity. She suddenly crouched low, dodging the claw of a wolf. Following that, she thrust her staff toward the beast's chest, causing it to miserably fly off in the distance. As she gasped for air, she couldn't stop her hands from trembling. Something's wrong. The next moment, the beast started to attack her once again, not even giving her a few moments of respite. Her heart sank when she thought of a terrifying possibility. This is a trap. There shouldn't have been so many beasts in Amai. Their attacks also seem very coordinated. Someone's controlling them from the shadows. It has to be the orcs, but where are they? I haven't seen a single one since I've arrived here. The following moment, her thoughts came to pause when she tripped over a small stone on the ground. She lost balance and her attack missed the boar she had aimed it at. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the corrupted beast bolted forward and stabbed its sharp tusk straight through Lisa's stomach. Ag! She screamed in agony as she fell to the ground. Her eyes blazed with mercilessness as she grabbed the boar by the head, pinning it on the spot with her. This caused the boar's tusk to penetrate deeper into her stomach, but she didn't care. She screamed Ania. Now, the following moment, the white fox sprinted from behind. She opened her ghastly maw and bit a large chunk of the boar's head, instantly killing it. With great difficulty, Lisa removed the twin tusks from her stomach. Blood gushed out of her wound endlessly as she grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, Ania stood before her, fending off the attacks from the rest of the beasts. At this point, the fox's white fur had already turned a dark shade of crimson. There were all sorts of wounds, big and small, littered across her body. However, she didn't back down. She continued to bite and claw away at her enemies with primal ferocity. Lisa, Edward rushed toward her, his expression filled with panic and fear. He hurriedly stood before her and fought alongside Ania. As he stabbed his spear at the incoming beasts, he asked in concern without looking back, "Are you okay? Can you fight?" Lisa chugged a healing potion, then took out another one and poured it on her injury. "Yes, I just need a moment. Take your time." Jonathan also appeared beside her, his burly body drenched in blood. His expression was twisted in extreme anger and hatred. The loss of his familiar had caused him to go berserk. Lisa weakly glanced at her friends standing before her and protecting her. Then she shifted her gaze toward Ania and Aquila, who were desperately fighting with their lives on the line. Her eyes turned teary and she muttered, "Guys, we've fallen for someone's trap." Tears trickled down her face, which was covered in dirt and blood. "I don't think we can make it out of this one." "No," Edward roared. "We will survive no matter what. I will not rest until I've killed the one behind all this." Jonathan screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes gleaming with rage and madness. Like this, another hour passed. By now, the trio and two familiars were already near the end of their ropes. Their mana reserves were at an all-time low, and as for their stamina, it had long since depleted. At this point, they were merely relying on their instincts and forcing themselves to fight. Despite the large number of enemies they had already massacred, the waves of beasts continuing to come at them seemed infinite. Jonathan was the first one to lose consciousness and fall to the ground, extreme fatigue washing over him. Lisa was next, followed by the two familiars, Ania and Aquila. Edward was the only one on his feet. Like a madman, he continued to swing his spear and kill one beast after another, but he too couldn't keep up for long. Against his much reluctance, his hands finally gave in and the spear dropped to the ground. He couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back and he fell face first. "Is this the end for me, Lisa, Adam?" Just when the endless horde of corrupted beasts was about to devour him and his friends, suddenly, a white streak of blinding light originated from behind and flew over them. "Hand of Doom, earthly meteor, BOOM." A thundering sound echoed in every nook and cranny of Amma. Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan were jolted awake by this sudden loud explosion. They opened their weary eyes, and the scene that greeted them caused them to be shocked beyond their wildest dreams: a rain of blood. All the beasts that had been surrounding them were now reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Severed limbs and other body parts descended from the sky after all the beasts had been taken care of by one devastating technique, and the one that had executed this technique. Adam was standing with his back tall a few dozen meters in front of the trio. His clothes were shredded, revealing his skin that was covered in after burn marks and fresh injuries. He took a deep breath and roared in fury, "Gracie, show yourself, you coward." Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan were shocked to hear those words come out of the youth's mouth. They weakly got to their feet, their faces filled with disbelief. Did he just say? Edward gulped nervously. Meanwhile, Lisa's body shuddered in terror as she thought to herself, "Gracie, it's them again." Hearing no reply from his surroundings, Adam was about to call out once again, but suddenly his pupils constricted when he sensed another presence behind him. He hurriedly turned around, just in time to see a shadowy figure silently creep up behind his friends. Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan seemed to be completely oblivious to this new enemy. Adam's eyes widened and fear gripped his heart when he identified this man. It was a lanky orc with red and white war paint smeared on his face. This orc soundlessly brandished his twin daggers and viciously stabbed the person right in front of him. Splurt, feeling the twin daggers pierce through his target's lungs, Gorgo's lips curled up into a sinister grin. He then coldly glanced at Adam, who was standing in the distance, frozen in absolute shock. Gorgo's lips parted and he coldly muttered, "What goes around, comes around." Edward and Lisa had shocked expressions on their faces. Perhaps it was because of their extreme state of weariness, or perhaps because the enemy's prowess was simply too great. They didn't even realize when this person had appeared behind them. Out of sheer instinct, they hurriedly tried to retreat from this orc. However, they were far too weak at the moment. After having fought for hours, they were already dangerously low on mana and stamina. Before they could even take a step, two more orcs appeared behind them, grabbed their heads, and viciously slammed them to the ground. As for Jonathan, he lowered his head in confusion. It took a while for him to register the sensation of pain that started to radiate throughout his body, but when he did, his eyes flashed with shock and fear. Blood involuntarily spurted out of his mouth as he lowered his head and glanced at the two curved daggers jutting out from within his chest. Then he heard a cold voice from behind him. What goes around comes around. In the distance, when Adam witnessed this scene, his body trembled. The next moment, he was overcome by unprecedented rage as he shot forward. John, no. Gorgo's lips curled up into a smirk as he retracted one of his daggers and brought it before Jonathan's throat. You move, he dies. The following moment, the orcs that had pinned down Edward and Lisa brandished their own weapons and pointed at the couple. Gorgo added, you move, they die. Adam froze in his footsteps, his face completely drained of any color. Never in his life had he felt so helpless. He opened and closed his mouth many times, but no words came out. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times, but couldn't take action. He felt weak. He felt powerless. The youth slowly raised his hands in a show of surrender. He glanced at Gorgo and spoke with a trembling voice, I will do anything. Jay, just let them go. Seeing Adam in such a miserable state, Gorgo grinned from ear to ear and he couldn't stop himself from bursting into a loud peal of laughter. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard that his eyes started to tear up. He glanced at Adam and taunted, where's all that arrogance I saw back in the secret plane? Look at how weak and pathetic you are. Adam ignored everything the orc said. He clasped his hands and pleaded, I'll let them go, they have nothing to do with this. Let them go, huh? Gorgo's eyes gleamed with a cruel and sinister light as he glanced at Jonathan. Fine, I'll let him go. Slash. With a swift motion, Gorgo slit open Jonathan's throat. Quack. The burly youth immediately clasped the deep cut on his throat, trying to stop the warm blood from flowing. But no matter what he did, the blood loss just wouldn't stop. Soon his knees buckled and he weakly fell to the ground. His body slowly turned lifeless as he felt death whispering into his ears. Johnny, no. Edward and Lisa, who were the closest to him, were thunderstruck by this sudden turn of events. Everything had happened so quickly that it took them a moment to realize. Tears started to well up in their eyes as they saw their childhood friends slowly bleed to death. Meanwhile, Adam felt like everything had gone blank. All he could see was Jonathan lying down in a puddle of his own blood. The youth dropped to his knees and reached out for his friend. John, no. Ha ha ha, Gorgo laughed maniacally. Seeing Adam break down completely made him very satisfied. There, I let him go, ha. The light in Jonathan's eyes slowly began to fade, and so did all the noise around him. With the last vestiges of his life, he thought to himself in sadness, Felicia, I feel so cold. The light in his eyes finally dimmed as he embraced death. Edward and Lisa couldn't stop crying when they realized that their friend had died. Despite how hard they tried to reach out for their deceased friend, the orcs that held them down wouldn't let them budge an inch. It's a pity that young man had to die, though, said one of the figures standing atop the town keep. At this point, it doesn't matter, replied the other. The reason why we chose Jonathan was so that Adam would let his guard down and easily trust his teammates, Elvlin and Dudley. The first person glanced at him and chuckled, but you never expected Adam to be so distrustful of them, eh? The boy was very vicious, instantly deciding to kill them at the slightest hint of any suspicions. He paused for a moment before continuing, anyway, let's wrap this up. We can't leave behind any evidence. Shall we go down now? Yes, replied the second figure. Adam knelt on the ground, surrounded by the shredded corpses of the beasts he had just killed. His eyes glazed over, and he shifted his consciousness to the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. There, he saw a small orb of light materialize near the boundary. The youth levitated before it, his face expressionless. Tears trickled down his face as he muttered under his breath, John. He suddenly heard the sound of footsteps and immediately shifted his consciousness back to the outside world. The scene that greeted him next caused him to lose all hope. In the distance, three figures slowly walked toward Edward and Lisa. One of them was Morden Gracie, while the other two. They were ranked 2 magi, Oswald Gracie and Professor Hemingway. These two mighty ranked 2 magi didn't speak a word. They simply watched everything unfold with indifferent expressions as if they were mere spectators. But unlike Professor Hemingway, Oswald's eyes flashed with hatred when he glanced at Adam. Despite that, he didn't make a move. It was beneath him to deal with rank 1 magi whom he considered to be mere insects. Morden stepped forward and coldly glanced at Edward and Lisa, who had been bound by the orcs. The middle-aged man's gaze paused on the blonde young lady for a moment longer as he muttered, "You filthy whore. After I'm done with you, I'll slaughter your mother and brother." Without casting another glance at her, he looked toward Adam with a wide and evil grin. "Tell me, Adam, did you ever think things would come to this when you murdered my son in cold blood?" Adam remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jonathan's corpse. "Answer me," Morden roared in fury. Still, he received no response. The next moment, he thought of something and his lips curled up into a devious smirk. "You care a great deal for your friends, don't you?" Adam's eyes rippled with emotion and he shifted his gaze from his friend's corpse to Morden. Having finally elicited a reaction from the youth, Morden's eyes flashed with a cruel light. "Fine, I'll be the bigger man. My enmity has always been with you and not your friends anyway." He paused for a brief moment before continuing, his tone filled with evil intentions. "However, I will only let one live, so choose wisely. Edward or Lisa?" When Lisa heard Morden make that declaration, her body shuddered. She strained her neck to glance at the man's back. Never had she felt such loathing for another person in her life. This man's family killed her father, took away everything that belonged to her family, and even went so far as to keep her brother hostage just so she wouldn't retaliate in the future. Now when she heard Morden put her dearest friend, Adam, in such a terrible situation, she couldn't help but spit through gritted teeth. "Morden Gracie, you despicable scum. How could you do this?" Morden ignored her. He continued to glance at Adam's shocked expression and asked with a smirk, "So what's it gonna be, boy? Edward or Lisa?" Adam's fists clenched so tight that his nails dug into his palms, causing blood to drip to the ground. He was already past the feeling of helplessness. His heart was filled with boundless rage. He hated that all his past actions had brought such consequences to him and the people closest to him. He hated that he was powerless in front of his enemies. The youth had already lost a friend tonight. Now everything pointed toward the same thing happening again. His eyes turned bloodshot and he gnashed his teeth in fury. All the while, he kept mumbling to himself incoherently, "No, you can't. I'll kill them all. Even if I die cannot come out. No matter what, you cannot not yet. Promise me." Seeing Adam begin to ramble like a madman, Morden burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. Who are you going to choose, boy? One lives, the other dies." Edward had never seen Adam in such a state. He couldn't even begin to imagine what his friend was going through. His eyes blazed with anger and he roared, "Adam, don't listen to him, just leave. Run away." Morden turned around to glance at the youth and sneered, "Run away. Wishful thinking." Meanwhile, Lisa seemed to have come to a decision. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and resolved herself. She turned her head and looked at the young man beside him, Eddie. Edward glanced at her and could immediately feel something was wrong. His heart sank and a sudden foreboding feeling overcame him. "Lisa, what are you?" However, he was interrupted by her. "I am the root cause of all this," Lisa began. "If it weren't for me, you and Adam would have never ended up in this mess." Tears trickled down her face as she lovingly glanced at Edward. "I have always held you two back, but now I won't anymore." The next moment, her eyes flashed with determination as she reached for her concealed weapon within her robes. She gathered all her remaining strength and swung her hand backward at such speed that it appeared to be a shadowy blur. Before anyone could even react, she had already stabbed the orc above her in the neck. The orc was wide-eyed, not expecting Lisa to overpower him suddenly. Blood gushed out of his neck as he choked and tumbled to the side. Following that, Lisa tightly gripped the dagger with both hands and cast one final glance at Edward. Her lips parted and she softly muttered, "Live well. Eddie, I will always love you." The next moment, she closed her eyes and viciously plunged the dagger straight through her heart. "No!" Edward screamed in anguish as he reached toward Lisa, his eyes bloodshot with anger and unwillingness. But suddenly, Lisa opened her eyes in shock and saw that the dagger in her hands had disappeared. Then, a cold voice drifted into her ears from beside her. "I commend your courage and selflessness." She turned her head and glanced at the man who had just appeared. When she saw who it was, memories of that fateful night when her father was killed right in front of her eyes flooded her mind. Oswald Gracie glanced at the blood-stained dagger in his hand with a stoic look. He then gazed at Lisa and coldly muttered, "But like you've said, you are the root cause of all this." He paused for a moment before his lips curled up into an evil smirk. "You don't deserve such an easy death." His eyes spewed venom and he continued, "I'm going to make you wish you were." Suddenly, Oswald's pupils constricted and he hurriedly turned his head and glanced in Adam's direction. A terrifying otherworldly pressure started to emanate from Adam. He slowly rose to his feet and glanced at his enemies with bloodthirsty eyes. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and roared to the skies, "OOAHHHHH, BOOO." The ground underneath him cracked open from the sheer pressure he radiated. Adam accumulated all the feelings of rage, helplessness, and hatred bubbling inside him, and channeled them into raw strength. His mana channels trembled intensely as a large amount of mana coursed through them. The rate at which he was expending his mana was so ridiculous that it caused the others to be shocked. At the same time, his spiritual power also seemed to deeply resonate with him. It seeped out and inadvertently combined with his mana, resulting in a thunderous aura that destroyed everything around him into smithereens. Adam glared at Gorgo Morden, and then finally at Oswald with immense anger and animosity. He was like a wounded primordial beast that had been pushed to the corner by his enemies. Now he was going to go all out. Oswald's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the youth to suddenly burst out with such great strength at the last moment. He couldn't help but incredulously think to himself, he still has so much mana left. Is he even human? His expression turned grim. He then turned to look at Morden, who had dropped to the ground after sensing Adam's fiendish aura, and stated, "Let us not waste any more time." Morden jolted back to his senses and nervously gulped. Right. Oswald wanted to kill Adam this instance. For some reason, he was starting to feel a very bad premonition. At the same time, he didn't want himself or his brother, Morden, to directly kill the youth, lest the soulmark retribution technique activated and linked them to Adam's death. Hence, he glanced at Gorgo, who was frozen in absolute shock, and coldly ordered, "Send the remaining beasts and kill him this instant." Gorgo snapped out of his daze and hurriedly nodded. The next moment, he reached for the ivory trumpet hanging from his waist and blew on it. Following that, the remaining corrupted beasts in the vicinity, numbering in the hundreds, rushed toward the raven-haired youth with blatant killing intent, ready to devour him no matter the cost. Adam coated his hands with mana and fearlessly charged at the endless horde of beasts approaching him. "I'll take you all on." Amai had once again descended into utter chaos. The ground around Adam was decimated, and the air was thick with the stench of flesh and blood. His robes were tattered, displaying his burned skin and the fresh injuries that he had received throughout the night. He was but a lone magus amidst a sea of corrupted magical beasts, yet his abyss-like eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Every breath he took was a ragged gasp as he continued to swing his fists at the incoming horde of beasts. Sometimes he would strike with a punch, other times he would thrust with a palm. He continued to fight non-stop and massacred one beast after another, his mana reserves rapidly decreasing. No matter how many beasts attacked him, he held his ground defiantly. Gradually, his eyes turned bloodshot, just like the beasts that he was fighting. It was as if he was overcome by bloodlust and madness. It had come to the point where even the beasts shuddered to come near him. If they didn't approach him, he would take the initiative and pounce on them. Adam met the beasts head-on, his fists striking with a ruthless force. Each punch sent a beast sprawling. Each palm thrust shattered their bones and destroyed their organs. Blood and flesh flew in every direction as the youth gained momentum with every beast he slew. Tonight he was unrivaled. Tonight he was tyrannical. With a thunderous road that seemed to echo throughout the deserted town, Adam increased his mana expenditure to the maximum and continued to wantonly slaughter his way through. Meanwhile, in the distance, the orcs, the rank 1 magi from the Gracie family, and Edward and Lisa were stunned by the scene unfolding before their eyes. How is this even possible? Morden blurted out in absolute horror as he saw Adam effortlessly massacring the magical beasts. On the other hand, Gorgo's body trembled in shock as he saw the amount of energy Adam was radiating. How does he have so much mana? Meanwhile, what Edward and Lisa felt was immense sorrow watching Adam battle the beasts. To them, it felt like their friend was losing himself to insanity trying to save them. They were completely and utterly helpless. In the presence of 2 mana liquefaction magi, anything they tried to do to help Adam would turn out to be futile. In the end, they could only cry out to their friend to stop this madness this instant and to flee. But alas, it all fell on deaf ears. By now, Adam seemed to have turned into a beast himself. No longer was he just using his arms and legs to fight. Now he was also biting onto other beasts and killing them. To an onlooker, it would appear that he had really turned into a crazed man. However, the rank 2 magi, Oswald and Hemingway, noticed something else that made their faces turn extremely grim. They exchanged shocked glances with one another and then deeply stared at Adam. Others could not see it, but with their enhanced eyesight, how could these two not? This kid, Oswald thought to himself in astonishment. He could clearly see that along with the blood that was pouring out from Adam's wounds, a black gooey substance was also seeping out. However, it was just barely visible. The same thing was also happening when he expended his mana, except a black miasma was being expelled in minuscule quantities. To think that he would attempt such a thing in the midst of battle, Professor Hemingway muttered solemnly. He's either confident or just crazy. Oswald's fists involuntarily clenched tightly. If it wasn't for his fear of the soulmark retribution technique that Berger might or might not have left on Adam, he would have already killed him by now. However, he couldn't. The risks outweighed the gains. He glanced at Gorgo and asked in an icy tone, "Is that all the beasts you have?" "Why, yes," Gorgo stuttered. Oswald paused for a moment before continuing with a solemn expression, "Take your men with you and kill him." Gorgo was taken aback. He couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man and ask, "But didn't you want to avenge your—" "Don't ask questions." Oswald released his mana pressure that heavily weighed down on the orc's shoulders, causing him to miserably kneel on the ground. Just do as I say. Gorgo shuddered in fear. At the same time, his eyes flashed with eagerness at the thought of personally avenging Curdon and his tribesmen. I understand. The young orc wasn't aware of the soulmark retribution technique. Hence, he found it odd as to why the Gracie family magi wouldn't want to kill Adam when he was right on their chopping board. However, the thought of killing the raven-haired youth who had murdered his friends back inside the secret plane filled him with exhilaration. So he didn't question Oswald further. He looked around and instructed the few orcs he had brought with him, let's go. Meanwhile, Adam had already dealt with the large majority of the beasts that had attacked him. The beast's hot blood splattered against his skin, mingling with his own. His muscles screamed in protest every time he swung his arms. After what felt like an eternity, Adam looked around at the sea of carnage that he had caused. The hundreds of beasts that had attacked him now lay dead at his feet. He had done it. He had pushed his body to the limits, expended all the mana in his body, and come out victorious. Yet his bloodied face displayed a defeated expression. He weakly mumbled, so close. The next moment he collapsed to his knees and his vision slowly began to darken. He had tried to achieve the impossible at great cost to himself, but in the end he couldn't prevail. He could hear the sound of footsteps quickly approaching him from the front, yet he couldn't do anything about it. At the last moment before darkness claimed him, he made one last-ditch attempt. As long as he drew breath, he would never give up. Everyone, now, Gorgo roared in excitement as he saw Adam on his knees. This was the perfect chance to kill his enemy, but suddenly, a gray light flashed before Adam, and the next moment a cat appeared. Valerian glanced at the youth's bloodied and severely injured body with an extremely pained expression. He had wanted to come out earlier to help several times, but every time Adam refused. It was only now did the latter allow him to come out to buy him some time. The little guy walked forward and nudged his furry head against the motionless youth. Brother, I will protect you now. The following moment, he turned around and glared at the incoming orcs as well as the magi from the Gracie family. For the first time since he was born, he opened his mouth and spoke, his words laced with boundless killing intent. You inferior creatures. How dare you hurt my brother? Every person present in Amai, the rank 2 magi included, felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Valerian's words that seemed to contain the wrath of magic itself. The scene that unfolded next caused everyone to be thunderstruck. A visible ripple ran through Valerian's body, starting from his head and spreading toward the tip of his tail. The air around him began to vibrate, and a magical aura started to permeate the surroundings. Valerian's once gray fur began to shift, hardening into scales that flashed like polished metal. His paws elongated and claws extended, appearing extremely sharp and formidable. His limbs grew thicker and more muscular. His spine arched and stretched, producing bone-popping sounds so loud that it reverberated in everyone's ears. As his body continued to grow bigger and more menacing, 2 appendages grew from his shoulders, pushing through the scales. They grew rapidly and unfurled into massive wings. Finally, Valerian's face began to change, his adorable features turning into something far more menacing and fearsome. His topaz eyes blazed with immense bloodlust, and his fangs grew long and sharp, gleaming with a cold glint. His body continued to expand until it could no longer. Under the rays of the twin moons, his muscles rippled under his gray scales. His tail grew longer and thicker, swaying with dangerous intent. The transformation was finally complete. Where there had been a small gray cat, there now stood a mighty dragon towering more than 10 meters. ROARR, for the first time in the history of Tron. The resounding roar of the legendary dragon echoed through the lands. In the magical world of Tron, dragons were nothing but myths. They existed in fairy tales weaved by elders to fascinate little children. They existed in the songs hummed by bards to entertain travelers. They existed only in the realm of fantasy. These mythical creatures were painted as magnificent yet terrifying in all the stories circulating throughout this planet. They were beings of immense power and wisdom, but no one had ever seen one. The legends were thought to be just that, legends, that is. Until Valerian transformed. ROARR, the resounding roar of the mighty dragon echoed through the town of Amai. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. These people who had dismissed dragon tales as mere figments of imagination now found themselves questioning everything they knew. Valerian raised its head and coldly looked down upon the orcs and the magi of the Gracie family. Just a casual glance from him caused their bodies to tremble. This was the might of a dragon. As Valerian proudly stood tall in all his glory, the orcs who were nearest to him had already dropped to the ground out of sheer terror. They found themselves subconsciously retreating. Gorgo, who was at the forefront of this group, felt like his heart had already stopped beating. The sheer amount of pressure radiating from the gray dragon in front of him caused him to desperately gasp for air. He was on his way to kill Adam. To him, it was a foregone conclusion. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a dragon would appear out of nowhere and obstruct his way. As for the Gracie family magi, they were frozen in shock and horror. Morden raised his trembling hand and pointed at Valerian in sheer disbelief, recalling the words of his deceased son. Kevin he was right. Since his son had exited the soaring river secret plane, he had told him time and time again about the existence of a gray dragon that had helped Adam within the secret plane. However, both he and Oswald had brushed this off as Kevin lying and making up excuses to justify his defeat at the hands of a mere commoner. They didn't believe him. But when Morden glanced at the dragon standing before him, his mind turned blank and he kept mumbling to himself, he didn't lie, he didn't lie. Oswald, on the other hand, had his eyes wide in shock. Professor Hemingway was the same. There were very few things that could surprise powerful magi such as them. Forget a mana liquefaction magus, even a mana vortex magus or a mana core magus would be astounded if they saw a dragon suddenly appear in front of them. While everyone was too stunned to even move or speak, Valerian capitalized on this opportunity. He thought to himself with a grim expression, "Brother asked me to buy him time. I don't know what he's trying to do, but I must protect him no matter the cost." The young dragon was sure he could easily take care of the rank 1 insects before him, but when he glanced at the 2 mana liquefaction magi in the distance, a hint of nervousness and even fear flashed past his topaz eyes. "No," he screamed inwardly, "I must do whatever it takes." The next moment, he flapped his large wings and flew toward the orcs that were nearest to him. Gorgo was the first one to snap out of his daze. He knew he was no match for a legendary dragon. Thus, he hurriedly weaved hand signs and immediately fled with the help of a mobility spell. However, the other orcs weren't that lucky. With a simple swipe of his claws, Valerian had effortlessly torn these orcs to shreds. There was no amount of armor or defensive spells that could stop a dragon's razor-sharp claws. The young dragon glanced at the fleeing Gorgo, but decided to not chase him because, at the last moment, he had managed to graze the orc with a swing of his tail, heavily injuring him. Instead, he focused his gaze on the magi from the Gracie family as well as Edward and Lisa who were lying at their feet. Seeing the couple's miserable and bloodied appearance, Valerian's eyes blazed with rage. He opened his maws wide and furiously roared. The next moment, something spectacular happened. An invisible wave of energy rippled out from inside his gaping jaws and struck the Gracie family magi. When these people were struck by this energy wave, they were immediately sent into a daze, their thoughts halting and their minds in utter chaos. Even the rank 2 magi were momentarily stunned. Valerian flapped his wings yet again and flew in their direction like a bolt of gray lightning. He landed before the couple, then viciously swung his tail at the muddle-headed rank 1 magi. Splurt. With a simple swing of his tail, Valerian had reduced half a dozen magi into mere blood mist. However, the one he really wanted to kill had escaped. He coldly looked in the distance and saw that the rank 2 magi had already retreated a large distance. Moreover, Oswald had made sure to grab Morden at the last moment and fall back. The 3 of them had disbelief etched on their faces, still unable to comprehend that they were actually in the presence of a dragon. Oswald couldn't help but involuntarily gulp as he laid eyes on the menacing stature of the legendary beast in front of him. Kevin was right. It really is a dragon, he thought to himself. Then he cast his gaze over at Adam, who was motionlessly kneeling down on the ground with his eyes closed, and had another bizarre thought. But how did that boy encounter such a fortuitous opportunity? It is unbelievable. He then shifted his gaze back to Valerian. His brown eyes, which contained fear and shock, were now slowly replaced by excitement and greed. The next moment, he secretly glanced at Professor Hemingway and found that he was also looking at him. Slowly, their lips curled up into a smirk as they seemed to have come to a mutual understanding. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they simply couldn't pass on. Meanwhile, Edward and Lisa had incredulous looks on their faces as they stared at Valerian standing before them. Lisa weakly reached out with her trembling hand and asked with uncertainty, "Little Val, is that really you?" Valerian lowered his head and stared at the blonde youth. His eyes softened, and he gently nudged his massive, scaly head against her palm. Both Lisa and Edward couldn't help but helplessly chuckle. Just a moment ago, they were at death's doorstep, and now all of a sudden they were saved by a dragon whom they thought was a cat all along. The young dragon deeply glanced at Lisa, Edward, and then at his childhood friends Ania and Aquila, who had already lost consciousness. "I will protect you." Then his gaze landed on Jonathan's corpse, and his yellow pupils gleamed with immense sorrow and anger. "John." The next moment he heard the sounds of footsteps coming in his direction. He turned his head and looked ahead. There he saw Oswald Gracie and Professor Hemingway slowly walking toward him with sinister intentions. Valerian's eyes flashed in apprehension. He was scared. He knew he couldn't go toe-to-toe with a rank 2 magus, much less 2 of them at the same time. Yet he resolved himself and stepped forward. He flapped his large wings and took flight. What was bravery? Was it the absence of fear? No, it was the triumph over fear. True bravery was born in moments of terror. Valerian roared to the skies and fearlessly charged at his enemies. "I am a mighty dragon. I will not cower." Valerian's massive frame cast a shadow over the corpse-filled battlefield as he flew toward Oswald and Hemingway. The young dragon had never been in a fight before. Now, in his first ever proper battle, he was up against two ranked 2 magi who were significantly stronger than him. Yet he did not back down, for he knew of the grave consequences if he did. All his life he had been protected by Adam, but today it was Valerian's turn to protect him. With a resolute roar, he flapped his wings even harder and sped toward the 2 magi. He brandished his claws and prepared to strike his enemies. Although Oswald and Hemingway had decided to join the fray out of their sheer greed, not for a single moment did they let their guards down. They could sense that the dragon's strength was equivalent to that of a mere rank 1 magus. However, they were still highly vigilant against this mythical beast. "Stay on guard," Hemingway muttered solemnly as he prepared to cast spells. "Aim to immobilize the beast," Oswald replied. His eyes then narrowed. "If not, kill it." Within a few moments, Valerian had already arrived before the pair. His eyes gleamed with a murderous light as he swiped his razor-sharp claws at Oswald. The patriarch of the Gracie family weaved hand signs at great speeds and pressed his palms to the ground. Following that, an extremely thick earthen wall was erected before him that blocked the dragon's attack. Valerian roared and exerted even more strength, destroying the wall before him into rubble. He was about to follow up with another claw strike when suddenly he noticed Hemingway charging with a sword in hand from behind. The young dragon growled and menacingly swiped his tail at him. Hemingway sneered and held his sword to the side, aiming to block the attack. But when the attack landed, his eyes widened in surprise. Bam! The strength behind Valerian's tail swipe was so great that it instantly shattered Hemingway's sword, which was a magical artifact, and caused him to miserably fly off into the distance and smash against a couple of buildings. At the same time, Oswald cast another spell and waved his hand in an upward motion. Following that, the ground rumbled and a dozen metallic spikes emerged from underneath and stabbed toward the young dragon. However, none of them managed to deeply pierce through Valerian's firm scales. Seeing this, Oswald's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly retreated in the direction where Hemingway had blasted off. Valerian didn't follow after them. Instead, he vigilantly held his ground. He lowered his head and noticed that a small amount of blood was leaking out from the area where the spikes had touched him. His heart sank when he realized that a simple spell from a rank 2 magus had already managed to injure him. This wasn't surprising, however. While he was warily eyeing Oswald, Hemingway emerged from the debris and dusted his robes. He glanced at the young dragon with an excited look, as expected of a legendary beast. It seemed that he wasn't hurt in the least. He then looked at Oswald and grinned. "It looks like it will take a great deal to incapacitate it." He paused for a moment before adding, "Shall we just kill it?" Oswald had a solemn expression on his face. He glanced at the dragon's underside, which was dripping blood. Then, he turned his head and looked at Adam, who was still kneeling down undisturbedly. His eyes narrowed when he sensed a great change taking place within the youth. Now, things had got to such a point that he no longer cared about the repercussions of the soulmark retribution technique. The allure of the infinite possibilities that a dragoner, its corpse provided, far overweighed the threat a rank 3 could pose to him. Oswald turned his gaze back toward Valerian, thinking to himself, "I am certain that I can easily advance to mana vortex rank if I transfuse the dragon's blood onto myself. At that point, I would no longer have to fear the gnome." His eyes blazed with brilliance when he thought of another possibility, "and if I am to consume the heart of the dragon." When he thought of this, the next moment he had already come to a decision: kill the dragon and the boy. Then, he and Hemingway jointly cast spells, combined them, and unleashed them on Valerian. The ground beneath them was instantly covered in a layer of ice. Before the young dragon could even react, the ice had covered his limbs and bound him to the ground. Valerian's heart was gripped by fear when he realized he could not move. But the next moment, he felt something and immediately raised his head in alarm. His pupils constricted when he saw countless blades rain down on him with unmatched killing intent. Before he knew it, he was already drowned in the flurry of blades. Amidst the sea of corpses, Adam sat in a kneeling position, his body drenched in blood and littered with ghastly injuries. A large vortex of mana swirled around him with him at the epicenter. Mana from the 5 fundamental elements was extracted from the surroundings and pulled inside his body. In the midst of flesh and blood, the youth had actually managed to enter a state of mindfulness. The mana from the 5 elements entered his body, fused together, and flowed through his mana channels. Adam had already completed the purification process when he was battling the corrupted beasts earlier. He had expended his mana reserves, but at the same time, he had also managed to expel all the remaining impurities within his body. Now all that remained was to advance. As pure mana flooded through his mana channels and coalesced at the center of his stomach, the youth recalled the memories of the experts he had absorbed till now. Magic is about living in harmony with the world and the mana that permeates it. Focus on the harmonious flow of mana. I must attune myself to the natural order of the world. A beautiful metamorphosis started to take place as Adam's aura changed. It became calm and gentle, completely one with the world around him. The way of effortless action, he thought. Let things happen the way they happen. Stop acting against the natural current of life. The air around him pulsed with energy as a large amount of mana was pulled from the environment around him and sucked inside his body. At this point, Adam had stopped guiding the mana. He let it take its natural course. I must act in harmony with the way and allow things to happen naturally. Accept the natural order of the world. Understand my place within it. Adam knew it. He was only a step away from crossing the threshold, but he felt like something was missing. He recalled the dream he had before he left for this mission. He asked himself, what is my way of magic? Adam thought about his constant struggles from before he became a magus to all the way until now. He thought about all the pain and suffering he had to endure all his life and make it to where he was today. Slowly, he began to understand. I see. Yet he felt like something was still missing. He thought deeply about the turning point in his life that set him down the path he was on. Finally, realization dawned on him and his lips curled up into a faint smile. I understand now. He softly muttered under his breath, when I let go of who I am, I will become who I might be. On the other side of the battlefield, when the dust settled, Valerian could be seen lying down on the ground with dozens of sharp blades pierced deep into his body. He was motionlessly lying in a puddle of his own blood. His breathing became ragged as he desperately tried to inhale mouthfuls of air. He was at the end of his rope. Oswald and Hemingway stood before him with solemn expressions, their gazes fixated on Adam in the distance. To think that he would try to advance amidst all this carnage, Hemingway couldn't help but mutter in admiration. But it is futile. Once this dragon is dead, the familiar bond between it and the boy will be severed, Oswald stated coldly. Let's see if he can still break through. The following moment his eyes flashed with a murderous glint as he conjured a sharp blade and viciously thrust it toward Valerian's head. However, right at that instant, Adam opened his eyes, a bright flower pattern shining with an otherworldly light across his black pupils. His lips parted and he coldly whispered, Blossom. The next moment, a field of white lotuses bloomed. The town of Amai lay in ruins. Its buildings had crumbled and the streets had been carpeted with rivers of blood. The stench of death hung heavy in the air. Corpses of corrupted magical beasts were strewn across the cobblestone streets. The reflection of the twin moons on the crimson liquid created a dazzling yet dreadful scene. Suddenly, a cold whisper reverberated in every corner of the town. Blossom. Then, a spectacular change began to take place. Amidst the chaos and carnage, the blood-soaked streets suddenly trembled, and then small white buds started to emerge from the crimson ground. Despite growing on land stained by blood, these white buds remained untainted. It was beautiful. It was breathtaking. It was otherworldly. The flower buds pushed toward the sky, and in mere moments they bloomed into magnificence. White lotus flowers, pure and holy, grew against the stark contrast to the surrounding bloodbath and darkness. Their pristine petals were delicate, gracefully unfurling and glowing with an ethereal light. As the white lotuses bloomed, the oppressive atmosphere became calmer. The field of white lotuses spread rapidly, and within moments it had covered every street in Amai. It was like this small town had suddenly been covered in a soft, white blanket. Oswald's long blade was only inches away from piercing Valerian's head when all of a sudden this drastic transformation took place. His heart was overwhelmed by terror at this sudden change, and he couldn't help but retreat a few steps, looking around in alarm. What the hell is happening? Hemingway was the same. For a moment his mind turned blank and his eyes glazed over. Realizing this, he was in an extremely flustered state. This is not normal, he blurted out in panic. What the hell are these flowers? The white lotuses swayed gently in the non-existent breeze. They emitted a faint yet sweet fragrance that was like the fresh breath of life amidst so much death. Valerian weakly opened his eyes. When he gazed at the lotuses growing on the ground right before him, his yellow pupils constricted. It can't be. Edward and Lisa, who were barely able to stay conscious after sustaining so many life-threatening injuries throughout the night, couldn't help but be astounded by this scene. The field of white lotuses that lay before them soothed their minds and removed whatever negative thoughts they had about their impending doom. Everyone that was still drawing breath in the town of Amai was overcome by a feeling of unprecedented calm. They felt like they were dreaming. All of them simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of the town's central square. There, a raven-haired youth was standing tall, his aura similar to that of the white lotuses around him. Instantly, everyone understood that the cause of this sudden change was none other than that young man. Oswald's eyes trembled in fear, and a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead when he saw the scene of Adam standing amidst the sea of flowers. All the white lotuses in the vicinity seemed like they were gently bowing toward this youth as if acknowledging him. What has he done? Oswald muttered in apprehension. Hemingway's mouth was agape. He couldn't speak a word. When he glanced at Adam, he felt vastly inferior to him for some reason. He had this sudden urge to lower his head toward the youth. When Hemingway realized this, he was stunned. He screamed inwardly, "What's happening to me?" The next moment, everyone witnessed a magical scene take place. They saw Adam slowly raise his hands. This caused all the white lotuses to tremble ever so slightly. Adam's hands slowly rose higher and higher, causing the flowers trembling to grow more and more intense. Everyone was rooted in their spot, wondering what would happen next. Edward and Lisa's eyes flashed with hope as they glanced at their friend. Meanwhile, Oswald and Hemingway's hearts pounded wildly in their chests. Terror flooded their veins and an intense foreboding feeling welled up inside them. They wanted to move but found that they could not. They could only helplessly stare as Adam's arms rose higher and higher, until finally. The raven-haired youth's arms shuddered violently before falling weakly to his sides. Following that, the trembling of the white lotuses also ceased. Everyone watched with bated breaths as the field of white lotuses began to glow with a resplendent light. Then the pristine white petals of the countless flowers slowly dissipated into tiny motes of light. The flowers started to dissolve slowly but surely. The white motes of light drifted lazily in the air, floating upward like fireflies at sunset. As these motes ascended, they left behind a soft trail of light, like that of a comet. One by one, their lights were gradually extinguished. The streets of Amai reverted to their blood-stained state. The rivers of blood and the heaps of corpses now seemed even more pronounced in the absence of the white lotuses. Amai now felt cold and desolate yet again. The premonition that the two magi felt in their hearts subsided with the disappearance of the flowers. Oswald's mind suddenly cleared up and he felt like he could move again. With a shocked look on his face, he glanced around and saw that everything had returned to normal. He turned toward Adam and saw that the youth was weakly standing amidst a sea of corpses with a defeated look on his pale face. Seeing that, Oswald's lips curled up into a menacing grin. So it was nothing after all. Whatever he attempted to do, it looks like he failed. Hemingway nodded with a solemn expression, fear still lingering in his eyes. The sudden appearance of the white lotuses had caused these two magi to feel immense horror. They had never felt so much dread in their long lives. Clearly, something was different about those flowers that Adam had just summoned. The greed in their hearts grew exponentially as they thought of acquiring whatever it was that had allowed Adam to display such a technique, if that is the case. Oswald's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Let's just kill them all. The next moment, the man conjured a sharp blade and viciously thrust it into Valerian's head. Splurt, the blade pierced through the young dragon's scales and instantly killed him. Valerian's topaz eyes flashed with sorrow and regret as darkness finally claimed him. In his final moments, he thought to himself, "Brother, you did it. But at what cost?" Seeing the light in the dragon's eyes fade away, the grin on Oswald's face widened. Finally, when I transfuse this beast's blood, I'll be able to advance to the mana vortex rank. Then there's also the dragon heart. Thinking of all those things he could accomplish, the man's breathing grew ragged. Suddenly, Hemingway called out to him from behind, "What's gotten you so excited?" Oswald returned to his stoic demeanor as he turned around to glance at his longtime friend. "Nothing," he replied. "Don't forget," Hemingway said with an amiable smile. "Half of that belongs to me." Oswald deeply stared at this man for a few moments before nodding, "Of course." The next moment, he cast his gaze over at Edward and Lisa, who were shocked by this sudden turn of events and sneered. "Don't be so surprised. You'll be following the dragon soon. Let me take care of those insects." Hemingway slowly walked toward the couple, his eyes flashing with immense killing intent. Edward suddenly snapped out of his daze, his body trembling in fear. He tried to move, but found that he couldn't. He had already expended all his mana reserves and his stamina in the earlier battle. He was but a fish on a chopping board. Realizing that his death was a foregone conclusion, tears started to endlessly stream down his eyes. He turned his head toward Lisa and muttered with great unwillingness, "Lisa, I don't think." But Lisa interrupted him with a forced smile. "You don't have to say a thing. I already know." The moment she saw Valerian die at the hands of Oswald, she knew that her fate was already sealed. Moreover, it seemed to her that Adam had also been rendered completely incapacitated after whatever it was that he tried to pull just now. She weakly reached out with her trembling hand. "Eddie, in my bleak life, you were the best thing that ever happened to me." "No, no, no," Edward sobbed and reached out to grab Lisa's hand. "Don't say such things. There's still hope we can still." He wanted to assure her that everything was going to be all right, but he knew that it would be a lie. In the end, he just silently cried. She glanced at Edward with gentle eyes and added, "I love you, Eddie." The couple's hands were inches apart from each other. Edward, realizing that they didn't have much time left, finally accepted his fate. He looked deep into Lisa's eyes and softly muttered, "As do I. Always have. Always will." Before their fingers could clasp each other, Hemingway had already appeared before them and hurled two frozen spikes straight through their hearts. As the light in their eyes slowly dimmed, they desperately tried to hold each other's hand, but in the end they couldn't. They passed away, their hands forever apart. A gust of wind blew and the couple's faces were reflected on the blood beneath them. Their expressions were peaceful, and although their eyes displayed regret, they died with faint smiles on their faces. Hemingway coldly glanced at their corpses, not moved at all by their actions before death. He then looked at Adam in the distance, his lips curling up into a condescending smirk. The raven-haired youth was standing motionlessly as blood continued to drip from his eyes and fall to the ground. Oswald saw the incapacitated state of the youth and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, to think that I was scared of this hairless brat. The following moment, he turned around and glanced at his brother. Morden, go finish him. What about the soulmark retribution? Morden asked nervously. Oswald waved his hand and replied with utmost confidence, don't worry about it. Once we leave this place, I will have become a rank 3 magus and our Gracie family will soar to unprecedented heights. He paused for a moment before patting Morden's shoulder and assuring him, trust me, brother. Now go, exact your revenge on the person that killed your son. Morden's eyes blazed with fury and vengeance. He nodded his head and then stomped toward Adam with a maniacal grin. Oswald suddenly recalled something and turned his head in a certain direction. There, a shadowy figure was hiding and secretly watching everything unfold. I should hold my end of the deal, he thought. The orc has been quite useful tonight. The next moment, he loudly called out, Gorgo, I know you're alive. Gorgo, who was hiding behind a dilapidated building, suddenly flinched in horror. But the words that Oswald said next caused him to be elated. I'm giving you this opportunity. Kill the boy and avenge your tribesmen. The orc's body trembled in excitement as he glanced at Adam with a bloodthirsty look. The next moment, he brandished his twin daggers and bolted toward the immobilized youth. Morden attacked from the front and Gorgo from behind. Both of them had been wanting to kill Adam for what he did to their dear ones. Today, they would finally be able to exact their revenge. Even though the two were only moments away from killing him, Adam remained motionless. Seeing this, the two of them grew even more confident. They raised their weapons, and the following moment, they ferociously thrust them straight through Adam. H-A-H-A-H-A. Morden laughed maniacally as he twisted his sword that had pierced the youth's heart. On the other side, Gorgo had an evil grin on his face as he expended his mana into the youth's body through his daggers, effectively destroying the latter's organs. Seeing that the two had finally gotten rid of Adam, Oswald's shoulders involuntarily loosened. He then cast a glance at the dragon's corpse that lay before him and couldn't help but think of the bright future that lay ahead of him. But the next moment he frowned. He squinted his eyes and saw that a small crack had appeared in the space before him. Before he could react further, another crack appeared beside the first one. Oswald had a bad premonition and he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. What's happening? As if by a chain reaction, countless cracks appeared next to Valerian and rapidly spread outward. Seeing this, Oswald's heart sank, and the foreboding feeling that he had gotten a while back once again threatened to overwhelm him, this time with even greater force. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the entire town of Amai was suddenly filled with cracks. Morden panicked at this sudden turn of events. He looked around him in apprehension and saw that cracks had appeared all around him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw something that caused him to be filled with disbelief. He saw Adam. Smirking, crash, as if a mirror shattering, the scene before Oswald, Hemingway, Morden, and Gorgo crumbled. Their eyes glazed over for a few short moments and they felt like they had just woken up from a dream. It took a while for Oswald to regain his senses. The scene that greeted him next caused him to violently tremble. What he had thought to be the young dragon's massive corpse that lay at his feet was now replaced by one of the corrupted magical beast's corpses. Realizing this, Oswald stumbled backward and fell to the ground, his eyes flashing with terror and disbelief. This can't be happening. What is going on? Hemingway, who had thought his spells had pierced the hearts of Edward and Lisa, now witnessed something else entirely. Before him lay the corpses of orcs that had come to this town with Gorgo, their bodies stabbed by the frozen spikes he had cast moments ago. Impossible. Hemingway's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly knelt down before the corpses, scrutinizing them. No matter how thoroughly he checked, the results were still the same. The corpses belonged to the orcs and not Edward and Lisa. Where are they? He screamed in panic. Unable to comprehend just how greatly his senses had been deceived, the man stood there frozen in horror, his mind completely blank. The next moment he looked around in a crazed manner, wondering if anything around him was real. But no matter where he looked, the couple were nowhere to be seen. Neither was the young dragon. At the town's central square, Morden and Gorgo, who had thought they had stabbed Adam with their respective weapons, now found themselves impaling each other instead. Blood spurted out of their mouths as they felt the cold clutches of death squeezing around their necks. Their knees buckled and they weakly fell to the ground, the grip around their weapons slowly loosening. They had stabbed their weapons into each other's hearts. Morden looked at the twin daggers penetrating his chest in disbelief. He raised his head and glanced at the orc who had just let go of said daggers. How? Meanwhile, Gorgo was also glancing at Morden in front of him in shock and fear. He was sure that he had stabbed Adam with his daggers just a moment ago. It can't be. But the outcome was completely different. Now his daggers were lodged in Morden's heart, while the latter's sword was pierced deep inside his own. He felt like someone had altered reality itself. The light in their eyes dimmed, and they died painful deaths as their hearts gradually stopped beating. Even in their last moments, they were unable to understand just how they had died. When Oswald turned his head in that direction and saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot and his whole being was consumed by immense grief. He was about to cry out in anguish, but then his gaze shifted to the familiar young man who was behind Morden and Gorgo's fresh corpses. When Oswald's eyes landed on this person, he was thunderstruck. Impossible. Adam levitated in the air with arms wide open as if he were hugging the world. An enormous vortex of mana gathered around him and slowly transformed every inch of his flesh, muscles, bones, and organs. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from inside his body as his bones were greatly strengthened. All the burn marks that he had sustained in his battle against Kevin were also slowly being revitalized, turning his skin unblemished. The grievous injuries that he had sustained tonight were being healed at a miraculous rate. He was being reborn from the inside out as he was baptized by mana. Like a snake shedding its skin, Adam was going through a magical metamorphosis. The mana in the surroundings was being crazily absorbed by the youth. This energy seeped inside his mana channels and charged toward the center of his body. His mana channels expanded and were then heavily fortified, allowing passage for even more energy to seep in. At the same time, the youth's spirit sea was also deeply reverberating with the change happening to him. He was transforming not only physically, but also spiritually. The boundaries of his spirit sea expanded significantly. The water inside that represented his spiritual power thrashed about in excitement. After what felt like forever, but also an instant, the vortex of mana gradually disappeared and Adam gently landed on the ground. He clenched his fists and sensed the raw power coursing through his veins. When he realized that his mana channels had been connected, his lips curled up into a faint smile. Adam raised his head to the skies. Blood continued to trickle down his eyes, yet a brilliant white flower pattern shone in his black abyss-like pupils. His lips parted and he declared to the world, "Unbruised prosperity cannot endure a single blow, but I have been in constant battle with misfortune and have acquired a skin calloused by suffering. No matter what life throws my way, I will never yield, and even if I stumble, I will carry the fight on upon my knees. This is my way of magic." The mana around him deeply resonated, and a visible wave of energy rippled out in all directions with him at the epicenter. At that moment, Adam had become a rank 2 magus. In the darkness, he felt lost and afraid, his heart gripped by overwhelming sorrow. The next moment, however, he felt consciousness slowly return to him. Edward slowly opened his weary eyes. Initially, he was confused, but soon he was astonished. "I'm alive." The last thing he remembered was him and Lisa dying at the hands of Hemingway. But now that he opened his eyes and looked around him, his body trembled in shock and disbelief. He slowly sat up and scanned his surroundings. Blood-filled cobblestone streets, corrupted beasts' corpses, dilapidated buildings. This Edward didn't know what to think. "I'm still in Amai. I'm alive, but how?" He was so shocked that he didn't even realize that another person was lying down just beside him. It was Lisa. The next moment, she groaned in pain and slowly opened her eyes. Just like Edward, she too was initially confused, but then she was filled with incredulity. But she didn't have much time to reel in from her shock when Edward tightly hugged her. "Lisa, you're alive." Tears streamed down his eyes as he warmly hugged her. "Thank goodness. What happened?" Lisa asked in a daze. "How are we still alive? I was sure I died." "We both did." Recalling the feeling of death, her body involuntarily shuddered. The pain, the emotions, everything felt so real at the time. She couldn't help but begin to question herself, wondering if her mind was playing games with her. Edward, too, was clueless. Suddenly, a deep voice originated from behind them, taking them by surprise. It was Brother's illusion. The couple turned around in alarm, and the sight that greeted them caused them to be wide-eyed. Little Val, behind the couple, sat a wounded gray dragon. The young dragon's yellow eyes flashed with fatigue and sorrow. Dozens of sharp blades were embedded into his body, causing grievous injuries. Blood gushed out of them and formed a puddle underneath. Despite all the wounds covering his body, Valerian didn't wince. He was expressionless, except for his eyes, which seemed to be flashing with grief. The couple hurriedly got to their feet and rushed toward him. Without uttering a word, they started to gently take out all the blades that had pierced his scales. Only after removing the last of the blades did Edward look at him and ask in concern, "Val, what happened to you? What happened to us? How are we still alive?" Valerian lowered his head and softly said, "Before those magi were about to kill us, Brother cast a large-scale illusion that covered the entirety of Amai." Large-scale illusion. Lisa was stunned. "Is that even possible? No rank 1 magus can do that," Edward began, but was interrupted by Valerian. His eyes gleamed with immense pride as he muttered, "My brother is now a mana liquefaction magus." The couple were wide-eyed and speechless. It took a long time for them to digest this unbelievable piece of information. Edward spoke excitedly, so he finally became a rank 2 magus. Valerian nodded. Lisa thought of something and asked incredulously, "Even still, An illusion at such a large scale cannot be achieved by a rank 2 magus. It is simply unheard of, you're right. Valerian nodded, his tone laced with melancholy. It is impossible for a rank 2 magus to pull this off. He paused for a moment before continuing, brother, he achieved this at great cost. When Adam had cast the large-scale illusion, everyone inside Amai had fallen victim to it except for Valerian. When the young dragon saw the field of white lotuses, he immediately realized that Adam must have paid a great price for it. He recalled the time when Adam had borrowed the power of the lotus and cast dingy illusion to trick the herd of rock bisons deep in the murky mountains. Just a simple usage had left him incapacitated and in excruciating pain for a week. Valerian couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to Adam now that he had used the lotus to cast such a wide-scale illusion. Realizing as to why Adam was forced to use the lotus, the young dragon couldn't help but feel extremely pained. Brother sacrificed so much to save me to save his friends. He hated himself for being so helpless. He was a mighty dragon, yet he felt so powerless. Suddenly, Lisa reached out her hand and gently caressed the young dragon's scaly face. Don't fall into despair, Val. You, me, and Eddie, we did the best we could given our circumstances. She paused for a moment before adding with a wry smile, it's just our enemies were far more powerful than us. Valerian remained silent. In the end, he nodded his head ever so slightly. Edward suddenly thought of something and chimed in, we must remove all evidence in this town that would point to the existence of a dragon. Valerian had fought a battle here with 2 rank 2 magi. Naturally, he had lost a lot of blood and even his dragon scales during the battle. Edward and Lisa realized how important Valerian's identity was. If word got out, there would be endless trouble awaiting them. Hearing his suggestion, Lisa nodded. She then glanced at Valerian, who had now transformed back into a cat, and asked, where's Adam right now? She realized that they were somewhere far away from where they had fought. She guessed that Valerian must have brought them and their familiars here to safety. The young dragon agilely climbed Lisa's shoulder. Then he glanced in the direction of the town square and gestured there. Is he fighting Oswald and Professor Hemingway? Edward asked nervously. Valerian nodded. Edward knew that neither of them could get involved in a battle between mighty rank 2 magi. Just a simple spell from these powerful existences could kill them. Hence, with great reluctance, he stated, let's wait for their battle to get over or for them to move somewhere else. Then we can clean up the battlefield and erase anything related to Val. Both Valerian and Lisa nodded. Then they simultaneously glanced in the direction of the central square, their eyes flashing with hope and apprehension. Oswald and Hemingway stood side by side, glancing at the raven-haired youth in the distance in shock and terror. Shocked because they hadn't really expected him to advance to rank 2 magus in the midst of all this carnage. Moreover, Adam's advancement was quite grand and magnificent, in a manner of speaking. When the two of them had advanced to the mana liquefaction rank in the past, they hadn't elicited such an intense reaction from the mana that permeated this world. In front of this youth, their advancements to rank 2 paled in comparison. On the other hand, they were filled with terror upon seeing this youth after having experienced the large-scale illusion he had just weaved. If possible, they wanted to avoid this battle with this youth. However, they knew that was simply wishful thinking. They then exchanged determined glances and nodded. Oswald's countenance twisted in anger and ruthlessness as he stepped forward and roared, Adam Constantine, hand over that artifact as well as your dragon, and I promise to give you a quick death. But the next moment the words got stuck in his throat when the youth glanced at him. When the two made eye contact, Oswald froze. As he gazed into the black, abyss-like eyes that had a white flower pattern ingrained in them, he felt as if his mind went blank. Adam's eyes narrowed when he laid eyes on this man who had almost killed Valerian. He raised his arm and pointed his finger at Oswald. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, his tone laced with immense killing intent, your soul is mine. After casting the large-scale illusion, Adam's spirit sea was in absolute chaos. Despite having just advanced and received a boost to his spirit sea, it raged on like an ominous and unending storm. The scene inside the youth's spirit sea was countless times worse than it was when he had borrowed the power of the White Lotus back in the murky mountains. Blood continued to trickle down endlessly from Adam's eyes as he desperately tried to endure the soul-rending pain. Everything in his vision grew blurry. Yet he stood defiantly, glaring at his enemies. He recalled the scene of Jonathan dying in front of his eyes and how helpless he had been at the moment. Then he remembered how his dear friends, Edward and Lisa, and his familiar whom he considered to be his own brother, Valerian, had nearly died at the hands of these people. Unbridled rage bubbled up within his heart and his aura flared up. Sensing this great change in the youth, Oswald and Hemingway couldn't help but nervously gulp and involuntarily take a step back. The youth's aura was suffocating. It was oppressive. It was tyrannical. Adam lowered his head and glanced at his clenched fist. His lips couldn't help but curl up into a wry smile. So much power, yet I can't use a single spell. But the next moment his eyes flashed with extreme ruthlessness. Then I will show you the way of the tyrant. He took a step forward, his body gently swaying like a lone leaf falling from a tree. This caused Oswald and Hemingway to be extremely alarmed as they began preparing to cast spells. Adam took another step and then he disappeared. The ground underneath him cracked open and a small crater was instantly formed. Following that, the sound of air being torn open echoed all around the town. Oswald and Hemingway's eyes widened in shock. Despite being at the same power levels, they couldn't keep track of the youth's movements. Hemingway hurriedly weaved hand signs to erect a defensive barrier, but despite how fast his actions were, he was still too slow. Adam suddenly appeared in front of him like a specter, his fist coated in a thick layer of extreme mana. Damn it, Hemingway knew that it was too late to cast a spell now. Hence, he raised his hands to block the attack, but still he was too late. Bam! Adam's fist viciously struck the man's chin, causing the latter to miserably fly off into the distance, spewing blood from his mouth. Hemingway felt as if his head would be torn from his body as he flew dozens of meters and landed on the ground. The man grimaced in agony as he realized his entire jaw was dislocated. He believed that if he hadn't coated his face with mana at the last moment, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Oswald was stunned by the youth's immense speed and raw strength. However, he was still a veteran in his own right. He grabbed this opening and hurriedly prepared to cast a spell. But suddenly, Adam turned his head to look at him. When Oswald gazed into those flower-patterned black eyes of the youth, his mind went blank for a split moment. It almost felt like he was under the effects of a spell from the School of Enchantment. That split-moment distraction was all it took for Adam to appear before him and lay a series of devastating attacks. Punch, slap, backfist, jab, cross, knife hand, uppercut, palm strike, elbow strike, claw strike. In mere moments, Adam had already landed dozens of attacks on Oswald. To the latter, it seemed like the youth had grown multiple extra hands. Oswald's entire chest was viciously bashed by the youth. He couldn't even launch a counterattack. All he could do was passively defend. By now, the skin on his torso had been shredded, his ribs were shattered from all the attacks, and he kept spewing out mouthfuls of blood. The next moment, Adam grabbed the man's head with both hands, then followed up with a brutal flying knee kick. Quack. Oswald's nose was instantly broken and his face turned bloody. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. In front of this newly advanced young magus, he couldn't fight back at all. As he was swept off his feet by the last knee attack, Oswald roared in anger as he glared at the youth in front of him. Damn you. However, the words got stuck in his throat when he saw Adam jump in the air and deliver a roundhouse kick. Seeing the mana-coated kick enlarging in his vision, Oswald's face paled. He hurriedly raised his forearms to block the attack, but that barely helped him. Bam! Just like Hemingway, he flew dozens of meters and miserably landed on the ground, the bones in his forearms broken in pieces. Oswald's eyes flashed with apprehension as he struggled to get back to his feet. He couldn't believe that such immense strength lay dormant inside a youth who was only 20 years old. As he and Hemingway stood side by side, supporting each other, they looked toward Adam and were suddenly taken aback. The youth was profusely bleeding from all facial orifices. Furthermore, he was clutching at his forehead in extreme pain and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing such a scene, Oswald and Hemingway glanced at each other and instantly understood that the youth was experiencing severe backlash from casting some magical technique. They confirmed that it had to be related to the field of white lotuses. "I don't think he can hold on any longer," Hemingway whispered. Oswald was silent for a moment before muttering with resolve, "We need to combine our strengths and finish him in one go, or else, I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but he knew, and so did Hemingway, that neither of them was a match for Adam. The only shot they had at coming out of this alive was to work together. On the other side, Adam was experiencing excruciating pain originating from his soul. Through his sheer willpower alone, he managed to keep standing. "Damn it, I don't think I can go on," he screamed inwardly as he clutched at his head. Suddenly, for some strange reason, he was reminded of the conversation he had with Jonathan this one time when they had visited Mystic Lane. At the time, the burly young man mentioned to him about the life he had always dreamed of. "I have everything I need here in this city. I just want to live a comfortable and luxurious life here, get married, have loads of kids, and manage the lands owned by my family," Jonathan had said at the time. "What more could I ask for?" Recalling that conversation, Adam felt like his heart was pierced by countless daggers. He lowered his head and silently sobbed. "Johnny, I'm sorry, I couldn't save you, forgive me." The next moment, his face turned cold as he slowly raised his head and glanced at his enemies. He growled with bloodlust, "You took away his dream, I'll take away your life." Seeing the youth murderously glare at them, Oswald and Hemingway panicked and hurriedly started weaving hand signs to attack him. But then something so shocking happened that their hands paused. Their bodies trembled in horror as they raised their heads. Hemingway muttered weakly, "Is this really the power of a rank 2 magus?" The white flower pattern in Adam's eyes shone with a blinding, otherworldly light as he slowly raised his hand. Dozens upon dozens of fireballs materialized in the air and slowly dotted the night sky. Following that, Adam pointed his finger at Oswald and Hemingway, causing countless fireballs to shoot toward them. Adam raised his chin and arrogantly declared, "This is where your world ends and mine begins." A spell so famous and devastating that it had become the trademark for magi worldwide. Mortals have always associated these powerful beings with this spell. Rank 2 spell, Fireball. Now, however, when Oswald and Hemingway saw the sheer number of fireballs that had covered the sky above them, they couldn't help but shudder in absolute terror. They couldn't believe that this was the fighting prowess of a newly advanced mana liquefaction magus. The pair fearfully glanced at the youth and saw him coldly pointing his finger at them. Following that, the countless fireballs hovering in the air shot toward them with unmatched fury. It was truly an apocalyptic scene. Upon seeing so many fireballs fly toward them, Oswald and Hemingway realized that there was no escaping this. No matter which mobility spell they used, they couldn't evade the enormous blast radius that would result from these incoming spells. Damn it. Oswald cursed under his breath, his eyes flashing with panic. How is this even possible? It was as if the entire town of Amai was suddenly being blanketed by a carpet of flames. Quick, he glanced at Hemingway and hurriedly stated, "We must combine our defensive spells." Now, Hemingway snapped out of his flustered state and immediately composed himself, or at least tried to anyway. He knew that if he didn't work together with Oswald now, there was no way he was going to survive this enormous wave of fireballs. The next moment, they cast a series of hand signs at lightning speed. They didn't hesitate to sacrifice their material components. Their lives were at stake, after all. One by one, thick walls made of mud, stones, metals, and even crystals started to emerge from the ground all around them. Multiple layers of walls were stacked together, forming a cohesive whole. Then the top half of the resulting wall started to bend inward and gradually formed a dome, covering Oswald and Hemingway from the top and the sides. The wave of fireballs was now only moments away from impacting their newly erected defensive structure. Inside the magically created dome, Oswald and Hemingway stood side by side, enveloped in complete darkness. Only the sound of their pounding heartbeats and quick breathing could be heard as they waited for the fireballs to descend. With trembling hands, they continued to expend large amounts of mana and made sure that the dome remained sturdy. Now, the fireballs were nearly upon them. Realizing this, the two magi couldn't help but grit their teeth and roar, further increasing their mana output. And then it happened. Nothing at all. The countless fireballs that they were expecting to have arrived by now and smashed their dome into smithereens never arrived. For a few moments, Oswald and Hemingway stood there in a daze, wondering what was going on. But then realization dawned upon them. "Don't tell me," Oswald muttered, and terror flooded his veins as he thought of a terrifying possibility. Hemingway continued, it was an illusion." Suddenly, a cold whisper that didn't belong to either of them was heard inside the dark space of the dome. Indeed, the next moment a pair of eyelids opened, displaying beautiful white flower patterns over its black pupils. These two flowers immediately lit up the inside of the dome with a resplendent light. When Oswald and Hemingway glanced at this pair of eyes, they were thunderstruck. Before they could even react, Adam had already struck out with a claw attack. He viciously grabbed both the Magi's heads and launched into the air. The dome created by the joint effort of these two Magi was effortlessly destroyed from the inside as Adam vaulted off the ground and into the sky. Oswald and Hemingway could only helplessly flail around their limbs as they were manhandled by the youth and taken far away from the town. With that single jump, Adam was able to create a large enough distance from Amai. The wind brushed against his bloodied face and caused his raven hair to flutter. The white flower patterns in his eyes glowed with a bright, holy light, but his face was the opposite. It was twisted in anger, pain, and sorrow. Just as the youth started to descend from midair, he gathered strength in his arms, causing the veins to bulge and the muscles to ripple. Then he swung his arms and viciously tossed the two Magi toward the ground one after the other. With a thunderous sound that echoed across the fields, Oswald and Hemingway slammed toward the ground like falling meteors. Their landing caused two large pits to appear on the ground as dirt and mud splattered everywhere. Their bodies, bruised and bloodied, lay there motionlessly for a while. Then they crawled out of the pits and looked around in terror. After what happened to them just now, they were unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Their senses had been deceived time and time again, and now they couldn't believe what was in front of their eyes. In the distance, they heard a deep, resounding impact. They turned their heads and looked in that direction. There they saw Adam kneeling on the ground and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Despite being in such a vulnerable state, neither of them dared to approach Adam. Instead, they started retreating. Is this an illusion again?" Hemingway blurted out, his body trembling in fear. Oswald remained silent. He didn't know it himself. For now, he decided to keep his distance and observe Adam. After observing for a long time, the man's eyes narrowed. He saw that the youth was constantly bleeding from his eyes. He was clutching at his head and screaming in such agony that it made the hair on the back of his neck stand. Finally, realization dawned upon Oswald and his eyes lit up. I see, he spoke in excitement. Hemingway glanced at him and asked in panic, what is it? Oswald shared his speculations. At the same time, he kept staring at the youth with high vigilance. I believe that the artifact that causes lotuses to appear is connected to his eyes, he began with a solemn expression. If you've noticed, his eyes have the same pattern as the lotus. Hemingway couldn't help but nod in agreement as he watched Adam writhing in excruciating pain. Oswald continued, I also believe that the artifact is related to the school of illusion. After all, each illusion the boy casts is countless times more powerful than what he can manage. You mean to say Adam is in possession of some high-grade artifact? Hemingway was stunned. I wouldn't be surprised, replied Oswald. He already has a dragon as his familiar. I wonder what else he has in his possession. Thinking of this, both magi were once again overwhelmed by greed. Every time he casts a large-scale illusion, he has to bear the artifact's backlash. Hemingway spoke in understanding. He then glanced at Adam and muttered weakly, this is already the second time then. His eyes flashed with panic. Oh, or are we still under another illusion? Oswald was silent for a while before answering, it is unlikely. Then a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes and he stated, illusion or not, we must attack him now. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Then they weaved a series of hand signs and sacrificed material components. Following that, two magic circles appeared before them. They overlapped and formed an enormous magic circle, out of which countless blades materialized and shot toward Adam. Rank 2 spell, Cloud of Blades. Countless blades, big and small, darted toward the youth with blazing killing intent. He was overwhelmed by such unimaginable pain originating from his soul that he didn't even realize this impending danger, not until he was completely drowned by the flurry of blades. Arg! Adam roared in agony as the blades finally covered him. Now, not only did he have to suffer extreme mental pain, but also physical pain. His thoughts halted as the countless blades bore through his flesh from all sides. A deep sense of sorrow and resignation washed over him. He felt like he could no longer carry on. Throughout the night, he had overcome innumerable hurdles and conquered every predicament life threw at him. However, this seemed like the final straw. He felt trapped and helpless under this storm of blades. Pain, tormenting pain. He lay on the ground as infinite blades came down on him, threatening to destroy every fiber of his being. The blood-curdling screams originating from the center of the storm of blades caused even Oswald and Hemingway to flinch in unease, yet the grin on their faces widened. Slowly, Adam's screams died down until it was no longer audible. By now, the blades had cut open the vast majority of his flesh. Moreover, they continued to come at him with relentless fury, aiming to cut him into nothingness. His eyelids felt heavy. He had had enough. He could no longer go on. It hurts, he thought to himself in grief, as he slowly started to lose consciousness. I can't take it anymore. On the brink of death, just when darkness was about to consume him, he felt two gentle yet firm hands lifting him up from behind him. Adam's eyes widened in shock, wondering just who could have made it through this tempest of cold blades and reached him. He turned around in alarm. The sight that greeted him next left him filled with utter disbelief. Two faint silhouettes slowly lifted him to his feet. One was a burly youth with a toothy grin on his face. The other was a blonde elf with a cheerful look in her eyes. It was Jonathan and Gauriel. You guys, Adam's bloodshot eyes involuntarily teared up as he glanced at his deceased friends. How is this possible? Jonathan and Gauriel didn't reply to his question. Instead, they warmly smiled at him. They pressed their hands against his back and gently pushed him forward. You can do it, Adam. Their voices echoed inside the youth's mind. The next moment, they disappeared like wisps of smoke, their departing words echoing inside Adam's mind yet again. We believe in you. Adam, who had almost given in to despair, now stood tall as the countless blades pierced into him. With great difficulty, he took one step after another and walked toward his enemies, his eyes blazing with firm resolve. That's right, he screamed inwardly. How could I have forgotten so quickly? 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. Oswald and Hemingway were astounded by what they were witnessing. One moment they saw Adam on the brink of death. The next moment, the youth was walking toward them, tanking all the blades that were thrown at him. Despite his flesh and muscles being torn apart, Adam continued to walk toward them. With each step, his momentum increased to unprecedented heights. Adam's lips formed a devilish grin as he growled, I've said it already, haven't I? Oswald and Hemingway's bodies shuddered in fear, listening to the youth's voice that seemed to have originated from the deepest pits of hell. Adam slowly raised his hands and roared at the top of his lungs. I will not yield. His voice deeply echoed inside the storm of blades. The next moment, he expended an enormous amount of mana into his hands. Gradually, something akin to a singularity started to form in the space between his palms. This vortex of energy started to swirl inward at its epicenter. Oswald and Hemingway's hearts were gripped by horror when they realized that the gravity around them was drastically changing. Even the trajectory of all the blades was fluctuating. The singularity between Adam's palm grew smaller and smaller. All the blades that shot toward him now started to distort and bend around him. The two rank 2 magi felt intense warning bells ring inside their minds. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be consumed by whatever the youth was planning to do. However, because of the erratic gravity, they couldn't even move. Finally, the singularity between Adam's palms gradually disappeared, and then everything was covered in darkness. Hand of Doom, Desolate Wheel, BOOOMM. Back in Amai, Edward and Lisa had finally finished cleaning up the battlefield. Everything that could point toward the existence of a dragon had thoroughly been extinguished by them. Nothing remained, not a single dragon scale, not even a drop of dragon blood. Suddenly, the ground started to tremble intensely. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? The couple started panicking. They looked around, wondering if this was some natural disaster or if they were being attacked by an enemy again. Its brother, replied Valerian as he glanced in a certain direction, his expression filled with worry. For a while now, he could feel that Adam was in grave danger, yet he could do nothing about it, and this sense of impending doom was increasing by the second. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he dashed toward the direction Adam had earlier left in. We must hurry. Edward and Lisa exchanged nervous glances and immediately followed Valerian. After leaving the boundaries of the town, the trio was shocked to see a gigantic black dome in the distance. The closer they got to this strange dome, the more intense the rumbling got. What is that thing? Edward blurted out in shock. That gargantuan orb gave him a very dangerous feeling. A few minutes later, the trio finally arrived near the black orb. They were standing dozens of meters away from it. Is Adam inside? Lisa asked softly, her eyes flashing with panic. Yes. Valerian solemnly nodded. So are the other two. The giant black orb stood standing for a long time. Then it slowly started receding. The trio watched with bated breaths at the sudden change taking place, wondering what they would see when the dome disappeared. As the area of the orb diminished, it slowly started to dissipate. What was left in its wake was an enormous crater with a radius of about 100 meters, and in the middle of this crater stood a lone man. The ground around him was covered in blood. Every inch of his body was riddled with grievous injuries, so much so that in some places even his bones were visible. Yet he victoriously stood with his arms crossed and his back as straight as a spear. When the trio laid eyes on this man, they were shocked down to their very core, their eyes involuntarily tearing up. This man triumphed over countless hardships and became a rank 2 magus at the mere age of 20. This man single-handedly defeated 2 veteran rank 2 magi as a newly advanced rank 2 magus. This man was the successor of the White Lotus. This man was Adam Constantine. The war with the orcs was finally over. After 6 arduous months of relentless fighting, the Allied forces had emerged victorious. All the lands and cities that had once been lost were now reclaimed. The final battle between the Allied forces and the orcs deep within the Murky Mountains caused great casualties on both sides. It was because of the sacrifice of the countless brave magi that the Allied forces prevailed. On the other hand, the orcs were dealt an extremely severe blow. A large number of their magi had been eradicated, leaving them weakened for an extremely long time. The atmosphere in the entirety of the Southern Federation was jubilant, to say the least. People's expressions were filled with joy, laughter, and relief. Yet there was also a deep sense of loss. In every village, town, and city, the residents poured into the streets and celebrated from sunrise to sunset. Their faces were bright with smiles, something that had been absent for the entire duration of the war. Children were no longer limited to spending all their time in underground shelters. They now ran freely and played around in the streets once again. Happiness returned to the hearts of not just kids, but also their parents and elders. They had suffered for a long time. Finally, the sun shone on them. It had been more than a week since the final battle had ended. By now, most of the magi had returned to their respective homes. Upon the deaths of Oswald Gracie and Professor Hemingway, their crimes were immediately brought to light. After a thorough investigation, it was confirmed that they had been found guilty of tampering with orders from higher-ups and conspiring against Adam, Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan. The king of the Nightingale Kingdom, Arnold Nightingale III, had already let the Gracie family off the hook after it was found out that Kevin Gracie had broken the sacred agreement and tried to take revenge on Adam for what happened within the Soaring River secret plane. At the time, every magus was an important asset to the Allied forces in their battle against the orcs. Hence, the king had pardoned the family. However, after he found out that the Gracie family patriarch colluded with Professor Hemingway to kill Adam, he was truly enraged. Thus, after the war was over, he had every living member of the Gracie family killed. Overnight, with a simple word from the king, a magus family that had lorded over vast regions within the Southern Federation had been erased. All their wealth, land, and resources had been distributed amongst the victims. As for Professor Hemingway, he was but a lone magus. So with his death, everything related to him also died. What the rank 3 magi of the Southern Federation were most shocked about, however, was the advancement of Adam Constantine to the mana liquefaction rank. It had to be known that even a magus with an grade talent would take at least 6-7 years to go from mana foundation rank to mana liquefaction rank. Yet Adam, a boy from humble origins, had done it in 5 years, that too with a B grade talent. Seeing this outcome, even a foolish person would realize that the youth had come across an extremely fortuitous encounter to have become a rank 2 magus in just 5 years. This was not unheard of, however. There were countless legends left behind by the magi of old. They started off as nothing but mortals with barely any talent for spell casting. However, when destiny willed it, they came across a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that boosted them on their paths as magi, allowing them to soar to the skies. Adam was one such person, but no one felt that this was completely unexpected also. After all, he had the backing of the rank 3 magus, Berger Glinhorn. However, ever since the war ended, Adam had been completely out of public sight. Many magus families tried to come forward and build healthy relations with him, but he was nowhere to be found. Very few people knew his whereabouts. On this day, a special ceremony was taking place within the walls of the Clover Academy. It was the day of graduation. Coupled with the festive atmosphere that permeated Moon City, it was a day unlike any other for the students of the academy, especially the 5th-year students. Throughout the campus, multiple colorful banners displaying the symbols of the 8 schools of magic could be seen hoisted, gently fluttering in the breeze. Students from each year were taught the theoretical subjects during the first half of the year. The latter half of the year was when these students applied what they'd learned during team missions. This year, however, because of the invasion of the orcs, all the students were conscripted for the war. Thus, their performance during the war would serve as the basis for when they were graded. Of course, as long as a student managed to survive till the end of the war, that would be more than enough for them to receive a passing grade. The graduation ceremony had already ended. Professor Godfrey had handed out each 5th-year student their diploma and ceremonial magus robe. Now, the graduates remained in the Academy's auditorium and celebrated this joyous occasion. There was a grand feast set up for them by the faculty. They drank, sang, and danced. This would be their final day at Clover Academy. From here onward, they would set off into the lands of the Southern Federation or even the vast lands beyond and leave their mark. The tall doors to the auditorium suddenly opened and Edward and Lisa walked out. Their eyes shone with excitement and pride as they held each other's hands and slowly walked down the stairs. "Feels like it was only yesterday we were admitted here," Edward muttered with a smile as he glanced at the setting sun. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have gone by. Lisa had a reminiscent look in her eyes. Suddenly she looked to her side and saw that the place that her dear friend would always stand on was now empty. Her heart was overcome by sadness in an instant. She turned to look back at Edward and softly said, "Eddie, let's go meet him." Edward nodded with faint smile. Yeah, graduation feels incomplete without him. Hand in hand, they slowly made their way out of the campus. The cobblestone streets of Moon City were brimming with humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes of all ages, celebrating the Allied forces' victory in the war. Even though it had already been over a week since the war was over, the celebrations continued. The air was filled with the sound of laughter, the thrumming of flutes, the beats of drums, and the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Everywhere Magi went, they were showered with praises and treated as heroes. After all, they were indeed heroes who had defended the lands of the Southern Federation and protected all of its people. Seeing such a scene brought a smile to Edward and Lisa's face. After walking through the South Ward for a long time, the couple finally arrived at the entrance of Herb's Moor. Upon entering, a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted into their nostrils, causing them to involuntarily feel at ease. Behind the wooden counter, a familiar old gnome was reading an arcane tome while smoking from his pipe. Noticing the couple enter, he kept his book away. Berger glanced at the couple and then at their ceremonial graduation robes. He smiled faintly. "Congratulations are in order. Lord Berger, is he awake?" Edward then asked with hopeful eyes. Berger nodded. "He's been waiting for you both." He got off his chair, walked around the counter, and led them to the 2nd floor. "He knew you would come by today." The trio climbed the stairs and soon reached the 3rd floor. They then walked through Berger's laboratory and toward the guest room on the other side. After opening the door, they saw a young man with raven hair sitting up on the bed, seemingly waiting for them. His entire body was covered in once white bandages but had now turned bloody. The young man looked pale and emaciated. His breathing was ragged, and it seemed like he was greatly struggling. Seeing this, Edward and Lisa's heart ached. Yet, they displayed a cheerful appearance on the surface. Lisa walked forward and sat down beside the bed. She gently grabbed the young man's hand and smiled brightly. "Adam, congratulations. We finally graduated from the academy." Adam didn't respond immediately. He slowly turned his head in Lisa's direction and nodded ever so slightly. "Finally done with that shithole, huh?" Edward and Lisa couldn't help but burst into chuckles. The former came forward and gently patted his shoulder. "That's right, we're finally done." He then pointed at the youth's eyes, which were covered in a layer of bloodied bandages. "How are you feeling?" "Not bad," Adam muttered weakly. Edward and Lisa glanced at each other with wry smiles. "By the way," Edward began, "we got recommendation letters to join the Tower of Daybreak." Adam nodded without responding. Edward didn't know how to proceed. Lisa's lips opened and closed several times, thinking of the right words to say. Tears streamed down her eyes as she gently squeezed Adam's hand. "We won't leave for the Empire without you, okay? So take all the time you need to recover." "That's right," Edward enthusiastically nodded. "We're here for you. Anything you need, just let me know. I'll have the entire Mercantile Guild at your disposal." Sensing the deep concern in their tones, Adam's heart was warmed. "All right," Berger suddenly chimed in. "You two come back later. It's time for the boys' treatment." The couple reluctantly left the room after bidding farewell to Adam. The moment they left, the youth couldn't hold it any longer and coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face twisting in agony. "Ah," he clutched at his head and groaned. With a solemn expression, Berger weaved hand signs and cast a spell to ease Adam's state of mind. Then he fed him a series of potions and finally calmed him down. Seeing the youth panting for air, the gnome asked, "Have the conditions in your spirit sea eased?" Adam shook his head. He then weakly replied, "Months, years, maybe." Berger's eyes flashed with sorrow. He didn't know what exactly had happened to the youth. All he knew was that his spirit sea was greatly injured during his battle against Oswald and Hemingway. Apart from that, he didn't know anything. Adam, too, couldn't give him the full details because the youth couldn't even hold a proper conversation. Berger's fists involuntarily clenched. He deeply glanced at the youth and assured, "I will do my best to heal your injuries, physical and mental." He paused for a moment before solemnly adding, "However, if you give up on your end, you will never be able to recover. You might even die." Adam remained silent for a long time. In the end, his lips curled up into a smirk. "I will never yield." Sensing the conviction in the youth's weak and soft voice, Berger was taken aback. But then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's my boy." A few moments later, he recalled something and said, "By the way, Helen has already sent over your diploma and the ceremonial robe to me." Adam nodded. Berger paused before continuing. "She's also sent a recommendation letter for you to join the Tower of Daybreak." Adam nodded yet again, but this time he smiled. He couldn't wait to go to the Akkadian Empire after he had recovered. Berger's face turned extremely solemn as he began, however. "Instead of joining the Tower of Daybreak, would you like to hear this old man's suggestion?" Sensing the old man's serious tone, Adam involuntarily sat straight and nodded. Berger took a deep breath and began, "There is this clandestine organization that I'm a part of. We are dedicated to preserving ancient magic and protecting the innocent from the forces of evil across Tron." He paused for a moment, making sure Adam was paying attention. "I have seen you grow from a young boy to a magus in these 5 years. Although your ideals may differ from the organizations in a few places, I truly believe you will be a good fit." Adam thought for a long time. Then he nodded. "Old man, if you think it's going to be beneficial for me, then I will do as you say." He paused for a moment before curiously asking, "By the way, what is this organization called?" A brilliant light seemed to flash past Berger's eyes as he smiled. "The Twilight Brotherhood." End of Volume 2, Way of Magic. For those in the Ulier continent who walked the path of magic, the Akkadian Empire was a land of countless opportunities. There were countless organizations and institutes for higher magical studies present here. This was a land significantly more prosperous than the Southern Federation. If the lands belonging to the Southern Federation could be equated to a town, then the lands of the Empire could be said to be a city. Such was the difference between the two. For the Magi of the Ulier continent, the Empire could be said to be a paradise. It was a place where magical potential was nurtured and given every opportunity to flourish. The capital of the Akkadian Empire, Akrian, was known across the continent as the ultimate destination of magi of all caliber. On this day, as the early morning sun gradually rose over the horizon, it painted the sky with hues of pink and orange. With the rise of the sun, the city of Akrian also started to come alive, revealing a scene of bustling activity. One of the gates to the inner city opened, and a luxurious carriage exited. From a single glance, one could tell that this carriage belonged to someone very important within the city. After all, not only did the design of the carriage and the materials used to craft it make it obvious, but the fact that it came from the inner city indicated that the owner of this carriage was someone with deep wealth and influence. The wheels of the carriage rolled against the cobblestone streets of the outer city. The magical beasts that were pulling the reins were blue mane horses, rank 1 creatures. Suddenly, the window of the carriage slid open, and a beautiful young lady with black hair and blue eyes came into view. Her skin was clear and smooth, free from blemishes. As the radiant rays of the morning sun kissed her face, it highlighted her gently sculpted jawline, strong yet feminine, adding to the symmetry of her face. A natural rosy hue colored her lips, adding a touch of warmth and vitality, and her smile, dazzling and inviting as ever. As the carriage slowly made its way through the Grand Bazaar, this young lady looked in a certain direction, her blue eyes flashing with excitement and joy. "I've never seen you this excited," Elaine, a blonde girl sitting beside her, chuckled. "Are you that close to your brother?" Elaine turned her gaze back inside the carriage. She looked at her friend and brightly smiled. "Of course. I haven't seen my dear Eddie in so long. I wonder how much he's grown." Thinking of her chubby little brother, Elaine couldn't help but smile warmly. "Didn't he just graduate?" asked another young lady, sitting across from Elaine. Elaine thought for a moment before answering in a sweet voice, "It's been 2 years since he graduated from Clover Academy." Then her lips curled up into a broad smile and she said with immense pride, "And he's already become a rank 2 magus." The girls were shocked. "Isn't that earlier than even you?" "Hoo, it is." Elaine nodded smugly. Being his sister, she knew of Edward's secret. Over the years that she had spent studying in the Tower of Daybreak, she'd been in constant communication with her parents. So when she learned from them that her younger brother's talent seemed to have jumped yet again, rivaling even her grade talent, she was filled with happiness. After all, she knew just how much Edward had to struggle as a newborn child. Seeing her brother greatly advance in his path as a magus, she couldn't have asked for more. There's his girlfriend, Lisa, as well. "I've heard they've been dating for quite some time now," thought Elaine to herself. It's good he found himself a talented young girl. As the carriage exited the outer city and made its way toward the skyport, Elaine glanced outside the window. She gazed at the white clouds lazily drifting through the blue sky. Her eyes flashed with immense gratitude as she thought, then there's Adam. When she learned from her father that her mother had been cured of her disease, at first she was greatly astonished. Then she couldn't stop jumping around in joy for days. But when she learned that it was not any illustrious herbalist from the Southern Federation or the Empire that had managed to cure her mother, but Adam, she was even more shocked. She never thought that Eddie's friend, a person of humble birth, would go on to study the art of herbalism and pull off something that even countless famous herbalists couldn't. Thinking of this, her eyes flashed with brilliance. "Adam, you're such a mysterious young man. I can't wait to meet you." Just as the carriage entered the towering gates of the skyport after having been checked by the uniformed guards, a humongous skyship slowly landed at the docking area. "That's the one." Elaine's eyes lit up and she and her friends alighted the carriage. After showing their identification tokens, they were taken straight to the docking area by the skyport personnel. One by one, the passengers started to disembark from the skyship. Elaine's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement as she glanced at all the people coming out. A few minutes later, the ones she was looking for had finally got off the skyship. Elaine's gaze first landed on a tall young man with broad shoulders. This person had very similar facial features to hers. He was wearing a blue robe and a white cloak. He had medium-length black hair and his blue eyes seemed to be deeper than the ocean, making him appear extremely dashing. Beside him stood a blonde young lady with almond-shaped emerald eyes. Her eyelashes were long, thick, and naturally curved, making her eyes deeply alluring. She had high and prominent cheekbones, providing a natural sense of elegance. Moreover, her cheeks had a natural, healthy glow, giving them a subtle blush. The young lady wore a white dress and a green cloak on top. As the couple stood side by side, they drew the attention of all the passers-by. After all, they looked as if they were made for each other. Elaine's eyes curved like crescent moons, and she smiled brightly as he thought to herself, "They look so good together." Kai. Suddenly, her smile froze and her eyes widened when she saw the person that had just gotten off the skyship and was now standing right beside Edward and Lisa. When Elaine saw this person, she was stunned. This raven-haired young man had a tall height and a commanding presence. He sported a medium build, neither too muscular nor too lean. He had a straight posture and broad shoulders, indicating the sheer confidence with which he carried himself. The young man looked around at the skyport with his deep, jet-black eyes that seemed to contain infinite depth and mysteries. Although his looks couldn't be considered to be handsome, his jawline was strong and chiseled, adding to the overall masculinity of his features. He wore well-fitted black robes, a black cape over it, and finally a black pointy hat on his head. Moreover, he also had a large wine gourd hanging from his waist. Suddenly, the young man took a deep breath and burst into a loud peal of laughter. "Akkadian Empire, I finally made it, kahahaha." After a year and a half of enduring excruciating pain in his mind, and another 6 months of air travel, Adam had finally reached the capital of the Akkadian Empire, the city of Akrian. Deeply inhaling the fresh air, Adam couldn't help but grin. "The mana here is so rich. It's like you can taste it. Ha ha ha." But his laughter slowly died down when he noticed the people nearby staring at him weirdly. His lips twitched and he started awkwardly scratching his chin. "Was I a little loud?" Hearing this, Lisa couldn't help but roll her eyes. "A little, really." Adam hurriedly switched topics. He appeared between the couple and then put his arms around their shoulders. His eyes flashed with excitement and he stated, "Let's not dwell on the small stuff. The old man told me that lychee wine is the greatest liquor available in Akrian. Shall we go for some tasting?" Edward couldn't help but helplessly sigh. "All you've been doing for the past half year is drinking day and night. Aren't you tired already?" What do you mean? Adam had an extremely wronged expression on his face. Did you forget I was bedridden for a year and a half before we left Moon City? He paused for a moment before solemnly saying, I must compensate for those 18 months. But he paused when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming toward them. He turned his head and saw three beautiful women approaching them from the front. Edward, Elaine rushed toward her brother and tightly hugged him. You're finally here. After close to 6 years, the siblings were finally reunited. Edward's eyes turned watery as he hugged her back. I missed you, Elaine. The brother and sister shared a heartfelt moment. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but warmly smile. After the two separated, Elaine caressed Edward's cheeks and dotingly smiled. You've grown so much. Last time I saw you, you still had chubby cheeks. Edward's face flushed red, and he secretly glanced at Lisa from the corner of his eyes. Don't embarrass me, please. Elaine couldn't help but chuckle at her little brother's reaction. She then glanced at the blonde young girl who was standing beside Edward and beamed, You must be Lisa. I've heard so much about you. Without giving Lisa the chance to even reply, Elaine came forward and warmly hugged her. Lisa was initially surprised, but then she couldn't stop smiling. As the two young ladies got to know each other, Adam patiently stood at the side and gazed at Elaine with a faint smile. He thought to himself, she's still as pretty as I remembered. No, I think she's become even more beautiful after advancing to rank 2. After a few minutes, Elaine finally approached him. She glanced at him in a daze, her eyes flashing with immense surprise. After all, the Adam from her memories was vastly different from the young man in front of her. She remembered that Adam, as a kid, used to be a very shy boy, always blushing when he saw her. Now, however, the young man before her carried an air of utmost confidence and stability. Are you really Adam? Elaine couldn't help but ask the obvious. Adam chuckled, Yes, Miss Elaine. Tease eye Elaine stood there in a daze for a while after having received his confirmation. Then her eyes turned tearful, and the next moment, she dove into the youth's arms. Adam was stunned by her sudden actions. He lowered his head and saw Elaine sobbing incessantly as she rested her head on his chest. Finally understanding the reason behind her actions, Adam's lips curled up into a warm smile. He hugged her and gently patted her back. You're welcome, Miss Elaine. After a long time, Elaine finally separated from the youth. She wiped her tears away and smiled. You don't have to address me so formally. All my friends call me by my name. You should as well. Adam's eyebrows rose in amusement, but then he nodded with a slight chuckle. All right, Elaine it is then. Oh, that's right. Elaine suddenly seemed to have recalled something. She turned around and brought her friends forward by their arms. I almost forgot. She gestured at the beautiful blonde young lady to her right and introduced. This is my good friend, Amelia. Hello, everyone. Amelia waved her hand with a genuine smile. Pleasure to meet you all. Then Elaine gave her other friend, a brown-haired lady, a side hug while introducing, and this is Lillian. Lillian nodded with just a faint smile. It seemed that she didn't like to talk much. After everyone had got to know one another, Elaine guided them to the carriage that was waiting outside the skyport. She hugged Edward's arm and walked beside him. The last 6 months must have been quite hectic for you, right? Come, I'll take you to a very nice restaurant in the inner city. It was all right. Edward shrugged. The next moment, he came closer and whispered into her ears, You don't have to cling to me so much. You're embarrassing me again. HMPH. Elaine pouted. So you think you can order your big sis around now that you've become a rank 2 magus? Sorry, Edward could only helplessly apologize. While everyone had gone up ahead, Adam was seemingly waiting for someone. He looked around as he took a swig from his wine gourd. Now, where did that troublemaker go? Suddenly, Mayu, a small, feline creature, dashed toward Adam from the distance. This cat's fur was a swirling shade of gray, like that of the storm clouds. The fur was naturally soft and silky, alive with magical energy. What was most striking about this creature, however, was the pair of topaz eyes that gleamed with a mystical and intelligent light. Valerian gracefully climbed Adam's body and finally sat down on his right shoulder. What took you so long? Adam asked curiously. Was chatting with Aquila and Aeneas, replied the young dragon mentally. They said they'll be taken to their destination on a separate carriage. Adam nodded as he followed the group in front of him. Let's get going. I'm famished. As the raven-haired youth made his way out of the skyport with the group, an unassuming-looking man working at the skyship docking area secretly glanced at his departing back with a frown. That's the one they told us to keep an eye on. A loud-mouthed alcoholic. What in the world? As the carriage passed through the broad cobblestoned avenue within the outer city and made its way toward the inner city, Adam and Valerian glanced out of the window, their eyes flashing with curiosity. Amelia, who was sitting across from him, chuckled. Do you find this place fascinating? To be honest, yes, replied the youth as he turned to glance at her. Even Moon City, I mean my hometown back in Southern Federation, isn't this bustling, and it's the most happening city there. When the blonde young lady glanced at her clear reflection in Adam's jet-black eyes, she found herself momentarily tranced. She had come across many handsome men in her life, most of them far more good-looking than the one sitting in front of her. but for some reason, when she looked into his eyes, she felt mesmerized. Something about his eyes seemed to invoke natural feelings of attraction. Realizing that she'd been staring at him for a prolonged time, she hurriedly looked away, her cheeks turning slightly red. She gazed at the passing by buildings outside the window and softly said, "The outer city is where the majority of the city's population resides. It is also the home to the Grand Bazaar." Grand Bazaar? Adam asked with raised brows, his lips curling into a smirk. "What's so grand about it?" Amelia glanced at the youth with a sweet smile. "Merchants from across the empire gather here to trade all types of goods, so of course this is the grandest of markets in the entire continent." Adam pondered as he stroked his chin. If you exclude the Murky Mountains and the Southern Federation, the empire already constitutes 3/4 of the continent, and if all the merchants gather here. "You won't believe it until you see it for yourself," Elaine chimed in. Adam glanced at her and asked, his tone laced with a hint of excitement, "Are we going to go there now?" "I'm afraid not." Elaine shook her head with a chuckle. "We're going to head to the inner city first and grab a meal." Valerian nodded with approval. "Mayu, Mayu." Elaine's gaze fell on the cat that was sitting on Adam's lap. Her heart melted seeing the cat's adorable actions. She grabbed Valerian by the armpits and started gently patting him. "Adam, is this cat you're familiar? He's so cute." Edward and Lisa, who saw this scene take place, couldn't stop their lips from twitching. "Cat, that's a damn dragon." The couple had the exact same thought. Gradually, the carriage entered through the large gates of the inner city after Elaine showed her identification tokens. The scene that greeted Adam's eyes took his breath away. While the youth stuck his head out of the carriage window, his eyes widening in surprise, he was immediately struck by the grandeur and magnificence that lay before him. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, along with the refreshing aroma of the myriad number of plants. Towering arches made of vines stretched over the broad streets, their leaves hung below, gently fluttering in the breeze. These arches were not merely decorations, however. Some of them served as overhead bridges, while others served as conduits for mana to pass through and sustain the growth of the flora that permeated the city. Buildings rose from the ground like natural extensions. They were like multi-layered terraces that resembled pyramids, each layer covered in rich and abundant vegetation. The balconies and windowsills in these buildings were adorned with hanging gardens that overflowed with vibrant plants. Flowers of every possible shape and color blossomed in the city, their petals reflecting the rays of the sun. "What is this place?" Lisa was stunned out of her mind. She had never seen something so beautiful. The architecture of Moon City simply paled in comparison. Seeing such an astonished look on Lisa's face, Elaine was reminded of her first time when she came here. She was no different. "These are the hanging gardens of Akrian," she began. "It's a marvel of architecture and magic. The inner city is home to the nobles and other affluent magi. It is also where the royal family of Acadia resides." Whoa, Adam was amazed. "Elaine, do you live here?" "Most of the year I spend my time in Caliport because that's where the Tower of Daybreak is located," Elaine patiently replied. Adam was puzzled. He asked with a slight frown, "I always thought the Tower of Daybreak to be situated in Akrian." Lillian, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly said, "Only members of the royal family are allowed to establish their magus towers here. What about other magi and arcane organizations?" Edward asked curiously. "The empire is vast," Eddie, Elaine replied to him. "All the top organizations are given fertile lands rich with mana throughout the Akkadian Empire." As the group inside were chatting, the carriage had finally arrived at their destination, a single-story white building with a dome on top. The building had loads of people dressed in lavish clothes going in and coming out. Also, this place was situated right next to a man-made waterfall that seemed to be originating from one of the many tall buildings. As Adam stepped out of the carriage, he looked around in wonder and awe. Towering buildings covered in lush vegetation, cascading waterfalls located every 100 meters, overhead vine bridges that connected the tall buildings. Everything was so magical and breathtaking. Amelia suddenly grabbed him by the hand and gently pulled him toward the domed building. "If you want, I can show you around the city later in the evening," she said, "but for now, let's get to the portal station." Adam was slightly taken aback. He involuntarily lowered his head and saw Amelia's hand holding his. Then he glanced at the young lady who was looking at him with a coy smile. Seeing that, the youth's lips curled up into a faint smile. "I'd love for you to give me a tour of this wonderful city, my fair lady." Hearing his response, Amelia couldn't help but giggle coquettishly. "What's this portal station, though?" Adam asked as he glanced at the one-story building in front of him. Amela replied with a sweet voice, "It's where the inner city's teleportation circles are housed." Adam stood atop the teleportation platform and glanced at the intricately carved runes below. Although he was aware of the concept of teleportation circles, large ones at that, through the memories he had absorbed in the past, witnessing one personally was a novel experience for him. As the group stood above the platform, one station platform personnel ensured everything was in order before activating the circle. The runes glowed with a brilliant light and drowned the room. The next moment, when the light receded, the group had already disappeared. A bright light flashed inside a room of another portal station located in the north part of Inner City, and the group suddenly appeared. Edward immediately covered his mouth, feeling like he was about to throw up. His sister Elaine saw this and gently patted his back. There, you'll get used to it eventually. Feeling the salty taste in his mouth, Adam couldn't help but take a sip of wine from the gourd hanging from his waist. It's the same feeling I had while entering and exiting the secret plane. Lisa nodded, her face slightly pale. She glanced at Elaine and asked, "Are the teleportation circles only limited to the Inner City?" Elaine chuckled, "That's right. It's too expensive to build teleportation circles. Moreover, you also need the help of a rank 4 magus." "What's the range?" Adam asked. "I think it's about 200 meters, replied Elaine, although I can't be sure about that. Adam nodded his head, deep in thought. There's a rank 4 teleportation spell from the School of Summoning whose range is about 100 meters. It's not impossible for runesmiths to carve runic formations to bring about twice the output. How interesting." The group exited the portal station and arrived at a beautiful plaza. At the center of this plaza was an awe-inspiring crystal fountain. Children could be seen playing around it merrily, splashing water at one another. Elders sat by this fountain, reading books while enjoying the sun. This was the commercial district. It was a place where countless cafes, restaurants, and stores catered to the affluent residents of the inner city. Seeing such a level of opulence, Adam couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. Just a single meal here would cost a fortune. Damn it, would they give me a discount at this place? What a conundrum. Lucky for him, he didn't have to pay for a single thing at the cafe that Elaine took everyone to. The young lady insisted that she treat everyone to a meal since they met after so long. Adam could only, reluctantly, agree. After spending almost the entire day at the cafe, Adam, Edward, and Lisa got to know many things about Akrian and the Empire in general. In the evening, Elaine decided to take them to her family home in Inner City. She wanted to get them accommodated and take plenty of rest after having traveled for so many months. But before that, Elaine took them sightseeing along the way. This was the first time that the three youths had come to the Empire after all. Thus, she took them to her favorite spot. As night fell, the inner city was illuminated by the soft and magical glows of floating lanterns. The buildings and gardens came alive as they glowed like fireflies in spring. The city of Akrian looked countless times more beautiful at night than it did during daytime. Adam found himself in a seating area on the rooftop of one of the tall buildings. This rooftop was a large garden in and of itself. It was brimming with lush vegetation. Trees reached upward toward the sky, its canopy providing a natural shade and shelter. Adam took out 6 cups and poured wine into them. He handed 1 cup to everyone and took the last one for himself. "I brewed it myself," he said. Amelia was the first one to take a sip of the wine and her eyes lit up. She glanced at the youth in surprise. "Did you really make this?" Adam replied with a smug smile. Of course. "This is really good, Adam," Elaine sincerely praised. She then glanced at her friends and said, "You guys may not know, but Adam here is a great herbalist, so brewing wine is nothing for him." "Is that true?" Amelia was stunned. Even Lillian, who barely showed any expressions throughout the day, was wide-eyed. After all, the herbalists that they knew were all old magi. Extremely few, close to none, were talented enough to grasp the art of herbalism at a very young age. If Adam had a tail, it would have been intensely wagging right now. However, he displayed a modest smile and changed topics. He looked at Elaine and asked, "By the way, how is studying at the Tower of Daybreak? Is it the same as what we did in Clover Academy?" Elaine savored the flavor of the wine as she sipped from the ceramic cup. She thought for a while and then replied, "Well, yes and no." Adam, Edward, and Lisa patiently waited for her to explain. Elaine continued, "You can think of the Clover Academy as a school and the Tower of Daybreak as a university. Both are dedicated to teaching young magi about the arcane arts." She paused for a moment before adding, "The main difference, I would say, is the level of specialization and the depth of study." Amelia also chimed in, "The Tower of Daybreak teaches us advanced arcane studies. Moreover, each student must choose a school of magic to major in." Lisa asked with a serious expression, "Can a magus choose more than one school of magic to major in?" "They can, but usually they don't," Elaine replied. "Choosing to specialize in just one school of magic takes decades. Of course, if a magus advances to the next rank, they will have their entire lives to deeply study the other schools of magic," Adam suddenly said. "But more often than not, magi usually choose one school and dedicate their lives to mastering it." "Indeed," Amelia's eyes lit up. "That's exactly what my father once said to me." Adam glanced at her and simply smiled. He then asked, "What are the other famous organizations like the Tower of Daybreak?" Elaine replied with a proud smile, "There are 4 major institutes of arcane learning in the Akkadian Empire, and the Tower of Daybreak is one of them." Edward and Lisa couldn't help but feel excited knowing that the institution they were about to study in had such immense prestige in the Empire. "What are the other 3? Adam asked curiously. "Greenfield Ridge, Coral Cove, and finally, Saratoga Castle. Adam walked through the cobblestone streets of the outer city on his own, looking around with curiosity and wonder. It had been a few days since he'd arrived at Akrian. After Elaine had shown him around, he was now familiar with most places here. As he walked toward his destination, his heart was gripped by nervousness and even a hint of fear. His hands clenched tightly as he thought to himself, if it's truly as Elaine said, then I'm doomed. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he extended the area of his sphere of resonance. Then there's these guys. They've been following me around since I landed. Although I do have an idea of who they might be. These people who had been following him didn't reveal any ill intent, or else Adam would have confronted them and possibly even taken care of them. Back in the Southern Federation, he had already learned his lesson about leaving behind loose ends. He would never make the same mistake again. But if these people turned out to be one of them, and I attacked them, that would be a bit troublesome. In the end, he decided to ignore these people for the time being and focus on his true objective. However, just thinking about it made his heart ache. As he was lost in thought, he had already arrived at the place known as the Grand Bazaar. The thriving market that sprawled before him was a sea of colorful stalls and bustling activity. Traders from all over the empire had gathered here. Adam was surprised to see that the vast majority of the traders as well as the customers here were actually magi. In some well-established stores, he could even see rank 2 magi running operations. Truly the ultimate destination for all magi in the Ulir continent, Adam marveled. From exotic spices, freshly baked bread and rare herbs to magical artifacts, potions, and even arcane spellbooks, Adam was able to see it all in the span of only a few steps. At one place, a trader barked out prices for an exotic fabric apparently made from the silk of a rank 2 tundra spider. At another place, a customer could be seen haggling for the prices of a trinket that the trader had uncovered from an ancient ruin. Just listening to all these people talk, Adam could feel the excitement bubbling in his heart. He had wanted to come to the Akkadian Empire ever since he had heard about it, and now that he was finally here, it felt so surreal. But he didn't have time to linger. He had come out of the inner city today with a purpose. Thinking about it, his eyes turned teary. He dragged his feet through the bazaar, completely unwilling to reach his destination. After what felt like forever, he finally arrived at a 2-story building. Above its entrance hung a metal signage board. Foreign Exchange Center. Adam weakly read aloud the words carved on it. He took a deep breath and walked inside the building. Half a dozen metallic golems stood at the entrance. From the subtle mana signature radiating from them, Adam could tell that these constructs could easily take care of rank 1 magi, as expected of this place. They really do have tight security, he muttered under his breath. Walking past these golems, he could see tens of booths inside the building. Magi could be seen exchanging currencies with the employees there. Seeing that, the life in Adam's eyes seemed to have considerably dimmed. His shoulders slouched as he walked toward an empty booth and listlessly sat down. "Good morning, sir," a young man sitting behind the booth greeted him cheerfully. "What currencies are you exchanging today?" The ones from the Southern Federation," said Adam weakly. "Excellent," the young man smiled. "We can handle that for you. May I take a look first?" "It's a lot." Adam glanced at the enthusiastic kid and muttered. The young man's smile threatened to break. "I'm sure I can." Adam cut him off. "Close to 50,000 gold pieces. You sure you can handle it?" The employee's eyes widened. 50,000. He loudly gulped before walking out from behind the counter and approaching Adam with a fawning smile. "My good sir, for that I will have to take you to our lounge upstairs." He bowed respectfully. "I have clearance for up to 10,000 Federation gold pieces. Anything above that will fall under my superior's jurisdiction." Adam nodded. "Lead the way." As the pair climbed the stairs to the second floor, Adam called out from behind, "By the way, what is the exchange rate between Federation and Akkadian gold?" The young man replied confidently, "Esteemed sir, 1 Akkadian gold is equivalent to 80 Federation gold pieces." Adam nearly stumbled in his footsteps. He clutched his chest and almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Sir," the employee panicked. "Sir, are you all right? You look pale. Should I call for medical help?" Adam waved his hand. "No, I'm fine. Just exchange all my money." The young man helped Adam up and led him to the second floor. There he called his superior and helped the youth exchange all his platinum and gold pieces. In the Ulir continent, it was a given that the Akkadian gold would be worth significantly more than that of the Southern Federation. Compared to the Federation, the Akkadian Empire was rich in resources. Moreover, it was also ruled by a very powerful and wise magus, maintaining its economic stability. These were the two main reasons why there would be such a gap between the currency of the two lands. Adam exited the exchange center after about 30 minutes. He had gone in with close to 50,000 gold pieces. Now he only had about 600 Akkadian gold with him. What enraged him even more was that the exchange center also took a percentage of the money, but he was helpless. He sat down on the stairs leading to the building, glancing at the clouds in the distance, rethinking his life. "I'm screwed," he kept repeating the same phrase with a listless expression on his face. Suddenly, a large commotion was heard near the exchange center. A group of magi wearing white cloaks suddenly walked toward him. Magus Adam Constantine, we've been looking for you. Wherever this group of magi passed by, the crowd would part and give them way out of admiration and respect. They would peek at the golden sun insignia emblazoned on their white capes with awe and reverence. Adam was too depressed to notice them, however. This group of magi, led by a heroic-looking blond young man, approached Adam with solemn expressions. At this point, a large crowd had already gathered around the entrance of the Foreign Exchange Center in anticipation of some great drama to unfold. People loved drama after all, but Adam, he didn't care. He was just trying his best to stop his tears from falling. The dashing young man with blonde hair suddenly came forward. He had a handsome appearance and his smile was charming and confident. "Are you Magus Adam Constantine?" he asked. "We've been looking for you." Adam ignored him. The blond young man's lips twitched. He coughed loudly and asked yet again, "Are you Magus Adam Constantine?" Adam finally lowered his head and glanced at the man with an extremely annoyed look. "What the hell do you want? I'm in a terrible mood." "Get lost." The man was flabbergasted. So were the group of white-caped magi he came with, and so was the crowd. "Is this guy crazy?" the blond man thought to himself incredulously. The emblem of the organization he belonged to was clearly imprinted on his cape. Despite that, the raven-haired youth in front of him seemed not to care at all. "No, he's probably just ignorant. My teacher said he's from the Southern Federation. As expected of a country bumpkin, I guess." HMPH. The young man knew of the importance his teacher placed on Adam, so he was willing to overlook the latter's disrespectful behavior toward him. He put on a forced smile and stated once again, "Magus Adam, my teacher would like to meet you." Adam got to his feet and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I don't care about you or your damn teacher." With that said, he stomped away. He wanted to find someplace quiet to drink his sorrows away. Everyone present in the crowd had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They couldn't help but wonder just how many pairs of balls Adam had grown to act so blatantly disrespectful to a magus from one of the 4 major institutes of arcane studies in the Empire. At this point, the blond young man was utterly flabbergasted. He had never been disrespected like this before. That too in front of so many people. He couldn't help but feel rage bubble up inside of him. Actually, he had always been polite and cordial to others. This left no place for others to be disrespectful toward him. But he just couldn't understand what he had said to Adam for the latter to be so rude to him. He didn't wish to forcefully bring Adam to his teacher. It was clear to him that his teacher valued this rude hooligan very much. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and scream, "My teacher is the rank 3 magus, Edwin Turner." Adam froze. He slowly turned around and glanced at the blond man. His eyes narrowed and he asked, "What the hell did you just say?" Seeing such an expression on the youth's face, the blond young man couldn't help but smirk. Inwardly, he thought to himself, that's right. The prestige of a rank 3 magus ought to put some manners into you." He placed his hands behind his back and walked toward Adam with calm and confident strides. The blond young man stood before the youth with a faint smile adorning his lips. "Allow me to introduce myself." Just because Adam had been rude to him didn't mean that he would do the same. Not to mention, this youth in front of him was his teacher's guest. He placed his right hand on his chest and slightly bowed. "My name is Biden Fors, a monoliquefaction magus of the Tower of Daybreak." Biden's voice was filled with pride when he mentioned the name of the organization he came from. Meanwhile, Adam started to stroke his chin and softly muttered to himself, "Edwin Turner, Tower of Daybreak, What, he isn't surprised by my background," Biden thought to himself. "Also, why is he taking my teacher's name so casually?" The next moment, Adam glanced at Biden with a solemn expression. He placed his hand on his chest and sincerely bowed. "Magus Biden, firstly, I apologize for my rude behavior," he began, "and lastly, your teacher, Edwin Turner, is he Fatty's grandfather?" Once again, Biden had a dumbfounded look on his face. "Fatty, what are you talking about?" I mean Edward Turner," Adam corrected himself. "Does your teacher know him?" Biden was clueless as ever. "I don't know what you're talking about." Adam had the intense urge to slap this man in front of him who seemed to know nothing at all. He couldn't help but begin to wonder if this Turner person was someone else instead. "Elaine Turner. Is your teacher related to her?" he asked. Indeed, Biden's eyes lit up. "Elaine is my colleague. She's also my teacher's granddaughter." Adam nodded in understanding. As I thought, back in Southern Federation, Edward's mother, Elia, had already disclosed to him that her father was a professor at the Tower of Daybreak, so it wasn't surprising that he would send someone to look for Adam when the latter arrived at the Empire. Although this was not completely out of his expectations, it still took the youth by slight surprise. After all, this was a rank 3 magus. He glanced at Biden and nodded, "Please lead the way." Under the surprised and envious gazes of the crowd that had gathered, Adam departed for the inner city with the group of magi from the Tower of Daybreak. In the heart of a luxurious estate, there lay a beautiful courtyard. A small creek gently flowed through this courtyard, its waters sparkling under the rays of the morning sun. The creek was lined with smooth and polished stones, as well as lush and vibrant plants, creating a tranquil atmosphere. There was also a stone bridge that arched over the creek. Adam was led by Biden through this courtyard. He couldn't help but look around in awe. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a gazebo situated near the creek. There he saw the silhouette of a muscular old man with broad shoulders sitting inside. The moment Adam laid eyes on this man, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Only one phrase echoed in his mind: manhwarecaps. Sensing Adam's gaze, the old man turned around and gazed at the youth with his piercing blue eyes. His lips curled up into a wide grin. "We finally meet, Adam." This old man had a muscular build and was broad-shouldered. He wore dark blue robes and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, displaying his scar-filled forearms. Despite having the appearance of an old man, this person seemed to be brimming with strength and vitality. His presence was commanding, emanating an aura of power and authority. When the man gazed at Adam with his piercing blue eyes, the youth's body couldn't help but involuntarily tremble a little. This was the might of a rank 3 magus. "We finally meet, Adam." Edwin got up from his seat and walked out of the gazebo. The man was close to 2 meters tall. This caught Adam by surprise. He couldn't help but stand there in a daze as he watched the old man walk toward him. Edwin's hair was thick and pure white in color. It was tied into a knot and cascaded down his shoulders. His beard, equally white, was properly trimmed and well-groomed. The old man stood before Adam and carefully observed him for a good minute. Slapped the youth's arms and then lightly punched his abdomen. "Good." Edwin burst into a loud peal of laughter. "Very good. This is how a man should be, strong and muscular." His eyes then narrowed as he glanced at Biden. Unlike this twig, always buried in the library, HMPH, teacher, Biden had an extremely embarrassed expression on his face as he kept glancing between Edwin and Adam. He screamed inwardly, "Why must you embarrass me in front of the new guy?" Edwin just ignored his apprentice. He then glanced at Adam, who was still looking at him in a daze, and asked with a chuckle, "Why are you so quiet? Never met a mana vortex magus." Adam snapped out of his daze and respectfully replied, "Forgive me, it's just your presence is just vastly different from the other rank 3 magi I've met." "Oh ho," Edwin was intrigued. "Apart from Berger, who else do you know?" "Lord Elrod Ferville of Baja High Forest." An elf from Baja, eh?" Edwin tried to recall if he'd ever met any elf by that name. "No, I don't think I've met him. But you know old man? I mean Magus Berger," Adam asked with bright eyes. The next moment, the old man's eyes softened and he placed his right hand on his chest before deeply bowing. Adam and Biden were astonished, both for different reasons, of course. The latter glanced at Adam and thought to himself incredulously, so this was the herbalist that cured teacher's daughter. "But he can't be older than I am, so young and already such great attainments in herbalism." Incredible. He knew just how severe his teacher's daughter's illness was. Many herbalists had tried to cure her but failed. Meanwhile, Adam was in a completely flustered state and he retreated a few steps. He couldn't accept the bow of a magus who was far stronger than him. "And my lord, you don't have to do that." However, Edwin didn't care about how Adam felt. Despite his superior rank, this was the least he could do for the person who cured his daughter when countless others failed. He truly admired this youth, and he was deeply indebted to him. A few moments later, he finally stood back straight. He glanced at Adam and grinned, "Come, let us have some tea. We have much to talk about." The trio walked to the gazebo and took their seats. Edwin suddenly glared at Biden and stated, "What are you sitting for? Who is going to pour us tea?" "Yes, teacher." Biden nodded with a defeated expression and poured the herbal tea from the ceramic teapot and into the cups. As the youth was pouring the tea, Adam's attention was involuntarily drawn to the small man-made pond beside the gazebo. The pond was serene and he could see colorful koi fish lazily swimming within. The pond was bordered by water lilies, adding a touch of beauty to the already breathtaking scenery. "This place is nice, so peaceful," said Adam as he found himself subconsciously relaxed. "It is a good spot to practice mindfulness," replied Edwin as he gracefully lifted the cup and took a sip. He then glanced at Adam and said with a warm smile, "I visited Moon City after Elia recovered, you know, but at the time you weren't there." Adam thought for a moment and then nodded. "That's right. Auntie did mention about your visit. Back then I was still inside the secret plane." Edwin nodded. He deeply glanced into the youth's jet black eyes and added, "I heard about what happened in the Federation during the war with the orcs. You kids have truly gone through a lot of hardships." Remembering the friends that he had lost during the war, Adam's lips curled up into a rueful smile. His eyes flashed with reminiscence and grief as he replied, "New beginnings are often painful endings in disguise. Such is the way." Edwin was taken aback. His eyebrows rose in surprise and he nodded. "You are truly a wise child." He took a sip of tea and then stated, "I see Berger has already instilled in you the philosophy of the way." Adam smiled. "Yes, something like that." Edwin nodded in gratification. "As a magus, you must embrace change and recognize that suffering and loss are a part of the natural process that leads to growth and new opportunities. Life and death, joy and suffering are part of the natural cycle," Adam softly said as he glanced at the tea in his cup rippling as a gentle breeze blew by. Not for the harshness of the cold night. How can we look forward to the warmth of sunrise? Marvelous. Edwin sincerely praised from the bottom of his heart. The more he talked to Adam, the more he found himself admiring the youth. Even Biden was the same. He couldn't help but be moved by the youth's words. He couldn't believe that the Adam sitting in front of him was the same person that was acting like a hooligan and rudely speaking to him in Grand Bazaar. Edwin stared at his empty cup for a long time. Then his flashed with brilliance, and he seemed to have come to a decision. Adam, you're coming with me to the Tower of Daybreak. Adam was taken aback. Oh, what? You heard me, Edwin replied with an extremely solemn look. You're coming with me to the Tower of Daybreak. Adam's lips twitched, wondering what had suddenly gotten into Edwin to say such things. He gulped hesitantly and said, But my lord, I can't confirm that at the moment. Why not? Erwin asked with a slight frown. Also, why haven't you already declared your acceptance into the tower in the last 2 years? He paused for a moment before adding, You do know that I was the one to have personally signed off on the recommendation letters sent to you, Edward and Lisa. Yes. Adam was stunned. This was news to him. You signed them personally. Edwin nodded. It was a given that you and Edward would be given preference when applying. He suddenly paused when he realized that his apprentice, Biden, was looking at him strangely. Thus he glared at the youth. Don't look at me like that, you rascal. You have benefited from nepotism too. Biden hurriedly lowered his head, mumbling to himself, but I didn't say anything. As I was saying, Edwin looked back at Adam and continued, You, Edward, and Lisa have greatly distinguished yourselves in the war and the academy. Thus I deemed you perfect candidates to join the tower. Adam remained silent. He didn't know what to say. But you, Adam, Edwin added, have truly exceeded all my expectations. Not only did you become a mana-liquefaction magus at the age of 20, but it seems that you also have a deep understanding of the way. Edwin's conversation with Adam a little while ago truly surprised him. The way the youth spoke about the philosophy of the way made him realize that his understanding of it wasn't on a superficial level. Not many budding magi knew that the analytical approach to magic wasn't the only important aspect they had to explore. There was also the spiritual aspect, living in harmony with the mana and understanding one's place in the world. This was the way. As a rank 3 magus, Edwin naturally knew of this. However, he had never expected Adam to have grasped the profundities of the way at such a young age. Understanding the philosophy of the way would undoubtedly help Adam in his path as a magus. Realizing this, Edwin had already decided to bring the youth back to the tower with him. He believed that the organization was sure to reach even greater heights if they nurtured the youth. I had always been confused regarding this matter. Edwin began, Your aptitude was only B grade, but despite that, you were able to advance to rank 2 so quickly. He paused for a moment before adding with great certainty, No matter what kind of fortuitous opportunity you encountered, it is very unlikely for it to boost your advancement speed to such great levels. But now I have finally understood why you were able to become a mana-liquefaction magus at just 20 years of age. It was because you have grasped the deep wisdom contained in the way. Adam was truly astounded that Edwin was able to glean so much information just from chatting with him for a few minutes. It was indeed as the old man had said. Adam's rapid advancement in ranks was mostly because of his understanding of the way that he had absorbed from the memories of the experts. The essence of this philosophy was to live in harmony with the way, which is the fundamental nature of the universe. Magi who studied the way would learn to attune themselves to the world and the mana that permeated it. By understanding and aligning themselves with the natural flow of mana, they would be able to harness the power of the elements more effectively and efficiently than through analytical research alone. After all, understanding the way gives one deeper insight into the nature of magic. However, this only came with experience. It couldn't be learned. It couldn't be taught. It could only be perceived. That is why Edwin was so shocked that Adam had managed to do it at such a young age. Generally, Magi would take hundreds of years just to scratch the surface of this philosophy. If he could convince Adam to join the Tower of Daybreak, then the organization would attain even greater heights of prosperity. He deeply looked at Adam and stated, Whatever you ask for, the tower will provide. Money, rare magical ingredients, artifacts, you name it. Adam's fists involuntarily tightened. To say that he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Edwin acutely noticed this. His lips curled up into a smirk and he added, I will waive off your admission fee, as well as the fee that you will have to pay every decade. I will also make it so that you are given your personal laboratory with a fixed amount of herbs and ingredients delivered to you every month for your herbalism experiments. The man's eyes glowed with confidence. So Adam, what do you say? Biden, who was sitting by the side, was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at his teacher and then at Adam, wondering if the former was recruiting a prospective student or a faculty member. Adam's lips opened and closed several times. His heart bled profusely as he thought of all the money and resources he could have in the palm of his hands. All he needed to say was yes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Forgive me, Lord Edwin, but I must refuse. Why? Edwin frowned. He couldn't help but ask, is what I'm offering you too little? No, it's not that. Adam hurriedly waved his hand. I have already given my word to the old man, I mean my teacher, Magus Berger, so I must respectfully refuse your offer. Edwin's eyes narrowed and he entered into deep thought, but as far as I know, Berger has never been part of any major organization. He's always been a lone Magus. Adam lowered his head. Clearly, he didn't want to speak much about it. Edwin deeply glanced at the youth, not knowing why he would refuse such an offer. Even when comparing amongst the other three major institutes of arcane studies, otherwise known as the Four Pillars of the Empire, the Tower of Daybreak is still the greatest. Do you still not want to come? However, Adam was uncompromising. After all, from what he'd heard from Berger, no matter how great an organization the Tower of Daybreak was, it would still never hold a candle to the Twilight Brotherhood. Edwin gazed at Adam for a long time, causing the latter to break out in cold sweat. However, no matter what, he had to remain firm. Besides, the youth knew that there was no way the old man in front of him was going to force him to join the Tower of Daybreak. In the end, it was as Adam had thought. Tusk. Edwin clicked his tongue helplessly, shaking his head. You're really missing out on this golden opportunity, Adam. Are you sure? Adam wiped the sweat off of his forehead. Yes, my lord, I am certain. Please forgive me, Edwin sighed. He glanced at the youth and asked, but I'm curious, what has Berger promised you? I'm certain that whatever organization it is, it cannot be better than the Tower. I do not know the full details, my lord, replied Adam sheepishly, but I'm certain that whatever he has chosen will be beneficial for me. I trust him. He then looked at Biden and growled, you might as well learn something from him. HMPH. Biden wanted to find a corner and just cry. In front of other mana vortex magi and their apprentices, Edwin would be full of praise for him, but in front of Adam it was just the opposite. Damn you, what have I done to deserve this? Stop embarrassing me already. Biden screamed in his heart. Edwin then took out a small leather box and handed it to Adam. Here, this is for you. Oh, what's this? Adam reached out for the item. See for yourself. Adam flipped open the box and saw that there was an unassuming ring placed inside it. But the youth knew it was anything but ordinary. A space-type storage ring. His eyes lit up. Although he still had the storage earring that he had gotten many years back in Hand C.I.D., he believed one could never have too much of this storage-type artifact. The next moment when he placed his consciousness inside the ring, he was thunderstruck. What the hell? He shot up from his chair and glanced at Edwin with wide eyes. Edwin chuckled, clearly satisfied with Adam's response. You're new to the Empire. This will help you establish yourself, so use it wisely. Within the ring, there were no gold coins. Neither were there arcane textbooks or magical artifacts. Instead, it was filled to the brim with countless magical herbs and ingredients, many of which were extremely rare and expensive. Adam estimated that the approximate value of all the herbs and ingredients stored inside the ring would be in thousands of gold coins, Akkadian gold coins. He believed that if he was able to properly store these ingredients, he would be able to use them for months. Moreover, this was taking into account all the experimental failures he would have. The youth loudly gulped, his gaze switching between the ring and the old man sitting in front of him and smirking. My lord, this is a lot. Adam muttered as he held onto the ring with trembling hands. Edwin's gaze softened, and he replied with a gentle smile, compared to what you've done for my daughter, this is nothing. He would have gifted the youth with Akkadian gold coins, but he believed that that would make him complacent. Besides, from what he had heard from Victor and Ilya, he knew that Adam would never accept money in return for what he did. So Edwin decided to give him resources with which he could make a living instead. The man was confident that given Adam's skills, he would put these ingredients to good use. Ilya thinks of you as her own son, so I guess that would make me akin to your grandfather, Edwin said warmly. Besides, if my daughter found out that you left empty-handed after meeting me, she would be very mad. This feeling of familial bond, Adam cherished it greatly. Anyway, Edwin got up from his seat and walked toward the youth. I will be departing for Caliport tomorrow morning with the kids. He clasped Adam's shoulder and smiled. Go enjoy the rest of the day with your friends. Who knows? It might be years before you meet them again. Yes, Adam replied with a toothy grin. Edwin glanced at his apprentice and nodded. Biden, you go with them too. I would hate for you to bury yourself in research again. Yes, teacher, Biden nodded. Then, together with Adam, they left the courtyard. The following day, Adam, Edward, and Lisa stood by one of the docking areas at the skyport on the outskirts of Akrian. Adam glanced at the majestical skyship before him in awe. Whoa, does this whole skyship belong to Lord Edwin? Amazing. The enormous hull of the ship was made of a type of ancient, magical wood covered in magical runes. The ship's bow was adorned with the figurehead of a griffin, making it appear extremely majestic. Tall and slender masts rose from the deck, their sails made of a type of unique fabric that could weather the strong winds. On the deck, magi from the Tower of Daybreak could be seen going about their work, their white cloaks gently fluttering in the wind. Adam then glanced at his friends who were standing beside him. A complex wave of emotions washed over him as he realized that this was where they would separate and go their own ways. Nostalgia, sadness, hope, and even gratitude. All these emotions overwhelmed Adam and his eyes reddened a little. Memories of the time he had spent with them in the academy flooded his mind. The countless hours studying in the library, the thrilling yet dangerous missions they embarked on every year, the late-night drinks and conversations under the starry sky and the twin moons. All these moments felt bittersweet. His gaze met Edward's and they both grinned. There was no need for words between them. The next time we meet, I will have become stronger than you, you drunk bastard. So you better not neglect your studies, Edward spoke confidently. Heh, Adam sneered. You sure speak fluently for a fat pig. The two glanced at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. Adam tightly clasped Edward's hand and grinned. Take care, brother. You too. Then Adam walked up to Lisa, who was already in tears. She buried herself in the youth's arms and wailed, I'll miss you, Adam. Adam patted her head and gently said, There, it's not like we're never going to meet again. Lisa sniffled and wiped away her tears. Don't forget to write to me from time to time, and please take care of yourself. Of course, Adam replied with a toothy grin. Then he went on to bid his farewell to Biden, Elaine, and her friends. Finally, he stood before Edwin and bowed with his right hand over his chest. Safe travels, my lord. Edwin patted Adam's shoulder and smiled warmly. If you ever need anything, you know how to get in touch with me. Then he watched everyone board the ship. He raised his hands and waved his friends goodbye one final time. No matter the distance, no matter the time, he knew that their bond would endure. The runes on the hull of the skyship lit up with a resplendent light. Following that, the ship started to ascend. Before Adam knew it, the ship had already risen to a considerable height. As the youth watched the skyship slowly disappear into the clouds, his heart was overcome by a faint sense of loneliness. The thought of not seeing his friends' faces, not hearing their voices, or not having those deep conversations with them made his heart ache. But the next moment, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared, sitting on his shoulder. Adam's lips curled up into a warm smile. That's right, I have you, always. Valerian sent a mental transmission to him. Adam turned around and slowly made his way out of the skyport and toward the outer city of Acreon. A brilliant flash of excitement and anticipation flickered in the depths of his abyss like eyes as he thought of the new chapter of life he was about to embark on. It's about time I met the agent from the Brotherhood. Acreon was a large coastal city, situated on the banks of the Gelstein Ocean. Its port could be said to be even more bustling than the Grand Bazaar. It was active during the daytime and even after sunset. As Adam walked through the Grand Bazaar in the outer city and toward the city's large port, the market's bustling activity gave way to the unique atmosphere of the harbor. The cobblestone streets beneath his feet transformed from narrow and winding to broad and structured, reflecting the transition from the chaotic market to the industrious vibe of the port. Adam could feel the salty smell of the sea with every step he took. The smell also mingled with the scent of tar and fish, making him scrunch his nose a little. A strong gust of cool wind blew by, causing the youth's black cape to flutter behind him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He looked around and smiled. This place is nice. It kind of reminds me of Hand City, except this was countless times bigger and more flourishing than Hand City. Adam was suddenly attracted to the cries of seagulls, which became more and more pronounced as he walked toward the seacoast. Soon, the sight of the port came into view. It was a sprawling stretch of piers and ships of every shape and size. Tall masts reached toward the skies, their sails furled, waiting for the next time they departed. Countless dockworkers went about their jobs, unloading crates full of goods and shouting orders at one another. The next moment, the youth heard footsteps approaching him from behind. He didn't turn around to glance at this newcomer, however. He knew exactly who it was. The figure walked behind the youth and then agilely climbed his shoulder. Find anything interesting? Adam asked mentally as he untied the wine gourd hanging from his waist. A lot of fish, Valerian replied jovially. Be serious. Adam rolled his eyes and then took a swig from the gourd. Valerian's expression turned a little solemn. About half a dozen rank 1 magi seemed to be following you. Adam wiped his mouth and then glanced at the young dragon with raised eyebrows. I noticed that. I must say, their methods are very inconspicuous. Valerian gracefully started licking his paw. There's also a rank 2 magus. Adam nodded. I believe he's the agent that old man told me about. The young dragon looked at Adam and playfully ruffled his raven hair. He seems to be quite strong, perhaps as strong as you. Adam swatted Valerian's hand with a slightly annoyed look. Doesn't matter, it's not like we're going to fight. But what if you do? Adam turned his head to look at his dear familiar. He confidently muttered, then he won't know what hit him. Mayu, Valerian nodded. Then he hopped off the youth's shoulder and disappeared amidst the crowd. I'm off to steal some fish, brother. Call me if you need anything. Listening to the young dragon's reply, Adam couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Then he looked around the harbor, searching for a suitable place. His gaze landed on a distant pier that was relatively less crowded. The youth's eyes lit up and he leisurely made his way there, drinking from his gourd every now and then. On his way, he saw a massive, imposing ship dominating one of the central docks. It seemed that the ship was about to go on a voyage as the crew bustled about on the deck, preparing for departure. Adam's eyes were drawn to the ship's bow. It was carved into the shape of a majestic-looking dragon head. Seeing the figurehead, the youth recalled his desperate battle in Amai, where Valerian had transformed into his draconic form. "Can't believe it's been 2 years already," he muttered under his breath. After walking through the packed crowd, Adam finally approached the distant pier after about 15 minutes. In his sphere of resonance, he could sense that the group of people was still following him. Neither of them showed any ill intent. That's how he knew that these people were most likely from the Brotherhood. As Adam stepped on the pier and walked toward the edge on the other side, he saw the waves crash against the wooden pillars underneath. Droplets of water splashed on his face, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. He placed his hands on the wooden railing and took a deep breath, the salty air filling his lungs. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed a middle-aged man standing right next to him, gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea. "The sea carries with it the promise of distant lands and new adventures," said the man, vast and full of possibilities. Adam calmly gazed at this newcomer. He wore a simple yet sturdy outfit, a white linen shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, displaying his muscular forearms. He wore tight-fitted brown trousers and knee-high black boots. Over his outfit, he wore a dark brown cape. The man's skin was tanned, indicating the years that he must have spent at sea. A few white strands could be found in his thick, dark hair that was tied into a ponytail. In many ways, a port is a place of beginnings and endings. The man then turned his head and glanced at the raven-haired youth with a faint smile. "Don't you think so too, Magus Adam Constantine?" Adam didn't reply. He simply stared at the man without a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He wasn't surprised that this middle-aged man had suddenly appeared beside him at all. Noticing this, the middle-aged man's smile deepened. "You're quite the cautious one, aren't you?" Still, Adam didn't reply. "Good," the man nodded. "This is how it should be." The following moment, the man raised his right hand and touched the center of his forehead with his index and middle fingers. Then he slowly lowered his hand and drew an arc, placing his 2 fingers over his chest. His lips parted, and he greeted, "In twilight we find truth." Finally, a trace of emotion rippled in Adam's jet-black eyes. After hearing that particular phrase from the man, his lips curled up into a smile, and he replied, "In shadows, we seek wisdom." In the months following the war with the orcs, Adam had spent almost all his time healing his damaged spirit sea. It was only after more than a year of recuperation that he was able to even get off the bed. It was then that Berger had taught him everything about the Twilight Brotherhood. Their history, their code of conduct, how they operated, everything there was to know about this secret society, Adam had learned from the gnome already. Of course, the information that Berger had divulged was only as much as any other mana liquefaction magus in the organization should know. That included the greeting that the members of this organization used to identify one another in public. Adam was waiting for this middle-aged man to initiate the greeting. Even though he believed that this man was very likely from the Brotherhood, he still had to confirm it. "Let's take a walk," the middle-aged man smiled, listening to Adam's response. The youth nodded. Then together with him, he walked toward the opposite end of the harbor. This place was desolate and filled with rocky cliffs, making it difficult for ships to dock. "How should I address you?" Adam asked as he secretly sized up the middle-aged man walking beside him. From the subtle mana signature radiating from him, Adam knew that this man was a rank 2 magus just like himself, but he didn't know just how strong he was. "Hudson Carr," replied the middle-aged man. Neither of them spoke after that. They continued to walk side by side until the crowd around them grew sparse. "So what did Warden Berger tell you about the Brotherhood?" Hudson suddenly asked. Adam stroked his chin and muttered, "Warden, huh?" His lips curled up into a faint smile. It's strange hearing someone call him that. Hudson's eyebrows rose in puzzlement. "Strange, how so? You are aware of the hierarchy within the Brotherhood?" "Yes." Adam nodded. "Yes, I've already been briefed by Warden Berger." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The Twilight Brotherhood is governed by a group of magi known as the Council of Dawn. Below them are magi known as wardens, so you must know how great a position your teacher, Warden Berger, holds within the organization," said Hudson. Adam nodded in acknowledgement. Becoming a warden within this secret society was no easy feat. There were 2 requirements to be promoted to this position. Firstly, the member had to be a rank 3 magus. Secondly, and most importantly, they had to gain the approval of the counselors that made up the Council of Dawn. The next moment, Hudson began. "Rank 2 magi such as myself are called agents, as you already know. One can only become an agent after being sponsored by a warden." Adam nodded. He already knew this information from Berger. Moreover, it was the gnome himself who had sponsored him. However, Hudson's eyes narrowed. "Although you have been referred by Warden Berger, that still doesn't mean you're one of us." "That's right," Adam thought to himself. "Although I have been referred by the old man, I must still get these guys' approval. What a drag." He glanced at the middle-aged man and asked in a bored manner, "Just tell me what I need to do." Seeing the youth's lackadaisical attitude, Hudson's lips twitched. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why do I get this feeling that he doesn't want to be here?" Before we get to that, he began, I want to know what you think of the Twilight Brotherhood and why you wish to join our ranks. Adam deeply gazed at the middle-aged man and asked, you want to know the truth? Yes, of course, Hudson stated matter-of-factly. The youth turned his head and glanced at the waves crashing against the rocky cliffs. Warden Berger told me that the Brotherhood's goal is to maintain peace, pursue knowledge, and protect the innocent whether they be mortals or magi. Indeed, Hudson replied with pride evident in his voice. To maintain the balance between nature and civilization, social structure and individual liberty, that is what we strive for. Your goal is to eliminate tyranny across Tron, yes. Adam looked back at him and asked. Yes, Hudson solemnly nodded. Anyone who uses the gift of magic for evil deeds is our enemy. Adam shook his head and sighed. Insufferable idealists. Hudson's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Do you really think that this world is so pristine that it can be saved by merely defeating the villains? Adam asked, his eyes flashing with a tinge of mockery. Hudson was speechless. He couldn't help but think to himself incredulously, is this something a young brat like you should know about? You speak of balance, Adam continued, yet talk about maintaining peace. One has nothing to do with the other, Hudson angrily stated. He didn't appreciate the youth questioning the ideals of the Brotherhood. He was even beginning to radiate slight traces of hostility, something which didn't go unnoticed by Adam. But Adam didn't care. The man asked him to be honest, so he was going to be honest. But it does, Adam smiled, his eyes flashing with a profound light. In this world, true peace is an illusion, he began. Peace and turmoil are interwoven, each giving rise to the other. Hudson remained silent for a long time, carefully ruminating over the youth's words. Although he didn't appreciate how Adam spoke of the Brotherhood's members, he couldn't refute the latter's words. He was correct, and wisely so. The way he now looked at Adam had subtly changed. Then why do you wish to join the Brotherhood? Hudson paused for a moment before adding, and please don't say it was because Warden Berger wished for you to join. Adam lowered his head and thought of the right words to say. After a long time, he then looked back up at Hudson and began, I don't know about world peace, but I do believe in the pursuit of knowledge. As for protecting innocent people, I won't go out of my way to help them. If I can, I will. But if I can't, then I won't bother about it. The world's problems are not my own. You still haven't told me your reason, Hudson muttered flatly. Adam's lips curled up into a mischievous smirk, but you just told me not to say it. Hudson was once again taken aback. So just because Warden Berger asked you to join the organization, you decided to join it? Adam shrugged. If he tells you to jump off a cliff, will you do it? Hudson asked with incredulity. Heh, Adam chuckled. Who knows? Despite the early hour, the Black Leaf Tavern near the harbor was bustling with activity. This establishment was a weathered building with a sign depicting a frothy ale mug hanging crookedly above its entrance. Inside the tavern, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, alcohol, and the salty breeze from the ocean that wafted in every time someone opened the door. Humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes sat shoulder to shoulder, sharing an early morning drink. At one table, a pair of humans and another pair of dwarves were locked in a heated argument about who the most beautiful courtesan in the Velvet Dreams was. On a nearby table, a group of elves were gracefully drinking from a goblet of wine. They were conversing quietly, ridiculing the group nearby for arguing over a harlot. A group of gnomes sat at the stools by the bar where the grizzled bartender, a middle-aged dwarf with a long, braided beard, was serving them drinks with his skillful hands. Behind the bartender was a shelf filled with a wide variety of alcohol bottles, ranging from ales made by humans to dwarven whiskey. In the midst of this rowdy scene, the tavern keeper's dog went around the tables, accepting pats from the customers. At a certain table in the corner of the tavern, Adam sat with a wide grin on his face as he looked around and nodded from time to time. Ha ha ha, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. Here, here, that's the spirit, young man. Another round of drinks. The patrons sitting around him cheered enthusiastically when they heard Adam's words. Meanwhile, Hudson, who was sitting across from the youth, glanced at him incredulously. Is this the type of place you like to visit early in the morning? Adam glanced at him and chuckled. Ah, this place, it feels like home. The next moment, he grabbed the gourd hanging from his waist, uncorked it, and took a large swig. He wiped his mouth and glanced at the wine gourd like it was his lover. You know, there's a magic in wine that no magus can produce. He then looked at Hudson and asked, want some? As he gazed at Adam madly drinking from the gourd, he couldn't help but speak up. As a magus, you shouldn't indulge in alcohol so much. It dulls your senses. Adam glanced at the middle-aged man and winked. Don't worry, I got that all covered. This guy Hudson didn't know what to say. He was even beginning to question if the youth sitting in front of him was truly a right fit for the Twilight Brotherhood. But for someone of Warden Berger's caliber to have sponsored him to the council, there must be something that he sees in Adam that I don't. From the conversation that he'd just now had with the youth, Hudson had surmised a couple of things. Firstly, to him, Adam appeared to be a pragmatic and somewhat detached individual. His primary focus was the pursuit of knowledge, indicating a deep intellectual curiosity. Secondly, his attitude toward helping others revealed to Hudson a sense of cynicism. This led him to believe that Adam is actually a selfish magus, prioritizing his own goals and interests over other things. And lastly, but most importantly, he was an alcoholic. Hudson had met many magi who liked to drink wine, but not nearly as much as Adam. Since the time the youth had landed in Akrian, the people that Hudson had sent to spy over him had almost always found him sipping on wine. This caused Hudson to have a deeper understanding of Adam's character. He couldn't help but think to himself, is he reliant on alcohol because of stress or maybe some past traumas? Does he drink to numb himself from the world's problems? While he was deep in thought, Adam suddenly glanced at him and smirked, "Don't think too much." "I drink because I like it." Hudson's pupils constricted. Did he just read my thoughts? Adam waved his hand. "Your facial expressions are just too obvious. Relax a little." Before Hudson could come up with a reply, a black-haired young man approached their table. He stood before Hudson and respectfully bowed, "Good morning, Lord Carr." He then looked at Adam and bowed. "And a very good morning to you as well, Lord Magus." Adam nodded with a friendly smile. On the inside, he was wondering, a rank 1 magus. Could he be an acolyte? The bottom of the Twilight Brotherhood's hierarchical ladder consisted of rank 1 magi, also known as acolytes. Their main goal was simply to deepen their magical studies and help around with miscellaneous works. They were barely given any dangerous missions to complete. "This here is Duncan, a promising young magus from our organization." Hudson introduced the young man. Adam stretched out his hand and smiled. "Pleasure to meet you, Duncan. I'm Adam. Greetings, Lord Magus." Duncan shook Adam's hand with both hands. "It's an honor to meet you." After that, Duncan took his seat beside Hudson. Adam glanced at the two and asked, "So what is it that I have to do? Warden Berger did mention that you guys were going to give me some kind of stupid test." Hudson's eyes twitched. "Stupid test." He then glanced at Duncan and gestured, "Hand it to him." "Yes, my lord," Hudson respectfully replied before handing a rolled-up parchment paper to Adam. The youth grabbed the paper and unfurled it. He leisurely glanced at the contents inside while sipping from his wine gourd, but the more he read, the more his expression darkened. After having read all the details inside, he kept away the paper inside his earring. He glanced at Hudson with a disgusted expression. "So this is the guy you want me to deal with?" Hudson nodded. "Indeed." Adam was silent for a while before responding. "What about the person supporting him? Surely there must be someone powerful behind him for him to keep doing what he's doing for so long. How am I to deal with that?" "You don't need to worry about the magus supporting him," Hudson assured. "We'll take care of that." Adam stroked his chin in thought. "And how exactly do you want me to deal with this filthy bastard?" Hudson's lips curled up into a faint smile. "How you deal with him is also a test." Red Light District, Outer City. Night had fallen, making this district, also known as the Crimson District by its patrons, a bustling and vibrant area. The narrow and winding streets were illuminated by glowing lanterns and resplendent magical orbs stuck to the walls in some places. Here, the air was filled with a mix of liquor, perfumes, and incense. The architecture of the buildings reflected the city's diverse culture. Although the outer city wasn't as breathtaking and lavish as the inner city, its design was still vastly better than the majority of the cities in the empire. When the sun set and the twin moons rose, many residents considered the Red Light District the place to be. One could find buildings designed by elven hands, sturdy dwarven structures, human-made taverns, and even small establishments built by gnomes. At a single glance, it was clear that this district catered to the needs and wishes of the people from all 4 major races. Adam walked through the crowded cobblestone street, looking around with curiosity and wonder. He had never visited a place such as this before. Although he found all this not quite to his taste, it was still a novel experience for him nonetheless. The youth nimbly made his way through the crowd as he continued to sip wine from his gourd. What an interesting place. To his left, he could see beautiful elven courtesans with their graceful movements and blonde hair, mingling with onlookers. On the other side, human women were chatting and laughing with a bunch of ugly-looking men, their eyes sparkling with seductiveness. Adam even saw gnomish and dwarven women alluringly conversing with men far taller than them. Seeing such a scene, the youth was taken aback. He couldn't believe that some people had such strange fetishes. "That's mad," he thought to himself incredulously. Many women who saw Adam walking past them winked at him or struck up conversations with him. However, the youth ignored them and continued to walk toward his destination. A beautiful elven courtesan, a very bold one at that, suddenly grabbed Adam's arm. She provocatively leaned against him and whispered into his ears, "How big is your cock, boy? Why don't you let me take a look?" "Small," said Adam with an annoyed expression. "Now leave me alone." He withdrew his arm from the elf's grasp and hurriedly walked away. The elf was dumbfounded as she watched the youth's departing back. It wasn't until he had disappeared amidst the crowd that she snapped out of her daze. She harumphed before turning around and looking for her next target. Meanwhile, Adam's heart was beating wildly inside his chest. His cheeks were slightly flushed red as he thought to himself, "Damn, I nearly gave in to my temptations just now." He took a large swig of wine and tried to calm down his excited heart. The district was lively with the sound of music, laughter, and chatter permeating the air. Elven harps, gnomish flutes, and dwarven drums came together to form a mesmerizing environment. After navigating through the crowd for a long time, Adam realized that his destination was getting closer. He thought to himself, according to the Brotherhood's intel, the Velvet Dreams has a hidden mechanism in their building that can detect mana usage. Anyone who uses spells inside this high-end establishment is immediately dealt with. The security is very strict in that place, to say the least. The Twilight Brotherhood wanted to test his infiltration skills. That is why they had given him such a mission. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk as he thought, so what if I can't use mana? The following moment, he lowered his head, hiding the otherworldly light flashing in his eyes. A brilliant, white-colored flower pattern formed in his jet-black pupils. The youth once again disappeared into the crowd as a barely visible layer of smoke started to cover his body unbeknownst to the people around him. When he reappeared, his appearance had changed. Rank 1 spell, Disguise. No longer was he wearing black robes and a pointy hat. No longer was he Adam. Now he was a middle-aged man with a potbelly strained against the fabric of his lavish, bright-colored robes. He had a head full of wavy, brown hair and his eyes were of the same color. His chubby face was pockmarked and ruddy, and his eyes flashed with a lecherous light as he ogled all the beautiful women who passed him by. Despite his unappealing features, he carried himself with a confident behavior fueled by the wealth displayed by his attire. His clothes looked like they were made of the finest and most expensive of fabrics. He wore a thick gold chain with interlocking links. Moreover, he also wore gold rings on 8 of his fingers, each ring studded with a different type of beautiful gem. The courtesans who laid eyes on him were instantly drawn to him. Of course, it was not because of his looks. I bet I look like the type of person that visits the high-end establishments in this district, Adam thought to himself in amusement. Well, I'm certain that my illusion is flawless. During the year and a half that he spent recuperating, he wasn't sitting idly by. He had all the time in the world to uncover the secrets of the White Lotus. Although he suffered disastrous consequences in his battle against Oswald Gracie and Professor Hemingway, it could also be considered to be a blessing in disguise. Because in the long time period that he was recovering, he was able to tap into the power of the White Lotus and learn to use his spiritual power at will. Although there were still a lot of restrictions while using spiritual power to cast spells, it was a large improvement compared to before. Adam finally arrived at his destination after refusing the advances of dozens of courtesans on his way there. In front of him stood a grand structure, 3 stories high. The building's entrance was marked by a pair of imposing double doors made of polished wood. Above the door, a beautifully carved signboard bore the name Velvet Dreams. Adam's eyes flashed with a murderous light as he thought to himself, they said I can deal with the target however I wished. If that is so, then I will burn this place to the ground. The entrance was guarded by half a dozen burly men dressed in black robes. From the mana signature radiating from them, Adam confirmed that they were only rank 1 magi. As he approached the entrance, one of the men stopped him and spoke flatly, "You are prohibited from using magic inside. If it is found that you have broken the..." Slap! Adam slapped the man across his face, instantly shutting him up. His expression twisted in anger, and he spat through gritted teeth. I understand that I have to follow rules inside his place. But how dare you talk to me like that? A mere Mana Foundation magus dares to talk to me with attitude. Who the hell do you think you are? His boisterous screams attracted the attention of everyone passing by. When Adam had approached the entrance to Velvet Dreams, he had purposely hidden his mana signature and aura. He was actually hoping for something like this to happen. You think I won't kill you for your offense? He roared. When the guard realized that it was a mana liquefaction magus that he was dealing with, his body trembled in fear. Although he believed that the way he had addressed this fat magus was in no way disrespectful, that didn't help him out with the current predicament that he found himself in. In the face of the huge difference in power levels between them, no matter what the guard said or did, he would always be in the wrong. This was a world that followed the principle of might makes right. The guard hurriedly got to his knees and slammed his forehead against the ground repeatedly. Please forgive me, Lord Magus. I have made a terrible mistake. Please forgive me. However, Adam didn't relent. Just because I'm not from around here, you think you can look down on me. What was the point of me working so hard and reaching this level of power and status, just so an insect like you can treat me with contempt? Huh, answer me, you trash. The more Adam spoke, the redder his face turned from anger. By now, a large crowd had gathered in front of Velvet Dreams, waiting to see the drama unfold. You know what? Adam's eyes flashed with a cold light. I must make an example of you right here, right now. With that said, his hand turned into a fist, and the next moment a layer of mana covered it. Adam then punched straight toward the man's face. But right at that moment, the tall double doors swung open and a figure rushed out. My lord, please stay your hand. Adam stopped his fist only an inch away from smashing the guard's face to oblivion. However, the wind generated by the youth's fist was so frightening that it struck the guard like a tsunami and instantly shredded his clothes. The guard's facial orifices started to slowly bleed, however, he didn't dare move an inch. He glanced at the fist right in front of his face with wide eyes. Adam glanced at the white-robed person who had just arrived and was now standing beside the guard. It was a young man with a head full of long black hair tied into a ponytail. His eyes were brown in color, and he also seemed to have put on some makeup on his face. "Who the hell are you?" Adam grumbled, although he already knew who this person was. Seeing Adam not go through with his earlier aggressive action, the white-robed man breathed a sigh of relief. He then glanced at Adam and displayed a professional smile. "This humble one is called Cade. I'm the keeper of the Velvet Dreams." Adam's eyes narrowed. "So you're the one that looks after this pleasure house." The next moment, his voice turned cold. "Is this how you teach your dogs to behave with potential customers?" A chill crawled up Cade's spine when he heard Adam's voice. Despite that, the smile on his face did not falter. He respectfully bowed and apologized. "Please forgive him for his lack of manners, my lord." "Oi." Adam stepped forward and spoke with blatant hostility. "Do you think a simple apology is enough for how your dog has behaved with me?" Cade nervously gulped. He stood back up and gazed into Adam's cold eyes. He hurriedly looked away, afraid to anger him further. He was but a rank 1 magus. There was no way he could deal with the fury of a rank 2 magus. Then he secretly glanced behind Adam and saw that a large crowd had already gathered by now. It seemed like they were intent on watching how this played out. "Damn it, this is terrible for our public image," Cade thought to himself helplessly. The next moment, a familiar voice rang inside his mind, guiding him out of his plight. A few seconds later, he glanced at Adam with a confident smile. "My lord, I have just been instructed by my master to give you the VIP treatment as compensation for the mistreatment you've just faced." Cade then glanced at the guard, who was still kneeling on the ground, and continued, "As for this fool who has dared to insult you, we will severely discipline him." "Heh, your master, huh?" Adam thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with cold glint which he quickly concealed. His expression changed. He started to stroke his double chin and muttered with interest, "What kind of VIP treatment are we talking about?" "You will be taken to an exquisite private suite," Cade began. "There you will have your choice of our most sought-after courtesans. Of course, my master will also give you a hefty discount on your final bill." Adam's eyes sparkled with debauchery as he nodded. "That is acceptable." The next moment, he raised his voice for everyone gathered to hear. "Good, very good." As expected of the finest pleasure house in the Crimson District, ha ha ha. Hearing his words, some people in the crowd nodded in acknowledgement, while others shook their heads in disappointment after realizing that the drama was over. Adam nodded and followed the man through the entrance. But when he stepped foot inside the pleasure house, the scene that greeted him caused him to be wide-eyed. As the youth stepped inside the building, he was greeted by a scene of refined luxury. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of exotic perfumes and flowers. Along with it, mingled the relaxing sound of musical instruments. Walls were draped in dark red color with purple silk banners hanging from the ceiling every couple of meters. This created a highly seductive and intimate vibe. The interior was lavish, to say the least. Velvet furniture dyed in golden and burgundy hues seemed very inviting to the patrons, helping them relax and indulge in their desires. The main hall was extremely spacious. It had a high ceiling, and at the center hung a brilliant crystal chandelier, whereas the ground was filled with luxurious couches with silky soft cushions and low tables. However, this was not what surprised Adam. When he laid eyes on the beautiful courtesans gracefully moving through the crowd, he couldn't help but loudly gulp. Cade astutely noticed this and asked with a faint smile, "My lord, is this your first time visiting a pleasure house?" Adam glanced at the man with a stoic expression. He harumphed, "Naturally, I have visited many such places in the Southern Federation, but they pale in comparison to the splendor of the Velvet Dreams." "Ah, I see, so you're from the other side of the Murky Mountains." Cade nodded in understanding. "Then rest assured, my lord, we will make sure that you have the time of your life here tonight." Adam nodded his head ever so slightly. "Lead the way." As the pair made their way upstairs toward the VIP lounge, Adam gazed at the mesmerizing scene taking place before him. Courtesans of the 4 major races performed sensual dances as they moved through the spacious hall. The clothes all of them were wearing were extremely minimal. It was just enough to hide their lady parts. This, however, caused the customers to be extremely tempted. Just this small preview was more than enough for the patrons to give in to their temptations. A beautiful elven courtesan approached Adam gracefully. She was wearing a transparent gown that made her appear very attractive. She stood before the youth and spun seductively, displaying everything she had to offer. Then, without casting another glance, she walked away. To say that Adam wasn't captivated would be a lie. But when he thought about how this woman must have been brought here to work, the youth's eyes flashed with pity and anger. His hands clenched involuntarily, and he turned around to gaze at Cade walking in front of him. He controlled the fury bubbling inside him and asked, "By the way, who is your master?" I mean the one who owns this place. Cade turned around to look at him with raised eyebrows, but replied nonetheless, well, it is not a secret. The Velvet Dreams is owned by a couple, both ranked 2 magi. Oh ho, Adam acted surprised. They're a couple and both are mana liquefaction magi, no less. That is correct, my lord. Adam stroked his double chin and muttered softly, who is the mistress? I bet she must be a very beautiful woman. Cade's eyes narrowed and he flatly stated, my lord, please refrain from speaking such words. He leaned over and whispered in a not-so-friendly tone, the walls have ears. Adam chuckled, don't mind me, I was just curious. All these fine courtesans in this building. Surely they must have learned such seductive skills from someone. Cade didn't reply. He silently climbed the stairs, guiding Adam to the lounge. Adam, on the other hand, glanced at the white-robed man with a smirk. He continued to make snide remarks about the mistress of this establishment. Of course, he still didn't receive a reply from Cade, but that didn't matter. The pair soon arrived at the second floor. This floor looked even more opulent than the one below. Every small detail was meticulously designed. Once again, Adam was taken aback by the amount of money these people must have invested into this property. On this floor, there were no courtesans that could be seen. Instead, there were staff dressed in elegant uniforms catering to the VIPs. Where are the women? Adam asked excitedly. Cade glanced at him and forced a smile, my lord. They will be delivered to your private suite. Ah, I see. Adam glanced at all the doors bordering the small hall. So those are the private suites, eh? Indeed, my lord. Cade nodded and then guided Adam to one of the rooms. He opened the door and gestured for him to go inside. Adam stepped in and was once again surprised. He couldn't help but think to himself, just how much money do these guys have? Every place he went to was more luxurious than the last. This private suite came with a spacious and elegantly decorated chamber. The main area featured an oversized bed covered in silk sheets. There was also a seating area on the other side of the bed. On the table, there were rows of transparent crystal bottles, each containing different types of exotic liquor. As Adam was admiring the rich interior, Cade walked up to him and asked, what kind of women do you prefer, my lord? We have beautiful courtesans hailing from the 4 different races, as you've already noticed. Neither, Adam replied coolly. Pardon? Cade's eyes narrowed. Adam stepped forward and stood right before the white-robed young man. He leaned over and said with a cold grin, I want to meet your owners. Cade couldn't help but intensely frown. Outside the establishment, he may have had to show proper etiquette and bow in the face of this rank 2 magus, but inside it was a different matter altogether. Lord Magus, I have already told you that my mistress does not, the man began, but was interrupted by Adam when he placed his chubby hand on his shoulder. The grin on Adam's lips widened and he muttered, you misunderstand. I was never here to purchase your services. Instead, I'm here to sell you my products. Cade's pupils constricted and he couldn't help but mutter in apprehension, what do you mean? Playing the fool, I see. Adam chuckled. All right then, allow me to clarify. His eyes flashed with cold light and he added, I'm here to sell you slaves. In the Akkadian Empire, slavery and human trafficking had long since been banned. This was due to the empire's foundational principles of freedom and equality for all the major races, whether mortals or magi. These principles have been upheld ever since the establishment of the empire hundreds of years ago. The founding emperor wanted to promote a society where every individual, whether they were born with the blessing of mana or without, could thrive and contribute to the empire. However, despite the official ban, slavery still persisted in the shadows. The slave trade remained highly profitable, especially for the magi. After all, what better way to experiment with their magic spells than on a live conscious being? Dark magi partook in such experiments the most. Magi in positions of power exploited their influence to protect and profit from the slave trade. They ensured that it remained undetected and unpunished. But the biggest reason was the remnants of old traditions and societal norms. Magi believed that they were superior to mortals. Thus, they treated them no differently than cattle. In some regions of the empire, slavery was viewed as acceptable. Victims of slavery lived in constant fear of retaliation. This made them less likely to seek help or even expose their captors. These underlying issues created a dark underbelly where slavery thrived. Moreover, it also didn't help that the enforcement of anti-slavery laws was more often than not inadequate. However, if it were found out that a magus dealt with slavery and human trafficking, the consequences would be severe. So when Cade learned that Adam was here to sell slaves, he panicked. What are you talking about? He yelled out. Don't you know slavery is illegal in the empire? Are you trying to slander us? Slander? Adam asked in amusement. Is it not true that you enslave young women from all over the empire and force them into a life of prostitution? That's ridiculous. Cade's back was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't know how the magus before him was able to find out about their method of operations. Since the inception of the Velvet Dreams, the owners made sure that everything related to capturing prospective courtesans was done by their own people. This would ensure that their secret would never be made public. Of course, there were a few very trusted people who were privy to this, but they shared a deep relationship with the couple. But now all of a sudden, a random magus appeared out of nowhere and spoke about selling slaves to the pleasure house. Cade didn't know how to react. In all the years that he'd been working here, something like this had never happened, so he didn't know how to react. Looking at his flustered state, Adam chuckled, "Go now, little keeper. Bring your masters. Let me talk with them. Rest assured, I'm not going anywhere." Cade looked at Adam incredulously, wondering if he had a death wish. After all, regardless of how the latter's meeting went with his masters, it was highly likely that Adam would never leave this place. This secret that Adam knew held far too much weight. Despite that, he appeared so calm that it made Cade have an unsettling feeling grip his heart. Without waiting another moment, he hurriedly turned around and ran upstairs. Adam didn't leave the private suite. Instead, he went toward the seating area across from the oversized bed and sat down on a high-back cushioned couch. He closed his eyes and patiently waited. After what he had just revealed, he was certain that the owners of this pleasure house would kill him. Even if he was indeed a slave trader, there was no way the owners would risk doing business with him. From what he had learned from the Brotherhood's intel, the owners of this establishment had their own slave traders that they'd groomed for years. They never bought slaves from a third party. Despite knowing all that, Adam still walked into the pleasure house and offered himself on their chopping board. This was the most direct method he could think of. Of course, there were still other ways to deal with his targets, but that required far too much time, planning, and scheming. But why strategize when problems can be solved with fists? Suddenly, his eyes opened. Through his sphere of resonance, he could feel dozens of rank 1 magi approaching his private suite. However, none of them entered. A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes, and he muttered under his breath, "3. Apart from the owners of this pleasure house, another mana liquefaction magus was making his way toward him. Other than the Rollins couple, there shouldn't have been another rank 2 magus. Adam thought to himself, could this perhaps be a client? However, apart from his momentary surprise, there was no hint of nervousness in his countenance. He was fully confident in his capabilities to deal with these magi. The next moment, Adam couldn't help but grimace. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his eyes. A moment later, he looked down at his fingertips and saw that they were stained by blood. Adam's expression turned solemn. "I need to finish this quickly. The longer I use the lotus as the magical focus, the more damage I sustain." The next moment, his expression returned to usual when he heard the sound of footsteps coming in from the entrance of the suite. He turned his head and saw 4 figures walking in. The one at the front was Cade. Behind him were 2 men and 1 extremely beautiful woman. Adam's smile widened and he thought to himself, there they are, Atkin and Nara Rollins. His gaze then shifted to the third rank 2 magus. But who is that man? Cade approached Adam and stood before him. He put on a nervous smile and began, "My lord, please allow me to introduce the owners of the Velvet Dreams." Atkin Rollins, Adam muttered as he glanced at the middle-aged man wearing lavish golden robes. Then he looked at the mature, middle-aged woman with an exquisite temperament and charming looks, and added, "And Nara Rollins. I know who you are." Oh, Nara smiled seductively as she scrutinized Adam's appearance. "Seems like you've done your research quite thoroughly. Might I ask who you are?" Adam simply smiled. He wasn't worried about these magi seeing through his appearance. Firstly, they wouldn't be able to. Secondly, why should he be worried about people who were going to die? Hence, the youth ignored her and glanced at the young man with black hair and a pale skin complexion standing beside the couple. From the aura and vitality that Adam could sense from this young man, he could tell that the latter was no different in age than him. To be so young and already a mana liquefaction magus indicated the young man's great talent. "And you are?" Adam asked curiously. Nara's eyes flashed with a cold light upon being ignored by Adam in her own house. Atkin was also seething with rage. However, before either of them could respond, the young man had already taken a step forward and was staring at Adam with blatant hostility. "Don't you know how ungentlemanly it is to ignore a woman's question? Is that so?" Adam's lips formed a smirk. He got up from his seat and took a step toward this young man. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, "Then what are you gonna do about it?" The pale-skinned youth took a step back, but it wasn't out of fear. When he glanced at Adam's chubby and pockmarked face from up close, he was utterly revulsed by the sheer ugliness. "Bastard, who do you think you are speaking to me like that?" The young man's tone was oozing with killing intent. "It doesn't matter who I am," said Adam with a faint smile. He then glanced at Atkin and Nara Rollins, the owners of this pleasure house. "What matters is what I'm here for." Nara Rollins, after being ignored by Adam, already had a very bad impression of him. Hence, she didn't bother responding. She just continued to stare daggers at the youth. Atkin, on the other hand, had already decided to overlook that matter for the moment. Being the shrewd businessman that he was, he wanted to see if there was any benefit that he could get out of Adam. If not, he could just outright kill the youth. Hence, he stepped forward and asked with a friendly smile, "My fellow magus, before talking business, don't you think you should at least introduce yourself first? This is basic courtesy, after all." Adam looked at the man with raised eyebrows. Then, after a moment of pondering, he nodded. "You may call me Merlin." Of course, there was no way he was going to give his real name. Although he was certain that he was going to take out everyone present in the room, because of his cautious personality, he refrained from revealing his identity. That was also the reason why he was under disguise at the moment. Ah, so it was Magus Merlin, Atkins smiled. The next moment, his expression turned solemn. Might I ask, how did you come to the conclusion that we deal in slave trade? You do know that such illegal activities are banned in the Empire, don't you? Are you still going to feign ignorance? Adam asked, his tone laced with blatant mockery. However, Atkin, Nara, and the pale-skinned youth didn't reply. They simply stared at Adam, waiting for him to answer. Adam glanced at the couple for a long time. In the end, he sighed, is it not true that in the last decade, your establishment has procured at least 10,000 young women in the black market? The couple's eyes narrowed, and they couldn't help but involuntarily glance at each other. Nara's voice turned cold and she asked, where did you receive such false information? False. Adam glanced at the middle-aged woman and sneered. A little bird revealed to me this false information. Nara had had enough with the youth, but she was interrupted by him before she could speak a word. You kidnap women from the villages, towns, and cities from all over the empire and force them into a life of prostitution. Adam began, his eyes blazing with anger. Since the establishment of this filthy whorehouse, how many women's lives have you ruined? How many families have you destroyed? With each word that Adam spoke, the pent-up emotions that he had been bottling inside him slowly started to erupt. The things that he had read in the Brotherhood's intel about how this couple carried out their operations thoroughly disgusted him. He had never felt such revulsion toward another person before. By the way Adam was speaking, it had now become clear to the couple and the pale-skinned youth that this young man wasn't here to conduct business. If anything, it seemed that Adam had most likely come here to retaliate. They couldn't help but wonder the same thing. Was someone related to him forced into prostitution at the Velvet Dreams? The atmosphere was tense, and the trio couldn't help but glance at each other in slight apprehension. In each other's eyes, they saw the intention of completely eradicating this threat standing in front of them. There was no way that they would allow Adam to step foot outside this place, for if word got out that the Velvet Dreams was dealing in the slave trade, they would face severe ramifications. Well, it looks like you aren't here to trade in slaves, said Atkin with a cold smile. Isn't that right, Magus Merlin? Atkin, Nara, and the pale-skinned young man slowly surrounded Adam. While the entrance to the private suite had already been blocked by the dozens of rank 1 magi that worked here, however, Adam didn't stop them. He glanced at the couple and asked, why? Why did you do it? Why? Nara sneered. Because we can. Hearing her response, Adam couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Just because you can, you ruin the lives of countless young women. Just because you can, you forced them into selling their bodies so you could profit out of it. Just because you can, you killed them. Adam spoke the last sentence while gritting his teeth. There was a specific intel about this establishment that he had learned earlier today from Hudson. There were several other pleasure houses in the red light district, but all of them paled in comparison to the Velvet Dream. What was the reason? Surely, there couldn't be many differences between women who voluntarily chose to engage in this line of work compared to women who were forced into it. But then why was it that the Velvet Dream still came out on top? The reason was that the Rollins couple allowed their patrons to do whatever they wished with their courtesans, whatever they wished. As in, if the clients wanted, they could even butcher the women. Adam's eyes blazed with killing intent as he venomously glared at the Rollins couple. How depraved do you have to be to allow people to kill those innocent women? Was forcing them into prostitution not enough? Answer me, you sick bastards. The trio were visibly shocked when they heard Adam say such things. It was one thing for the youth to know about their dealing in the slave trade. However, except for them, no one knew that women were being slaughtered here. Of course, the clients who partook in this activity were the only other exceptions, but they were made to sign a mana contract, ensuring that such things were never disclosed to others. They would die before they could even reveal a hint. But for some reason, Adam was privy to everything going around inside the Velvet Dreams. This caused the Rollins couple's scalps to tingle. Now, they no longer thought of straight-up killing Adam. No, they first had to find out how this youth knew so much about them. However, the pale-skinned youth standing beside them was of a different mind. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered coldly, "You know too much." Adam glanced at him and spat through gritted teeth. "Rest assured, when I'm done with you, the whole empire will know of your..." Splurt, the youth couldn't finish what he was about to say when all of a sudden he felt a cold blade pierce his heart from behind. Adam was thunderstruck. He slowly lowered his head and saw a pitch-black dagger stained with his own blood jutting out from his chest. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he felt another presence slowly materialize behind him, one which he hadn't noticed since coming here. His lips parted and he muttered with immense struggle, "I am possible, another rank 2 magus." No, Atkin and Nara screamed in reluctance. The former glanced at the pale-skinned youth and asked agitatedly, "Lord Slade, why did you kill him? We still don't know how he was able to learn our secrets." For Atkin to refer to the youth, who was the same rank as him, as Lord must mean that this person had a very strong background. Slade glanced at the man and solemnly said, "Atkin, don't you find it weird that this lone magus dared to come here all by himself and threaten to kill us?" Nara protested angrily. For all we know, this man must have been overcome by anger and just decided to come here to avenge whoever it was that. However, she was interrupted when Slade stepped forward and gently squeezed her cheek. He then applied a little pressure and spoke coldly, "My dearest Nara, you forget who you're speaking to." Nara's eyes flashed with nervousness and she hurriedly apologized. Forgive me, my lord. I am just too tensed by the whole situation." Slade gently caressed the middle-aged woman's fair cheek and softly said, "Don't worry, dear. Whoever this Merlin is, I'll report it to Uncle and request him to deal with it." He paused for a moment before glancing at Atkin. After all, the secrets that his magus knows, if revealed to the world, would affect both of us. Atkin and Nara hurriedly nodded their heads. Slade then turned to glance at Adam, who still had a bewildered look on his face as he stared at the dagger jutting out from his chest, and asked, "Did you come here alone? Or perhaps your comrades are somewhere nearby?" Adam coughed out a mouthful of blood and he glared at Slade. "I'll kill you." Slade stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Looks like you won't be talking much." Adam didn't reply. He continued to glare venomously at the pale-skinned youth. Slade's eyes narrowed, and then he coldly ordered his guardian standing behind Adam, "Roy, finish him." "As you wish, my lord," replied the man clad in black. The man's eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he yanked the dagger out of Adam's chest. Then he kicked the youth's legs from behind, causing him to miserably fall to his knees. His curved dagger, now coated with mana, gleamed with a cold and menacing glint, and he swung his hand in one swift motion, aiming to decapitate Adam. But the next moment, something very peculiar happened. The black dagger seamlessly passed through Adam's neck. Roy's eyes narrowed when he realized that the sensation he felt just now was vastly different from what he was used to when he decapitated someone. Moreover, there was no blood coming out of Adam's neck. Instead, it was smoke. The next moment, Adam's entire body dissolved into gray smoke and dissipated into thin air, causing everyone inside the room to be shocked out of their minds. And then, Hand of Doom, one hit, splurt, blood and small pieces of mangled flesh spilled in all directions. Roy weakly lowered his head, his eyes flashing with confusion and panic. He saw a fist stained by his own blood and flesh jutting out from his chest. Moreover, there was a large, gaping hole in his upper body. His heart, lungs, and a few other organs had already been blasted to smithereens. What that was all he could manage to mutter before the lights in his eyes dimmed, and he lifelessly fell to the ground. Atkin, Nara, and Slade had frozen in absolute terror. One moment they thought that Adam had died, but the next moment they learned that they had been deceived. A rank 2 magus, a highly proficient assassin at that, had been killed in just one shot. After Roy's lifeless body miserably fell to the ground, a shadowy figure came into view. However, much to the trio's disbelief, it wasn't the chubby and pot-bellied magus that they were expecting to see. Instead, it seemed to be a young man with a medium build, neither too muscular nor too lean. He was wearing dark magus robes, and over it, he donned a black cape. Furthermore, he also wore a black, point hat on his head that curled slightly to the side at the top. Due to the lack of bright lights inside the private suite and the shadow cast by the brim of the pointy hat, this young man's facial features were not visible at all. The most striking feature about this youth, however, was his pair of eyes that had the pattern of a brilliant white lotus ingrained in them. Slade was the first to snap out of his daze. When he realized that he was dealing with a magus skilled in illusions, he instantly lost all his will to fight. He knew just how terrifying these magi could be in battle. Thus he hurriedly conjured a magic scroll from his space-type storage ring. Then without hesitation, he expended his mana into the scroll and tore it. The next moment he disappeared. When Adam saw this, his eyes narrowed. He thought to himself in surprise, teleportation, how decisive. Lord Slade, Atkin and Nara too came to their senses when they realized that the pale-skinned young man had decided to abandon them and flee. Then they nervously glanced at each other, and then at Adam. They couldn't help but wonder if the person standing in front of them was such a big threat that Slade had immediately decided to retreat. But when they realized that they had the advantage in numbers, their eyes shone with a hint of confidence. Clearly, 2 manhwarecaps magi and dozens of mana foundation magi should be enough to deal with the youth standing in front of them, or so they thought. Atkins was enraged at the fact that this person in front of them had deceived them. Even now, he still couldn't clearly see the young man's face. It was as if his face had been shrouded in a layer of shadows. The only thing he could see in those shadows was the pair of bright flower patterns. Atkin roared, "You filthy scum, reveal yourself. How dare you trick us?" Nara pointed her trembling finger at Adam and screeched, "You don't think you can step out of this place alive. You're trapped, you hear me? You've been completely surrounded." Adam's lips curled up into a malicious grin as he slowly took a step forward. His lips parted and he muttered with raging killing intent, "I'm not the one who's trapped. You are." Seeing Adam walk toward them with an evil grin on his face, Atkin and Nara couldn't help but tremble in fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. Something about the youth's presence caused their hearts to be gripped by terror. Furthermore, when they gazed at the white flower pattern in his jet black eyes, the fear in their hearts magnified exponentially. Before they or the rank 1 magi near the suite's entrance could even make a move, Adam raised his hand and performed a simple hand sign. Then the white lotus pattern in his eyes lit up with a glorious light. The couple couldn't help but squint their eyes. This otherworldly light was too bright for them. When the light receded and they opened their eyes again, they realized nothing had changed. Nara couldn't help but force a nervous laugh. Ha 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 ha, you're nothing, nothing. Atkin, on the other hand, had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He looked around in fear, wondering if he was inside yet another illusion. Had his senses deceived him, or was this reality? He couldn't tell. Finally, he understood why Slade had escaped without a shred of hesitation. A magus who majored in the School of Illusion was simply a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, Adam was a rank 2 magus. Nara glanced at her husband and screamed in panic, "W, what are you waiting for? Help me kill him." The next moment, she conjured a sword from her storage artifact and dashed toward the youth in a frenzy, her eyes flashing with a deranged light. Seeing this, Atkin shouted nervously, "Nara, wait." However, it was already too late. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk and he muttered a single word, "Come." The following moment, Adam's shadow seemed to have come alive. It squirmed on the ground, reaching upward. Before anyone knew what was happening, his shadow had already covered the entire suite. "Ah!" Nara screamed in fear as she watched Adam's shadow drown the room. "What is this? Shadow magic?" Atkin was the same. He looked around in horror. Adam's shadow had covered the floor. He was now afraid even to take a single step. Adam didn't give the couple a moment of respite. He waved his hand in an upward motion. Following that, countless dark tendrils emerged from his shadow. These tendrils had fear-inducing eyes with crimson pupils growing on their grotesque surfaces. These frightening eyes blinked a couple of times and then all gazed at the couple. Seeing all the crimson eyes stare at them malevolently, Acne and Nara's bodies shuddered. Everywhere they looked, they found these eyes staring right back at them. Their bodies froze in absolute horror, and they couldn't even think straight, forget casting a spell. They had never felt such fear in all their lives. The dark tendrils slowly slithered their way toward the couple, and in but a few moments they had completely surrounded them. Atkin and Nara had their backs against each other as they helplessly glanced at the waves of tendrils slowly approaching them from all sides. "W, what do we do?" Nara had completely broken down at this point. Tears streamed down her eyes and she shrieked, "I don't want to die. No, 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 I don't want to die." Atkin, on the other hand, was so horror-stricken that he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, his eyes filled with hope and he started screaming, "Merlin, wait, wait, I'll give you everything. Money, women, you name it, and name your price." A cold voice that seemed to originate from all around them suddenly spoke, too late for that. The next moment, the wave of dark tendrils completely submerged the couple. Some coiled around their legs, others coiled around their arms and torso, while a few even slid inside Atkin and Nara's mouths, choking them. Their bodies writhed in pain and agony as they felt the cold touch of death slowly gripping their necks. Crimson eyes and black tendrils. That was the last thing they witnessed before their eyes rolled back and they lost consciousness. The rank 1 magi who were blocking the entrance of the private suite were completely thunderstruck by what they had just witnessed. After Roy died and Slade teleported away from this place with the help of a magic scroll, they saw Adam slowly walk toward the owners of this establishment. Then they saw Adam raise his hand and perform a simple hand gesture. Following that, the scene that took place caused the rank 1 magi to not believe their eyes. They saw Atkin and Nara suddenly look around them in terror. Even though there was absolutely nothing or no one around them, they acted as if they had been surrounded by enemies on all sides. Meanwhile, Adam just silently stood before them. Within a few moments, Atkin and Nara were standing with their backs against each other, and then their bodies started to convulse and they fell to the ground. It was almost as if someone was pressing them to the ground and choking them, yet there was no one. The couple's bodies intensely jerked for about a minute before they lost consciousness and motionlessly lay on the ground. From the beginning to the end, all Adam did was simply perform a hand motion. But this simple gesture had brought to life the couple's darkest nightmares. This was the terror of the School of Illusion. Rank 2 spell, Chimerical. With this spell, Adam had crafted an illusion that took root directly inside the couple's minds. This spell included the sensation of sight, sound, and even touch. While the target was under this spell, they perceived the illusion to be extremely real. They began to justify any illogical outcomes that came from interacting with the illusion. The target became so convinced that the illusion was real that their brain tricked them into taking damage from the illusion. In Atkin and Nara's case, they saw the tendrils pinning them to the ground and choking them. As a result, their brains tricked them into feeling suffocated and gasping for air. Subsequently, they lost consciousness. Blood trickled down Adam's eyes, yet he remained steadfast. He hadn't killed the couple yet. He wouldn't give them such an easy death. The youth turned around and glanced at the dozens of rank 1 magi who were frozen in absolute horror. His eyes then landed on Cade, the keeper of this establishment. He raised his hand and pointed his finger at him. "Your turn." Cade, who had witnessed everything happen just now, was shocked out of his mind. So many things had happened in such little time that he didn't know how to react. First, he saw Adam getting stabbed by Roy, but that turned out to be false. Then he saw Adam, whose appearance had completely changed, suddenly appear behind Roy and instantly kill him. The fact that a rank 2 magus was so effortlessly killed caused him to be dumbfounded. Following that, he saw Salda teleport away from this place at the first chance he got. Then he witnessed his masters, Atkin and Nora Rollins, be targeted by some kind of mind-boggling spell and knocked out unconscious. Not only had Adam killed a rank 2 magus, he had also incapacitated 2 other magi of the same rank in quick successions. He couldn't help but think to himself, since when did mana liquefaction mate I become so easy to deal with? Such fighting prowess was completely unheard of. But when Adam stepped forward and pointed at him, saying that it was his turn to now die, he snapped back to his senses. His teeth clattered in horror, wondering if he would really meet his end tonight. But when he realized that there were at least 20 magi on his side, his heart couldn't help but give birth to hope and confidence. No, we can still beat him, he screamed in his heart. Without waiting a moment longer, he hurriedly started prepping for his spell. At the same time, he roared, "Everyone, drown him with your attacks." Now, at once a flurry of spells was launched toward Adam. Lightning bolts, earthen spikes, acid blobs, ice shards, flaming orbs, everything that the rank 1 magi could muster, they shot them toward Adam with unmatched fury. Boom! A loud explosion took place on the second floor of the Velvet Dreams, causing the people inside as well as outside to be utterly shocked. Such a thing had never happened before. The customers, courtesans, and the staff of the pleasure house were completely taken aback by this sudden development. Security within the Velvet Dreams was so tight that no magus would be able to cause such chaos here. Of course, if it was a mana vortex magus, then it would be a different matter altogether. But a magus of such standing would never visit this establishment in the first place. The people couldn't help but wonder just what in the world was going on. Meanwhile, a large crowd had already gathered outside, looking at the small area on the second floor where the explosion had just gone off. Am I seeing things? Someone's fighting inside the Velvet Dreams. Are they tired of living? The wave of panic chatter flushed through the crowd as they looked toward the second floor with shock, nervousness, and even excitement. People loved drama, after all. The surge of emotions and adrenaline that they got out of witnessing conflicts was far too thrilling and engaging. Not to mention the sense of pleasure they derived from seeing others experience trouble. All in all, it was very entertaining to watch. Inside the private suite on the second floor, the place that Adam had been standing on was completely drowned in spells, causing the area to be covered in dust and debris. Cade watched on with rapt focus, wondering if they had managed to kill Adam. The rank 1 magi around him were the same. Their hearts pounded wildly inside their chests as they strained their eyes, waiting for the dust to clear. But when it did, all they saw was a charred crater. Adam was nowhere to be seen. What? Impossible. I swear I saw him being hit by the spells. Where is he? The magi looked around in sheer panic. Whereas Cade's body started to intensely tremble, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, another illusion. Indeed. The next moment he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. Following that, he felt a firm hand tightly grab the top of his head. Cade didn't even need to turn around to see just who this person was. He already knew. His body shuddered violently and tears started streaming down his eyes. Please, 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 why? Why are you doing this? Because I can, Adam sneered. The following moment, his grip on Cade's skull tightened and he viciously yanked his head, along with his spine, out of his body. Cade's headless body, now unable to be supported by his vertebrae, fell to the ground in a mangled and deformed manner. Adam then turned around and glanced at the rest of the rank 1 magi with an indifferent expression. When they saw this youth still holding Cade's head in his hand, they were overcome by unprecedented terror. The way that Cade had been murdered caused their scalps to tingle. And the young man who had carried out this inhumane act had done it so casually that they couldn't help but wonder if this person was a human or a devil. When Adam looked into the eyes of these magi, he saw that they no longer had any will to fight. Part of him wanted to murder these foul magi who had partaken in the pleasure house's operations for so many years, but the other part couldn't allow him to engage in reckless slaughter. In the end, he chucked Cade's head at them and coldly muttered, "Leave." The magi were flabbergasted. They were sure that they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. They were certain that Adam would kill them. But now when they heard the young man, they couldn't help but involuntarily glance at one another and wonder if they had heard wrong. "Leave," Adam roared. The mana pressure and the indomitable aura radiating from him caused all the magi to cough blood. They started to bleed from their facial orifices, gazing at the young man in front of them in abject horror. Then, without waiting a moment longer, they got to their feet and ran as fast as they could. Their legs erupted with newfound strength as they sought to get as far away as possible from the youth. Seeing the last of them leave the private suite, Adam couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if letting them go was the right decision, but he found it beneath himself to kill those who had already given up. He then turned around and glanced at the unconscious bodies of Atkin and Nara. His eyes gleamed with a vicious light, and he mumbled, "But as long as you both die, then it will all be worth it." The following moment, the lotus pattern in his eyes lit up and he performed yet another simple hand sign. Then the space behind him tore open and a direct portal to the spirit world was formed. Out of this portal, about a dozen hidden servants rushed out and respectfully knelt down before the youth. Adam gave each of them 2 potions of explosion and instructed, "Go, burn this place to the ground." With sheer reverence, the hidden servants accepted the vials containing orange liquid and left the suite, each going in a different direction. The next moment, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared in front of Adam. He looked at the youth and solemnly asked, "What do you want me to do, brother?" Adam pointed at the couple and stated, "Keep guard. If anyone comes to retrieve them, kill them on sight." Valerian's topaz eyes flashed with a cold light. Understood. Adam then turned around and walked out of the suite. The young dragon couldn't help but ask, "Brother, where are you headed?" The youth turned around and faintly smiled. To liberate. The hidden servant summoned by Adam dashed through the building and started throwing potions of explosions in certain key areas. A series of explosions rang throughout the establishment, causing the people inside and outside to be completely stunned. The once lavishly adorned pleasure house descended into utter chaos as explosions blasted through its walls. Its serene ambience was shattered in an instant, replaced by the deafening roar of detonations and the smell of smoke and burning fabric. Panic spread like wildfire among the patrons and the staff working at the pleasure house. Screams for help echoed through the corridors as people scrambled for safety. The floor beneath trembled with each explosion. Moreover, the sound of glass shattering and the walls tumbling made the atmosphere even more hellish. In the private suites on the second floor, patrons and courtesans stumbled over each other as they desperately tried to escape. The expressions on the faces of the patrons were filled with fear and panic, but the courtesans, their eyes could be seen flashing with hope. On the first floor, the scene was even more frantic. Near the main entrance, a stampede of people pressed against each other, trying to get out. Some even broke open windows and leaped out, disregarding everything. The pleasure house behind them had been covered in flames. It was a storm of panic and destruction. Outside the establishment, a large number of crowd had gathered. They were all people that had just escaped from this hellish place. A large number of people had congregated from elsewhere after hearing the large commotion. When they arrived and witnessed the scene of this 3-story building covered in flames, they were speechless. After some inquiry, they found out that there had been a huge battle on the second floor of the building, and before anyone knew it, the entire place was engulfed in flames. Some workers of the pleasure house claimed to see crystal vials containing orange liquids levitating in the air and smashing against the walls and curtains inside. Others exaggerated this scene even more and argued that it was the spirit of the dead that had come to seek revenge, burning this building to the ground. Amidst the crowd, a few dozen magi stood out. Unlike the others who were standing and witnessing this mind-blowing scene unfold, they were hastily running far away from this place. These were the same people who had just witnessed Adam brutally murder Cade, a rank 2 magi, Roy, and incapacitate the owners of the pleasure house, Atkin and Nara Rowlands. They couldn't believe that the madman had actually burned this place to the ground. Without even casting another glance at the Velvet Dreams, these magi scurried in different directions, aiming to leave the red light districtno, the city of Acreona, as soon as possible. At another place near the crowd, a group of courtesans clung to each other, their faces pale and their eyes shining with great expectation. A young elf couldn't help but ask her friends as tears streamed down her eyes, "Is it over? Are we finally free?" None of the other courtesans replied. They didn't know the answer. They continued to stare at this building, this cage that had restricted their freedom for all these years, now being bathed in flames and slowly burning to the ground. In the dungeon built directly below the establishment, a group of about a dozen magi had erupted in panic. When they felt the explosions going off above them, they knew something had gone terribly wrong. After all, something like this had never happened in the Velvet Dreams before. This establishment was owned and run by 2 mighty rank 2 magi, and according to some rumors, there was even a rank 3 magi secretly supporting this business from the shadows. Taking all this into consideration, there was no sane man who would try to destroy this place, but the constant rumblings happening above ground and the dust and debris falling from the ceiling told them otherwise. A middle-aged man glanced at his comrades and nervously gulped. Shall we go and take a look upstairs?" "Are you crazy? Let's just run," another magi said. But the man turned back around and glanced at the rows of prison cells behind him. "What about them? We were told to strictly guard." His words came to an abrupt halt when they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the dungeon entrance. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads and glanced at the imposing black gate. From the footsteps, they could infer that it was only one person. But was it an ally or an enemy? They didn't know. They glanced at each other and saw the fear and nervousness in each other's eyes. Then they finally came to a decision. The group of magi brandished their weapons and readied their material components, preparing for battle. With bated breaths, they sensed the sound of footsteps coming closer and closer, until finally the gate was unlocked and it creaked open. A figure wearing well-fitted black robes and donning a black cape came into view. This man walked with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly approached the dozen magi. He wore a black pointy hat on his head. His facial expressions were concealed. The magi couldn't make out how he looked. However, they could see a pair of jet black eyes shining with a white lotus pattern. Moreover, there were 2 streaks of bloody tears trickling down his face. Adam coldly glanced at these magi who were looking at him with incredulous expressions. Leave or die. A moment of silence ensued before the group of magi burst into laughter. Although they could sense that this person in front of them was very likely to be ranked 2 magus based on the mana signature radiating from him. So what? A dozen rank 1 magi was more than enough to deal with a single rank 2 magus. Oi, bastard. A bald, middle-aged man pointed his finger at Adam. What's happening upstairs? Is it your comrades doing? Adam didn't reply to this man. He glanced at everybody and a moment later he nodded to himself. So you've chosen death. The next moment, before the group of magi could even react, Adam had already cast his spell. Rank 1 spell, Magic Missile. 4 orbs of pure mana shot toward the group of rank 1 magi. Their laughter came to an abrupt halt, replaced by wails of torment. In but a few moments, the heads of these magi had been viciously pierced by the magic missiles. They had all died. Adam stepped over the corpses of these people who had dared to underestimate him and had now paid with their lives. Then he stood in front of the rows of prison cells and gazed at the shadowy silhouettes of people within them. His lips parted and he softly muttered, "It's time." Hundreds of female slaves who were huddled inside their cells were stunned by the sudden scene unfolding before them. A black-robed magus, whose facial appearance they couldn't make out, entered the dungeon and instantly killed the dozen rank 1 magi guarding the cells. The speed and ruthlessness with which this magus had killed the rest had thoroughly shocked them. Their eyes were wide with fear and disbelief as they glanced at the fresh corpses of the magi and then back at the newcomer. Their haggard faces and tattered clothes spoke of prolonged suffering and hopelessness. As they saw this magus wearing a black pointy hat appear before them, a mixture of hope and astonishment rippled through the hearts of these women. However, there was still fear lingering in their eyes. "It's time," they heard the magus softly mutter. 4 orbs of pure mana orbited around Adam as he glanced at these pitiful women. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions: grief, anger, sympathy, and finally relief. With a wave of his hand, the 4 magic missiles zoomed through the air and destroyed the locks of the dozens of cells situated in this underground dungeon. After destroying the locks, the magic missiles entered the cells one by one. Under the surprised yelps of the women, the spell destroyed each and everyone's shackles and chains with deadly accuracy before finally dissipating into the air. The slaves were completely stunned by what had just happened. They were initially hesitant, but when they realized that their restraints were truly gone, they couldn't help but burst into tears. Yet none of them dared to come out of their cells. They stared at Adam with wariness. Despite the youth breaking them free, they refused to come near him. Seeing the terror in their eyes, Adam's heart tightened. He found himself involuntarily clenching his fists, thinking to himself, just how much suffering did you have to go through? He took a deep breath and spoke with a gentle voice, "You're free now." That word struck the chords of the hundreds of women who were gazing at Adam. Their bodies involuntarily trembled upon hearing his words. They had never hoped of ever hearing that word again. Free. One by one, the women started to come out of their cells. The number was minuscule at first, but slowly they gained their confidence and stepped out, standing in the long corridor, timidly facing Adam. A young human mustered her courage and stepped forward. She glanced at Adam's countenance, which was covered by a layer of illusory smoke. She couldn't make out his appearance, but she could see the tears of blood streaming down his blurry face. The woman's lips quivered and she asked, Who are you?" Adam glanced at her and faintly smiled, "No one." Then he raised his hand and pointed at the secret exit on the other side of the dungeon. "Hurry, you all must leave before this place collapses." Another woman stepped forward and asked with apprehension, But what about the guards? We can't fight them. I've already dealt with them." Adam spoke gently. He glanced at everyone present and nodded. "Now go." With that said, he turned around and ran back the way he had come from. His job here was done. Now all that remained was the final act. The hundreds of women watched Adam's departing back with tearful eyes. They had never dreamed of seeing the light of day. To them, it was a foregone conclusion that they would die within the walls of this very building. But now, all of a sudden, this magus appeared out of nowhere and set them free. For the rest of their lives, the image of this mysterious magus who cried tears of blood would forever be etched inside their hearts. They cast one final glance in the direction that Adam had run off to before turning around and escaping the dungeon. Through the sea of flames and the falling debris, Adam finally made his way back toward the private suite where he had fought the rank 2 magi earlier. Upon entering, he was surprised to see fresh new corpses of magi sprawled across the ground. They had vicious claw marks all over their bodies. Some had their limbs missing, while others had large gaping holes in them. It seemed that they had died a very gruesome death. Adam glanced at Valerian, who was standing before the unconscious Atkin and Nara, and asked, "These guys came to rescue them." Valerian nodded. "That's right, brother." Adam glanced at all the new corpses, numbering close to a dozen, and couldn't help but wonder in slight surprise just how many Mana Foundation magi did this couple employ. He then crouched down beside Valerian and gently patted his furry head. "You did well." Valerian glanced at the white lotus pattern in the youth's eyes. Then he glanced at the tears of blood that streamed down endlessly. "Brother, you should stop," he said with an extremely pained expression. Hearing the concern in his voice, Adam's heart warmed. "Don't worry, I'm almost done." Valerian deeply glanced at the youth before nodding his head. Then he turned into a gray flash of light and disappeared inside the former's spirit sea. As soon as the young dragon left, Adam's soft and gentle expression slowly crumbled, replaced by cold indifference. His gaze landed on the Roland's couple, his eyes spewing unbridled killing intent. He got to his feet and walked toward them. Then he coated his finger with mana and viciously stabbed certain areas on their bodies. The couple's body trembled under Adam's attack. The places his finger had stabbed were now flowing with blood. Despite that, the couple still hadn't woken up. Seeing that, Adam's lips curled up into a cold smile. He had just pressed dozens of points on their bodies, each point accurately aligning with their mana channels. What he had done was effectively prevent the couple from using mana for a short period of time. "All right then," Adam coldly muttered. He then grabbed the couple by the hair and dragged them through the charred ground. Time to finish this. The night sky was lit up with the sinister glow of flames as the velvet dreams slowly burned to the ground. Thick plumes of black smoke and tongues of red inferno reached upward toward the sky, carrying the smell of burning wood and fabric with them. The fire had been burning for quite a while now, and a large crowd had already gathered in front of the velvet dreams. Their faces, illuminated by the bright flames, displayed expressions of shock and panic. Eyes widened in disbelief. They watched as the once opulent and most visited pleasure house in the red light district was engulfed in flames. Cries of anxiety and whispers of fear swept through the crowd as they laid their eyes on this incredulous scene unfolding before them. "How could this happen?" a man asked, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. Another person standing beside him replied, "I overheard one of the staff saying there was a big fight between mana liquefaction magi on the second floor. One thing led to the other, and now." The person didn't need to finish. Everything was laid bare before them for all to see. Suddenly, someone from the crowd asked, "What about the people inside? Have all of them managed to evacuate? I'm not sure." Such a large fire, surely some must have died. Indeed, all of a sudden, surprised shrieks could be heard coming from a side of the gathered crowd. When everyone turned their heads in that direction, they found that it was the courtesans who used to work at the Velvet Dreams. They saw that these women were pointing at a certain place right beside the burning Velvet Dreams. When the people turned their heads in the direction these women were pointing toward, they witnessed something that caused them to be thunderstruck. Perhaps this scene to them was countless times more shocking than watching the Velvet Dreams burn to the ground. They saw a hidden underground tunnel door suddenly open right beside the burning building, and from this entrance, countless women with pale, emaciated faces and wearing tattered clothes emerged. Seeing the deep and ghastly marks on these women's wrists and necks, the crowd was absolutely stunned. Some of them were so shocked that they couldn't find the right words to speak. As the people watched these pitiful women emerge from the underground tunnel and walk toward the other courtesans standing in the crowd, they erupted into a loud and clamorous chatter. "It can't be. These women. They've been imprisoned under this pleasure house all this while. Impossible. Are you saying the Velvet Dreams has been?" The people in the crowd were afraid to say the words. They knew just how terrible of a crime it was to engage in this illegal activity. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a squadron of magi wearing silver armor and red capes made their way through. The one leading them was a tall and muscular middle-aged man with blonde hair and light blue eyes. When the crowd glanced at this man, they were shocked. "Lord Whitmore." The surrounding people blurted out in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with respect and admiration. This man belonged to the enforcement agency of Akrian, known as the Sentinels. Whitmore was indifferent to the reactions of the crowd. He coldly glanced at the burning three-story building in front of him. Then he scanned the crowd, his gaze finally landing on the large number of women that had just arisen from the tunnel. His eyes squinted, and the next moment he walked toward them. He appeared in front of an elven woman and carefully observed her. Pale skin, whip marks, sunken eyes, wrist and neck marks, haggard physique. Whitmore thought to himself as his fist involuntarily clenched. "Young miss," he tried to speak as gently as he could. "Can you tell me what happened?" The elven young woman flinched at first before hurriedly hiding behind her friend. Seeing such a reaction, Whitmore's fists clenched even tighter. A courtesan who worked at the Velvet Dreams mustered her courage and finally spoke up for all the women, her voice choking with boundless pent-up emotions. "The Velvet Dreams, they bought us from the underground black market. They took away our freedom, our dreams, our everything. Her pain-filled words resounded through the place. Hearing her words, the crowd was stupefied. A few moments of silence ensued with the only sound of timbers burning and debris falling heard in the background. Then the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Impossible. The Velvet Dreams has been engaging in the slave trade. How long have they been doing this? What were the authorities doing till now? Whitmore's eyes turned bloodshot and a murderous aura started emanating from him, causing the people standing around him to suffocate. He spat through gritted teeth. Those despicable scums, how dare they? My lord, please control yourself. A magus from the Sentinel gulped nervously, trying to calm Whitmore down. Realizing that his sudden burst of emotions was affecting the people around him, Whitmore immediately withdrew his aura and promptly apologized. Has everyone safely made it out? He then asked the elven woman. I don't know about the others, she began, but all the courtesans that were working tonight have already evacuated. What about the customers? Whitmore asked. The elf paused for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. Whitmore was about to interrogate her further, trying to understand what had caused the Velvet Dreams to be reduced to such a mess. But suddenly, another round of shocked cries swept through the crowd. Oh my goodness, isn't that? That's the couple who owns the Velvet Dreams. But who is that man? Whitmore turned his head, and the scene that greeted his eyes caused him to freeze in astonishment. On the roof of the burning building, a magus wearing black robes and a black pointy hat had suddenly made his presence known. This magus was viciously grabbing onto the hair of Atkin and Nara Rollins and dragging them to the edge of the roof. When Whitmore witnessed this scene, his pupils constricted. From what he could tell, the owners of the Velvet Dreams had engaged in the trading of slaves. For that, they had to be severely punished according to the laws of the Empire. However, from the way things were proceeding, Whitmore had a very strong feeling that this black-robed magus was planning to take the laws into his own hands. The next moment, he coated his legs in mana and vaulted toward the roof of the burning building. His entire being emanated the terrifying aura of a rank 2 magus. Stop right there. He roared, hand these two to the authorities this instant. Adam glanced at the approaching Whitmore with calm eyes. Then he performed a hand gesture and pointed his palm toward the blonde man who was only a few meters in the air away from him. Rank 2 spell, gravity repulsion. As Whitmore vaulted through the air, he stretched out his hand, aiming to take down Adam. From up close, he was stunned to see the youth's appearance. He couldn't make out his facial features at all. It seemed to be concealed by a layer of illusory smoke. What really surprised him was the white flower patterns in his jet black eyes, along with the blood that was streaming from them. But the next moment, he saw Adam calmly lift his hand and point his palm toward him, casting a spell. And then it hit him. Rank 2 spell, gravity repulsion. It was an intense and disorienting experience, to say the least. A wave of invisible energy made contact with his body that was in mid-air. Whitmore felt as if an invisible hand had suddenly struck him with tremendous power. He was shocked, physically and mentally. The man was completely unprepared for the sudden change in force. Whitmore felt a brief moment of weightlessness as the repulsion force counteracted the gravity. This disorientation caused a sense of vertigo, throwing his equilibrium off, and then he was propelled away. As the wind brushed past him, howling in his ears, his eyes flashed with disbelief and even hints of fear. Only one thought echoed inside his mind before he was slammed back to the ground. Gravity magic. Boom. The crowd that had just witnessed the scene was shocked out of their minds. So many things had happened in such quick succession that they felt like they were overdosing on dopamine and adrenaline. First, they saw countless emaciated women emerging from underground, hinting at the fact that the Velvet Dreams may have been engaging in the slave trade all this while. Then they saw a mysterious black-robed magus, whose face they couldn't see, appear at the rooftop of the burning building, dragging Atkin and Nara Rollins by the hair. Finally, they saw Lord Whitmore, a well-respected and powerful magus from the Sentinels, launch toward the black-robed magus to retrieve the Rollins couple. But immediately after, they saw the blonde man be struck by a very peculiar kind of magic spell cast by the black-robed magus. When they saw Whitmore lying down miserably on the ground before them, they couldn't help but be utterly astonished. The remaining squadron of magi of the Sentinel hurriedly approached Whitmore in panic and shock. My lord, are you all right? A magus helped the man to his feet. Whitmore didn't reply to him. He continued to glare at Adam with eyes blazing with fury. He pointed his finger at the youth and screamed, assaulting a Sentinel magus is a crime. Surrender yourself and hand over the Rollins couple. Adam lowered his head and glanced at him with amusement. Surrender myself. Hand over this despicable couple. You wish. He completely ignored the man. The next moment, he cast a series of hand gestures and then stamped his foot on the roof. Following that, 2 horizontal pillars materialized from the wall beneath him. Then, the youth took out 2 ropes from his earring and casually started to tie them around Atkin and Nara's necks. When the crowd witnessed this scene, their eyes popped out of their eye sockets. This madman, is he trying to hang them? Right in front of the Sentinels. Does he have a death wish? When Whitmore saw what Adam was trying to do, his eyes turned bloodshot. Immense rage welled up in his heart as he instructed the other magi sentinels stop him. But before he could finish what he was about to say, something strange occurred. The women who had recently emerged from the underground tunnel hurriedly stood in front of Whitmore and the sentinels, blocking their way. Seeing this, not only the sentinels but even the crowd and the other courtesans were dumbfounded. "What are you lot doing?" Whitmore screamed at the top of his lungs. "Step aside this instant." Yet the women didn't move. Their bodies trembled in fear seeing the sentinels draw their swords and prepare to cast spells. Despite that, they didn't move. Why? Whitmore couldn't understand just what had gotten into these women. A human mustered all the courage and strength she could and spoke, "Because that man freed us." Seeing one person speak, the others too gained confidence. That's right. If you want to harm him, you have to go through us. That Magus is our savior." When Whitmore and the rest of the sentinels heard these women claim that Adam had freed them from the dungeon, they couldn't help but falter. The sentinels glanced at Whitmore with complicated looks, seemingly waiting for his decision. Whitmore, on the other hand, didn't know how to react. He glanced at the woman in front of him and asked incredulously, "That madman is your savior?" Yes, all the women blocking the sentinels spoke in unison. Whitmore's fists clenched and unclenched several times. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he looked up and saw that Adam had already hung the Roland's couple by the necks from the pillars. Feeling their necks being viciously choked and their flesh burning from the flames around them, the couple had finally come to. The scene was nightmarish and chaotic. Everyone that had gathered before the burning velvet dreams watched with wide eyes at the Roland's couple dangling from the pillars. Ropes tightened cruelly around their necks, cutting off their air supply. Their bodies twisted and jerked in a desperate and instinctual struggle. The couple tried to gather mana to cast spells, but much to their horror, they found that they were unable to access their mana. Flames from the surroundings crept closer, burning their clothes and eventually their skin, further adding to their torment. The pain of choking and burning simultaneously overwhelmed them. Silence descended upon the crowd once again as they watched the Roland's couple silently scream. The sentinels glanced at the couple whose movements had now gotten extremely weak. Then they glanced at Whitmore, waiting for his orders. "My lord, A. Magus called out." However, Whitmore didn't reply. Instead, he deeply stared at Adam, who was indifferently glancing at the Roland's couple slowly dying. "Lord Whitmore," the Magus called out yet again. "Hold your ground," said Whitmore after some consideration. In but a few moments, the Roland's couple's bodies that had once been thrashing about desperately now hung limp from the ropes, consumed by the fire that raged around them. Soon the ropes too caught fire, and before anyone knew it, the corpses of the couple fell to the ground. However, no one glanced at them. Instead, they all looked at Adam, who was still standing on the roof of the burning building. A gust of wind blew, causing the youth's black cape to gently flutter. Behind him, the twin moons shone with an ethereal glow, bearing witness to all that happened. This incident would forever be imprinted in the hearts of all the people who had gathered here. Whitmore, while still gazing at Adam, asked the women in front of him, did he say who he was? None of the women replied, because they didn't know. Suddenly, a young elf in her early 20s stepped forward. With tearful eyes, she glanced at Adam's black robes, his black cape, as well as his black pointy hat. Tears streamed down her face, and she spoke with profound relief and happiness. "He cried tears of blood as he set us free from our shackles. He avenged the spirits of all my sisters who died within those walls. He brought to justice those two evil doers. It doesn't matter what his name is, but what he represents. Black vengeance." Somewhere hidden in the crowd, Slade witnessed the brutal execution of his business partners, Atkin and Nara, with a horrified expression on his face. When he saw Adam hang them on the pillar, his mind froze in shock. He couldn't believe that the youth was actually able to deal with rank 2 magi. The reason why he had escaped at the beginning was because of his cautious nature, but never in his wildest imagination had he thought that Adam would be able to take care of Atkin and Nara so efficiently. Not only that, but the youth had also managed to burn the pleasure house to the ground at the same time. Furthermore, when he saw Adam effortlessly thwart the advances of Whitmore, a well-known mana liquefaction magus in Akrian, he knew that the youth was the real deal. Slade fearfully glanced at Adam, who was victoriously standing on the roof of the burning building, thinking to himself, "Damn it, now that the existence of the slave trade has been revealed, we're in a world of trouble." He nervously gulped as he started covertly retreating. "I must inform Uncle of this development as soon as possible." Without raising any suspicions whatsoever, the pale-skinned youth gradually made his way out of the crowd and left the red light district. In another area in the crowd, a tan-skinned middle-aged man witnessed the scene before him with wide eyes. This person was none other than Hudson Carr. Despite the heat from the searing flames coming from the burning building in front of him, the man's tunic was drenched in sweat. To say that he was shocked would be a major understatement. He looked at Adam standing on the rooftop and couldn't help but think to himself, this madman. What has he done? When he had relayed the mission details to Adam, he hadn't expected the young man to create such a big ruckus. This was not how the Twilight Brotherhood operated. Members of the Brotherhood liked to remain behind the scenes, working from the shadows. However, what Adam had done was completely the opposite. Although Hudson was bewildered by Adam's method of carrying out the mission, at the same time, he couldn't help but admire the youth. After all, to immobilize an enemy was far more difficult than killing one. Not to mention, Adam was able to incapacitate two rank 2 magi. But what shocked Hudson even more was how easily Adam had dealt with Whitmore. Witnessing all this, he couldn't help but be deeply impressed by the youth's fighting prowess. In his opinion, the Brotherhood could greatly benefit from recruiting a magus such as Adam. But the next moment, his eyes flashed with complicated emotions. But how will the higher-ups take this? Will they overlook the things that he has done to achieve his objective? I highly doubt it. The mission Adam was given was to take care of the owners of the Velvet Dreams. How the youth did it was also a kind of test. This would allow the higher-ups of the Brotherhood to have an idea about just what kind of a person Adam was. A person's actions reveal a lot about themselves, after all. It was true that Adam had successfully accomplished his mission, but at the same time, he had also burned the pleasure house to the ground. Although Hudson had overheard that all the courtesans that worked at this establishment, as well as the slaves that had been imprisoned underground, had managed to safely evacuate. But what about the rest? There were quite a few patrons that were inside the building while it was being burned to the ground. There were bound to be some casualties. Hudson didn't know whether the Brotherhood would approve of Adam's actions. He had been an agent for this secret society for decades now. He knew the mentality of the higher-ups within the organization. They wouldn't be pleased with the fact that people had to die for the mission to be accomplished. While he was lost in thought, dozens of magi from the Sentinels had already approached the burning building and surrounded it from all sides. Lord Whitmore, after witnessing that other rank 2 magi had arrived at the scene, could no longer just stay put. Under the reluctant gazes of the freedwomen, the blond man stepped forward and screamed, "We have you surrounded from all sides. Surrender yourself." Adam deeply glanced at Whitmore. This man could have stopped him from hanging the Rowlands couple, but he hadn't. He couldn't help but come to acknowledge Whitmore. The youth knew that if the Rowlands couple were handed to the authority, they would at most be given a lifetime imprisonment. It was highly unlikely that they would be executed for their crimes. Adam's gaze stayed on the man for a few moments before he looked at the rest of the magi clad in silver armor and red capes. There were dozens of these magi, and they had completely surrounded him. There was no way for him to escape. However, Adam wasn't flustered in the least. If he had dared to cause such a large commotion, naturally he had planned out his escape route. After glancing at all the magi from the Sentinel, Adam's gaze then landed on the women that he had freed. He could only hope that these women would be able to live better lives from now on. Time to go. He then cast his gaze toward Whitmore and nodded ever slightly, taking the latter by surprise. Suddenly he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Perhaps this can make things a little easier for me. Under the startled looks of the Sentinels, he cast hand signs and sacrificed material components, preparing his spell. "Don't you dare. Hurry, stop him. Stop right there." The Sentinels dashed toward the rooftop of the burning building, but it was too late. Rank 2 spell, invisible. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Adam's body slowly started becoming obscured. Before he completely vanished, he raised his hand in the air and clenched it into a fist. He took a deep breath and screamed for all to hear, "Long live the Empire." The following day, the entire city of Akrian buzzed with the shocking news of one of the most famous pleasure houses in the Red Light District, the Velvet Dreams, burning to the ground, and the subsequent liberation of the slaves imprisoned within it. Word quickly spread through the streets, carried by the lips of every man, woman, and child. In the bustling Grand Bazaar in the outer city, small groups of people huddled together, speaking in hushed and excited tones. A middle-aged woman spoke with admiration sparkling in her eyes. "Did you hear about the vigilante?" "How could I have not?" A man replied excitedly. "They're calling him Black Vengeance." "Ah, what an appropriate name," marveled another person. "They said he dressed in black from head to toe and even had the blessing of the twin moons, Selene and Luna. He's a true hero if you ask me," a man exclaimed, taking down that despicable couple that imprisoned innocent women for who knows how many years. At another location within the market, a group of merchants were also discussing Adam's deeds of last night. "It's about time someone took action," said a plump merchant dressed in lavish clothes. The people around him shared the same sentiment. "HMPH, we've needed heroes like him for a long time. This is what a magus should be like." "Hear, hear." In one of the taverns located in the outer city, the patrons debated in a very lively manner. They leaned over tables, ale mugs in hand, discussing the actions of the Black Vengeance with great enthusiasm, burning the whole place to the ground. A man grumbled as he slammed his mug on the round wooden table. "Isn't that going a little too far?" Another man, a middle-aged dwarf, stroked his beard and replied with complicated emotions. "Indeed, his actions make him no different than the evildoers that he killed." "That's right." A drunken man from the side commented, "I even heard there were a few casualties inside the building Hikupas." A a result of the building burning. However, he was viciously interrupted by one of the barmaid who was overhearing their conversation from the other side of the room. "Shut your mouth," she retorted. "He freed those slaves. Did you see how many of them there were? How dare you fault him for that?" Another woman chimed in, "That's right. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire." The drunken man who had made the previous comment shrunk back, but it's a fact that some people died in there. HMPH, the barmaid harumphed. "The people who go to such places and engage in such indecent actions aren't your model citizens either. Haven't you heard? There's a rumor going around that the Rollins couple allowed their patrons to kill the courtesans blatantly. What the Black Vengeance did was the right thing. If it were me, I would have dealt with all those perverted bastards." HMPH. However, within the walls of the inner city, it was a different story altogether. Here, the reactions were mixed. Wealthy nobles and powerful magi discussed the events of last night with unease. "Such actions cannot be condoned," said an elderly magus who was having a meal with some friends in an opulent restaurant. "They undermine the rule of law that the empire has set down. More often than not, they can lead to chaos." Yet within the same restaurant, a group of young magi, hailing from affluent families, could be seen whispering amongst each other with reluctant approval. "I must admit, it was disgusting what they did to those poor women," said a young woman. "The fact that the Rollins couple were able to continue with such illegal activities for so long is very concerning." Another young magus couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. "Perhaps this will prompt the enforcement authorities to act more decisively from now on. We can only hope." The atmosphere in Akrian was filled with mixed emotions. Streets and alleys that previously used to be quiet were now filled with lively conversations. Even now, in the red light district, people would walk up to the burned-out remains of the Velvet Dreams and talk about how viciously the Rollins couple had been hung and burned to their deaths here. The magi from the Sentinels, donning their silver armor and red cape, could be seen guarding this place. They were going through the remains of the building, hoping to find any clues on the vigilante named Black Vengeance. However, everything would turn out to be futile in the end. In every nook and cranny of the city, the Black Vengeance's actions from last night were the topic of the hour. Some admired him, calling him a true hero, while others admonished him, calling him a dangerous outlaw. Last night's event had thoroughly touched the city to its core. Everyone in the city, even the most ignorant, now knew of the magus called Black Vengeance. Meanwhile, the man in question was leisurely strolling through the cobblestone streets of the city harbor. Unlike every other day, however, today Adam was wearing loose white robes instead of his usual attire, for obvious reasons. The breeze from the ocean brushed past him, making his raven hair gently flutter. The youth breathed in the salty air with a faint smile on his face. He grabbed the wine gourd hanging from his waist, uncorked it, and took a large swig. "Ha, it tastes surprisingly good today." Suddenly, he saw a small group of sentinels approaching him from the front. Their expressions were solemn, and their hands were on the hilts of their swords. Adam remained calm as ever. When this group of red-caped magi was only a few meters away from him, he suddenly stepped to the side and politely made way for them. The sentinels only glanced at him for a moment before walking away, seemingly in search of the magus who had turned the entire city upside down. Adam glanced at these magi's departing back, his lips curling up into a mocking smirk. When he turned back around and was about to head toward his destination, he found that a figure was already standing in front of him. The youth wasn't surprised, however. He had already sensed this person in his sphere of resonance. Hudson stood before the youth, his face twisting in frustration but his eyes shining with respect and admiration. "What happened to you?" Adam taunted the man. "Did you not sleep well?" Hudson gritted his teeth, seemingly about to pounce on the youth and deliver a beating any moment now. But in the end, he sighed and then turned around, walking away. Adam and Hudson got on a small wooden boat docked by the pier where they first met. The boat creaked ever so slightly as Hudson started to row, heading toward the direction of the vast sea. Adam sat across from the middle-aged man, his jet-black eyes flashing with anticipation as well as a hint of nervousness. He glanced at the calm waters, then at the lazy clouds drifting through the blue sky. The atmosphere right now was completely the opposite of what had happened last night at the Velvet Dreams. It was calm, putting a little smile on Adam's face. He then looked at Hudson, who was rhythmically rowing the boat with a pair of dilapidated oars. "What's gotten into you?" Hudson glared at the raven-haired youth. "You have the gall to ask me that. After the havoc you wreaked last night, really." Adam found this man's behavior very amusing, completely unlike what he'd seen when they had met for the first time. He grabbed the wine gourd hanging from his waist and leisurely sipped from it. "Well, you did say I could deal with those scums however I liked, so you thought of burning that place to the ground and publicly hanging them." Hudson spat through his teeth in exasperation. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. "Oh, Hudson, you don't get it." "Get what?" Hudson asked with raised eyebrows as he continued to propel the wooden boat toward their destination. "What I did last night sent a clear message," Adam began. "Should anything even remotely similar happen in the future, they will know what's coming for them." Hudson's hand stopped and he deeply looked at the youth sitting in front of him. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh as he started rowing again. The higher-ups won't take this lightly, he said. Adam was slightly surprised. You mentioned there were people who would like to see me. Are they perhaps? Hudson nodded with a solemn look. I've been notified that 2 wardens have arrived in Akrian earlier today. 2 rank 3 magi. Adam thought to himself incredulously. He then asked, are rank 3 magi always presiding over a recruit's initiation? Don't be naive, Hudson scoffed. It's only in the case of an agent's initiation that a mana vortex magus would preside over it. Usually there's only 1 warden, but strangely enough, 2 showed up for your case. 2, huh? Adam started stroking his chin, deep in thought. Hudson glanced at Adam and warned with a serious expression, the wardens will not take lightly what you did last night. The youth glanced at him questioningly, gesturing for him to continue. Hudson added, it is true that you indeed freed over 100 slaves imprisoned in the dungeon. However, because you burned the building to the ground, a few customers died inside. Did you know that? Adam replied while stroking his chin, I did expect there to be a few casualties. But you did it anyway, Hudson asked with a complicated expression. Adam simply shrugged. Seeing the indifference in the youth's attitude, Hudson couldn't help but think to himself, prioritizing the mission no matter the cost. He's ruthlessly determined, but also very morally ambiguous. Hudson didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only give the youth a forewarning. The wardens are highly respectable and powerful magi within the Brotherhood. Please be on your best behavior. Adam smiled, don't worry. After traveling by boat for the entire day, the sun was beginning to set on the horizon, casting a golden glow across the surface of the sea. An isle came into view, causing Adam to marvel at its beauty. It was lush with verdant trees and colorful flowers. Birds flew about, the sound of their chirps mingling with the gentle waves that brushed against the boat. Is this it? Adam asked, unable to mask the excitement in his eyes. Yes, Hudson nodded as he guided the boat to a secluded cove hidden from the main coastline by a dense growth of towering palm trees. This small island could be considered to be one of the safe houses. It is marked by runic formations, making it completely hidden even from the senses of a mana vortex magus. With great familiarity, Hudson secured the boat to a weathered wooden dock. Then he and Adam disembarked. The pair walked through a narrow, winding path that led to the deeper parts of the island. Adam could feel the sound of the sea already fading behind him. Are there going to be a lot of people? He asked. Who knows? Hudson shrugged. Maybe. As they ventured deeper into the island, the air grew cooler and the forest around them became denser and more mysterious. For some reason, Adam found his heart pounding inside his chest. This aura of mystery that he felt creeping into his bones was a novel experience for him. After what felt like forever, the pair finally arrived at an open clearing in the forest. It was encircled by ancient towering trees, their canopies intertwined above, forming a natural dome. At the base of these trees, several wooden torches illuminated the area. When Adam gazed at this area, his pupils constricted. In the center of the glade stood a stone altar. Indecipherable runes were marked on its surface, giving it an ethereal vibe. Behind the altar stood 2 figures wearing black hooded cloaks. The hoods made it impossible to ascertain their appearances. One was a tall figure, while the other was of short stature. Adam believed that the former was either a human or an elf, while the latter was a dwarf. From the mana signature emanating from them, he confirmed that these 2 were mana vortex magi. These weren't the only people present, however. About a dozen more hooded figures were standing at the base of the trees, surrounding the stone altar. Adam confirmed that all of them were ranked 2 magi. Hudson suddenly spoke in a hushed voice, from here on out, it's all you. Good luck. With that said, he walked toward the base of one of the towering trees and joined the other agents. Adam glanced at the man and then at the 2 figures standing behind the altar. He took a deep breath and walked forward until he was standing right before the altar. Before he could even greet, the short hooded figure spoke first, his tone laced with displeasure. You have a lot to explain. Adam Constantine. This midget, he's clearly disgruntled, thought Adam with an amicable smile. At the very least, he's not displaying any hostility. My lord, he began, what would you like to know? 13. The short hooded figure roared. That's the number of people trapped in the fire last night. They died as a result of your actions. How are you going to explain yourself? There is no need for any explanations, Adam smiled. The way I see it, only 13 people died, but in return, hundreds of innocent women were liberated. That's a good trade-off if you ask me. Trade-off, the figure angrily asked. Do you see lives as mere commodities? Adam remained silent. He thought for a moment and then replied, on the contrary, my lord, I believe life is precious. Then why did you burn that building down last night? Those 13 people would have been alive if you hadn't. The figure spoke in annoyance. This little bastard, Adam thought to himself. My lord, to me it feels like you place more importance on the lives of those 13 perverted people who visited the pleasure house to indulge in their desires. Do they mean more to you than the hundreds of slaves that I've liberated? The figure deeply looked at Adam. A few moments later, his tone softened a little as he replied, no doubt it is admirable what you did. Freeing those slaves is certainly praiseworthy. But at what cost? Do you not feel a shred of remorse for the people who have had to die so that you could free those women? Once again, Adam went into deep thought, carefully choosing the right words to speak. I acted without personal attachment or emotion, guided by the necessity of the situation, Adam replied. It is essential to remain detached and make decisions that serve the natural balance, not personal feelings. Now it was the hooded figure's turn to be slightly taken aback by Adam's words. He paused for a moment and asked, "Do you think what you did was right?" "There is no absolute right or wrong," said Adam. "I only do what my heart tells me to. As long as I don't regret my actions, I can live with it." "Do what your heart tells you to," the figure roared in fury. "Then what makes you different from a magus from the dark faction?" The next moment, the other hooded figure, who hadn't spoken a word until now, suddenly chimed in with a gentle tone. "If one of the people who died in the fire happened to be your friend, would you be able to live with it?" Adam turned his head to glance at the tall hooded figure, finding his voice slightly familiar. "No, my lord, I would deeply regret it." The man chuckled at his response. He then glanced at the short figure beside him and spoke in amusement. "Well, that says a lot, doesn't it? HMPH, this boy is a loose cannon." The short figure responded. "He's the type of person to willingly slaughter thousands to attain his objective." He then glanced at Adam and asked, "Ain't I right, boy?" Adam lowered his head, refusing to answer. "Heh," the short figure sneered. "Although Berger has sponsored you, you're nothing like him. He embodies the true spirit of the Brotherhood and upholds its values. While you HMPH, Adam didn't mind the way this person was speaking about him. On the contrary, he felt gratified that the midget before him seemed to deeply respect the old man. This couldn't help but bring a smile to his face. "What are you smiling for?" the short figure grumbled. Adam shook his head. "You're right, my lord. He is him and I am me." He paused before taking a deep breath and solemnly speaking. "I don't seek to be a hero. I follow a different path. I accept the harsh reality that sometimes the path to harmony requires sacrifices and decisions that don't adhere to conventional standards. I seek to maintain balance and, if possible, minimize suffering in a world that more often than not presents us with difficult choices. And if that makes me different, then so be it." Wei teaches us that every path is unique, and my path, though unorthodox, is the one I must follow. Hearing his response, not only the hooded figures standing across the altar, but every other person present was taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the tall hooded figure burst into laughter. "A splendid answer." He then glanced at the short figure and smiled. "You may not like his principles and morals, but you can't deny he's exactly what the Brotherhood needs." The short figure didn't reply. Seeing this, the man added, "Berger is the one who has sponsored Adam. He's watched him grow ever since he was 15 years old. Clearly, he must have seen something in the kid, so why not give him a chance?" Yet again the short person didn't reply. However, this time he nodded his head. The tall figure then glanced at Adam. Although the youth couldn't see it, the man's eyes were twinkling with approval and kindness. "This is where your journey begins," said the man, his voice seemingly echoing with the voices of several generations before him. "Are you ready for the initiation ritual?" Adam gulped nervously. "What do I have to do?" "Nothing much." The tall figure waved his hand and an ancient tome suddenly appeared on the altar. Its leather case seemed to be touched by the vicissitudes of time. "You have to swear an oath. Place your hand on this book and repeat the words after me." Adam took a deep breath and stepped forward. He then placed his right hand on the book. Next, he saw that tall figure come forth and place his hand on the book as well. The moment their hands touched the tome, the runes inscribed on the stone altar lit up with a resplendent light. Then the tall figure began with a solemn tone, "I will guard the knowledge of the past and seek the truth with unwavering dedication." Adam repeated his words, "I will guard the knowledge of the past and seek the truth with unwavering dedication. I will shield those who cannot defend themselves." Adam repeated yet again, "I will shield those who cannot defend themselves." Gradually, their voices overlapped each other, and through some mystical means, they now sounded like one. "I will act with integrity, honesty, and honor in all endeavors. I will embrace the harmony between light and shadow, knowledge and secrecy. I will strive for excellence in both body and mind. I will protect the secrets of the Brotherhood, revealing them to only those worthy. I will confront darkness and evil wherever it rises." A wave of mana surged around Adam as he felt a connection to something far greater than himself. Perhaps it was to the generations of magi of the Brotherhood that came before him. He didn't know. When the initiation rites were over, the light on the runes inscribed on the altar slowly began to fade. Adam opened his eyes. He felt different, changed in a way he couldn't describe. The tall hooded figure glanced at the youth and smiled. "Always remember, brother Adam, we are the Lord Guardians of the Realms. In twilight we find truth. In shadows we seek wisdom. Welcome to the TW Light Brotherhood." After officially joining the Twilight Brotherhood, Adam greeted the rest of the agents who bore witness to his initiation ritual. They were very happy to welcome the youth amongst their ranks, to say the least. They had already heard about his deeds from the night before. It was safe to assume that all the agents present admired him. "Brother Adam, welcome to the Brotherhood." Hudson walked forward and gave Adam a warm hug. Is this how the members address one another? Adam hugged him back. The pair started making their way out of the glade and toward the wooden dock. Now that the ceremony was over, it was time to return to Akrian. Yes, members of the same rank address each other as brothers. Hudson nodded. He paused for a moment before continuing, however. Proper etiquette must be shown to those in higher positions. You can't refer to an esteemed warden as your brother. That's just disrespectful. I understand, replied Adam. What about the acolytes beneath us? Just call them by their names. Yes, you can call them whatever you like. Adam found the intricacies of this secret society very interesting. He couldn't help but wonder what other things he would be exposed to in the future as an agent of this organization. The pair finally arrived at the small dock, ready to return to Akrian. As Adam was about to embark on the boat, he couldn't help but ask excitedly, "So what do I have to do now? I mean, do I have a mission or something?" Hudson was about to reply, but suddenly a gust of wind blew and a black hooded figure appeared behind them. Adam's pupils constricted and he hurriedly retreated, instinctively getting into a fighting stance. Even with his sphere of resonance activated, he couldn't sense this person's sudden appearance at all. Hudson, on the other hand, was not as flustered as the youth. When he saw who the newcomer was, he placed his hand on his chest and respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Lord Warden." It was none other than the tall, hooded figure who had resided over Adam's initiation ritual. Realizing who it was, Adam too hurriedly bowed. "Good evening, Lord Warden." He couldn't help but feel secretly embarrassed by his earlier actions just now. He was in the Twilight Brotherhood's territory, yet he panicked when someone suddenly appeared behind him. Well, he couldn't be blamed. The youth was a very cautious individual, after all. Hudson was it. The hooded figure glanced at the tanned, middle-aged man. "Yes, my lord," replied Hudson respectfully. "I will take it from here on. You may return to the city. As you wish, my lord." Hudson bowed once again before hopping on the boat and departing for the city. Without waiting for the youth's reply, the hooded man turned around and started walking. Adam had no other option but to follow. "Is that cloak a magical artifact?" the youth thought to himself. "Even with my sphere of resonance, I can't sense the man's appearance under the hood. How strange. Even his voice sounds somewhat familiar, but I can't exactly recognize it. Is the cloak perhaps altering this person's voice as well?" The pair made their way back into the depths of the island, none of them speaking a word. Then they climbed a nearby cliff that overlooked the sea. Adam stood slightly behind the hooded figure, finding him more and more familiar with each passing second. Could it be? The youth thought to himself, his eyes flashing with slight anticipation. The next moment the figure removed his hood. His long silver hair cascaded down his back, shining under the light of the twin moons. He turned around and glanced at the youth with his ocean blue eyes. His lips curled up into a warm smile as he said, "It's been a while, Adam." Adam's eyes lit up in excitement, and his body involuntarily moved forward, giving the man a hug. "Lord Elrod, it really is you." Elrod laughed heartily as he hugged the youth, patting his back. It had been so long since he had last visited Moon City and met Adam. More than 5 years had already passed. Adam was but a mischievous child when he met him last time, but since then he had grown a lot. Elrod clasped the youth's shoulder and looked at him with gentle eyes. "You have grown up to be a splendid man. Adam Berger has told me what you had to go through back in the Federation. I'm glad that you've recovered." "Well, Berger did tell me that you'd be arriving in Akrian around this time," said Elrod, "so I thought I'd come visit you." Suddenly he recalled something and asked, "Do you still have that wine? I believe it was called Adam's Tears." "Haha, of course I do," Adam beamed. He then sat down at the edge of the cliff and took out a large wine gourd and 2 ceramic cups from his earring. Elrod sat down beside him, expectantly gazing at the wine. "I must say, Adam, ever since I tasted the wine you made, I don't feel like drinking any other wine, even the best wines produced by Baja pales in comparison." Elrod received the cup and chugged its contents in one go. "Truly the best wine I've tasted in all my travels. Hee, please have some more." Adam poured some more wine into the man's cup. The pair chatted with each other over wine, while the waves below crashed against the rocky shore. Gradually the twin moons dipped below the horizon and the number of empty wine bottles increased in number. Elrod's face was slightly flushed as he gazed at Adam with impressed eyes. "Not bad, kid. Your tolerance level is quite decent." "Hoo-hoo, what can I say?" Adam replied smugly. "I guess I'm a natural." The elven man couldn't help but laugh at the youth's silly response. A moment later, he conjured a small object from his storage artifact and handed it to Adam. "What's this?" Adam asked curiously as he took the item from the elf's hand. Elrod replied with a smile, "That's the Twilight Medallion. Every member of the Brotherhood has one." Whoa, Adam's eyes seemed to be lit up by countless stars. The medallion was made of a strange type of ore and was circular in shape. One side of the medallion's surface was carved into the shape of a crescent moon. Moreover, 3 5-pointed stars nestled within its curve. "The crescent represents twilight, a time of secrecy," explained Elrod. "And the stars, they symbolize our pursuit of truth and knowledge." Adam was very fascinated by the deep lore of this secret organization that he just joined. He glanced at Elrod and asked excitedly, "What does this medallion do?" Elrod's lips curled up into a mysterious smile. A lot. Adam's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Lord Elrod, please tell me. Where do I begin? Elrod stroked his chin. Firstly, this medallion can grant you access to the Brothrud's libraries that are situated throughout the Empire and even beyond. Adam's eyes shone with a brilliant light. You mean even the Europa and Indus continents? Of course, Elrod stated matter-of-factly. The Brotherhood is one of the oldest, if not the oldest organizations in Tron. Over time, it has amassed a lot of arcane knowledge. I see. Adam nodded. That makes sense. He suddenly thought of something and asked, what about the Yenlu continent? We do have some presence in that continent, but it isn't as strong as compared to the rest of the world, said Elrod. Here you can find supplies and a place to stay. Your medallion gives you access to vast resources in places secretly owned and operated by our organization. Adam's eyes shone brightly when he heard the term resources. He couldn't help but ask, is the Brotherhood very rich? Elrod spoke with pride. That goes without saying. Over the years, our organization has been able to amass significant resources and an exponential amount of wealth. I dare say it rivals even some of Tron's wealthiest kingdoms and empires. Whoa, just thinking about all the money this secret society must have gathered until now. Adam couldn't help but salivate. The elf knew what a moneygrubber Adam was. So he added with a chuckle, if you complete the missions given to you by the Brotherhood, rest assured you will be handsomely rewarded. Adam nodded his head intensely. Yes, I understand. Elrod wanted to take this time to familiarize the youth with the inner workings of the Brotherhood, so he continued to explain patiently. Our organization has an extensive network of herbalists, artisans, and runesmiths. Showing them your medallion will give you great discounts. Discounts? Adam gasped in shock. His grip around the medallion tightened instantly. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, my lord, these people, I mean the herbalists, artisans, and runesmiths, are they also part of the Brotherhood? Yes, of course. Elrod nodded. Our reach goes deeper than anything you can imagine. Adam began to stroke his chin, deep in thought. He mumbled under his breath, the old man was right after all. The Twilight Brotherhood truly has vast resources at its disposal for me to utilize. Indeed. Elrod nodded yet again, but I must remind you, Adam. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want access to these resources, you'll have to do your fair share of work for the organization. That goes without saying, the youth replied with a solemn look. He then glanced at the elf's black cloak and asked, what about uniforms? Do we have those? Elrod chuckled, I'm afraid not. Such things are needless in an organization that prioritizes secrecy. Just the Twilight Medallion and secret greeting is more than enough to recognize fellow brothers. That makes sense. Adam nodded. He was so excited about his future prospects within this organization that he couldn't help but shoot a series of questions at the elf. Thankfully, Elrod was very patient with him. Adam spoke with a hint of unease. My lord, the oath that I just took before the stone altar, was it bound by mana? What I mean to say is... Seeing the discomfort in the youth's face, the elf couldn't help but chuckle. You don't have to worry. Those 8 tenets that you swore to uphold are simple statements, yet very difficult to live by. Adam couldn't help but nod in agreement, especially the one about acting with integrity, honesty, and honor in all endeavors. Truth be told, I don't have it in me to abide by that. Ha ha ha. Elrod burst into laughter. You're awfully honest, aren't you? Adam replied shamelessly, that's because I'm very familiar with you. If it were someone else, I would have lied through my teeth. Elrod broke into another round of boisterous laughter. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or maybe it was the youth who was so amusing. After calming down a little, he added, you needn't worry. Those tenets aren't rules that you have to strictly follow. Think of them as guidelines. Adam nodded with a serious face. I will do my best to live by those codes. Elrod deeply looked at the youth, wondering if he was serious about it or not. In the end, he couldn't help but chuckle. I have faith that you will do the right thing. Suddenly, he recalled something and took out a rolled parchment paper from his storage ring. He handed it to Adam and stated, this is very important. Memorize it and then burn it. What's this? Adam asked curiously as he unfurled the scroll. Inside, he saw a complex spell model with intricate geometrical patterns. This is our method of communication, Elrod began. This spell will summon a creature from the spirit world. With the help of this creature, you can send and receive messages. Oh ho, Adam's eyes lit up. Sending messages through the spirit world. This indeed seems like the safest and the fastest option. Last but not least, take this. Elrod conjured a small booklet from his ring and handed it to the youth. This is a copy of the tome that you previously placed your hand on during the initiation ritual. It contains the 8 tenets of the Twilight Brotherhood. Keep this copy with you at all times. It will serve as a reminder. When you feel lost, give it a read. It has helped me on many occasions. Adam grabbed the small leather book which fit into the palm of his hands. He flipped through the pages with a faint smile. Is there anything special about the tome used during my initiation? Elrod replied with a mysterious smile. Rumor has it the founder of the Brotherhood personally wrote the 8 codes in that book. What? Adam was shocked. The founder of the Brotherhood himself. Yes, replied Elrod. Do we know who he is? Adam blurted out, I mean, is he still alive? I'm not sure. Elrod shrugged. His origins are shrouded in mystery. Perhaps only the Council of Dawn is privy to such information. It took a while for Adam to calm down his emotions. He couldn't help but think to himself, the legendary founder of the Twilight Brotherhood. It's very likely that he's at the Mana Vortex rank. Or perhaps even higher. Elrod patiently waited for the youth to digest this newfound information. Now let's talk about your upcoming long-term mission, he said. Adam's expression turned solemn. He looked at the elf and nodded. Please go ahead, my lord. It's an extended surveillance mission, Elrod began. I was able to pull some strings and make it so that this mission also served another purpose, one that is fairly important to your growth. Another purpose. Adam asked with a raised eyebrow, his eyes flashing with anticipation. What is it? Elrod's lips curled up into a smirk. Do you not wish to pursue higher arcane studies? Adam's eyes lit up. Of course I do. Very good. Elrod nodded in acknowledgement. That is the unwavering spirit of learning that a magus should embody. He paused for a moment before continuing. That being said, for your mission, you will have to journey to Ravenfell, home to one of the 4 pillars of the Empire, Saratoga Castle. Adam sat cross-legged atop the mast of a ship. A vortex of unnoticeable mana swirled around him as he revolved the 5 elemental codex. Mana from the 5 fundamental elements was absorbed into his body. These elements then merged and flowed through his mana channels. The quality of mana in the mana foundation rank was intangible. Now, however, the energy was in a gaseous state as it traveled through the youth's mana channels and started to condense near his stomach region. In the mana liquefaction rank, the mana is in a very disorderly state. It enters the magus body, passes through the mana channels, and finally concentrates in the area between the 2 kidneys. Reaching the mana liquefaction rank is a transformative process. Not only is the spirit sea formed, but the magus mana capacity significantly increases and becomes more potent. After a few hours had passed, Adam slowly opened his eyes. His jet-black pupils shone with a brilliant light. As the light receded, one could see the cosmic depth in them. The youth lowered his head and clenched his fists. Even with the enhancements from my potions, it should take me decades to advance to the next rank. In the Mana Foundation rank, a magus lifespan is between 100 and 150 years. In the following rank, the lifespan jumps to 200-300 years. Basically, a Mana Liquefaction magus has until the end of their lifespans to advance to the Mana Vortex rank. However, this was far easier said than done. No doubt, a magus talent played a very crucial factor in their advancement. However, there was yet another important consideration: the availability of mana in the surroundings. According to the memories of the experts, I can surmise that Tron is a backward planet in this universe. After all, the potency of mana in the surroundings is very minuscule, Adam thought to himself. The single greatest factor that determines a planet's grade is the availability and the potency of mana on it. From the experts' memories, Adam had seen many planets with extremely abundant mana. Moreover, the potency of mana was profound. It was almost as if he had experienced it for himself. Based on that, the youth could tell that the mana on his home planet wasn't all that great. Due to this, even if a magus had a great aptitude, they would take a ridiculously long time to advance through the ranks. Comparatively, planets that had rich mana allowed the magi to rapidly advance through ranks. Thinking of all this, the youth couldn't help but sigh to himself. If I didn't have the memories of those powerful magi, I wonder how my life would have turned out. Would I have even been able to advance to my current stage? Adam turned his head and glanced at the vast expanse of the Galestein Ocean stretching endlessly. A gust of salty breeze blew by, making his raven hair flutter. The youth took a deep breath. The scent of the sea brought with it the faint smell of seaweed and the occasional whiff of fish. Seagulls circled above the ship, their cries mingling with the shouts of the ship crew down below. Realizing how far he had come in his journey as a magus, he couldn't help but smile faintly. He uncorked the wine gourd and took a swig. Then he recited a wonderful poem. With a wine gourd on my back, I roam far and near, seeking new roads, no place in my heart too dear. Across the lands and seas so wide, I shall roam with my dreams as guide. Through valleys deep and mountains tall, the spirit of a wanderer shall always answer the call. In his heart, Adam had already decided that one day he would leave this planet and venture into the vast expanse of the universe. He would travel to various worlds, experience myriad magical civilizations, and go on countless adventures. This was the spirit of a wanderer. So what if the scarceness of mana in this world hinders my path? No matter the circumstance, my heart will never yield, Adam spoke defiantly. He knew of a few ways to tackle this problem when it came to practicing mindfulness. However, for that, he would have to extensively study the art of runes. Adam wouldn't waste his time hoping that the next soul he devoured would contain the memories of a runesmith. No, he would start learning about this profession on his own. The next moment, a furry gray cat agilely climbed the tall wooden mast and jumped onto Adam's lap. "Brother," Valerian spoke excitedly. He then pointed his paw in a certain direction. Look, Adam gazed in that direction where the silhouette of a distant city began to take shape. Ravenfell. It had been a little more than 3 months since he had departed from Akrian. After his meeting with Elrod, he left the following day. He was to join Saratoga Castle as a student. At the same time, he had to complete the surveillance mission given to him by the Brotherhood. Adam didn't know the exact details of the mission. Elrod had said that someone would brief him when he arrived in Ravenfell. Since this mission extended over a relatively long time period spanning years, even decades, Adam could take it easy. There was no sense of urgency, so to speak. This would also allow him to focus more on his arcane studies. Adam had to admit that having someone like Elrod and Berger within the same organization he was a part of was very advantageous for him. As the ship drew closer to the city, Adam, as well as the people on board, could make out more details. Tall spires and buildings, a bustling harbor, a place of wonder and new beginnings. Adam's eyes twinkled with anticipation as he wondered about what awaited him in this new place. A thrill of adventure coursed through his veins, and his lips curled up into a brilliant smile. Ravenfell, here I come. Harbor Quarter, Ravenfell. Located on the eastern side of the city, south of Del River, the muddy streets of the harbor were buzzing with activity. A tall elf with a medium build walked gracefully despite the mud, his boots sinking slightly into the damp earth with each step he took. He was wearing white robes that had beautiful green embroidery on its hems. With a simple glance at the elf's attire, one could tell he hailed from a prominent background. Luscious blonde hair cascaded down the youth's back, fluttering gently as the sea breeze blew from time to time. His facial features were exquisite, causing the passing-by women to be instantly enamored. His green eyes, bright and piercing, scanned his surroundings as he slowly made his way toward the port. There was a hint of pride and arrogance flashing in his eyes. The aloof way he carried himself caused others to think twice before approaching him. "Now, where is that guy?" he muttered under his breath. The air was thick with the scent of salt, mingling with the pungent odor of seafood and tar. Local vendors shouted their wares from their temporary stalls. Meanwhile, seagulls screeched overhead. Fishermen hauled in their catches, the glistening scales of the fish reflecting the weak sunlight that struggled to break through the cloudy skies. The elf's sharp and pointy ears picked up on the various conversations taking place around him. The harbor was a melting pot of different cultures and trades. He could hear the clinking of coins, the creaking of wooden crates carrying goods, and the occasional caws of ravens. Ships of all sizes were moored at the docks, their sails gently flapping in the wind. Meanwhile, dockworkers moved with great familiarity, carrying crates and shouting instructions. After Akrian, the harbor of Ravenfall was the biggest in the empire. He adjusted the black cloak that he was wearing atop his white robes, pulling it tighter around himself to ward off the slight inconvenience brought about by the chilly morning air. "Tusk, I really hate this trashy place," he grumbled. The elf walked up to the edge of the harbor and leaned against a wooden lamppost. He took a deep breath, finding the salty tang of the sea surprisingly invigorating. He looked around and saw the dockworkers chatting with one another, women carrying fresh produce in bamboo baskets, sailors speaking in a rowdy manner as they chugged ale from their cups. His attention was then drawn toward a group of children playing near the water's edge. Their laughter brought a faint smile to his face. The elf's gaze returned to the horizon where the sky met the sea. Gradually, a ship's silhouette was beginning to take place against the backdrop of the gray sky. His eyes lit up. "There it is." His lips curled up into a smile and he spoke in a reminiscent tone. "It's been so many years since we last met. I wonder how strong he's gotten." The elf's eyes seemed to be blazing with fighting intent and fiery competitiveness. Within the next hour, the large ship had already approached the dock, its massive white sails flapping in the breeze. The ship crew moved with unmatched precision, securing ropes and adjusting sails. As this vessel drew closer, the bustling activity on the docks intensified. The dockworkers readied themselves to receive the new ship. With a heavy thud, the ship had finally docked. Gangplanks were swiftly lowered, creating a passageway for the passengers. Soon, the first passengers began to disembark. They were a mixture of weary travelers and excited newcomers. This ship had left Akrian more than 3 months ago, and today it had finally arrived at its destination. "Where is he?" The elf squinted his eyes as he watched the disembarking crowd. He saw merchants clutching at their ledgers and surveying the harbor for potential business opportunities. He saw families reuniting with one another with tearful and happy embraces. Finally, his gaze landed on a solitary figure. This young man was wearing well-fit black robes and a black cape on top. What set him apart from the crowd was the pointy black hat that he was wearing on his head. There was also a furry gray cat perched on the young man's shoulder, curiously looking around with his piercing topaz eyes. When the elf looked at this figure leisurely drinking from his wine gourd, he couldn't help but break into a chuckle. He's still the same. The next moment, he stepped forward, walking toward this person with a wide grin on his face. When Adam sensed that somebody was approaching him with long and purposeful strides, he immediately recalled what Elrod had said to him before he left Akrian. An agent of the Brotherhood will be receiving you at Ravenfell, Elrod had said at the time. As Adam's gaze landed on the approaching person, he was first taken by surprise, but then he burst into a loud peal of laughter, causing the people around him to be startled. He walked toward the elf with a mischievous smirk on his face. After he stepped foot on the harbor, he took a few steps and then stood right before the elf, observing him from head to toe. The pair glanced at one another for a long time, seemingly measuring each other up. None of them spoke a word, they just silently stared. Adam was the first to speak. He glanced at the handsome facial features of the elf and sneered, "What the hell happened to your face? How can a man be prettier than a woman? HMPH. Us elves are the only perfect beings under the sun," the elf harumphed in a condescending tone. He then glanced at the raven-haired youth's face and viciously mocked, "What about your face? How come you're still ugly after your advancement? I'm afraid even the most hideous orc in the world is better looking than you." Adam's eyes twitched. He was kind of insecure about his looks. Hence, when he opened his mouth next, they were spewing venom. "You pointy-eared fanny, you pig-faced boozer." The pair went at each other over and over again until they had run out of insults. Then, they deeply looked into each other's eyes and burst into laughter. "Brother Adam," the elf tightly clasped Adam's hand, resounding in a clap. "It has been a while." Adam grinned from ear to ear and greeted his old friend. "Long time no see, Brother Danley." Adam and Danley walked side by side, slowly making their way out of the harbor quarter. Glancing around at the bustling area, Adam couldn't help but marvel at it. "This port is so lively," he said in a fascinated tone. "The level of activity is almost on par with the one in Akrian." Danley nodded. "Ravenfell has the second busiest port in the Empire after Akrian. Countless ships come and go every day." As the two magi moved away from the port, the clamor of the harbor gave way to the softer sounds of the city beyond. The ambient noise shifted to the chatter of the city folks and the occasional cawing of ravens. Adam raised his head and was very intrigued by what he saw. Countless ravens flew through the air. Some perched atop buildings, while others nestled between the branches of the trees. "What's with the ravens?" the youth asked curiously. "There's an awful lot of them." "The presence of ravens is deeply connected to the city's history," Danley began explaining. "Rumor has it that the founder was guided toward the site of the future city by a magical raven. This bird was seen as a symbol of destiny, leading the founder to establish Ravenfell." Adam stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with thoughtfulness. "How interesting. In many cultures, ravens are associated with wisdom, mystery, and even fate." Danley glanced at Adam and spoke with a mysterious smile. "They are also creatures deeply associated with the spirit world." Adam's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had visited this mystical dimension. Perhaps after he had settled down here, he could visit the spirit world and learn more about the city's connection with ravens. The raven has become the emblem of Ravenfell, appearing in the city's heraldry, flag, and even official documents, Danley added. Adam suddenly thought of something and spoke with slight disgust. "There are so many ravens here. Is the city full of their shit?" Danley's lips twitched. "Is that all you can think of? Really? I mean," Adam shrugged. "It's a reasonable development." Danley rolled his eyes. He then added, "Over the centuries, ravens have adapted to the urban environment of the city. They're intelligent creatures and can find ample food and nestling opportunities within the city." "That still doesn't solve the shitting problem," Adam chuckled. "Surprisingly enough, you won't find any guano within the city," Danley scoffed. Adam looked around and, much to his surprise, found that it was exactly as the elven youth had said. "Unbelievable. There's actually no bird shit." The pair soon made their way out of the harbor district. At the entrance of the port, there was a horse-drawn carriage waiting for them. Beside it, an old man with neatly combed hair and a trimmed mustache seemingly awaited the two magi. When his gaze landed on Danley, he bowed respectfully. "My lord, you've returned." Danley nodded in an aloof manner. Adam glanced at the interaction between the two and asked, "Your personal butler?" "Something like that," said the elf. The old butler opened the carriage door, allowing Adam and elf to enter and take their seats. Adam glanced at the leather seating and the luxurious interior and couldn't help but whistle. "Man, you're rich." Danley didn't reply, but his chin involuntarily rose a little and a slight smirk adorned his face. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but roll his eyes. He sure is susceptible to praise. The elf glanced at Adam and asked, "Shall we head to Saratoga Castle? What's the rush?" Adam waved his hand. "Show me around the place. Let's go to your favorite restaurant or something. Let's have a drink." Danley had a dumbfounded look on his face. "Is drinking all you think about?" Of course, Adam stated matter-of-factly. In the end, Danley couldn't help but sigh to himself. He instructed the carriage driver, "Take us to the Sleepy Hobbit." "Yes, my lord," came the voice of the old man from outside. The horses neighed and started to pull the carriage toward the famous tavern located in the downtown quarter. Through the carriage window, Adam looked at the passing-by scenery. The tall buildings, the people wearing different clothes, the atmosphere, everything was a novel experience for the youth. "The city is surprisingly clean," he said. "Well, that's just because we're in the downtown quarter," replied Danley, glancing at the trees planted on the sidewalks with a faint smile. This is an important and wealthy region within the city, home to many noble families, merchant houses, shops, and businesses. Is this the wealthiest part of the city? Adam asked. Danley shook his head. No, that would be the uptown quarter. I see. Adam nodded. Glancing at the scenery outside the window, he couldn't help but compare it to the inner city in Korean. To say that it paled in comparison would be a major understatement. But Adam was a simple man who liked simple things. It didn't matter if the place he stayed in was lavish or not. As long as his basic necessities were met, he would be satisfied. Of course, he wouldn't say no to a slightly luxurious lifestyle. Within the next 30 minutes, the horse-drawn carriage had arrived at the restaurant. The pair stepped out and walked straight into the establishment. The front side of this restaurant had two stained glass bay windows that created a delightful atmosphere for its patrons dining in the common area on the first floor. Meanwhile, the building's second floor was reserved for VIPs only. As soon as Danley walked through the door, he was immediately recognized by the restaurant staff. They respectfully bowed toward him and led him to the second floor. Seeing such a scene, Adam couldn't help but be impressed. This bastard sure knows how to live life, he thought to himself. The crowd on the second floor was far less than on the floor below. All the people dining here came from affluent backgrounds. When the pair arrived here, many patrons glanced at Danley and nodded with a flattering smile. Adam couldn't help but lightly elbow the youth and asked in a hushed tone, "You seem to know everyone here. What the hell do you do for a living?" "HMPH, hasn't Lord Berger told you the importance of networking?" Danley harumphed as he took a seat by the window. Adam sat down across from him. He rolled his eyes and replied, "But this seems a little more than networking if you ask me." Danley simply ignored Adam's remark. He knew that the youth was trying to annoy him. It was best to ignore it. He called for the hostess and ordered the local delicacies. Naturally, he didn't forget to order wine. After the hostess left, Adam glanced at the elf with bright eyes. "So tell me about the Saratoga Castle. Gentlemen, here is the fickle pie you ordered." A cheerful young lady with wavy brown hair and matching eyes approached the table with a large tray in her hand. Oh, Adam's eyes lit up. "Fickle pie, is this famous around these parts?" "Yes, my lord," the hostess replied jovially. She placed a plate of pie in front of Danley, secretly glancing at him and slightly blushing. Then she placed another plate in front of Adam before explaining, "Fickle pie is the pride of Ravenfell. You will never taste a pie so delicious in all these lands." Adam couldn't help but be intrigued by the pie's introduction. He saw that it was a baked dish made with wheat dough. "This better be good," he said jokingly. The smell wafting from it made him instantly drool. He had high expectations for this dish. "Fickle pie is indeed very good." Danley nodded from the other side of the table. Adam's eyebrows rose in surprise. He knew just how picky his elven friend was, especially when it came to things related to people from other races. The fact that this pie, made by a human chef, managed to get praise out of this elven youth spoke volumes. With great anticipation, Adam grabbed the fork and knife and cut a small piece of the pie before stuffing it into his mouth. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Brunette hostess noticed this, and the smile on her face deepened. She took this opportunity to explain more about the famous dish. "Our fickle pies are renowned for their unpredictable and ever-changing flavors. The pie has a buttery crust that is golden brown and perfectly crisp on the outside. However, the filling is what makes the pie truly unique. It is a mixture of various meats, vegetables, and seasonings that change with each batch, making sure that no two pies are ever the same. No two pies are the same." Adam asked as he gulped the food after savoring it for a good while. "Isn't that counterproductive?" "On the contrary, my lord," the hostess replied respectfully. "The meat, vegetables, and seasoning we use always remain the same, but the quantity of seasoning we use with each pie differs ever so slightly." "Ah, I see." Adam nodded in understanding. Changing the quantity of seasoning would greatly affect one's taste buds. From the bite he had just taken, he could surmise that the filling contained tender chunks of beef, chicken, pork, and even deer meat. Undeniably, this was the best pie he had ever tasted. He looked at the hostess and sincerely praised, "Perfect." Then she grabbed the 3 ceramic jugs on the tray and gently placed them on the table. She glanced at Danley and beamed, "My lord, these are the wines that you ordered." The next moment her expression turned a little strange and she added, "But my lord, won't these be too much for you?" "Too much," Danley scoffed. He then glanced at Adam and grumbled, "I'm afraid it will fall short." Adam ignored the grumbling elf and glanced at the 3 white jugs with anticipation. He asked the hostess, "Are these your specialty wines?" "Yes, my lord," the hostess began from left to right. "They are the Flaming Wine, Seleni's Embrace, and finally Red Lightning." "Oh ho." Adam marveled, "The names are quite intimidating, young miss. Are these wines also the best in the city?" "I'm afraid not, my lord," the hostess forced a smile. "If I'm being honest, Garden Cafe in the Uptown Quarter serves the best wine in Ravenfell. It is my utmost pleasure." The hostess smiled brightly before bowing toward the 2 magi and leaving. While Adam was enjoying the fickle pie and the various wines, Danley glanced at him with a strange look in his eyes. "You've changed, huh?" Adam looked puzzled. He asked with a mouth full of food, "What do you mean?" It seems to me that you've learned some manners. Danley spoke with a thoughtful expression. I didn't know pigs could evolve to such a degree. Bastard, you really want a beating, huh? Adam growled before continuing to eat. As he poured wine into his cup, he stated, You still haven't told me about Saratoga Castle. What's there to even tell? Danley replied in a bored manner as he gracefully cut into the pie and chewed on it. After he finished chewing, he wiped his lips with a napkin, and then continued, as the name suggests, the entire institution is just one big castle on a hill. How far is it from Ravenfell? Asked Adam as he sipped from the flaming wine, which was surprisingly very spicy for his taste. About half a day's travel on horseback, replied the elf. It's quite a magical place. How's the academic curriculum? It's quite laid back, to be honest. Danley took a sip of red lightning, his eyebrows creasing ever so slightly. We are postgraduate students and have many years to finish our studies after all, but you still have to hand in assignments when it's due. In Tron, when children turned 15, they were deemed fit to embark on the path of a magus. They would then enroll in magic academies and would be known as undergraduate students. Regardless of the institution, they had 5 years to study. On the other hand, magi who graduated from these magic academies after their 5-year time period and enrolled in magic universities to pursue higher arcane studies were called postgraduate students. A postgraduate student didn't have a 5-year time limit. Their studies continued for several years, even decades. It is also compulsory for a postgraduate student to choose their area of specialization, Danley added. I have to major in a school of magic, is that it? Adam asked as he chugged the whole cup of wine. Indeed, Danley nodded. He glanced at the youth and curiously asked, Have you decided which school? Hearing his quaeston, Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. I have. Ambermine Manor, Uptown Quarter. The rich aroma of aged paper and polished wood assaulted Adam's nostrils as he glanced at the personal library he stood before. It was vast, its tall ceilings crafted with wooden beams and adorned with a large crystal chandelier, casting a warm golden glow throughout the room. The walls of the library were lined with tall mahogany bookshelves, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Each shelf was meticulously organized with books of literature, philosophy, geography, and even arcane. In the center of the library, beneath the large crystal chandelier, lay a luxurious velvet rug. On the rug rested 2 leather arms chairs with high backs. Right between the chairs was a polished wooden table. Behind this seating area was a grand fireplace. The comforting scent of burning wood wafting from it caused Adam to instinctively relax. As he sat down on one of the leather armchairs, he glanced at Danley and praised, I must say, this library is simply marvelous. Hearing Adam's praise, Danley couldn't help but smile. I put a lot of effort into building this library. Cost me quite a fortune, too. Speaking of fortune, Adam spoke with a slight trace of envy. You're quite rich, huh? Technically, it is my parents who are rich. Danley chuckled as he took a seat beside Adam. I'm just using their money. Yeah, whatever you say. Adam rolled his eyes. They spent the entire day at the Sleepy Hobbit, catching up with each other. Adam was supposed to go to Saratoga Castle today, however. Danley suggested leaving tomorrow since it was already so late. The elf then brought the raven-haired youth to his manor. Adam would stay the night here, then leave for the castle the following day. You met my teacher recently, yes. Danley's eyes shone with warmth as he spoke about Elrod. How is he doing? He's doing fine, Adam smiled. Lord Elrod helped me quite a bit during my initiation ceremony. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to join the Brotherhood. How so? Danley asked curiously. Adam then began telling him about the test he had received from the Brotherhood. He went on to explain everything, from meeting the owners of the Velvet Dreams to subsequently hanging them in front of the public. Danley was a fellow agent of the Twilight Brotherhood. Moreover, he was also an old friend, someone who Adam had fought alongside through life and death inside the Soaring River secret plane back in the Federation. Suffice it to say that Adam trusted the elf. When Danley heard of Adam's exploits in Acrian, his eyes widened in disbelief and he shot to his feet. You're the Black Vengeance. Not knowing why the elf would suddenly act this way, Adam found it very strange. Yeah, it had been more than 3 months since the vigilante named Black Vengeance had made his appearance. His actions had shaken the Empire to its core, to say the least. Even in Ravenfell, people knew the name of Black Vengeance. Many admired this great magus who had taken it upon himself to deliver punishment to the couple who had enslaved innocent women. Danley stood rooted on the spot for a very long time, his lower jaw nearly touching the ground. Finally, he muttered with great incredulity, You absolute madman. As an elf, Danley deeply resonated with the concept of freedom. It was, after all, the greatest virtue in their culture. As such, he despised people who would try to enslave others for their own benefit. When he heard about the deeds of the Black Vengeance, he was greatly surprised in his heart. Like most people in the Empire, he had come to deeply admire this vigilante magus, so he was quite shocked to learn that this person was none other than his old friend. A few moments later, the elf calmed his emotions and sat back down. He glanced at Adam and spoke with approval. Your actions in Acrian have caused great ripples in the Ravenfall underworld as well. Adam's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a solemn tone. Are you saying people are engaging in the slave trade here as well? You're too naive, Adam, Danley scoffed with a shake of his head. Slave trade is prevalent everywhere. Here, unscrupulous merchants and pirates have found ways to circumvent the laws and deal in such illegal activities. He paused for a moment before continuing, but ever since the appearance of the Black Vengeance, these scums have decided to lay low. Temporarily, said Adam. Indeed, Danley nodded. A few moments of silence ensued in the opulent library, only the sound of the crackling firewood permeating the place. Adam glanced at Danley and solemnly asked, Lord Elrod said that you would be briefing me about my mission in Ravenfell. I'm guessing you're working on the same mission as well. Danley nodded, his expression turning serious. Adam, our Brotherhood isn't the only organization that is working from the shadows. There are many secret societies and evil cults hidden throughout this world. Their influence stretches far beyond what we can comprehend. Adam nodded, gesturing for the elf to continue. Our mission is to monitor the actions of an evil organization known as the Cult of Bones, said the elf with a grim expression. Bones, Adam muttered with a raised eyebrow. Sounds unsettling. Indeed, Danley nodded. This secret society operates in the shadows of Ravenfell, having a strong presence in its underworld. The vast majority of its members are necromancers and practitioners of dark magic. Necromancers. Adam's pupils constricted. Although he hadn't come across one, in the memories of the experts he had seen just how formidable these magi could truly be. They were a one-man army. What is their motive? He asked. It is unknown. Danley shook his head. For the past year, I haven't gotten any leads on them. Adam chuckled. Well, they are a secret organization. It would be strange if its members were so easily discovered. He paused for a moment before asking, are there other agents of the Brotherhood in this city? Or is it just us two? Danley smiled wryly. I'm sure there are, but I don't know who they are. As far as I'm concerned, it's just you and me for now. Adam nodded, stroking his chin. So it is a shadow war against the Cult of Bones, eh? Slowly, his lips curled up into a smirk. How interesting. Adam and Danley rode on horseback the following day and exited through the city's western gates. The scene that greeted their eyes was farmlands that stretched out westward. As the rise of the early morning sun cast a golden glow across the sprawling farmlands, the pastures seemed to have come to life. Rows of tall corn swayed gently in the breeze, while the nearby fields of ripe wheat glittered like a blanket of gold. Neatly arranged vegetable plots added myriad colors to these farmlands. Verdant green cabbages, bright red tomatoes, and orange pumpkins nestled among the vines. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The mortals that resided in these farmlands may not have been as well off as those within the city walls, but they were well enough taken care of and produced enough low-cost food for everyone. Adam and Danley rode side by side on sturdy black steeds, enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. Occasionally, they encountered a few farmhouses with smoke curling from their chimneys. Children could be seen playing in the yards, their laughter a sweet melody. Farmers could be seen diligently working in the fields, bowing toward the two magi when they rode by. A few hours passed, and the pair entered a valley, bidding farewell to the picturesque farmlands behind them. As they moved through the valley, the landscape around them transformed into a magical scenery. The valley floor was covered in vibrant grass, dotted with wildflowers of various colors. Magical beasts could be seen frolicking through these lands. The air was fresh and crisp with dense manna, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers and the earthy aroma of the rich soil. We're about to reach any moment now, said Danley as he glanced at Adam with a faint smile. You're going to love the view. Adam nodded, his eyes unable to mask the excitement and anticipation. He looked around and saw towering mountains framing the valley. Meanwhile, the Del River wound its way through the place like a blue ribbon. As the two young magi continued their journey, the valley began to open up, revealing a breathtaking sight in the distance. Positioned on a small hill beside a serene lake stood a grand castle. Its exterior was a mixture of medieval architecture and magical enchantment. The castle's stone walls exuded an ancient and weathered aura. They were thick and formidable, giving this humongous castle a fortress-like appearance. Seeing the castle's massive scale and its towers and turrets that seemed to reach toward the clouds, Adam's eyes widened in disbelief. It's huge. Danley couldn't help but chuckle in amusement seeing the youth's flabbergasted look. Indeed it is. Saratoga Castle is perhaps bigger than most towns in the Empire. Adam was stunned for a long time. The horses continued to gallop as the pair slowly approached the majestic castle. The lake beside it was tranquil, giving off an ethereal vibe. It reflected the castle and the surrounding landscape with crystal clarity. That's Marion Lake, said Danley as he gazed at the large reservoir. It is home to quite a few fantastical creatures. Adam's interest was piqued. Oh, like what? You'll see for yourself, said the elf with a mysterious smile. Tusk bastard. Adam clicked his tongue in annoyance. He then thought of something and asked, by the way, is there any particular reason this castle was built so far from civilization? The founder of Saratoga Castle, who also happens to be the founder of Ravenfell, believed that only by being close to nature could one deeply resonate with mana, said Danley, his eyes flashing with admiration. After all, as an elf, he truly believed that only by being one with nature could a magus truly understand magic. Adam had a pondering expression on his face. Well, that is indeed true. Mana is found in abundance in nature than in towns and cities. He had experienced it himself. Ever since he left the city earlier today, he could feel the amount of mana permeating the air increasing at a steady pace as he moved further inland. Gradually, the Magi arrived at the base of the hill, the path becoming a winding cobblestone road that slowly ascended toward the castle. Neatly trimmed hedges and flowering bushes bordered the path. Beautiful plants and trees were planted on both sides of the trees, the birds perched on them singing melodiously. Adam even spotted a few young magi wearing gray cloaks sitting out in the open, enjoying the warmth rays of the sun that filtered through the canopy. As he ascended, the number of magi in the vicinity grew in number. His heart was filled with exhilaration, realizing this would be the place he would be calling home for the foreseeable future. The closer he got to the castle, the more details of this humongous structure could be seen. Adam noticed the thick ivy crawling up the stone walls, banners with the raven insignia gently fluttering from the battlements, and the castle's glass windows glowing with the warm light of torches and candles. It was breathtaking. Finally, the pair arrived before the grand entrance of Saratoga Castle. Massive wooden doors bigger than anything Adam had ever seen, reinforced with a magical type of ore and adorned with intricate runes, stood open, welcoming them. Adam raised his head and saw that above the towering wooden doors, countless huge gargoyles carrying deadly weapons sat patiently. They almost seemed like stationary statues, except they weren't. The moment he glanced at them, they looked back at him. Sentient gargoyles. Adam's pupils constricted. He could feel a dangerous aura coming from them. He believed that if he were to be ganged up by them, he would have no other option but to flee. Relax, they won't hurt you, Danley taunted as he gracefully dismounted from his horse. He then beckoned a couple of undergraduate students in the distance and instructed them to take away their horses. The students respectfully did as told. Danley walked up to Adam and patted him on the shoulder. Don't just stand there gawking around. Let's enter. Adam snapped out of his daze and lowered his head, glancing at his friend. His lips curled up into an excited smile. All right, let's go in. As Adam stepped in through the towering wooden gates of the castle, he was immediately enveloped by an environment of dense mana. He couldn't help but loudly exclaim, "The mana in here is overwhelming." Danley nodded with a chuckle. Well, what else do you expect from one of the four pillars of the empire? A grand runic formation covers this great castle, resulting in the abundance of natural energy here. A manhwaedit runic formation, huh? Adam spoke with a thoughtful expression. The amount of work and resources required to cover the entire castle must be astronomical. Good for us. The Saratoga Castle is extremely wealthy, Danley smirked. As the two magi made their way through the entrance hall, Adam noticed that the tall stone walls around him were adorned with countless paintings. Some depicted legendary battles between magi, while others depicted the grandeur of mythical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes. Any one of these paintings could fetch a mind-boggling price in the market. Seeing these paintings, Adam had a brilliant idea. Other than selling potions, perhaps I can sell my artwork as well. Although I do need to practice quite a lot to produce a decent painting. Beautiful crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling at fixed intervals, their soft and gentle light illuminating the entrance hall in a warm and welcoming glow. Adam glanced at young magi carrying tomes and walking around in groups, speaking to one another in excited tones. Their eyes shone with childlike curiosity and wonder as they eagerly spoke about arcane studies. Aren't there quite a lot of undergraduate students here? The youth asked in puzzlement. I was under the impression that the castle was strictly for graduate students like us, or was I wrong? Danley shook his head and patiently explained, here, rank 1 magi greatly outnumber us rank 2 magi. Not only are specialized arcane studies taught here, but also introductory ones. The undergraduate students here have 5 years to finish their studies. Then they can choose to pursue higher education within the castle or move out elsewhere. Ah, I see. Adam nodded in understanding. I doubt these kids would want to leave the castle after graduating, though. Danley chuckled. That goes without saying. The Saratoga Castle is a highly prestigious institution in the Empire. It also helps that the undergraduate students who have studied here are given preference when enrolling for higher studies. Speaking of enrollment, Adam stated as he glanced at the elf. Lord Elrod didn't mention anything about it. Do I have to take a test, or prove myself any other way? Perhaps a combat assessment. Danley patted his shoulder and assured him, don't worry, it's all been taken care of. Adam was initially puzzled, but then his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but wonder. The Brotherhood's influence is truly deep. The pair's footsteps echoed as they made their way toward the administration hall. Along the corridor, Adam noticed that it was indeed as Danley had mentioned. There were quite a lot of rank 1 magi present here. Meanwhile, rank 2 magi were sparse. However, the number was still far more than anything he had witnessed before. Adam looked around curiously at the arched windows that lined the walls. They offered glimpses of mystical gardens, fountains, lawns, and Marion Lake that lay beyond the castle grounds. After about a 15-minute walk through winding corridors, under Danley's guidance, Adam had finally arrived before the entrance to the administration hall. Inwardly, he was greatly surprised at the scale of the castle. Danley then pushed open the heavy wooden doors whose surfaces were carved with intricate runes and geometrical patterns. Adam glanced at the runes and thought to himself, "This entire place seems to be carved in runes. I have to study this art no matter what. It will greatly help me in the long run." The youth didn't know what set of memories the next soul would contain. He didn't even know if it would contain any memories in the first place. However, he couldn't just sit around passively, hoping for good things to happen to him. During the war with the orcs back in the Southern Federation, he had been on death's doorstep on numerous occasions, especially his last battle with Oswald Gracie and Professor Hemingway. If he were stronger, he wouldn't have been in those situations. If he were stronger, he wouldn't have lost his dear friends. Adam's palms involuntarily clenched into fists, thinking back to those dire moments. He didn't know when the next battle would present itself. All he knew was that he had to be ready for it. For that, he had to give in his everything, his 100%, into mastering anything that would strengthen him. He had decided to wholeheartedly pursue higher arcane studies. As the pair stepped through the doors, they were greeted by a vast room bustling with activity. Long wooden tables, stacked with books and parchment papers, stretched out across the room. Meanwhile, feathered quills magically hovered on their own, filling out records and documents. A few humans and elves could be seen going about their jobs, while the majority of the work here was guided by the rank 1 spell, Magus Hand. Adam glanced at the ceiling that had the map of the Akkadian Empire painted across its surface. The painting was extremely detailed and lifelike, causing the youth to be amazed. Danley didn't stop his footsteps, however. Instead, he guided Adam to an office all the way across the hall. He knocked on the door twice before receiving permission to enter. As they entered the room, they saw that behind a large mahogany desk sat a stern-looking middle-aged elf. He had a head full of blonde hair, albeit with a slightly receding hairline. His round glasses perched on the edge of his nose as he diligently reviewed the documents in front of him. Danley respectfully stood before the administrator, not disturbing him in the least. A few minutes passed by before the middle-aged elf finally finished what he was doing. He then glanced at the young elf in front of him with his hazel eyes, his lips curling up into a warm smile. "It's you, Danley." Then he looked over at the black-robed youth wearing the pointy hat and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Is this the boy?" "That's right, Magus Elkian," Danley replied with a polite smile. Elkian observed the raven-haired youth and asked, "Adam Constantine, is it?" "Yes, sir," Adam replied respectfully. Elkian nodded his head in approval. "You're quite young, yet you've already advanced to the mana liquefaction rank. Very impressive, young man." "Very well." Elkian grabbed a few documents and stacked them together. Then he grabbed a black leather pouch and placed it atop the parchment papers. "All the formalities have mostly been taken care of," said the middle-aged elf as he handed the documents and the pouch to the youth. "Fill out these forms and return them to me at your convenience." Adam grabbed the items in a daze. He looked at Elkian and asked hesitantly, "Is that all?" "As I said, everything's mostly been taken care of," Elkian chuckled. Then, under Adam's dumbfounded expression, he added with a smile, "Welcome to Saratoga Castle." After completing his enrollment, if one could even call it that, Adam gathered the documents and the black pouch and left the administration hall in a daze. Seeing him in such a state, Danley couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong?" Shocked that everything happened so smoothly, Adam snapped back to his senses and glanced at the young elf with an incredulous look. What the hell happened? Wasn't that too easy? He was right to voice out his concerns. After all, Saratoga Castle was considered one of the 4 pillars of the empire, yet his admission to this institution was easier than getting a room in a tavern. "My teacher was the one to recommend you to the castle," said Danley like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Lord Elrod." Adam was even more confused. "But he isn't a faculty member here, is he?" "So what if he isn't?" Danley spoke with pride. "He has quite the influence in the empire." "I still don't get it," said Adam. The pair exited the administration hall and entered a long and wide corridor. It was adorned with magnificent arched windows that let in the golden rays of the afternoon sun. This corridor was lined with beautiful paintings, each depicting various scenes of the castle's rich historic construction of the castle grounds, the grand assembly of legendary magi, and magical landscapes. North of the Murky Mountains, the Akkadian Empire shares these lands with us elves of the Baja High Forest, Danley began explaining. "The magi from the empire have always had good relations with the Baja elves. After all, if a war broke down between the two, the entire Ulir continent would be ravaged in the ensuing chaos." Adam nodded his head in understanding, thinking to himself, "That's right. Why become enemies when there are more benefits to be gained by becoming allies?" Danley continued, my teacher happens to be one of the representatives of the Baja High Forest. Naturally, he's had to work with the powerful magi from the Empire on several occasions. The youth paused for a moment as the pair turned a corner in the corridor. Then he added, as a result, my teacher has established deep connections with many of the influential magi from various organizations in the Empire. Adam's eyes lit up as realization dawned on him, and one of these magi is from the castle. Indeed, Danley nodded. This magi also happens to be the one in charge of the admission process. Adam nodded from time to time, stroking his chin deep in thought. He then glanced at the elf and stated, still, Lord Elrod's words hold such sway in an institution as powerful as Saratoga Castle. Yes and no, Danley explained. As the pair walked through the corridor, their footsteps echoed behind them. The floor beneath their feet was made of ancient-looking stones, adding a vintage vibe to the atmosphere. The air in the corridor was filled with the scent of aged wood and parchment papers, mingling with the fresh breeze coming in from the open window. It is undeniable that my teacher's recommendation opened the doors to the Saratoga Castle for you, said Danley, but your past records also played a major role in your admissions. He then glanced at the raven-haired youth and smirked. Did you really think an institution as great as this one wouldn't do their due diligence on a prospective student? That's why I'm questioning the ease with which I was granted admission. Adam rolled his eyes. My friend, Danley sighed as he patted Adam's shoulder. You think too little of yourself. What do you mean? Adam frowned slightly. The pair soon reached a grand staircase made of aged dark oak, its handrails and uprights carved with vines and magical beasts. The stairs curved upwards, their polished steps turned smooth by the centuries of footfall. As the pair climbed the stairs, the sound behind them gradually faded. It was replaced by the soft murmurs of students who journeyed up and down these stairs. Your academic records from Clover Academy have already been verified by the faculty here. Although your scores were not exemplary, they were not bad either, said Danley mockingly. The hell? Adam's eyes squinted. How do you even know about my grades? Weren't those supposed to be, I don't know, private? Of course, it's because my teacher told me about them. Danley shrugged. Anyway, it's obviously not your scores that the castle found desirable, but your actions during the war. Adam's face turned solemn when he was reminded of the war. There was a trace of sorrow that flashed past his jet-black eyes. Danley didn't notice this, he continued. To become a mana-liquefaction magus at the age of 20 is no joke. Even the most talented magi in the Empire had not achieved this. His voice seemed to contain a hint of admiration. When he had learned of this from Elrod, he was truly shocked. Even he, who was considered a genius among geniuses in the Baja High Forest, took 6 years to reach this rank. Yet Adam had done it in only 5. And not only that, you even took down 2 mana-liquefaction magi as a newly advanced rank 2 magus. Danley continued, this, in my opinion, is what compelled the faculty from the castle to admit you into this institution. What can I say? I guess my presence here really is that appealing, said Adam with a smug expression. Danley's lips twitched. HMPH, don't get so cocky. It probably has something to do with losing you to the Tower of Daybreak. Adam's eyes widened in surprise. What? They even know about that. Of course, Danley spoke matter-of-factly. When a magus as powerful as Edwin Turner makes a move into recruiting someone, you think the other 3 pillars won't hear of it. This made sense to Adam, but at the same time he found it very shocking. They were sure to keep tabs on him if he was now on the radar of other powerful magi in the Empire. This didn't sit well with him. After all, he was a person who liked to remain low-key. He didn't care about fame, only money, but still this couldn't help but put a smile on his face. So all the big shots in the Empire know of me, I'm really moving up in the world. Don't get carried away. Danley rolled his eyes. There are countless geniuses in the Empire as there are stars in the night sky. He paused for a moment, thinking that his words might have sounded wrong. Thus he corrected himself. I'm not saying this to demean your past achievements. What I mean to say is that you must work even harder now. This place, after all, is highly competitive. Sensing the concern in his friend's voice, Adam's heart warmed a little, yet he decided to poke him out of fun nonetheless. Aw, Danley, you really do care for me. Shut your pig mouth. Danley harumphed and stomped away. We're about to reach the accommodation floor. Adam chuckled in amusement before following him up the stairs. This elven friend of his might appear cold and aloof on the outside, but on the inside, it was a whole different matter. On the first landing of the stairway, Adam encountered a group of young magi wearing gray cloaks with the raven insignia on them passing by. Their arms were laden with thick tomes and scrolls. When they gazed at Danley, they bowed respectfully. When they saw Adam with him, they politely nodded at him. A few of them offered brief smiles before leaving. Kids here are so respectful, said Adam with gratification. If you weren't a monoliquefaction magus, they wouldn't be so respectful. Danley harumphed as he climbed the stairs, which seemed to stretch on toward infinity. Hearing his response, Adam clicked his tongue in annoyance, but he knew that the elf was speaking the truth. In this world, strength was everything. He then walked toward the railing and looked upward. Glancing at the astronomical amount of staircases overlapping each other, he was quite amazed. This place really is huge. The pair continued their ascent, each step taking them to the heart of the castle. The walls along the stairway were adorned with even more paintings, each depicting an influential alumni from history. Some of the people in these paintings were even squinting at Adam, wondering who this newcomer was. Realizing that the paintings were actually alive, Adam blurted out, "It moved." The nearby magi gave him strange looks before chuckling in hushed manners and walking away. Danley turned around to glance at the raven-haired youth with a deep frown. "Stop embarrassing me." "But Danley, how can they move? I've never seen something like that." Adam hurriedly followed after him, shouting out his findings. Danley, on the other hand, climbed the stairs even faster, avoiding him. Second-hand embarrassment was real. Adam carefully observed the paintings along the walls and saw that they were accompanied by a small bronze plaque underneath them, detailing the magus name and the years they attended this institution. The light from the candle holders, as well as the rays of the sun seeping in through the arched windows, illuminated these paintings, casting a warm glow on them, further increasing the reverential atmosphere. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the pair reached the upper floors where they found themselves in a very spacious common room. The common room was furnished with comfortable armchairs and couches, arranged before a large crackling fireplace. Magi could be seen huddled around the fireplace, lounging. Shelves filled with thick tomes lined the walls. Adam saw that a few magi were sitting here and studying, while others were engaging in animated debates. A large crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire place. "This is the East Wing's common room," Danley explained. "This floor is strictly for monoliquefaction magi such as ourselves." As Adam was viewing the common room, his eyes flashed with excitement and curiosity. This was completely unlike what he had experienced at Clover Academy. The ambience was simply worlds apart. One thing he realized was that although this common room was huge, there were very few people there. "Why is it so empty?" he asked. "It's because the academic year hasn't begun yet," explained Danley as he led the youth to a narrow hallway after greeting a few magi. "When does it begin?" Adam asked. Danley looked back at him and sighed. "You really need to stay on top of things." "What do you mean?" Adam protested with a wronged expression. "I just got here yesterday, and Lord Elrod also didn't tell me anything." The elf shook his head and scoffed. "That excuse won't work always. Anyway, the academic year begins a week from now." "That's good. I have plenty of time to familiarize myself with things." Adam nodded with a sigh of relief. "Good that you understand," said Danley as he led the youth to the depths of the hallway. The hallway was quieter, the only sounds being the soft footsteps of other magi walking by. On each side were the entrances to the dorm rooms. However, no sounds were coming from within. Adam guessed that the rooms must be inscribed with yet another runic formation that canceled out any noise. Finally, after passing a few rooms, Danley stood in front of a particular door and pointed at it. "This is going to be your dorm room. The black pouch Magus Elkian gave you contains the key. I have other things to tend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." Danley's lips slowly curled up into a smile. "Don't mention it, brother Adam." He then pointed down the hallway and added, "If you need anything, I'm down that way." "Understood." Adam nodded. Danley turned around and walked toward his room. He waved his hand and spoke without looking back. "Welcome to Saratoga Castle, my friend." Hearing his words, Adam couldn't help but smile brightly. He then glanced at the door beside him and saw that it was made of sturdy oak. It had a brass handle and also a small engraved nameplate. The youth brushed his fingers across the nameplate. His name was already engraved on it. Then he opened the holding bag and found his key card among other things. Unlocking the door, he finally stepped foot inside, taking in the sight of his new quarters. His dorm room was warm and cozy, to say the least. It was quite spacious, twice the size of the one he had back in Clover Academy. Furthermore, he had this room all for himself. A large arched window on one wall offered a breathtaking view of the Marion Lake and the green hills behind it. Beside the window was his bed, covered with a thick quilted blanket, accompanied by a wardrobe to the side. A sturdy wooden desk that came with a set of high bookshelves and drawers stood against one wall. Right across from it was the living room, which came with a luxurious seating area as well as a mini fireplace. Adam took in everything with a great sense of satisfaction. He then walked toward the arched window and glanced at the mesmerizing view, his lips curling up into a smile. Suddenly, a gray light flashed and a furry gray cat appeared in the dorm room. Valerian looked around the place with curiosity and excitement. First, he ran a few circles around the spacious room, seemingly marking his territory. Then he jumped into Adam's arms, fondly licking his cheeks. "Brother, is this our new home?" he asked excitedly. Adam gently rubbed the young dragon's head and nodded. "Yes, Val." He scanned the room once again, feeling a growing sense of belonging. Then he turned his head and looked toward the serene lake outside. "This will be our new home." The morning sun cast a golden glow over the city of Ravenfell, illuminating its cobblestone streets and the bustling activity of its residents. The air was intermixed with the scent of fresh bread and exotic spices, as well as the faint smoke wafting from the chimneys of the various houses. Birds chirped melodiously, however. Their voices were drowned by the endless cawing of ravens. For a newcomer such as Adam, such a phenomenon was surely a distressing experience. However, the rest of the residents had already grown used to it. It was to the point that they found it strange whenever they visited other places and didn't hear the constant cries of ravens. With a frown on his face, the youth gazed at the countless ravens perched upon buildings and trees. This is going to take some time to get used to. Since the beginning of the academic year at Saratoga Castle was still a few days away, he had decided to visit the city and familiarize himself with it. He first chose to visit the market quarter. He had a lot of things he wished to purchase, after all. But when he realized that he only had about 600 Akkadian gold on him, he wanted to just find a corner and cry. He cursed vehemently under his breath, "Damn it, damn this foreign exchange rate. In the Federation, I was decently well off, but here I have to scrounge for scraps. Damn it." The passing by residents of the city gave him strange looks, wondering if he had gone mad so early in the morning. But when their gaze fell on the raven insignia on the gray cloak that he was wearing, they didn't dare comment. The Saratoga Castle was a hallowed existence in this part of the empire. Naturally, the magi who belonged to this institution were deeply respected by the masses. Seeing Adam on the verge of tears, Valerian, who was sitting on his shoulder, hugged his face. "It's going to be okay, brother. You still have the ring given to you by Eddie's grandfather." "Ha, I know," Adam sighed. He glanced at the ring on his finger and couldn't help but smile. But the next moment, his face turned solemn and he mumbled, "But I need to find a suitable place to sell potions. I also need to set up procurement channels. Ha, there's so much work to do." Moving to a new city was hectic, to say the least. The ingredients inside the storage ring would only last him a few months. After that, he would have to purchase them by himself. And since he was going to live here for the foreseeable future, he had to build good relationships with trusted suppliers. He had to establish a strong network with other magi as well. At a very early age, Berger had already instilled in him the importance of networking with others. Adam took the gnome's teachings very seriously. When he thought of the crucial piece of information that Elrod had said to him back in Akrian, he couldn't help but chuckle in excitement. That's right. At that place I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, sell potions, and build a strong network. Kekek, but first get me some food, said Valerian with a pout as he mischievously covered Adam's eyes with his paws. Fine, don't be naughty now. Adam moved the young dragon's paws and began to leisurely stroll the streets of the market quarter. The streets here were narrow with colorful stalls and bustling shops located on both sides. Despite being the wee hours of the morning, this place was very crowded. Adam made his way through the sea of people, looking around at the various shops and businesses with curious eyes. Merchants loudly advertised their wares, from freshly baked buns to shiny trinkets. A few stores here sold potions, but Adam didn't like the product's quality all that much. He did, however, buy a handful of local ingredients that he found interesting. Then he stopped by at a small stall that sold skewered meat. After buying enough for himself and his dear familiar, he strode off into the depths of the market. Despite being daytime, the gaslights were still on in this district. The buildings here were tall, each of them a couple of floors at least. Moreover, floating advertisement banners covered the open area between buildings, making it difficult for sunlight to pass through. Adam raised his head and glanced at these magical banners and was quite intrigued. These advertisements drifted lazily in the air. But the interesting thing about them was that the contents painted on them were animated. They showcased scenes of potions being brewed, weapons being forged, clothes being sewn, and even theatrics being performed. It was a wonderful experience for Adam, to say the least. There was one particular floating banner that piqued Adam's interest, causing his heart to race a little. It was an advertisement for a pleasure house, and it was quite revealing. Stopping by another food stall, this time one that sold steamed dumplings, Adam and Valerian grabbed a plate for themselves and moved deeper into the market quarter. A group of street performers caught his eye. He couldn't help but stop by and watch the show. Surprisingly enough, it was by a group of rank 1 magi. He saw a man casting dingy illusion and conjuring miniature dragons and phoenixes that gracefully danced before him. Another magus cast flaming fingers and spewed thin rays of flames into the air. After spending almost the whole day touring the various places in the market quarter, Adam finally arrived at his location. Currently, he was standing in front of a 2-story rustic yet elegant-looking building at the edge of Uptown Quarter. The walls were constructed from thick stones carved in runes, weathered by time, and adorned with climbing ivy and wildflowers. Large arched windows were located in fixed intervals, each window decorated with intricate carvings of leaves, flowers, and vines. A beautifully carved wooden sign hung above the entrance to this building. It depicted a mortar and a pestle surrounded by an array of herbs. The sign read as follows, Herbalist's Guild. When Adam's gaze landed on the wooden sign above the entrance, his lips curled up into a grin. Just thinking about how much money he could make inside, he couldn't help but start drooling a little. He then glanced at the large number of magi going in and coming out of the entrance, thinking to himself, business is always booming at guilds belonging to the three major professions. Whether it was herbalists, artificers, or runesmiths, all of them were wealthy, to say the least. Moreover, the guilds supporting them wielded enormous influence. After all, the products and services offered by these people were very crucial to Amagus. Adam noticed that surrounding this building on three sides were lush, meticulously maintained gardens. His eyes lit up and he thought, no wonder the guild is located at the edge of the quarter. It would not be easy to acquire such a large plot for growing herbs elsewhere. A variety of herbs, flowers, and other medicinal plants were grown in this vast garden. They were personally tended to by the herbalists of the guild. Adam made his way toward the entrance of the building. It was a cobblestone pathway lined with blooming flowers. The scent of these flowers was soothing, calming guests before they even entered the building. The tall doorway was made of aged oak, adorned with intricate carvings of leaves, flowers, and vines. Adam noticed that there were no security personnel guarding the entrance, which he thought was strange. But in hindsight, it made sense for there to be no guards. No one was foolish enough to rob a herbalist's guild. All right, Val, ready to make some money. Adam smirked. Mayu, Valerian clenched his paws excitedly. Together, they stepped through the arched doorway. The next moment, they were immediately enveloped in a warm, therapeutic aroma. The mingling scents of dried herbs, fresh flowers, and medicinal oils created an inviting and relaxing atmosphere. Adam found himself in the guild's entrance hall. It was spacious, to say the least. The floor was made of polished wooden planks. At the center of the hall stood a polished oak reception desk. Behind it sat a young woman with brown hair and matching eyes. She wore simple yet elegant white robes embroidered with green and gold threads. Potted plants of various sizes were placed all throughout the hall. Some hung on colorful hangers, while others were set on wooden stands. To the left of the reception desk was the main room. This is where the majority of the customers had gathered. This spacious room was filled with tall wooden shelves and glass cabinets, neatly displaying all sorts of magical potions, ointments, and medicinal oils. Not only finished products, but even jars of dried herbs and bundles of medicinal plants were also sold here. Clearly, these items were for the herbalist to purchase. Adam's eyes lit up when he saw the wide array of medicinal ingredients found there. He hadn't seen such a large variety even after scouring the market quarter earlier today. As I thought, the Herbalist's Guild is indeed the perfect place for me to purchase raw materials, he thought to himself gleefully. On the other side of the main room, there were drying racks holding a bunch of freshly harvested herbs. Adam surmised that these herbs must have been grown in the large garden behind the guild. Adam then turned his head and looked at the area to the right of the reception desk. This was the seating area. Comfortable chairs and sofas created an inviting space for customers and herbalists alike. A few cushions and blankets further added to this comfort, making it a nice spot for guild members to read and discuss their findings. A corner of the seating area was filled with bookshelves that contained volumes of botany, herbal medicine, and magical plants and animals. Some books were ancient, their thick leather covers kissed by the passages of time, while others were newer, their spines fresh and unblemished. Finally, Adam looked at the grand stairway behind the reception desk that led to the second. He believed that the second floor was where all the magic happened. Right at that moment, his gaze met with the brunette receptionist's. She cheerfully smiled at him. "My lord, may I help you with something?" Adam and Valerian walked toward the reception table. "If you're here to buy ready-made items, you may visit the main room to my right," the receptionist gestured. "And if you're here to commission a herbalist, then please wait in the seating area to my left. Someone will come to assist you shortly." Adam shook his head with a light smile. "Young miss, I'm here for neither." The receptionist's brows creased ever so slightly and she asked in puzzlement, "Then may I ask what you're here for?" "I'm here to apply for guild membership," said Adam. The receptionist was visibly shocked. "My lord, are you serious?" After all, herbalism required deep knowledge and vast experience. Thus, the vast majority of the herbalists were old people. The youngest were middle-aged magi. So the receptionist found it difficult to believe that this young man in front of her, who seemed to be no different in age than her, was actually a herbalist. "Of course I am," Adam stated solemnly. "Tell me what I have to do." The receptionist didn't know how to respond. In her mind, she believed that this young magus was joking with her. She was actually quite speechless. If someone were jesting, shouldn't the joke have at least some semblance of the truth? Yet Adam, a magus in his early 20s, was actually claiming to be a herbalist wanting to become a member of this prestigious guild. "What is it, Ada?" Right when she was thinking of how to respond to Adam's strange request, a stern-looking middle-aged man, who happened to be on his way toward the stairway to the second floor, saw the awkward expression on her face and came forward. Ada, the receptionist, was a kind young magus liked by all guild members. They couldn't stand to see that someone was bothering her. She turned around and saw who it was. Lord Barclay. Her eyes lit up, but at the same time she felt some pity for Adam. After all, Barclay was known to be a man with a chip on his shoulder. It's nothing, my lord. Ada hurriedly waved her hands. I can take care of this. Is this fool bothering you? Barclay stood beside Ada and condescendingly looked at Adam. Fool, Adam thought to himself, a little taken aback by this man's rude behavior. What does he want? Barclay asked. Well, Ada lowered her head and spoke meekly. He said he wanted to become a guild member. What? Even Barclay was taken aback. He glanced at Ada and asked gently, are you serious? Ada nodded. Barclay then glanced at Adam, who was leaning on the reception desk with a stoic expression, and burst into laughter. Bahahaha. You hairless brat, you want to become a guild member. His voice attracted the attention of everyone present on the ground floor. Meanwhile, Adam's eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, this bastard is looking for trouble. The next moment, Barclay's laughter abruptly subsided. He glanced at Adam and coldly muttered, get out. Barclay was a rank 2 magus, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Being able to become a grade 2 herbalist at such a young age naturally birthed an arrogant nature in him. For the 3 major professions, the grade corresponded with the rank. Meaning, a grade 1 herbalist could concoct potions useful for a rank 1 magus. Similarly, a grade 2 herbalist could concoct potions useful for a rank 2 magus and below. The reason why professions were divided into grades was that each grade had a mana requirement corresponding to a magus's rank. A grade 1 herbalist couldn't concoct the same potion that a grade 2 herbalist could because the former wouldn't have that much mana available to begin with. However, mana wasn't the only requirement for becoming a grade 1 herbalist, let alone a grade 2. A magus needed to have vast medicinal knowledge and decades of practical experience to even become a grade 1 herbalist. The fact that Barclay could become a grade 2 herbalist in his 30s meant that he was a true prodigy in the field of herbalism. That is why he thought Adam was joking with them when he said he wanted to become a guild member. Moreover, Barclay also didn't care about the youth's status as a student of Saratoga Castle. So what if the Saratoga Castle was one of the 4 pillars of the empire? The Herbalists Guild was an independent organization that had its branches spread throughout the world. Why should he be bothered about an organization only limited to the scope of the Akkadian Empire? Adam glanced at Barclay with displeasure. Is this how the guild treats every herbalist that comes to its doorsteps? Herbalist, you. Barclay scoffed. A hairless brat like you wanting to become a member of this guild is the funniest thing I've heard this week. He paused for a moment before arrogantly claiming, you think you're me. You think you could become a grade I herbalist in your 20s. Adam viciously interrupted him, grade I herbalist. He raised his chin and spoke with even more arrogance. I had become a grade I herbalist in my teenage. Now I'm only 22, yet I'm already a grade 2 herbalist. How dare trash like you compare yourself to me? The next moment his eyes narrowed and he looked straight into Barclay's eyes. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, know your place. When it came to interacting with other strangers, to be more precise, Adam thought himself to be a mirror. If he was spoken to politely, he would also speak politely. But if someone was rude and disrespectful to him, he wouldn't be nice about it either. Why should he? He was no saint. When Barclay gazed at Adam's abyss-like eyes, his body involuntarily shuddered. And when the youth spoke those words, his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't help but subconsciously retreat a step. Damn it, realizing what he had just done, that too in front of so many people, Barclay couldn't help but curse inwardly. He was a genius of the Herbalists Guild, a magus respected and admired by many. Yet he had displayed such a show of weakness in front of this raven-haired youth. Barclay couldn't have it. This interaction with Adam had severely wounded his pride. Thus, he pointed his finger at Adam and roared angrily, you dare lie blatantly to my face. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think just any random cat or dog could become a herbalist? Realizing that all the people gathered were witnessing this scene take place, Barclay's lips curled up ever so slightly. He knew that the youth was lying, so he decided to hammer down on his actions. This is a great disrespect not only to us, herbalists, but also to this prestigious guild, he said. I, Barclay Weiss, hereby ban you from ever stepping foot inside this. Once again, Adam cut him off. I see you've been handling Iron Moon mint leaves. He glanced at Barclay's skin under his nails and added, judging by the subtle discoloration, it should be freshly crushed. Hearing his words, Barclay's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. You, how did you? But Adam didn't give him the chance to speak. He leisurely stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, walking around the reception desk and toward the dumbfounded middle-aged herbalist. Although mint leaves a barely noticeable mark, the Iron Moon mint leaves are special. They emit a special scent when being crushed, Adam began. But that's not all. I also detect a hint of Higgins root and wild lavender. That combination is quite conspicuous. Barclay remained frozen on his spot. His jaws widened with every word Adam spoke. He glanced at Adam, who was walking around him like he was some sort of monster. The fact that he could identify so many magical herbs and ingredients with just a simple look clearly indicated that he was a remarkable herbalist. The skill Adam had just displayed to everyone present was something that only came with time and practice. Any detail, no matter how small, could reveal a great deal to a herbalist about what someone was working on. They would be able to read traces of herbs and ingredients like reading a book. Every herb has its own signature, a unique aroma that blends in specific ways when combined. Adam stroked his chin and spoke like a wizened old magus teaching his apprentice. Clearly, he was taunting Barclay. Ironmoon mint, Higgins root, and wild lavender are commonly used together to concoct potions that soothe and refresh the spirit sea. Then, Adam leaned forward ever so lightly and took a sniff. Your robes carry the faint scent of winterweed and sunflower petals. He paused for a moment and mocked. There's also the stench of an amphibian, a toad, perhaps. He walked back around the reception's desk and stood where he was earlier standing. By now, all the people gathered here were looking at him with utter shock. Even Ada, who had been silent all this while, was looking at Adam with bright eyes. Winterweed and sunflower petals are often added in the final stage of concocting a potion that soothes the spirit sea, said Adam with confidence. The following moment, his lips curled up into an arrogant smirk. Conclusion, a potion of spirit pacifier brewed by a frog in a well. A wise man once said, not all battles are won with weapons, some are won with words. With just a few words, Adam had effectively taken care of the arrogant man named Barclay Weiss. Of course, if the man had politely interacted with him earlier, things would have never come to this, but he hadn't. And Adam, being the person he was, couldn't take it lying down. When he finished deducing the name of the potion that Barclay had been working on, everyone was shocked out of their minds. They couldn't believe that he was able to figure out the name of the potion just through a simple observation. In reality, however, it wasn't a simple observation. Adam had activated his sphere of resonance and was able to see the minute residues of the herbs and other ingredients under Barclay's nails. After that, by smelling the medicinal aroma wafting from the man's robes, he was able to infer the rest. The crowd began speaking in hushed tones, wondering if Adam really was a herbalist as he had claimed to be. There was very little reason to refute this now. What came next was shock. The fact that Adam, a young magus in his early 20s, was actually a herbalist filled the people with disbelief. But then they remembered that the youth had said that he was actually a grade 2 herbalist. This caused them to be shocked out of their minds, especially Barclay. He stared at Adam with wide eyes, wondering if this youth really was the same grade as him. But no matter how he saw it, he just couldn't make any sense out of it. Impossible. Is he actually a grade 2 herbalist? No, that can't be. He became a grade 2 even before I did. No, that can't be. That just cannot be. He thought to himself with sheer incredulity. Seeing him in such a state, Adam's lips curled up into a sneer. What is it? Did this hairless brat take you by surprise? Hearing his words, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. They had gathered to watch a great drama unfold, hoping to see Adam make a fool out of himself and get chucked out of the guild. Instead, they found something even more entertaining. Who would have thought that the genius of Ravenfell's Herbalist Guild would be outdone by a 22-year-old magus? What was even more exciting to them was the fact that they could be witnessing the birth of the youngest grade 2 herbalist in the city. Realistically speaking, Adam was already a grade 2 herbalist. In fact, the knowledge related to herbalism in his mind was way beyond grade 2. What was holding him back was his magus rank. Seeing the crowd point at him with ridicule in their eyes, Barclay couldn't take it. He had never faced such embarrassment before. For as long as he could remember, he was always revered by people for his genius in herbalism. This was the thing he was most proud of, his talent as a herbalist. But now that was shattered by this raven-haired youth in front of him. His eyes flashed with rage and denial as he hurriedly tried to justify the reason why Adam was able to deduce the potion he was earlier brewing. Barclay pointed his trembling hand at the youth and spat through gritted teeth. You damn cheater. Did one of my assistants inform you of my concoction earlier? I knew it. This is all staged. You all are trying to ruin my... Suddenly an aged voice descended upon the crowd from the stairway leading to the second floor. That's enough. When the crowd saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed in respect. Meanwhile, when Barclay heard this familiar voice, he trembled. He hurriedly turned around and, without even looking at the one who had just spoken, bowed. Greetings, guild leader. Adam's eyebrows rose in surprise, and his gaze shifted to the old man standing on the staircase. He was wearing white robes embroidered with dark green threads, depicting leaves and vines. The edges of his sleeves and the hem of his robes were lined with fine gold thread, giving him an air of elegance. His hair was a striking shade of white, long and flowing. His beard was of the same color, long and well-groomed. His face was lined with wrinkles, especially around the eyes and mouth. And his eyes, they were a piercing shade of blue, reflecting a lifetime of wisdom and experience. They held a warmth that put others at ease. This man was the leader of the Herbalists Guild at Ravenfell, Halbert Dawson. When Adam noticed the faint mana signature radiating from him, his pupils constricted and he respectfully bowed with his right hand on his chest. Rank 3 Magus. Halbert glanced at Adam, his eyes flashing with deep interest. What is your name, child? My lord, I am called Adam, said the youth respectfully. Adam Constantine. Halbert stroked his beard, a faint smile adorning his lips. Naturally, he had seen the entire event play out before him. He was very impressed by Adam's knowledge of herbalism. To be able to deduce so much about a potion by a cursory glance was not an easy feat. Not to mention, Adam hadn't seen any of the ingredients, only its residue. Yet he still didn't quite believe the youth's claim of being a grade 2 herbalist. There was a huge difference between theory and practice, after all. So what if Adam had the knowledge that a grade 2 herbalist would have? So what if he was a mana liquefaction magus? That still didn't prove that the youth would be able to successfully brew a grade 2 potion. You said you are a grade 2 herbalist, yet you are only 22 years of age. Is that true? Halbert asked with a gentle voice, his tone laced with skepticism. That is correct, my lord. Adam nodded. Can you prove it? Halbert asked with a raised eyebrow. That is all I've wanted, Adam smiled, a chance to prove myself. He then glanced at Barclay and the smile on his face deepened. Alas, a certain guild member has allowed their arrogance to cloud their judgment, refusing to give me a chance and even going so far as to attempt to ban me from this prestigious institution. When Adam spoke those words, Barclay's lips twitched. He lowered his head, not daring to argue with the youth, not in front of the guild leader at least. Halbert glanced at Barclay and couldn't help but shake his head, sighing. This child, he never could keep his pride in check, could he? He then glanced at Adam and smiled. This should serve as a wake-up call for Barclay. That is, if this boy really is as he claims to be. Having already come to his decision, he stated, very well, Adam. I shall give you the chance you seek. However, Halbert said sternly, the warmth in his eyes replaced by intensity. If you're not who you say you are, you will face the consequences. I understand, said Adam after a few moments. Very well. Halbert turned around and climbed the stairs. Acquiring a membership at the Herbalists Guild was a rigorous process, to say the least. The guild held its members to high standards, making it so that only the best of the best herbalists were given membership. Firstly, the prospective herbalist had to submit an application detailing their background, experience, and reasons for seeking membership at the guild. Then, the guild's council would review the application. They were invited to take the examination only if the candidate met the basic requirements. However, Adam was able to skip this tedious process by outshining the guild's brightest genius. For that, he was quite thankful for Barclay, actually. If he had gone the normal route, it would have taken him weeks, if not months, to even partake in the examination. Halbert climbed the stairs to the second floor. Behind him, Adam respectfully followed along with Barclay and a few other herbalists who happened to be downstairs. The second floor was dedicated to the concocting of potions and elixirs. Here, there were several rooms and laboratories that the guild members used to practice herbalism. Customers who commissioned herbalists to brew potions for them would sometimes come here and see the herbalists at work. Other than that, outsiders were not allowed to step on this floor. The examination process is divided into 3 main sections. Halbert began: theoretical knowledge, practical skills, and last but not least, a personal interview. He then turned around to glance at Adam, chuckling. But I suppose we don't need to make you sit through the theoretical test, do we? I'm afraid that would be a waste of time, my lord, said Adam with a confident smile. Ho ho, Halbert laughed heartily while stroking his beard. You're a pompous little fella, aren't you? His expression then turned serious and he added, but remember, Adam, if you don't have the skills to back your words, then you are no different than a fool. You're right, Adam nodded. Then allow me to show you my skills. Good, we'll straight away go for the practical test, Halbert smiled. Meanwhile, Barclay watched the interaction between Adam and the guild leader with a gloomy expression. In his heart, he was hoping that Adam would miserably fail the test. He still couldn't digest the fact that Adam, a magus in his early 20s, was actually a grade 2 herbalist. HMPH, after you fail the test, I'll deal with you. So what if you have theoretical knowledge? If you can't brew a potion, you can't be called a herbalist, he thought to himself. The group soon arrived at a hallway well lit by enchanted lanterns that cast a soft yet steady glow. The walls were lined with shelves, holding jars of magical herbs and ingredients, labeled meticulously. Large arched windows at either end of the hallway allowed natural light to flood in, creating a calm atmosphere. These windows also offered a view of the lush gardens around the building. Halbert entered the room closest to him, the small group following after him. It was a laboratory filled with sturdy wooden tables and workstations. Each workstation was equipped with a variety of tools such as mortars and pestles, vials, beakers, etc. Adam glanced around at this laboratory with great interest. Shelves along the walls were filled with glass vials, crucibles, and jars containing ingredients that were meticulously labeled. Meanwhile, wooden cabinets underneath the workstations contained more specialized pieces of equipment. In the center of the room, a large cauldron sat hovering over a runic formation. When Adam gazed at it, his eyes lit up in wonder. Whoa, is this a grade 2 artifact? He approached the cauldron and scrutinized it. And is that a flame runic formation? It looks like it can be adjusted to various temperatures with a simple hand gesture. Seems like a grade 2 formation as well. How fascinating. Barclay took this opportunity to viciously mock the youth, spoken like a true country bumpkin. Have you never seen a grade 2 cauldron before? Adam's lips twitched as he thought to himself, grade 2 cauldron. I've seen the grade 3 cauldron used by the old man, but it's a different matter that he never let me use it. He had always used a grade 1 cauldron to practice herbalism. He could never use a higher-ranked cauldron because those required him to have the corresponding mana levels. It was only a little more than 2 years ago that the youth advanced to a mana liquefaction magus. After that, he didn't have time to practice herbalism because he was recovering from his grievous injuries. So this would be the first time that he would be using a grade 2 cauldron. Adam then glanced at Barclay and smirked. I'm from the Southern Federation, so I guess to you I am indeed a country bumpkin. He paused for a moment before continuing. Tell me, Barclay, how does it feel to be outshined by a country bumpkin like me? Must be very embarrassing, no? Barclay's face turned red from anger. He was about to viciously retort, but noticed that the guild leader was looking at him with a disappointed look. Thus, he immediately swallowed his words. Instead, he flatly stated, HMPH, we'll see who outshines whom after this test is over. Halbert then looked at Adam and instructed, since this is a test, you will not be allowed an assistant to help you, understood? That goes without saying. Adam nodded. Very well then, Halbert began. You'll have all the ingredients you need inside this room. Generally, the examinee is allowed to brew the potions they are most skilled at, but that's not how your test will be conducted. Although Halbert was impressed by the knowledge and skills that Adam had displayed earlier on the first floor, it was undeniable that he had insulted and made fun of a guild member in front of everyone. Even thought he knew that the whole thing was initiated by Barclay, he still decided to slightly punish, if one could even call it that, Adam for his actions. As the leader of the Herbalists Guild, naturally he was a little biased toward its members. Halbert looked into Adam's eyes and solemnly stated, now, for your first potion, I want you to brew a grade 2 potion of healing. You may begin now. Adam's workstation was a meticulously organized space. Every tool was at its designated place. The wooden table was filled with various instruments, a mortar and pestle, glass beakers, vials, etc. He glanced at Halbert with raised eyebrows. A grade 2 potion of healing. The old guild leader nodded. I wish to see your techniques. A potion of healing was one of the most common potions out there in the market. It was an essential item that every magus needed to have. However, the concoction of this potion was not that easy. The difficulty of brewing rose with every grade. With every rank advancement, a magus's body would be enhanced, their life essence would be significantly strengthened, meaning a grade 1 potion of healing would not work on a rank 2 magus. Similarly, a grade 2 potion of healing would be simply too potent for a rank 1 magus to bear. The higher the potency of the potion, the more difficult it gets to concoct. Adam knew this well. He had never concocted a grade 2 potion before. As a matter of fact, he had barely practiced herbalism after recovering from the battles he had sustained in the war. Still, that didn't stop him from facing this challenge head-on. If anything, he welcomed it. As everyone watched him with anticipation, Adam first removed his pointy hat and placed it on Valerian's head. Mayu, Valerian, who was sitting on the ground beside him, looked at him with curious eyes. Adam winked. Keep it warm for me. Then he tied his medium-length raven hair, which was almost reaching to the base of his neck, into a ponytail. He walked toward the wooden shelves and carefully selected the ingredients. How much of my skills should I display? He thought to himself in amusement. Can't show them too much and can't show them too little as well. He knew quite a few brewing techniques after all. In the end, he decided on something that wasn't too showy but wasn't too bland either. As he was selecting the ingredients from the shelves, the herbalists that had gathered in the laboratory were paying rapt attention to him. If it was any other entrance exam, there would not have been so many people gathered. The fact that the guild leader himself was present for this test, however, spoke volumes. The herbalists started speaking in hushed tones, objectively judging Adam's actions. He's chosen the pomfret leaves, so he's decided to go the standard way. Some marrow root and purple lavender extracts as well. Mana spring water and troll blood, he's not entirely clueless. Tiger bee honey, what's that for? Suddenly, the herbalist's expressions turned strange. The first few ingredients that Adam had chosen were all according to normal standards, but the last few ingredients that he had grabbed caused them to have doubts regarding whether this raven-haired youth knew what he was doing. Why did he choose the gray vein bugs? Wait, did you see that? He grabbed a vial of hebi blood as well. Halbert too noticed Adam's peculiar actions. However, instead of being clueless like the other herbalists, he was actually quite surprised. The gray-veined bugs and hebi blood were ingredients that might seem ordinary at first glance, but if added to the solution in the later stages of the concoction, they could dramatically increase the efficacy of the potion. He couldn't help but ask the youth, Adam, do you perhaps have a mentor? Someone who taught you the art of herbalism. Of course, Adam smiled. He's a grade 3 herbalist as well. A round of collective gasps was heard throughout the laboratory. The herbalists gathered everyone except Halbert were stunned by this revelation. If Adam was someone personally taught by a grade 3 herbalist, it was only natural for him to display the level of skills he had. May I know his name? Halbert asked curiously. Adam's eyes flashed with warmth as he replied, Berger Glinhorn. The old guild leader stroked his beard. A human, Adam shook his head as he placed all the ingredients on the workstation. A gnome, Halbert muttered under his breath, wondering if he had ever come across a herbalist with the same name. A few moments later, he shook his head. No, I don't think I've met him. Adam smiled. That's natural, my lord. My teacher lives on the other side of the Murky Mountains. The Akkadian Empire was vast, let alone the Ulier continent. There were countless mana vortex magi that called this continent their home, so it wasn't strange for Halbert to not know of Berger. But what surprised him was the fact that this gnomish grade 3 herbalist was actually residing in such a backwater region of the continent. As far as he remembered, the Herbalists Guild did not have a branch in the Southern Federation. They deemed that region worthless. Why is your teacher residing in the Southern Federation? Halbert asked curiously. Is he one of those reclusive magi who doesn't like attention? Adam chuckled, something like that. Inwardly, however, he thought to himself, reclusive, more like asocial. Then Adam performed a simple hand gesture and activated the flame runic formation. A moment later, he adjusted the temperature. The flames burned a steady blue, ideal for controlled heating. He let the cauldron warm up meanwhile. He started with the next process, crushing the herbs. Adam placed a handful of dried pomfret leaves and a measure of marrow root into the mortar. Then he began to crush them in a pestle in a rhythmic and circular motion. At the same time, he did something that caused the herbalists, even Halbert, to be surprised. He infused thin strands of mana around the pestle and began to crush the ingredients in a mystical manner. The sound of grinding herbs was soft, yet steady. With the addition of mana, the entire process was expedited and the efficiency was further increased. After finishing this process, Adam poured a precise amount of mana spring water into the cauldron. As the water began to heat up, he stirred it with a long wooden spoon, ensuring even temperature distribution. His actions were methodical, causing the herbalists to nod their heads in approval. Once the mana spring water started to simmer, Adam's eyes lit up. It's time. Once the mana spring water was gently simmering, Adam added the crushed pomfret leaves and the marrow root to the cauldron, stirring continuously. The next moment, he made a simple hand gesture and cast Magus' hand. Following that, the spectral hand took over the wooden ladle from the youth. Gradually, the solution began to take a pale green hue as the ingredients began to infuse their properties into it. By now, the herbalists had gathered around the cauldron, standing at a safe distance and watching the solution bubble up gently. At the same time, they made sure to give enough space for Adam to concoct the potion. Magi were a curious bunch. These herbalists couldn't help themselves, especially now that they knew that Adam was actually an apprentice of a grade 3 herbalist. They couldn't wait to see just what sort of techniques he would use to concoct the potion of healing. Adam wasn't worried about them copying his techniques. It was borderline impossible for them to do so. Of course, they could still look at it and gain inspiration. The youth didn't mind that. However, unless his techniques were rigorously taught to them, they wouldn't be able to learn them. Herbalism was no joke. Sensing that the time for the next step had come, Adam dropped 7 drops of lavender extracts into the cauldron. The oil spread across the surface, spreading a calming fragrance throughout the room. An old herbalist asked out of habit, Magus Adam, can you explain why you only put 7 drops? Why not more? Adam replied matter-of-factly, well, that depends on how much mana spring water, which is the base of this potion, is added into the cauldron. He paused for a moment, checking on the progress of the solution before continuing. If there were more spring water, naturally I would have added more drops, and vice versa. The herbalists nodded their heads in approval yet again. They found that the youth's foundational knowledge about herbalism was quite sturdy. A few minutes later, Adam added the troll's blood into the mix. The troll was a creature with high regenerative capabilities. Naturally, its blood also shared the same properties. It was a precious ingredient that was used in the concoction of grade 2 potions of healing. As the Magus hand continued to stir the ladle in a circular and rhythmic motion, Adam's eyes lit up, realizing that it was finally time. He rolled the sleeves up to his elbow, revealing his chiseled forearms. He took a step forward, standing right before the cauldron. Then he coated his palms with a layer of pristine white mana. This caused the herbalists to be stunned. They had never seen such a pure quality of mana before. Halbert thought to himself incredulously, I can sense the element of wood in his mana, and it is quite strong. The next moment, Adam started stabbing his palms into the cauldron, taking the herbalists by surprise yet again. But upon closer inspection, they realized that he was actually infusing the potion with his mana. This was a technique unlike anything they had seen before. Adam's hand movements slowly started to blur as he increased speed. Countless mana threads shot out from his fingers and dove inside the liquid within the cauldron. A magical scene took place as the cauldron started to glow. The herbalists watched with bright eyes as they witnessed the potion inside the cauldron slowly start to transform. Almost 5 minutes later, Adam finally stopped in his movements. The amount of mana he had infused into the potion was now enough. It was now time for the final stage of the concoction. He cast Magus' hand yet again and made it grab the gray-veined bugs and the vial of hebai blood from the workstation behind him. He grabbed the vial of blood, uncorked it, and meticulously put several drops into the cauldron. Seeing that the quantity of hebai blood was exactly half of the troll blood Adam had earlier put, Halbert's eyes flashed with realization. I see. He glanced at Adam and nodded. So the hebai blood is going to enhance the regenerative effects brought about by the troll blood. Suddenly, he frowned a moment later. But that much hebai blood will contaminate the potion as a whole. How are you going to deal with that? Adam smiled. That's what these are for. He grabbed a handful of gray-veined bugs and thoroughly crushed them in his hands that were already coated with mana. Seeing the sparkling gray dust fall into the red potion, Halbert's eyes shone brightly. Indeed, this is the optimal way to balance out the toxins from hebai blood. Marvelous. The other herbalists also realized by now just what was happening. They were all erudite scholars, after all. They couldn't help but praise the ingenuity of the addition of this ingredient. Adam grabbed the wooden ladle from the Magus' hand and stirred the potion. Then he added tiger bee honey into the cauldron and mixed it until it fully dissolved. What is the honey for Magus, Adam? Another herbalist asked. Oh, this, Adam chuckled. I've always found the taste of healing potions to be quite medicinal. This just enhances the taste, making it sweeter. Hearing his simple response, the herbalists had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They were expecting that this seemingly ordinary honey would also increase the potency of the potion somehow, but it turned out that Adam just wanted to indulge the taste buds. Adam allowed the potion to simmer a little longer, occasionally stirring and checking the consistency. Sometimes, he would shoot out a few strands of mana into the potion, while at other times, he would reduce the flame from the runic formation. He patiently waited for the potion to achieve the perfect balance of color and viscosity. The potion finally transformed to a bright red color and shimmered brilliantly. Adam used the ladle and carefully scooped the potion into 2 glass vials. He corked each vial securely and inspected them one final time. Finally, he handed one vial to Halbert and the other to a nearby herbalist, asking him to pass it on after he'd finished observing it. After slightly more than 30 minutes, Adam had finally finished brewing the potion of healing. He glanced at the herbalists that were curiously scrutinizing the 2 vials and presented, "The potion is now complete. Note the vibrant crimson color and the white specks of light floating within. These specks of light are a result of adding the hebai blood and crushed gray-veined bugs, significantly increasing the potency of the potion. When consumed by a rank 2 magus, this potion will significantly accelerate the body's natural healing process, mending wounds and restoring vitality." He paused for a moment, before confidently adding, in other words, "My potion is 2 times more potent than the other potions found in the market." The herbalists sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them glancing at Adam with wide eyes. 2 times more potency seemed like a small amount, but was actually quite significant. Halbert glanced at Adam and spoke with great doubt. 2 times more potent than other healing potions. Are you certain? Of course, my lord, Adam smirked. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Hearing the youth's incredible claims about the potion being twice as potent as the potions found in the market, the herbalists hurriedly walked toward a workstation and began inspecting the liquid. Barclay was also the same. No matter how much he despised Adam, he couldn't help but admit that the mana-infusing technique, as well as all other skills that he had displayed during concoction, were genuinely praiseworthy. However, when he heard Adam claim about the potency of his potion, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He would pounce at whatever chance he would get to discredit the youth. That's why he personally carried out his experiments on the second vial of potion that Adam had handed out. Meanwhile, unlike the others, Halbert didn't hurry to experiment on the potion that he was holding on to. This was something that he could figure out just by doing some mental deductions. He glanced at Adam and muttered softly, "The only additional ingredients that you added were hebai blood, gray-veined bugs, and tiger bee honey. Surely they couldn't have increased the potency to such a drastic level." Adam smiled. "You're right, my lord. These ingredients, albeit having a positive effect on the potion, can't increase the efficacy of the potions to such a degree." Halbert's thoughts churned at great speeds as he replayed the whole scene of Adam concocting the potion. He tried to look out for things that were different than the standard way of brewing the potion of healing. Finally, realization dawned on him as he thought back to the pristine white quality of Adam's mana that had greatly taken him by surprise. I see. He nodded in understanding. Right at that moment, the experiments being carried out by Barclay and the other herbalists were also over. Barclay's hands trembled as he held onto the vial containing the shimmering red liquid. His lips parted, but no words came out. Tumultuous waves rose in his heart as he confirmed that the potion brewed by Adam was indeed twice as potent as the others. Seeing that the man was unable to speak out of shock, a nearby herbalist stepped forward and excitedly said, "Guild leader, it's true. Magus Adam's potion is indeed twice as potent." The group of herbalists burst into animated discussions. Didn't matter to them that another magus had managed to concoct a far better potion than they ever could. No, just the possibility of them being able to improve their potion-making skills filled them with hope and anticipation. To be honest, they couldn't wait to go to their respective laboratories and dive into research. They had learned quite a few things from watching Adam concoct the potion today. Just as they were talking to one another with great excitement, Halbert suddenly spoke up. Everyone leave. Then he glanced at Adam and added, "You stay." The herbalists respectfully bowed, "Yes, guild leader." With that said, they immediately left the laboratory, leaving Halbert and Adam alone. Before exiting the room, Barclay glanced at Adam, his eyes flashing with conflicting emotions. In the end, his eyebrows creased, and he gazed at the youth with concealed hostility before exiting the room. This action didn't go unnoticed by Adam, however. He only momentarily glanced at the middle-aged man's departing back before focusing his attention on Halbert. "It's because of the quality of your mana, isn't it?" said the old guild leader as he stroked his beard. "That's right, my lord." Adam nodded. As I thought," said Halbert. "The purity of your mana has what increased the potency of the potion of healing." Adam smiled and nodded. To be honest, Halbert was very tempted to know about the mana extraction technique that the youth in front of him practiced, which caused his mana to turn so pure. However, asking about such things was considered a great taboo in the Magus community. If the youth was a random nobody, Halbert would surely have some nefarious thoughts. But now, he could only play the cards that he had been dealt. Realizing the immense value that this youth in front of him had, Halbert decided that he had to recruit him into the guild. "Adam, why do you wish to join the Herbalists Guild?" he asked. "Is this the final interview of the examination process?" Adam asked with raised eyebrows. "That's right," Halbert nodded with a smile. "Now tell me, why do you wish to join the guild?" Adam thought for a moment before deciding to just be honest. The man in front of him was a mana vortex magus. It was useless to lie before him. Moreover, he believed that he had already proved his immense worth after displaying his theoretical and practical skills just now. The youth looked Halbert in the eye and honestly stated money. Halbert was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had heard wrong. "What did you say?" "I'm lacking money," said Adam with a shrug. "Joining the guild is the easiest way to earn money. I also like herbalism." Halbert was silent for a few moments before bursting into laughter. "You're quite straightforward, aren't you?" He paused for a moment and then asked with a gentle voice, "So you like herbalism, eh?" Adam smiled brightly. "Yeah, it's fun. Ho ho, not bad at all." Seeing the childlike curiosity and wonder in Adam's eyes when he spoke about herbalism, Halbert was very gratified. The next moment, he took out a brooch from his storage ring and tossed it at the youth. Then he walked out of the laboratory, leaving behind his parting words, "Welcome to the Herbalists Guild." Adam glanced at the circular brooch in his hand. It had a flower carved at the center, surrounded by herbal leaves arranged in a wreath-like pattern. At the bottom of the brooch, 2 small vertical lines were carved, signifying his status as a Grade 2 herbalist. The youth grinned from ear to ear as he pinned the brooch right next to the raven insignia on his gray cloak. "A Grade 2 herbalist, huh?" He chuckled. "It's got a nice ring to it." Under the soft glow of the gas lamp posts, Barclay walked through the cobblestone streets of the uptown quarter, heading toward his manor. His mind was in utter chaos after what he had just witnessed. It felt like a big blow to not only his pride, but also his abilities as a herbalist. In his hand, he tightly clasped the vial containing the potion that Adam had just brewed. If he held it any tighter, it would shatter. Yet, he didn't realize this. He glanced at it with complicated emotions: shock, admiration, envy, anger, and hatred. His expression twisted hideously as he thought to himself, "You dare insult me in front of the whole guild, I'll make you pay for." Suddenly, his thoughts abruptly paused when his surroundings started to transform, much to his shock and horror. Barclay's pupils constricted when he saw the familiar streets, the buildings, the people, everything turning into smoke. The next moment, he found himself on a bloodied battlefield, littered with shattered weapons and mangled corpses. "Eek!" Barclay stumbled in his footsteps and landed on his butt. His body trembled in fear, wondering what was happening to him. "Where am I? No, did someone cast a spell on me? Impossible," the man thought incredulously. He found it extremely suspicious that he was under the effects of a spell without him even knowing about it. Then, out of nowhere, came the intense bloodlust and pressure, causing his heart to pound wildly inside his chest. He subconsciously turned his head and saw an enormous heap of corpses right in front of him. Ogres, trolls, orcs, and magical beasts, their mutilated corpses piled on top of each other and created a mound. Atop this mound stood a black-robed magus wearing a pointy hat. When Barclay's gaze landed on him, he shrieked in fear, "It's you." Adam coldly looked down on him and muttered with sheer indifference, "You herbalists are pathetically weak when it comes to magic combat. Dealing with you guys is as easy as swatting a fly. Don't make me have to kill you." Barclay's teeth clattered in horror, yet he mustered whatever courage he could and spoke up, "But aren't you a herbalist too?" The next moment, the skies turned crimson, and drops of blood fell to the ground in a torrential downpour. A malevolent aura started to emanate from Adam as he stood atop the mountain of corpses and grinned devilishly. Yes, but I'm also a tyrant. Barclay's whole body trembled when he heard those words. When he blinked and opened his eyes again, he was astounded to realize that he was sitting on the cobblestone street under the shade of a lamppost. He looked around in bewilderment, but the sea of corpses was nowhere to be found. Similarly, Adam was also nowhere near. It was as if everything was a dream. He recalled the blatant threat he had just received from the raven-haired youth. The first thing that came to his mind was to report this to the authorities. Better yet, he could take this matter to the guild leader and immediately have Adam expelled from the Herbalists Guild. But then he remembered how effortlessly he was put under that spell earlier. Knowing that Adam could have really taken his life without him even being aware of it, his veins were flooded with unprecedented terror. Don't make me have to kill you. Adam's words continued to ring inside his mind. Barclay knew that if he really tried to mess with the youth in the future, he would really meet his end. Instantly, he squished any ideas he had about trying to get revenge on Adam. He got to his feet in a flustered manner and hurriedly fled to his manor. No, I must stay as far away from him as possible, he thought to himself in fear. The next few days passed by without anything significant happening. Adam took this time to familiarize himself with Ravenfell. At the same time, he also learned about the inner workings of the Herbalists Guild. Being a guild member not only allowed him to directly buy raw materials from them at a significantly discounted price, but it also allowed him to sell his potions. Moreover, he could also receive commissions from other affluent magi and concoct potions for them. Of course, all the herbs and magical ingredients would have to be provided by them. There was also the fee that he could charge these customers. Adam could decide the commission fee himself. There would be no interference from the guild on that matter. Other than that, he also had access to the tomes related to the arcane arts and herbalism that the guild owned. But the one thing that Adam liked the most was that he was given access to the laboratory inside the guild. This laboratory was countless times better than the one he had in his house back in Moon City. In fact, it was better than anything he had ever seen. Even Berger's personal laboratory paled in comparison. This was naturally a given. The Herbalists Guild was an independent organization that had branches all across the world. They had also amassed quite a large amount of wealth over the years, so it only made sense that the guild's laboratory would be state-of-the-art. It had everything that a herbalist needed. On this day, the rays of the early morning sun gradually colored the sky in shades of orange and pink. The surface of the Marion Lake was as calm as ever, reflecting the image of the grand castle beside it. On the upper floors of the East Wing, inside Adam's dorm room, the youth sat on the high-back leather couch directly facing the fireplace. Valerian peacefully slept on his lap, purring from time to time. With one hand, Adam gently stroked the fur on the young dragon's back, and with the other hand, he held an arcane textbook, reading it with fascination. He could barely sleep last night due to the sheer excitement flooding his veins. Just as the rays of the morning sun seeped in through the arched windows and touched his face, he closed the book and placed it on the small table beside him. Adam glanced at the peaceful lake outside through the window, his lips curling up into a bright smile. Finally, today marks the beginning of the academic year. As the new graduate students gathered in the vast entrance hall of the Saratoga Castle, the grand doors behind them slowly closed with a deep, resounding thud. All of these people were ranked 2 magi. Some were in their early 20s, while others were much older. These new students didn't number more than a few dozen. Saratoga Castle was quite strict in their admissions, after all. Not just anyone could get into this highly prestigious institution. Apart from their magus ranks, another similarity between the new students was their race. There were only humans and elves present. There was no fixed age requirement for these people. As long as they were recently advanced monoliquefaction magi, they would be considered graduate students. Adam looked around at his colleagues with a faint smile on his face. Looking at all these new faces that were brimming with curiosity and anticipation, his smile broadened. To say that he wasn't as excited as these people would be a lie. Suddenly, he noticed something after looking around and thought to himself, why don't I see any dwarves and gnomes? How strange. The next moment, the rank 3 magus who was going to reside over their orientation process clapped her hands twice, drawing everyone's attention toward her. Adam glanced at this elderly woman with a curious gaze, thinking to himself, I believe her name was Professor Whitaker, a magus from the School of Summoning. She had a tall and imposing figure, and her eyes seemed sharp and discerning. Her ocean blue robes swept gracefully around her as she surveyed the young magi standing before her. Welcome to Saratoga, she announced in a clear and authoritative tone. Despite her assertive manner of speaking, there was a gentleness in her emerald eyes that looked at the students with warmth and kindness. I am Matilda Whitaker, department head of the School of Summoning, she said. I will be giving you a tour of the castle today. Before waiting for any of the new graduate students to respond, she turned around and walked away, her footsteps echoing off the stoned walls. The dozens of students glanced at each other, then hurriedly followed her, their eyes darting around the place, taking in the grandeur of their new home. "This way," said Professor Whitaker, moving down a wide corridor that was adorned with a long row of ornate suits of armor. These metal figures stood silently, their visors seemingly following the movement of these new magi. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. More gargoyles. No, perhaps these are golems. How spooky. "We begin with the assembly hall," said the old professor as she waved her hand, causing two magus hands to materialize in front of her and push open the pair of towering oak doors. The graduate students gasped in amazement as they entered the expansive room. The enchanted ceiling above reflected the morning sky outside the castle walls. Lazy clouds hovered in the air. If one looked close enough, they could even spot a few birds flying in groups. Of course, none of it was real. An illusion. Adam's eyes lit up. He was able to instantly tell that the sea of clouds above was an illusion because his eyes could see straight through it. "Here, you will gather for important events and meals should you choose to have them," Professor Whitaker explained. "The ceiling above is enchanted with illusion magic, reflecting the weather outside. It mirrors a clear sunny day and a night sky full of stars regardless of the season and the visibility outside." The students couldn't help but gasp in awe. The amount of work that must have gone into setting this up, making sure that it operates all the time, must have been truly astounding. "So illusion magic and runes, huh?" Adam wondered, stroking his chin. "It's fascinating how runes have touched every nook and cranny of this castle. I must diligently study this art." Professor Whitaker allowed the young magi to absorb the sight before them for a few moments before moving on. The group proceeded down another corridor, one that was lined with animated portraits. Magi from centuries past moved within these frames, some waving at the students enthusiastically, while others were too absorbed in their activities within the painting. "These paintings serve more than a decorative purpose," said Professor Whitaker. "Some of them can even offer advice to you. Well, that is only if they find you interesting enough." As the students curiously glanced at the paintings, Professor Whitaker added, "Regardless, you must always be respectful while engaging with them." Professor Adams suddenly called out, "These aren't creatures from the spirit world, so how is it that they're alive? That too inside these paintings." Professor Whitaker glanced at the raven-haired youth, her eyes twinkling with curiosity and interest. She had heard about this newcomer from the head of admissions. She was quite interested in him. After all, the story of a young man becoming a rank 2 magus at the age of 20, that too in a backwater region such as the Southern Federation, was quite riveting. "You're right, Magus Constantine, they are not spirits," she explained patiently. Adam glanced at her and asked, "So then how are they alive?" Professor Whitaker smiled mysteriously. "They're not alive, just sentient." Before he could come up with another question, she turned around and led the students to the heart of the castle. Adam could only swallow his words and follow with the rest of the students. After visiting a great number of places in this ancient fortress, they finally arrived at the library. Its heavy double doors opened up to reveal a cavernous room with rows upon rows of towering bookshelves, each filled with arcane texts and scrolls. The scent of parchment paper and aged wood filled the air, giving this vast library an aura of timelessness. "This is the Grand Library," Professor Whitaker whispered, her tone laced with reverence and admiration. "Magus Ciora, our librarian, maintains a strict silence policy here," said the old woman. "Use this hall to study and explore the immense knowledge contained within these walls." The next moment her tone turned somber. "But remember, ladies and gentlemen, the restricted section is off limits. If you're seen wandering around that place without permission from any of the professors, you will be strictly punished." When Adam heard her warning, his lips curled up into a slightly mischievous smirk. "Off limits, that makes me want to visit that place even more." After visiting the library, Professor Whitaker continued to give the students a tour of the castle. Even though this was a very time-consuming process, it was a tradition of sorts for a senior faculty member to show the graduate students around the castle, instead of them just exploring on their own. The tour continued up the spiraling marble staircase. Adam leaned over the railing and raised his head to see just how high the countless number of stairways reached. "They really do seem to stretch on till infinity," he marveled. "The castle is known for its enchanted architecture," said Professor Whitaker with a hint of smirk. She guided the group of graduate students to ascend to the floor above, but when they finally reached the floor, they realized, much to their astonishment, that they had actually arrived 2 floors below. "You will learn the nuances of navigating this castle in due time," the old professor chuckled, watching the looks of disbelief on the faces of the students. Adam was slightly better than the rest, but still, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this feeling every time he experienced it. In the past few days, Danley had shown this peculiarity to him. Ultimately, Adam learned that there was no logic behind the strangeness of the magical staircases. "How do the stairways operate?" Adam had asked at the time. Danley had given a simple answer, one that weirdly made sense and seemed unreasonable at the same time. "Magic." "A small piece of advice," said Professor Whitaker with a faint smile. "Always follow your intuition when stepping on these magical steps. Reasoning won't lead you to your destination." the group continued to the other parts of the castle. Every once in a while, the old professor would stop and explain the various amenities that could be found in certain areas. A few hours later, Professor Whitaker stopped before an unassuming wall. The graduate students huddled behind her, wondering why she had brought them there. Hidden throughout this castle are several secret passageways and rooms, said Professor Whitaker as she pointed at the wall before her. This here is an example. The next moment, under the stupefied gazes of the students, she weaved a simple hand gesture, following which the wall started to rumble. Then a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth appeared on the surface of the wall, causing the students to be astounded. The pair of eyelids slowly opened, the stony pupils within gradually shining with a sentient light. The pupils darted around and then finally landed on Professor Whitaker. "Oh, Matilda, it's you," said the face on the wall with slight difficulty. It seemed that it hadn't spoken in a long time. "Hello, old friend," Professor Whitaker smiled warmly. The face's lips parted into a wide yawn, causing the entire wall to tremble and dust to fall from the ceiling. It then smacked its lips a few times before grumbling, "What is it this time? You better have a good reason to wake me up." Professor Whitaker chuckled in amusement. She pointed at the magi behind her and stated, "This is the new batch of graduate students. I thought I'd introduce you to them." The wall sighed, its expression almost human-like. "You were such an innocent little girl when you found me all those years ago, but now." It paused for a moment before snorting in displeasure. "You don't even visit me often, HMPH. You've changed, Matilda, you've changed." Professor Whitaker's lips twitched. "No need to be so overdramatic. You know I've been busy." Then she conjured a large, shiny ore from her storage ring and waved it before the wall. "I even brought a little gift for you. But perhaps I've really changed like you mentioned. Maybe I should just leave." "Wait," the wall screamed. "You know I haven't eaten in years. Give that to me." Professor Whitaker simply stared at the wall with a raised eyebrow. "I mean to say," the wall corrected itself. "Please, give it to me, Mathilda dearest." "Hoo-hoo, looks like you haven't forgotten your manners entirely." Professor Whitaker chuckled before tossing the large ore toward the wall. The wall opened its mouth and chomped on the ore, savoring it with great delish. "This is good, very good. You should bring me snacks more often, my dear Matilda." Witnessing the whole scene play out, Adam was dumbfounded. What the heck? Even the wall is alive. Just what in the world is this place? After eating the ore, the facial features on the wall slowly receded. Then, with a slight rumble, the wall parted from the middle and revealed a spacious and cozy room on the other side. Professor Whitaker stood at the entrance of the secret passageway and stated, "I happened to find this secret room in my youth, and ever since then it has been bound to me. In this entire castle, only I can access it, not even the headmaster." The students crowded before the entrance, intently looking at the room inside. Clearly, the old professor didn't want them to step in. It appeared to be a simple yet cozy lounge that had a small library as well as a mini fireplace. The following moment, Professor Whitaker waved her hand, causing the passageway to close and the wall to return to normal. She glanced at the students and smiled. "There are many such secret rooms that you will discover during your time here, some even containing inheritances left behind by our predecessors." The students were visibly shocked. To be able to find a magus inheritance could be said to be a great stroke of fortune, not to mention several of these inheritances. They couldn't help but be thunderstruck that such fortuitous opportunities lay within these castle walls. However, the next moment, Professor Whitaker's expression turned solemn, and she spoke with a grim tone, "But you must be careful. Some secrets are better left undiscovered." Sensing the unsettling tone of her voice, Adam thought to himself, could it be that some of these secret rooms and passageways could lead to death? At this point, I'm more inclined to believe that Saratoga is not an institution for arcane studies, but an ancient ruin filled with opportunities and danger. Professor Whitaker then led the students to the upper floors, where the common rooms and dormitories were located. East and west wings had dormitories belonging to the men, while the north and south wings belonged to the women. Finally, just as the sun set, the orientation for the graduate students was finally over. The tour concluded at the entrance hall, where Professor Whitaker faced the group of students once more. The students sincerely thanked her for taking the time out to show them around. Then they started to depart one by one. Tomorrow would be their first day of class. Just as Adam turned around to head to his dorm in East Wing, Professor Whitaker suddenly called out to him, "Magus Constantine, might I speak to you for a moment?" Adam was a little taken aback. He pointed at himself and asked me. Professor Whitaker simply smiled at his silly question. Adam couldn't help it. He was in the presence of a mighty mana vortex magus, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Seeing that the youth seemed a little tense, the old professor's eyes softened a little. "No need to be so nervous." "Yes, ma'am," Adam respectfully replied before following after her. As the pair walked through the corridor, the walls seemed to have come alive. Adam felt like they were closing in on him, but he just brushed it off as his mind playing games with him after he witnessed the talking wall earlier. The flickering torchlights hung on the wall at fixed intervals, casting dancing shadows that amplified the mysterious ambience of the castle. They passed through several intersections and climbed a winding staircase. Turning down a narrower corridor, they approached a section of the castle that was less frequented by students. The walls here were lined with portraits of magi who nodded at Professor Whitaker as she passed by. On the other hand, when they saw Adam, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Some even showed blatant hostility toward him. Seeing such a scene, Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm now a student of Saratoga Castle, aren't I? Why are you looking at me like that? It's creeping me out." After a series of twists and turns, the pair arrived before a large wooden door with an intricate lion-shaped knocker. "We're here," said the old professor. She tapped on the knocker in a strange pattern, following which the wooden door slowly swung open, revealing her office. Adam stepped inside and looked at the office with curious eyes. The room was spacious, yet it was filled with a wide array of fascinating items and furniture. To the left, a large mahogany desk occupied the space. On its surface, parchment papers, scrolls, books, quills, and ink bottles were neatly organized. Behind the desk was a high-backed chair made of some kind of ostentatious leather. Adam guessed that it probably belonged to a high-ranked magical reptilian. Bookshelves lined the walls filled with a vast number of arcane textbooks. Some tomes looked ancient, their spines cracked and faded, while others looked relatively newer. There were also shelves that seemed to contain many magical artifacts. Adam had never seen so many artifacts in one place. A rank 3 mega sure is rich, he thought to himself. Even though he had spent so many years with Bigra, he had never known the old gnome to be attached to materialistic things. To his right was a warm fireplace, and above it hung a painting that instantly caught Adam's interest. It wasn't of Professor Whitaker like he would have imagined. Instead, it was a portrait of an old man in complete black attire. Adam found himself drawn to this portrait for some strange reason. He walked toward the fireplace and stood right before it. On the mantelpiece, there were framed, smaller portraits that showed Professor Whitaker with past students and other colleagues. However, Adam didn't look at the smaller portraits. Instead, he glanced at the stern-looking man in the large painting above with curious eyes. "Professor, who is this man?" he asked. Professor Whitaker took a seat at her desk and started pouring some tea into 2 fine ceramic cups. She looked at Adam's back and then at the portrait he was staring at. Her lips parted and she muttered, "The headmaster of Saratoga Castle, Marcus Blackwood." Adam's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly turned around and asked incredulously while pointing his finger at the portrait behind him, "That's the headmaster." Professor Whitaker chuckled in amusement. "Why are you so shocked? Why wouldn't I be shocked?" Adam screamed in his heart. "That guy totally looks like a villain." A few moments later, he calmed down his emotions and apologized. "Forgive me for my outburst. I just didn't expect the headmaster to look like that." "Look like what?" Professor Whitaker smirked. "An evil dark magus." It's nothing like that." Adam spoke awkwardly, but inwardly he thought, "Yes, it's exactly like that." "Have a seat," the old professor chuckled, gesturing to one of the chairs in front of her desk. Professor Whitaker nodded and took a sip from her own teacup. She placed the tea back down and folded her hands atop the surface of the table. She looked at Adam and asked, "From your admission form, I've learned that you've decided to major in the School of Summoning." Adam wasn't surprised that the old woman in front of him knew about the details of his admission. After all, she was the department head of the School of Summoning. "That is correct, Professor." Adam nodded. "May I ask why you've chosen this school?" asked the old professor with curious eyes. "What draws you to this particular path of magic?" Adam lowered his head, glancing at the faint ripples on the surface of the tea in his cup. During the 1.5 years he had spent recovering, he had gotten to learn a lot about the White Lotus. Although he had just barely scratched the surface, he had acquired deep knowledge about this mystical artifact. Apart from being able to absorb the souls in his vicinity and increase his spiritual power, the White Lotus helped him see through all illusions. This was something he already knew. But what he didn't know was that the White Lotus also helped in healing his soul from any and all damage. This was something that was thought to be impossible not only in Tron, but also in the vast universe. Yet this seemingly unassuming lotus could do it effortlessly. Other than that, Adam earlier believed that this artifact strengthened the effects of spells related to the schools of illusion, enchantment, and summoning. However, this too wasn't entirely right. He learned that the White Lotus wasn't just intimately linked to the spiritual aspect of magic, but the spirit world itself. There are 8 schools of magic which can further be divided into 2 aspects, physical and spiritual. The schools of invocation, alteration, and warding fell within the physical aspect of magic, whereas the schools of enchantment, illusion, and divination fell under the spiritual aspect of magic. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining schools of magic summoning and necromancy were considered special, in that they belonged to both aspects of magic. In the past, whenever Adam cast spells from the schools of illusion, enchantment, divination, and summoning, he always felt that the existence of the White Lotus strengthened the output of these spells. This led him to believe that the Lotus had some connection to the spiritual aspect of magic. However, it wasn't until he had delved deeper into the mysteries of the White Lotus that he realized that it wasn't the spiritual aspect of magic that it was connected to, but the spirit world itself. During those times when he was completely bedridden and unable to move physically, he would spend most of his time in his spirit sea, studying the secrets that the White Lotus held. After gaining the ability to wield the White Lotus, it was as if a new door had opened before him, and beyond this door lay the secrets of the soul. Adam had put a lot of thought into what he wanted to pursue at this institute for higher arcane studies. He was proficient in illusions and enchantment, and believed that with time he could truly master them on his own. As for divination, it was different from other schools of magic in that it required the magus to have a natural talent for it. One simply couldn't study hard and excel at it. That's why divination magi were so rare. Adam, despite having the White Lotus, wasn't confident in embarking on this path. Moreover, he also wasn't interested in learning this magic. Now all that remained was necromancy. For some strange reason, he felt a natural aversion to this school of magic. He credited this to his natural affinity with magic. Moreover, practicing the 5 elemental codex transformed his mana into a very pure form of energy. This wouldn't work well if he were to practice dark magic. So in the spiritual aspect of magic, the school of summoning was his only choice. Furthermore, he was also quite fascinated by this form of magic. As far as the physical aspect of magic was concerned, he didn't put much thought into those schools for the moment. It would be counterproductive since he was the wielder of the White Lotus, an artifact that enhanced spells from the spiritual side of magic. Adam raised his head and glanced at Professor Whitaker, his eyes twinkling with fascination. He took a deep breath and answered, having the ability to call forth creatures and entities from the spirit world. Isn't that amazing? Professor Whitaker was slightly taken aback by his answer, or rather question. Excuse me, they say the spirit world is countless times bigger than our material world. Adam began, his lips forming an excited smile. So many interesting creatures inhabit this mystical plane that we don't even know the full scope of it. The knowledge that the residents of the spirit world possess is immense. He paused for a moment before passionately speaking. I wish to learn what they know. I wish to interact with them and maybe share a cup of wine. I wish to travel to the myriad wonders of the spirit world. At that moment, Adam was like a little kid talking about his favorite toy. Magic always did bring out the inner child in him. Seeing the raven-haired youth speak with such genuine emotions, Professor Whitaker found herself in a daze. For a moment she could see the silhouette of a young girl overlapping with Adam's, but the next moment the light in her eyes turned solemn and she sternly asked, "You speak of the spirit world like it's child's play. Do you even know the dangers found within this realm?" Sensing the sudden change in the old magus's emotions, Adam wondered if he had said something wrong. Nonetheless, he spoke with great fervor. I understand your concern, Professor. I have been to the spirit world several times and know just how dangerous each journey can be. Several times, Professor Whitaker thought to herself with slight skepticism, wondering if the youth in front of her was lying. You know of the risks, yet you wish to embark on this path, of course. Adam spoke without hesitation. If I waver in the face of risks and dangers, then how can I pursue the truth? Professor Whitaker was deeply touched by Adam's words. She gestured for him to continue. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, said Adam with a slight chuckle. I know this statement seems foolhardy, but I truly believe in it. With rigorous study, ample preparation, and above all, respect for the beings we summon from the spirit world, I believe those risks can be mitigated. A long silence pervaded the room as Professor Whitaker contemplated Adam's words. Only the sound of the crackling wood in the fireplace could be heard in the office. Professor Whitaker softly sighed. You have given this much thought, haven't you? Adam nodded with a smile. Very well, began the old professor. Your reasoning is sound and your passion is clear. She got up from her seat and walked toward the door. Adam too got up and followed. The school of summoning is a path that requires intellect and courage, she said while opening the door. She glanced at Adam and smiled warmly. I believe you have the potential to excel in this school. All right, now head to your dorm room. Don't be late for class tomorrow. Adam sincerely bowed before leaving. Good night, Professor. Professor Whitaker slowly closed the door, the smile on her face gradually vanishing, replaced by grief. She walked toward the fireplace and gently clasped a small portrait placed atop the mantelpiece. It was a portrait of a young girl with long burgundy hair, wearing the gray cloak of Saratoga Castle. In the portrait, she was smiling cheerfully. Professor Whitaker's aged fingers gently caressed the surface of the portrait. He's just like you, a fool who wishes to wander the spirit world. Her eyes turned teary and she softly muttered, I won't make the same mistake I made with you. I won't. The first day of the academic year for the graduate students had begun. The students filled in the classroom and found their seats. Some sat in groups, while others sat alone. A hushed murmur rippled through the crowd with the occasional nervous laughter ringing out from time to time. It was only natural for them to be nervous. This was Saratoga Castle, after all, one of the 4 pillars of the empire. A lot of expectations and responsibilities were placed on the shoulders of these young magi. Adam sat at the back of the class all by himself. He had tried to strike up conversations with a few students earlier, but when they learned that he was from the Southern Federation, they cast disdainful glances at him and distanced themselves. After approaching a few other students and receiving the same treatment, he stopped bothering about it. He didn't know the reason behind such prejudice. Of course, he felt a little annoyed by the discrimination, but that was all. The youth glanced at the classroom with shining eyes. The room itself was large and circular, with high vaulted ceilings. The walls were lined with tall, narrow windows, their stained glass panes casting colorful shadows on the floor. Rows of wooden desks, each carved with years of initials and scribbles from previous students, were arranged in a semicircle manner facing a low, raised platform. On the raised platform stood the professor's desk. On it were ancient tomes, quills and ink bottles, and glass jars containing strange objects. Behind the wooden desk, a large blackboard awaited the day's lessons. Suspended right above the professor's desk was a chandelier made of iron and enchanted candles, casting a warm light throughout the room. While Adam was looking around the classroom with curious eyes, a group of students sitting in front of him turned back to look at him and started mocking him. "Look at this hillbilly, acting like he's never seen a classroom before. Do they not have academies in the backward region you're from? How the hell did someone like you even get admission here? Haha, true, it ruins the reputation of Saratoga if you ask me." The group of young magi started laughing at him, drawing the attention of the rest of the classroom. Most of the students wanted to watch some drama unfold, while some simply minded their business. Adam glanced at them and snorted in displeasure. "Piss off, will ya? Oh ho, look at that. Did you hear a dog barking? Ha ha ha, that appears to be the case." The students kept making fun of Adam. At this point, the youth really had had enough. Before coming here, he figured that there would be some level of discrimination that he'd be facing, but he didn't know that it would be to such a degree. Sure, there were cultural differences between the Akkadian Empire and the Southern Federation, but Adam didn't expect the sense of exclusion to be so great. Furthermore, his distinct accent came across as less refined to the students here, leading to mockery and condescension. Should I just beat some sense into them? The thought crossed Adam's mind, but he quickly got rid of it. It would be unwise to do something like that on the first day of college. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with this group of pests, the heavy wooden door of the classroom suddenly creaked open. Instantly, all the students straightened in their seats, their attention drawn to the entrance. An old lady walked in through the door, her ocean blue robes fluttering as she made her way to the raised platform. Her hair was gray, mostly white, and tied into a bun. Her emerald eyes scanned through the students in the classroom, pausing momentarily on Adam before resuming their course. Adam's eyes lit up when he saw that it was none other than Professor Whitaker. From his conversation with her last night, he had a fairly decent impression of her. There were several rank 3 magi who taught the graduate students lessons about summoning magic. Mathilda Whitaker was the department head of the School of Summoning, so it made sense that she would be teaching the students who majored in this field from time to time. Adam just didn't expect her to teach the first class. Moreover, seeing the other students who had surprised expressions on their faces, it was safe to assume that they hadn't expected her to come either. Without wasting a moment, Professor Whitaker had already begun the lecture. The School of Summoning focuses on conjuring creatures, objects, and even magical energies. She stepped onto the platform and stood behind her desk. Seeing that everyone was paying rapt attention and had already begun taking notes, she nodded in approval. "The spells from this school can also be used to transport objects and people from one place to another," she added. She walked around the table with her hands clasped behind her back. "That being said, the School of Summoning can be further divided into 2 sub-schools: conjuring and teleportation." When the students heard the term teleportation, their eyes lit up. After all, who wouldn't be fascinated by the concept of teleporting distances instantaneously? Conjuring refers to the phenomena of summoning spells that bring forth creatures, objects, or energies to the caster of the spell. She paused for a moment before continuing. "Please take note that they are instantly sent back to where they came from when the spell expires." The following moment, her lips curled up into a smirk as she weaved a simple hand gesture. As for teleportation, a layer of thin fog suddenly covered Professor Whitaker's body as she took a step forward, and then she disappeared. Rank 2 spell, Foggy Step. Spells related to this sub-school transport the subject of the spell over large distances, came the voice of the old magus from the back of the classroom. Everyone turned around in amazement and glanced at Professor Whitaker, who was standing behind the last row of desks. She had teleported. The layer of fog on her body gradually disappeared, and she began, "Remember, students, teleportation spells are often one way and require another teleportation spell to return." "Yes, Professor," the students replied excitedly. "Now, can any of you tell me what is the common point between these 2 sub-schools?" Professor Whitaker asked with a faint smile. Adam, who was sitting closest to her, confidently replied, "The spirit world." "Correct," Professor Whitaker replied with a faint smile as she glanced at the raven-haired youth. She then weaved a simple hand sign and teleported back behind the professor's desk before continuing her lecture. Seeing her cast spells with such ease, Adam's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, when a powerful magus casts spells of lower ranks, they barely need to cast any required spell components. This means complete mastery over lower-ranked spells. Professor Whitaker was a rank 3 magus. When she cast the rank 2 spell, Foggy Step, she only needed to weave a simple hand gesture, whereas Adam, who was a rank 2 magus, would have to weave complicated hand gestures to cast the same spell. However, if Adam were to cast a rank 1 spell, it would be the same as Professor Whitaker casting a rank 2 spell. With each advancement in ranks, a magus's understanding of magic increases. This allows them to cast low-ranked spells with much greater ease. Adam witnessed this phenomenon when he first acquired the White Lotus years ago. In that apocalyptic scene where thousands of magi were fighting Magus Julian Stockholm, Adam had seen them summon earthquakes, tsunamis, and meteors with just a wave of their hands. At higher ranks, intent was all that was needed for the magus to cast spells. The common point between conjuring and teleportation is the spirit world, Professor Whitaker began. Objects, creatures, and magical entities are summoned from this mystical realm. She paused for a moment before continuing, whereas when one teleports from one place to another, it is done via the spirit world. A young magus raised her hand wanting to ask a question. Professor Whitaker glanced at her and gestured for her to speak. Professor, so when we cast teleportation spells, the spirit world is used as a conduit. Indeed, the old professor nodded. The spirit world acts as a transitional realm or a bridge between two locations in the material world. When someone initiates teleportation, they momentarily leave the material world and enter the spirit world, said Professor Whitaker with a solemn expression. The magus moves through this mystical realm and exits at the target location in the material world. The spell models for transportation spells are highly complicated. They contain the coordinates of the target location. Should you make even the slightest of mistakes, it's highly likely that you'll forever be stuck inside the spirit world. Professor Whitaker spoke with a grim tone, causing all the students to be overwhelmed by apprehension. On the surface, teleportation seemed like a fantastical ability, however, it carried great risks. If any line or pattern in the spell model were even slightly out of place, the magus would be in a world of trouble. If they were to be trapped inside the spirit world without any anchor, it was guaranteed that they would die. After all, the residents of the material world couldn't stay for too long in the spirit world. While the rest of the students were trembling in nervousness, Adam had an amused expression on his face. His lips curled up into a smirk when he thought of the innate skill that he had received from Valerian after establishing the familiar bond, spirit world traversal. This ability allowed him to enter and exit the spirit world at will. Unlike others, however, he didn't need an anchor. At the moment, this ability had quite a few restrictions. Firstly, he was still unable to enter with his physical body. He could only use his soul body to enter the spirit world. Before this, in order to enter this mystical realm, he had to take the help of a runic formation that not only separated his soul body from his physical body, but also opened a direct portal to the spirit world. However, after he had advanced to the mana liquefaction rank, he believed that he could abridge this complicated process. I could enter the spirit world with the teleportation spell and return whenever I want. Since I don't need an anchor, it makes things very easy for me, he thought to himself excitedly. If I can tweak the spell model a little, I can surely work with this, but I would have to deeply research the basics of conjuring and teleportation for that. Just as Adam was lost in his own world, Professor Whitaker's gaze suddenly fell on him. Seeing him smile foolishly, her eyes narrowed. Does he still not realize the dangers of the spirit world? Why is he happy when the rest are scared out of their minds? No, this won't do, she thought to herself incredulously. Magus Constantine, are my words that amusing? She reprimanded the youth. Adam snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly wiped the smirk off of his face. He looked at the old professor and said, "Forgive me, Professor, I was just thinking of something else. Then would you mind sharing the joke with the rest of the class?" Professor Godfrey flatly said as she crossed her arms. Adam was speechless. What the heck, damn it, do I have to come up with a joke now? In the end, he just decided to lower his head and remain silent. The rest of the class glanced at him and snickered. A moment ago, they were quite afraid about the prospect of teleporting through the spirit world, but now that they saw Adam getting scolded by the professor, they started to feel a little better. Professor Whitaker ignored the dynamic that these new students had with one another. She wasn't bothered about anyone being bullied. If her students were little children, then it was a different matter. But these students were all young adults she believed they could take care of themselves. Not to mention all of them were powerful rank 2 magi. Explain why we use the spirit world as the transitional realm for teleportation. What makes this mystical realm so special? She asked the raven-haired youth, hoping to thoroughly instill in him the risks and dangers involved in navigating through this foreign realm. Her plan was to admonish the youth when he didn't come up with a proper response. But surprisingly enough, Adam already knew the answer to this seemingly difficult question. The laws of the spirit world are vastly different from that of the material world, he began. This mystical realm facilitates instantaneous travel because of its altered time flow. Space and time have no meaning in the spirit world. One step there could mean 10 steps here and vice versa, Adam said in a confident tone. Similarly, the flow of time is also highly altered there. A minute there could mean a second here and once again vice versa. He paused for a moment before continuing. That's why the spell models for the teleportation spells, even ritual formations for that matter, are so complicated. They contain not only the spatial coordinates for the material world, but also temporal ones. Adam thought for a brief moment, thinking if he had forgotten anything else. Ah, that's right. Time in the spirit world will always move forward, never backward. The entire class was dumbfounded. In their eyes, Adam seemed like a person who frequently visited the spirit world. Or else, how else would he know about such information? There was certainly the possibility of him studying about it in some arcane texts, but the way he spoke about it just now indicated his deep familiarity with the entire process. Professor Whittaker had a surprised look on her face as she replied, "That is correct." She paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, it seems that you're not entirely clueless." Adam's lips twitched, but he replied respectfully, "Yes, Professor." The old professor continued her lecture, teaching the students the basics of conjuring and teleportation. Meanwhile, some of the students would secretly glance at Adam from time to time, their eyes gleaming with jealousy and resentment. Sensing such fierce emotions from his fellow classmates, Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If earlier he was being discriminated against due to cultural differences, now it would be for his talent and the potential he had just displayed. Adam decided to throw this matter to the back of his mind for now. If people stepped up to look for trouble, he would deal with them effectively. If he didn't show what he was capable of, he was afraid that these magi would never leave him alone in the future. Well, it wasn't like he was scared of them anyway. A punch and a kick could solve most problems in the world. The lecture continued for a long time, several hours in fact. Unlike undergraduate students studying at academies where they would have many classes a day about different subjects, the graduate classes were specialized. Since Adam had chosen to major in the School of Summoning, most if not all of his classes would be related to this school of magic. Moreover, his schedule was quite sparse. He only had to attend a few classes a week, and each day he wouldn't have more than 1 or 2 classes. Soon Professor Whittaker's lecture was over. Before leaving, she gave the students a very interesting assignment. That was to form a contract with a healing spirit. A week later, Adam entered his dorm room with an excited look on his face. He locked the door behind him, casting a few rank 1 spells and making sure no one disturbed him. He walked toward the seating area near the fireplace and shifted the chairs and tables, making enough space to carve a runic formation on the ground. First, he burned some sandalwood incense and some herbs and placed them all around the room. This would create a calm and soothing atmosphere in the room, very conducive to what he was about to do. He conjured a pitch-black, polished stone slab from his earring and placed it on the floor. This was a type of ore that he had recently bought in Ravenfell. It was a good conductor of mana and was used by magi to carve runic inscriptions on it. The next moment, Adam's eyes focused as he conjured a fine chisel and a mallet from his storage ring. Its blade gleamed under the light of the fireplace. With a deep breath, Adam steadied his hand and channeled his mana, coating the blade with a layer of his pristine energy. As the chisel met the stone slab, a soft, almost musical sound filled the air, mingling with the crackling of the firewood. Each strike of the mallet was accurate, releasing a dim glow from the point of contact. Professor Whittaker had taught the students a type of runic formation that opened a portal to the spirit world and summoned a healing spirit. The students' task was to form a contract with said spirit. If the healing spirit that came in through the portal didn't resonate with the student, they could carry out this ritual again until they had found a spirit that they could deeply connect with. The vast majority of magi couldn't cast healing magic. They could only rely on healing potions. Thus, forming a contract with a healing spirit could be said to be greatly beneficial to the magus. However, Adam decided to go a different route compared to the rest of the students. Instead of waiting for spirits to come through the portal and check if they were compatible with him, he decided to enter the spirit world himself. Of course, if it wasn't for his spirit world traversal ability, he wouldn't have even thought about it. Gradually, the black stone slab was filled with intricate patterns. The runes that he had carved were not just mere symbols, but conduits for powerful magic, each one linked to the next in a complex and mystical network. Finally, after close to an hour, the runic formation was complete. Adam's eyes twinkled with excitement as he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the stone slab. The next moment, however, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared before him, his expression full of depression. Seeing the young dragon's droopy face, Adam couldn't help but sigh. "Val, no matter what, I will not take you to the spirit world. It's just too dangerous." Valerian's eyes turned tearful and he limply lay down on the floor. "Mayu, Adam felt like his heart was stabbed by countless daggers when he saw his dear familiar show such an expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a concession. Fine, when your strength reaches the equivalent of a rank 2 magus, I'll take you to the spirit world with me. Really? Valerian shot to his feet, his eyes lighting up. But the next moment, his expression turned somber again. But who knows how long it'll take to reach that level. A dragon's advancement was vastly different from a magus. A magus had to advance in ranks through diligently practicing mindfulness, researching, and learning the arcane arts, whereas a dragon became more powerful as they aged. Adam shook his head and spoke sternly, "No, Val, this is non-negotiable." Valerian thought for a long while before reluctantly nodding. Earlier, he was always denied by Adam, but now he finally saw some hope. Even though it would take him several years to become as powerful as a rank 2 magus, as long as there was hope for traveling to the spirit world with Adam, he could afford to wait. Having made up his mind, Valerian jumped around in joy. Mayu, Mayu, Mayu. Seeing the little fellow act so adorably, Adam's heart melted. He smiled warmly and said, "All right, Val, guard my physical body, okay? I could be back in a minute, or it could take me a whole day." Valerian clenched his tiny paws and nodded. "I will protect you, brother." Adam nodded, having full trust in the little guy. The next moment, he weaved a hand sign, following which the runes on the black stone slab lit up in a resplendent light. Then the void tore open and a small portal to the spirit world was formed right above the youth. Adam waved yet another hand sign, causing his soul body to separate from his physical body. And then he shot through the portal.